Chapter 61. So, what should we do in this situation? 3 adults plus a pair of twins, 5 in total, squatted on the ground, surrounding a star-shaped mushroom from all sides. It was actually shaped like a 5-pointed star, though strictly speaking, planets are mostly spheres or near spheres. Edmund was educated, Kakavasia was experienced, Anna was capable, and Prada and Praya were adorable, but none of these could make the mushroom speak, let alone confess whether it was poisonous or edible. Mr. Inolia, could you please try to open a abundant fate path right now? Kakavasia offered the most effective solution. It doesn't matter if the mushroom is poisonous, as long as it can be cured. Edmund clenched his fist, then lowered it. Do you think the Fate Walker is a roadside green belt? I won't argue with the illiterate protective. Ahem, I'm hungry. At this point, Anna decided to eat first. Everyone still had plenty of coconuts in their pockets as a water reserve, and they hadn't finished the drinks they brought from the prison. The reality was that they wouldn't have to worry too much about fresh water for the next 2 or 3 days. After a busy day, they only eaten in the morning, and this pointless internal exertion would only drain their energy. How do you make delicious sandworm meat? She shifted the topic to today's harvest, and Kakavasa jumped up. I do it. By the way, where's the other exit? Have you found it? He addressed the latter part of the question to Edmund. The capitalist weakly pointed in the direction of the wind. It must be not far over there. The other exit must be in the canyon, otherwise there wouldn't be such a strong wind blowing in from outside. The entire pit was like a continuous pipe, with wind blowing from areas of high pressure to areas of low pressure. Passing through this narrow pipe, its speed and flow increased. Thus, there was no oxygen shortage in the pit, and it remained cool and dry. It must be said that these sandworms were quite selective in their habitats. The 3 undecided people looked at each other, but eventually they all worked together to properly dispose of the remaining half of the sandworm's body, hanging the skin and flesh to dry and tossing the innards downwind as bait. How could you do something like testing mushrooms on your own? You had to leave it to your neighbors. Kakavasa quickly built a fire pit with stones. Without it, the strong wind would have made it difficult to ignite or preserve the fire. The moment the fire lit, everyone felt at ease. The sandworm meat roasted sizzling beside the fire, and the aroma of fat exploded, assaulting everyone's senses. Prada and Pry were stunned. Good. I'm craving it. The sandworm meat was grilled soon after. Sprinkled with a light layer of salt, gently tore it apart with your hands, and the tender white flesh opened up like garlic cloves. The sweet, fresh flavor brought a savory aroma, and the sizzling oil triggered a satisfying sensation. After tasting it, Anna had only one thought: it was worth the effort. This thing is truly delicious. She picked 5 large coconuts, cracked them open, and gave one to each of them. She patiently comforted Edmund, who seemed anxious even as he ate. Don't worry. We set off tomorrow morning to explore the other side of the island. We either find a water source or bring back something alive. In short, we definitely solved the problem. In reality, Edmund wasn't that anxious anymore. He'd just been so suddenly moved from the comfortable environment of a rooftop garden to 2 days of solitude on an uninhabited island that the psychological transition had been difficult to adapt to. He wasn't really that fragile. After spending time with his kind last night and today, the fear of loneliness and helplessness had eased considerably. Furthermore, with the solution right before his eyes and food in his mouth and a roof over his head, he was much calmer than he had been this morning. Although the sandworm is dead, its aura won't dissipate for a while, so other beasts won't dare approach. Kakavasia looked up at the twins. Without the cubs, the adults would be able to move much faster. We still have a few tentacles left. Just block the other hole. The Evican said so, proving they had tried this method before. Edmund nodded. Yes, I'm feeling much better now. Thank you. He wasn't just eating without paying attention. He looked anxious and absent-minded, but he was actually thinking. I just remembered. I think I've seen this star-shaped mushroom in an atlas of flora and fauna. It's called the water tank of the desert. Most of it is harmless, but few are poisonous. It's been so long, and I'm not a professional naturalist, so I can't recall it right away. This is normal. Memory is inherently fickle. Sometimes, in the blink of an eye, people can completely forget something that happened just seconds ago. Wait! Edmund stopped chewing. Desert isn't desert. It's not a native species. Kakavasa? ? Anna, huh? Illiterates don't understand. Is there a difference between a desert and a desolate place? That's right. I'm wondering why I always felt this weird. He slapped his thigh vigorously. These mushrooms, including this sandworm, weren't originally native to this island. Kakavasa said they live in groups, And the fact that males leave the group means there should be a nest of females, but there aren't. The sandworms were specially transported here, and the starship has been to many places during transportation. Any mushroom spores carried there will grow when they encounter the right environment. It was transported here. Who, with nothing better to do than eat, would transport a sandworm to the desert to raise it? Edmund's eyes lit up. Whoever did this must have a specific purpose. Cock of Asia understood, his gaze fixed on the scattered mushrooms. Sandworms are very territorial and won't wander off. Either it's been specifically bred for food, or it's been assigned to guard something. Despite its visually challenging appearance, the sandworm has a high meat yield and a well-balanced fat distribution. It has a nice texture and flavor. If it weren't so ferocious, it could be considered for domestication. Throwing it into the desert on an uninhabited island makes perfect sense. It wouldn't even need to be fed. Anna finished her sandworm meat and rubbed a handful of sand against her hands. This thing has an owner. Well, its owner certainly isn't taking the trouble and risking it to benefit others. The sandworm's owner will inevitably appear, just like a farmer returning to his fields at regular intervals. If he could transport the worms into the desert, his aircraft shouldn't have any trouble transporting a few humans. This would also give him some idea of how to leave the uninhabited island. Survival in the desert instantly turned into a deserted island vacation. Edmund looked at the sandworm skin lovingly. How will we rest tonight? Of course, for safety reasons, he wanted to stay close to Anna, but she was still a young woman, so she had to be careful. Cock of Asia, ha. You wishful thinking. He stood up and circled the bottom of the pit, finding a suitable spot to roll up his sleeves and begin work. Lying down on the ground was definitely not an option. There was a risk of being buried alive by the drifting sand and being exploited by the venomous insects. Besides, there were 5 of them, and no amount of sandworm skins would be enough to cushion them. In a matter of seconds, the young men folded and hung the cut-up insect skins. It looked like a dangling pupa, but it was actually a hammock. That's great. Windproof, warm, and insect-proof. The sandworm skins had been dried and baked by then, and there wasn't much of a peculiar smell. It was certainly unbearable, but it was better than waking up in the middle of the night to find yourself lying next to another animal's mouth. The twins cheered and rushed to try it out. Anna brought 2 rocks to set them aside. Plata and Praya each climbed into a hammock, revealing their red hair and laughing as they stuck their tongues out at each other. So there was a solution like this? Edmund couldn't help but look at Cock of Asia with admiration. He had, of course, heard of the renowned Yukon people, and had once posted criticism of them on social media. Most Pierpointers' image of the Yukon came from descriptions by the Interstellar Peace Corporation. News and broadcasts portrayed them as inherently frivolous, lazy, and uneducated. They stole, cheated, and robbed wherever they went, practically like interstellar cockroaches. After meeting Cock of Asia in person, Edmund concluded that the Yukon were at least not capable of robbing wherever they went, as they simply lacked the physical strength to do so. As for stealing and cheating, the swindler hadn't been wrongly accused. But now, he realized that the Yukon were actually quite intelligent, very intelligent. Despite their lack of schooling, they didn't lack survival acumen, they were quick-witted and agile, and neither were they lazy. On closer examination, things began to seem even more illogical. Yukon means honey in the local Tsiganese language. They are sweet, and in human terms, sweet is often used in a positive sense. In other words, if the Yukon were as despicable as the company claimed, they wouldn't be called Yukon. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Just adding big to a country's name doesn't automatically make its territory larger, and the same is true for a wandering clan. Thank you, I've been unable to figure out what to do. Well, you're really clever. He thanked Cock of Asia awkwardly, then hurriedly turned around and took a closer look, and was stopped by another pile of rocks Anna had silently brought. The twins were still small, needing a rock stepping stone to climb into the sandworm skin hammock. He, a grown man, didn't need such special treatment. It looked like a stepping stone for hanging. But not only did the eldest sister bring him a pile of rocks, her stepbrother also received the same treatment. She practically demonstrated her point: you're all losers. Mr. Enolia, who had the highest education and the highest altitude, gave up and obediently climbed onto the stepping stone to rest in a hammock. Well, it's pretty good. You don't have to worry about making a fool of yourself. Chapter 62. After a night's rest, everyone woke up late the next day. The sandworm hide was truly soft and very warm. Hanging in the air, the hammock swayed gently in the breeze, and the rustling of flying sand filled my ears. We were all exhausted after a long day, so waking up early was truly difficult. There was no blaring alarm bell, no pressure of debt or risk of starvation, and no sense of imminent danger. The beauty of freedom was fully realized in this moment. Plata and Praya were the first to wake up. The little mushrooms lay on the edge of their hammocks, stretching their hands and playing, the noises gradually growing uncontrollable. Edmund, who had been placed in the middle like the others, was the next to open his eyes. After checking that the cubs hadn't caused any trouble, he closed them again, too lazy to judge the twins. Anna awoke and scrambled out of her hammock, heading in the direction of the wind to investigate. 20 minutes later, she returned. The other exit is halfway up the mountain, in a deep ravine beneath the cliffs. Just as Edmund had analyzed yesterday, the constant wind in the pit wasn't groundless. The cliff below the exit was perfect. Upon hearing this, Kakavasa immediately scrambled out of her hammock, and as planned, the group dragged the remaining sandworm tentacles over to disguise them as if they were alive. The personal items they had brought from prison were adequate. They simply wiped their faces and brushed their teeth. The sandworm meat was dry enough to throw at someone, but thankfully it hadn't spoiled. After roasting it to fill their stomachs, and leaving enough water and food for the twins, the three decided to set off for the other side of the deserted island. It would be best if they could find a water source, or, worse still, capture a live animal to test the poison. Either of these would be fine. Sandworm nests always appear in the heart of the desert. Kakavasa, wearing a hat woven from shredded sandworm skin, looked strangely frivolous. Anna and Edmund were no better. The hat weaver and capitalist questioned his own aesthetics and said with a hint of displeasure, "It can be understood as, how far did we walk yesterday? How much further do we need to walk today to get out of the desert?" "About the same." The Evocan looked up at the sun's angle and struggled forward. At noon, the sun's rays would tan him like a pale golden cookie. To avoid that, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and persevere. It soon became clear that leaving the cubs behind was an incredibly wise decision. It wasn't just a matter of increased speed, the desert's heat and dryness were a truly brutal test. Plata and Praya were well behaved and patient, but that wasn't a reason to embarrass the children. Kakavasa led the way. Firstly, he was the only one of the three who had actually lived in the desert, and secondly, he was incredibly lucky. If he couldn't find a way, he could just throw a shoe out and walk. After climbing over a sand dune, they saw the other side of the island. Unlike the landing site, the vegetation here was more lush, the terrain more rugged, and there were more wildlife. Out of the desert, there was first a patch of short to long grass, then sparse trees, and further ahead, the forest became lush and green. Deep in the lush green, black rock peeked out here and there from the tangled vines. "I can hear the sound of the waves. I wonder if there's a dock there." Edmund believed that since the sandworm was raised by humans, it was bound to end up in the pot. One day, it would end up on the table. The person who raised it knew to find another place and must have understood its dangers, and there was no way it would be allowed to board a vehicle alive. Either a starship or a ship, something was needed to transport the fresh sandworm meat. A ship needed a simple harbor and dock of a certain depth, and a starship needed an open space to dock. The three continued forward, as insects constantly leaped from the brush, flapping their wings and cursing as they fled from the biped's reach. In the woods, small animals like rabbits and pheasants scurried about, but Anna simply trod past them, oblivious. Until they rounded the black rock, the vast coastline appeared before them. It turned out that the entire island was high on one side and low on the other. The high side of the cliffs hovered dozens of meters above sea level, while the low side was the beach where they had met the day before. The platform at the top of the cliff was bustling with activity. It was breeding season, and the ground was covered with grass nests and bird droppings. The white seabirds nesting in their nests had wingspans longer than a young man's height. There must be fresh water nearby. Kakavasa glanced at the distant flocks of plump birds. Small carnivores, like foxes, were circling furtively around the perimeter, patiently waiting for the careless birds to make a mistake. Edmund turned back to the black hill they had avoided. "It should be over there." "You too." Anna suddenly said, "Be careful." "Huh?" Edmund's face wore the bewilderment typical of ordinary people. Kakavasa, having realized what was happening, quickly pulled him aside. "Since my sister said be careful, then we must be careful. Stay away, and avoid getting in the way." The attack came from the sky. Anna ducked, brushing against the tree trunk as she dodged, her sharp arrows landing in a row. "Number 08241321, a carbon-based terrestrial species, right?" The man who had fired the arrow dropped his crossbow string and landed on the ground, kicking the obstructing tree in frustration. "Damn it!" His companion followed closely behind, taking aim, but in a moment of hesitation, he dodged into the dense forest. "She got away." The man spat on the ground and cursed, Bad luck. The man who had fired the arrow came over, patted him, and consoled him. That thing has long legs. It took me ages to find her after running so far from the initial coordinates in just a few sidereal hours. If any other inmates had just left prison, they'd probably still be crouching there, afraid to go anywhere. But number 0824131, on the other hand, had flashed from one end of the island to the other in the blink of an eye, ignoring the giant sandworm in the central desert. Just luck. There must be no fresh water at the starship docking station. She couldn't have escaped this way if she hadn't followed the coastline. The prey's escape was so smooth, it was truly frustrating. But letting her get away like that was out of the question. Just because these laborers weren't tempted by such a high bounty, didn't mean the gang leaders wouldn't be. Everyone was eyeing the money, hoping that number 0824131 would walk right up to them and drop dead on the spot. How about we search along the coastline for those two brats? The notice said they were twins with red hair and blue eyes. The plan came to an abrupt halt as the flexible piano wire shot out from a strange angle, and the tree trunk, which had just been kicked and spat upon, immediately became home to two silkworm pupae swaying in the wind. Keeping these two alive would still be useful, and I deliberately dangled them not far from the ground. Just enough to reach the surface by tiptoeing, but that was all. A chill ran down their necks. The good news was there was no warmth or pain, but the bad news was that the sluice gates on the lower three roads were a bit out of control. The two men strained to stand on tiptoe to avoid being dangled by the neck, while they instinctively dropped their weapons and clawed at the metal wires around their necks, struggling with all their might, much more so than when they were chasing prey. "Do you two know me?" Anna stood at the foot of the tree, her arms folded, her legs tilted and her toes tapping impatiently. She still held the end of the piano wire, and with a little effort, she could send the two men to see Crippo. "Your answer will determine my mood." With that, she gently relaxed a little, and the pressure on the two strangers' cervical spines was greatly reduced. Then she tightened the piano wire again, fully demonstrating the meaning of the other is like a knife, and I am like fish on a chopping board. Giving the two men a second chance to breathe, the conversation became smooth and easy to understand. "Matanya has a bounty on your head, ahem. Coordinates, chip coordinates. Telvizov has published your coordinates. We're just following orders." Yes, there's no grudge." The two unfortunate souls spoke one after another, and Anna roughly understood the whole story. That petty, stingy man in Telvizov had revealed her coordinates the moment he let her leave the volcanic cone. To make it easier for the prisoners to claim the bounty, he also revealed the appearances of Prada and Praya, fearing she might have too few weaknesses. "Whose orders are you following?" Kakavasia dragged Edmund out of the bushes, sizing them up and down with a meaningful smirk. "Aren't these weapons and supplies delivered right to your door? So embarrassing. Just leave them alone." The piano wires around their necks seemed to be getting tighter and tighter, and the two men were afraid they speak slower than their partners. "We're from the Mutual Aid Society. Father, you've been displeased with number 0824131 for a long time. It's your fault you were so disrespectful back in the volcanic cone. Number 0824131 not only refused the gang's recruitment, but also killed many reserve cadres in the underground casino. What a deep-seated grudge." Anna was bewildered. "Who recruited me? How come I didn't know?" She clearly remembered only a few brief inmate-to-inmate trials, and nothing more. What's the difference between treating a girl for a drink and expecting her to spend the night with you? That's not how you daydream. You? If her neck wasn't hanging in his hand, he'd have to roll up his sleeves and have a fight. Don't you know how to be more proactive and visit? "Father, we've been waiting in the rooftop garden until the flowers are almost withered, but you still haven't offered your services. Is the gang leader even going to condescend to meet a new recruit? He's clearly a hopeless fellow. How about you just let us go first, and we go back and explain this misunderstanding to the leader?" One of the two looked at Anna expectantly, only to receive a perfunctory, impatient response from the Evican. "Sister, please move aside. Or maybe we can go catch some rabbits and take them away. It'd be unsightly to strip these two naked. Filthy things. I can't look at them." He signaled Edmund with his eyes to join in the action. The capitalist, unaccustomed to such physical skinning, was taken aback. Perhaps the Evicans were, after all, good at robbery, right? Chapter 63. How do you use this thing? Since Anna didn't want to leave to go rabbit hunting, the two delivery boys who delivered equipment and weapons were finally able to save their underwear. A gust of wind blew through them, sending a chill through their bodies. Kakavasia flipped through the crossbow and rifle. Edmund, finally finding his comfort zone, offered his full guidance. "Pull tight here, aim through the gap, and pull the trigger. And then you can kill your prey?" All assists have a focus on output, and the young man couldn't let go, repeatedly practicing his aim. Edmund had already disassembled the other crossbow he acquired. Hearing his question, Xiao Xiao shook her head. If it were that easy, the boss wouldn't have left them hanging from the tree. Close range is better, but targets aren't usually fixed. Hitting moving objects requires a bit of lead time, taking into account wind direction, speed, and distance. In short, the best way is to practice until you get the hang of it. He carefully inspected each disassembled part and reassembled it. He tightened the string and fired a test shot, and the force and speed of the arrow instantly changed noticeably. The two naked men hanging from the tree. It's over. Who said number 0824131 was a cheap persimmon that they were taking advantage of. Try it yourself, try it, and you die. She didn't even bring the red-haired twins with her. She found 2 helpers as soon as she got off the starship. The children would have been abandoned long ago. This woman. So terrifying. It didn't take long for the floor to be filled with various items still warm from human bodies. Regardless of what others were looking at, Anna's gaze kept shifting between the 2 unfortunate delivery guys, as if she were faced with a difficult decision. Cock of Asia, happily firing his crossbow, never took his attention away from her. After a while, he blurted out, "Sister, just pick one and keep it. Don't be too picky. We're all going back to try the poisonous mushrooms anyway." The 2 unfortunate souls were visibly furious. Between dying now and dying later, after eating the poisonous mushrooms, they didn't want to choose either. Who would have thought that the most ruthless one would be this Evican? You have thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you're actually full of evil intentions? The silkworm chrysalis hanging on the tree trunk struggled hard, and after a dozen seconds of cocooning, the operation was a complete failure. Anna pulled the piano strings to their limit, and the 2 men immediately became more obedient than the other. If they had tails, they would have left a shadow right here and now. If it's just a poison test, you don't have to use humans. Catch some rabbits or something. We have no grudges against each other, so there's no need for you to rip the Mutual Aid Society apart, right? We're both complete losers, but there are still capable people in this society. I have a question, Edmund calmly said, gagging the other with his sock. How did you end up on this island? Don't lie. You know your duty. The last time he spoke to someone in this tone, he hadn't been imprisoned. The worker's expression of anger and reluctance to speak was still fresh in his mind. The unlucky guy said it was a misfire, but they also understood what the third man meant. Hand over information about the route and transportation, or die on the swing or on poisonous mushrooms. Edmund saw a familiar expression on the faces of the 2 old men hanging on the tree. After a while of being angry but not daring to say anything, they had to bow their heads like all the other hard-working workers. The gang starship is parked off the island. We're using the exoskeleton's interplanetary flight mode to fly in, allowing us to search for targets close to the surface. Such ancient equipment and technology existed 800 years ago, and only a frugal place like Avel would have the nerve to use it so openly. For prisoners leaving the volcanic cone, supplies are scarce, especially anything mechanical. The warden's concerns are justified. What if a genius with the ability to create high-yield explosives with his bare hands arrives? Even if the volcanic cone can withstand the continental shelf beneath it, it's not certain it can. The Interstellar Peace Corporation's board of directors isn't generous enough to allocate a large sum of money to the prison planet. Otherwise, the previous prison planet, Pinocone, wouldn't have declared independence, even splitting off and ultimately following harmony. Thus, Avel's retro style permeates everything from the prison area to the island. Even the weapons and vehicles are endearingly antique. Take them all away. Anna made the final decision. Drag them back and tie them up. The fact that the 2 members, who had gone out on a quest, hadn't returned yet was a warning to anyone. Support was sure to arrive soon, and leaving them behind would be like unconditionally releasing their intelligence. That wouldn't happen. You 2 change into these clothes. She gestured at the scattered equipment on the ground and said to Cock of Asia and Edmund, "Wrap yourself tightly. There was no need to search for water. We'd be leaving this deserted island soon." Why bother looking for water? The 2 elders Xuanmu were in tears. Edmund had gagged one of them with a sock. They were bound like wild boars, thrown into a makeshift rattan cage, and dragged away. 3 people left, 5 returned, 2 of them trophies. We're back. Great. Wow. What a large experiment. Back in the sandworm pit, the 2 unlucky creatures were nearly roasted. Prada grabbed a star mushroom and squeezed a stream of water into one of them's faces. Priya crouched outside the wicker cage and watched for a long moment before confirming the mushroom water isn't poisonous. The one who slowly regained consciousness nearly gasped. So you're still here, two evil little mushrooms. Put them here, and keep their mouths shut. After feeding them food and water, Anna placed the two at the bottom of the pit, where the sandworm corpses had once lain. To prevent them from being easily discovered, she also used sandworm skins as a simple camouflage. After a few light layers of sand, the unfortunate souls could only lie there gasping for air. They wouldn't survive, but they wouldn't die. Pack up, let's go! She come back specifically to ensure the two sets of coordinates overlapped. This way, the starship's reinforcements, waiting for results, would split up without a second thought. They must have captured their target, then encountered the sandworms, and had an accident. Wouldn't it be nice to save some trouble? Unscrewing a fool's skull is much more difficult than unscrewing a normal person's. Perhaps that's why they were rejected by wisdom. After setting the trap, the three of them, along with the twins, ran as fast as they could under the scorching sun. Everyone else could use the sandworm skins for protection, but Anna was completely exposed, looking like a giant orange jumping spider showing off its food reserves. What if someone on the starship was impatient and arrived early to provide support? The distinct appearances were also a form of camouflage, so they didn't have to worry about running into them mid-flight. After hurriedly returning to the dense forest, they found a thicket of bushes to hide in. The twins' hair color was too conspicuous, so each received a sandworm skin hat. While waiting, they drank water and ate to regain their strength. When a 5-man squadron flew overhead, Edmund immediately used the communication equipment he had found to signal the starship. Mission completed, requesting to return. We only have 15 minutes total, so you have 6 at most. Cock of Asia carefully adjusted the timer he just learned to use, fearing the capitalists might fail at a crucial moment. The team that got tricked out will either receive a return signal midway or find those two unlucky guys and return. In short, don't be too optimistic. Don't be nervous, Anna said, slowly adjusting the winding angle of the piano wire. As long as we can get in, it's fine. The only difference is whether or not we have to fight when we get off the starship. Edmund, stop talking. If we can unlock the starship key within 5 minutes, we drive it away and let it fly slowly. If we can't, we be a sitting duck. I understand. The starship recovered faster than he imagined. The antique exoskeleton aircraft finally managed to lift off, crookedly. It looked like 2 team members were escorting number 082411321 and even plucked back 2 small red mushrooms. But in reality, it was 3 adults nervously carrying the twins. The coordinates are over there. Cock of Asia, don't click randomly on a whim. This thing can automatically find its way. Trying not to appear sneaky, Edmund tried to curb his teammates' insatiable curiosity, nearly leaving an afterimage with his signaling finger. Data bombardment is a perfect way to bring both the human machine and the human brain to the brink of stagnation. Before the starship could react, the 5 people had already entered through the open hatch. Anna's figure vanished in an instant, as swift as a flash of light. Even someone who happened to see her would probably mistake it for Dazzle. Not many people remained on the starship. In fact, only a handful had arrived. 2 left first, and then 5 more left to provide support. Only the captain, the team doctor, and a handyman serving tea and water remained. TSK, even the handyman was wearing the standard black suit worn by Interstellar Peace Company employees. So nostalgic. The team doctor collapsed to the ground, then the handyman's sweet tea and cookies scattered everywhere. The captain, about to sound the alarm, turned around only to see one of the team members swing the handyman's metal tray at him. Then, as if his hands were cramping, another team member took over the control panel. Stripped them naked and let them go, and searched their communicators. Edmund, in his busy schedule, never forgot to assign tasks to others, displaying his true capitalist side. Plata and Praya both responded, even peeling back the soles of the 3 captives' shoes, fearing they might have missed something. The starship's hatch closed, and 4 minutes later, it successfully restored power. Passing the island, it deliberately lowered its altitude and slowed down, releasing 3 small black dots and emitting a puff of air before escaping. Flight time, 1 planetary hour. Phew. This thing is too old. It can't travel through deep space. What a shame. Not as excited as he imagined, Edmund set the small starship's route and confirmed it was operating smoothly, then breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, he saw the boss conscientiously changing into the black suit she'd taken from the handyman and diligently going about her cleaner duties. The sweet tea and cookies spilled on the floor quickly disappeared, and Anna even mopped the floor. Sure enough, she preferred cleaning up tea stains and pastry scraps to cleaning up corpses. Praya, you can't eat all the cookies in the pantry at once. Chapter 64. The sound of hurried footsteps interrupted the figure's meditation beneath the statue. Father, the advance team failed. Unit 08241321 has already left Sandworm Island. Oh! The man turned toward the lighted doorway. The young man bowed his head and knelt on one knee before him. News has come back from the front. Unit 08241321, along with the Evocan and an unknown mechanic, acted simultaneously. The red-haired twins were also in the group. The five hijacked the starship. Their destination is unknown. A large, oval-shaped amber hovered above the altar. The figure standing before it was startled at first, then spoke gently, a few more disobedient children. They removed the starship's locator. The young man's head drooped lower and lower. Removing the locator meant the Mutual Aid Society had lost control of the starship, unable to track or determine its location. It's true that the Warden had exposed the coordinates of 08241321's chip, but the external system is outdated and only refreshes every 24 planets. People don't have legs. What do you think we should do in this situation? The priest spoke at a leisurely pace, but the young man reporting in was frantic. They have a starship, so they can go wherever they want, except they can't leave Avil. We lost the first round, and so many people are watching us from behind. His voice, suppressed and agitated, gradually became uncontrollable. The priest hid the impatience in his eyes and emphasized, I'm asking how you plan to solve the problem, Klaus. You said it too, they can't leave Avil. As long as they're on this planet, 08241321 has nowhere to escape. Klaus paused for a moment, then finally calmed down. I'm sorry, Father. Shouldn't we contact our informants for information? The system refreshes slowly, while visual observation is real-time. But those informants are likely to sell the same information to several parties. If possible, he wouldn't want to use primitive visual observation methods in the interstellar age. Isn't that a dead end? Isn't that better? Everyone should work together to complete the mission entrusted by Mr. Teledazov and eliminate the black sheep that threatens Avel's stability. The priest raised an eyebrow at his dull-looking subordinate standing at the bottom, feeling irritated. If the environment outside weren't so harsh, he wouldn't have been confined to the rooftop garden for so long, leaving the organization outside the prison area lacking guidance and unable to handle anything properly. And that number 08241321, despite having sent people to persuade him long ago, he still ignored the olive branch offered by the Mutual Aid Society. How despicable. Glancing at his subordinates' foolish faces, he still had to put on the airs of a so-called clergyman and put on the guise of mercy. Get to work, by the Amber King. The Interstellar Peace Company claimed to be a believer in preservation Clipper, so he might as well believe in Clipper. Why not do it if it clearly makes his life better? The star gods don't care about human activities anyway, and humans don't need to worry about using the star god's name to protect themselves. The young man walked out the door, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. A single wipe of his face, and the tears, anxiety, and eagerness vanished without a trace. There's some fun to be had. Hee hee. The simulated sunshine in the rooftop garden was always warm and bright, based on the current angle between the starlight and the ground. Edmund tried to share what he learned at First Truth University with 4 illiterate people, but it was clearly ineffective. Praya, cuddling her brother Plata, dozed off. Kakavasia's eyes, already swirling in circles, now spun even more like mosquito coils. As for Anna, she looked expressionless and attentive, but she actually been gone for quite a while. Sorry, I only know addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division right now. What does the angle of a triangle have to do with me? Forget it. After talking for a long time and realizing he was the only one who understood what he was saying, Edmund suddenly felt like an idiot, as were his teammates. Anyway, the starship will land in 15 minutes. Before we land, we need to think about our next steps. He had already maneuvered the starship through several different landing coordinates, each time traveling for varying lengths, at least one planet. With the locator removed, he was trying to estimate their true landing point by observing the starship's trajectory with the naked eye. Well, guess, Anna was no longer sleepy after hearing this. Can this thing explode? Of course I can't sell it. No one buying used equipment would buy something so conspicuous. Kakavasia blinked. Tear it down and sell the parts? Parts are easier to sell than whole machines. There's a lot of potential in this business. If you want to tire me out, just say so. Edmund's indignation was unbearable. Although it's a small starship, it's also a combination of technology and metal. You can't expect me to tear it apart into pieces by myself. So can we use more people? Sometimes Anna was always good at getting to the point. Tearing it down is more cost-effective than blowing it up. Even if you ask the doctor to lend you the operating room, You have to give him some money. That's true. The warden ruthlessly cleared everyone's Avel coins upon leaving the prison area. They were practically thrown out barefoot. I have extra ID cards. While I definitely can't use them to sell stolen goods, I can use them for other purposes. Cock of Asia shook his pockets, which were clattering loudly. The twins poked their heads out. Plata and Praya can help. Edmund, I'm a capitalist, and I'm being exploited? How is that fair? However, teamwork always adheres to the principle of majority rule, so he could only nod grudgingly. Okay, I understand. Dismantling a starship with bare hands. You illiterate people, you could only think of that. Then came the choice of the final destination. He pointed at the projected virtual screen for everyone to see. The expected location is Ghoul Island. It's the largest, most populous, bustling with commerce and numerous gangs. Hiding in a remote corner at this time won't do us any good. As long as the boss's chip doesn't retrieve her coordinates, they remain public. It's useless to hide anywhere, we'd be dug out and harassed every day. Cock of Asia rubbed his chin. He didn't understand, but he respected the judgment of the intellectuals. Plata and Praya imitated him, rubbing their necks. Anna frowned. ? Boss, do you have anything to say? Edmund hoped she didn't mind, and she certainly didn't. This island's name is so unique. It evokes the glittering brilliance of a crowd of stars. Let's go here. The more chaotic it is, the safer it is. A few minutes later, the starship landed safely. In order to maximize the benefits of this unexpected windfall, they chose a rugged landing location. This large valley was large enough to hide the starship until only the shell remained. Ghoul Island. Greenwood Street. Dr. Marble drove to work early in the morning in his modified car, which blared everywhere except the horn. The roads in the shabby area were poor, and drivers inevitably felt dizzy and nauseous. The bar across from the hospital was deserted during the day. Glass bottles, colorful plastic wrap, needles, and some small, square bags were scattered all over the floor. A closer look revealed a layer of fluffy white crystals forming around the shady corners, causing passers-by to quicken their pace and rub their eyes. He parked his car in front of the bar. This had been agreed upon long ago. The hospital was closed at night, and the bar was closed during the day. They would use each other's doors for parking, saving him the trouble of paying for customers' parking. When he got out of the car and closed the door, he accidentally used a little too much force, and the piece of metal, uncooperatively obeying the laws of mechanics, flipped from the car frame to the ground, completing a difficult 90-degree leap. The irritating wind died down. Dr. Mabel bent down, picked up the metal sheet, and thrust it hard into the frame of the vehicle, which looked like a meteor shower. After several attempts, he successfully blocked the cab. He released his grip and, dejected, went to open the door to start business. This car was so shabby that calling it modified was a bit of a gimmick. A quick glance revealed it was completely cobbled together from spare parts. 4 wheels, 3 sticks, any engine shoved in, and then surrounded by metal sheets. Placed outside of L, it would surely qualify for a crafting competition. But even such a shabby vehicle wasn't something anyone could own. Dr. Mabel's ability to protect this wreck from theft depended largely on his profession as a doctor. Whether in a gang or a lone ranger, sooner or later, you inevitably have to deal with the doctor. On Ghoul Island, you can't mess with the doctor, that's digging your own grave. More importantly, he possesses a unique skill that every client who comes and goes raves about. With someone backing him up, and Mabel's ability to work, he naturally lives a more comfortable life than most residents. Is the doctor working? A head popped out of the bar's ground floor window. His messy, dyed hair was a bit too dark, perhaps because of the dye, making the cherry red a bit dingy. Ha ha. Yeah, I have a new client this morning, so I have to make some preparations. Dr. Mabel's flesh trembled with his movements. He pushed the lever with all his might, and the worn metal shutter door creaked and slowly rose. Although the shutter door, stained with graffiti, looked worn and grimy, the glass door behind it was bright and clean, giving it a somewhat hospital feel. The cherry-red head shook briefly before retreating. Soon, the bar door opened a crack, and a disheveled girl emerged carrying a plastic bag. Last night, a few customers got drunk and got into a fight, and a lot of spare parts fell off. The boss asked me to pick them up and send them over. You can give them as you see fit. Dr. Mabel took her hand and carefully examined the bag. I take these usable ones for now. Is your boss in a hurry? If not, wait a bit. If a customer wants them, the price will be higher. If L has a lot of onyx, there's always a buyer for the parts. He's not in a hurry. The girl grinned and shoved the plastic bag of parts into his hands. Her clothes fluttered in the wind like a sack on a bamboo pole. Take your time to find a buyer. Just don't forget about this. I won't forget. Mabel smiled and patted her, but she giggled and cursed as she slipped back into the bar. Shameless. What's the point of having dignity? Can it help Abel survive? 15 minutes later, Dr. Mabel, pushing open the door to his office, thought, people should have some dignity. At least they shouldn't bring their families along so early in the morning and kidnap people without even turning on the lights. Chapter 65. Dr. Marble? A short-haired woman in a black suit sat in the darkness, 2 red-haired children crouching on either side of her arms, and 2 unfamiliar men standing behind her, one on each side. Bodyguards? No, not really. If anything, they looked more like 2 gigolos. The chill pressing against his neck couldn't be a joke, so Dr. Marble maintained a precious, cautious silence. He raised his hands tremblingly, his eyes conveying affirmation. Excellent. A flash of white light flashed from the woman's fingertips, and a corner of the metal tabletop silently vanished, leaving it smoother than the mandible he had helped remove. The chill on the side of his neck dissipated, and Dr. Mabel swallowed. How can I help you? You perform plastic surgery, right? But I noticed something interesting. The taller, more muscular man behind the woman sneered. Dr. Mabel doesn't seem to have a medical license. Who said I don't? If you told him that Mabel's new nose wasn't pretty, he'd probably just laugh it off. But if you accused him of practicing medicine without a license, he'd roll up his sleeves and have a serious conversation. I'm a graduate of First Truth University's medical school. A license isn't about technique so much as it is about rules. What surgeries can and can't be performed. Well, you can't just do plastic surgery on random people, like when your client is a serious criminal. The man fell silent, looking as if something was stuck in his throat. Edmund, how come this guy also graduated from First Truth University? How could I possibly have such an alumnus? I always feel like my diploma is stained. The fat doctor seems to know he's done something wrong. Red-haired imp A whispered to red-haired imp B across the chair, but he won't admit it at all. The last blonde man, who hadn't made a sound, burst into laughter, and Dr. Mabel glared at him. Pretty boy. Ahem. How can you talk nonsense about a doctor's business? The doctor then went on to spout off a bunch of incomprehensible nonsense about market needs and doctor-patient relationships, but unfortunately, he failed to brighten the atmosphere. The uninvited guest didn't seem to like laughing, perhaps because he wasn't naturally one. So you indeed been practicing medicine illegally, and trafficking organs. The tall man glanced at the plastic bag he was holding. Honestly, those parts could be put on an omnic, a prosthetic, or even other inanimate machines, like a household robot. TSK, what a life. His university diploma must be fake. Dr. Mabel, with his neck pinched in both senses of the word, fell silent as a chicken. However, his opponent didn't let that stop him. The shorter man spoke instead. If Dr. Mabel, if your good customers knew you were fooling them with this junk. He raised his voice in a grandiose tone. Oh my God. This is Abel. Mabel, of course he knew what the outcome would be. Probably. It would end up looking like the car downstairs. Friends, please tell me what you're here for. The doctor smiled wryly and spread his hands. I'm a timid, honest man who makes a living by my craft and never harbors grudges. As long as it's within my ability, please feel free to ask. If you can't afford to offend him, you can always avoid him. Let's get rid of these plague gods first. Everyone fell silent. The only woman sitting there rested her chin on one hand, deftly turning a coin over and over with the other. Finally, with a thunk, it bounced off and embedded itself firmly in the wall. The cold sweat on Dr. Marble's forehead became increasingly noticeable, making his head, so wise that it was barren of grass, gleam. After a long while, the woman finally, mercifully, made her request. Find me a nursing job. I don't need your salary, but I have the attic. And keep your mouth shut. Edmund secretly rolled his eyes. Without a salary, there was no employment relationship. They could work if they wanted, or not if they didn't. It was like getting a place to live for free, and the fat doctor would have to be grateful to them. The boss is the boss after all. I see. You just got out of the volcano cone and need a place to stay. It's not that I'm trying to shirk responsibility, it's just that the attic is lacking in essentials, and I'm worried about the children being left in the lurch. How about I act as a go-between and find you a good place? You don't have to pay the rent, I cover it. The piano wires pressed against his neck again, and Dr. Mabel's anus tightened. No. Whatever you say. Who can change their mind faster than a curtain? And you're not allowed to bargain? Give me the key, And you can open for business. Anna flicked her fingers on the piano wires, and the bald, fat doctor almost fell to his knees. How could he not kneel? It felt like a knife scraping against his neck. Before my patience runs out, you better be a truly timid and honest person. She bet Caucavasia that as soon as they left, he would leak the information to the various gangs searching for their target. Only by staying here could he keep the secret, mainly because he was afraid his hospital would be destroyed. Mabel didn't dare say a word. His hands, shaking like he was having a stroke, fumbled several times before he pulled the attic key from his waist and handed it over. The blonde gigolo behind the woman took the key, and the two red-haired imps followed him up the stairs. The tall man stayed behind, looking at him with a half-smile. We're half colleagues now. Can I see your operating room? He and Caucavasia had carefully selected this man after careful consideration. First, they were impressed by his courage to perform any surgery for money, and second, his strict standards for the operating room. Dr. Mabel's medical skills were inversely correlated with his medical ethics. The higher his skills, the lower his medical ethics. Chips removal isn't a major operation, but it does require anesthesia. Then, there are the issues of wound healing and cross-infection. It's better to be careful from the start. The Evican man's audacity to have someone inject him with a synesthesia beacon on the black market has been repeatedly criticized. I hope Plata and Pride don't follow his example. Anna casually plucked her white medical gown from the metal cabinet beside the desk and pulled it on. She fished in her pocket, pulled out her stethoscope, and handed it back to Dr. Marble. What time is the patient's appointment? She was quite self-aware, already getting ready for work. The portly doctor swallowed his words. 9:30 a.m., Planet Ever time. 23 minutes left. Why are you still here? Anna looked from the doctor to Edmund. Mr. Marble let out a loud sob and took one of the robbers from the burglary to the operating room for a tour. Change into isolation gowns. Wear gloves and shoe covers. Please don't touch the equipment. He wanted a nurse, who didn't work for a salary, but he couldn't afford a scoundrel with a family to support. Marble Hospital opened 15 minutes later than usual, and a strikingly handsome nurse appeared behind the first-floor bar. The mechanical clock on the wall ticked toward 9:48. As the roar of the engine died down, the hospital's glass door flung open, and a hooded guest entered. Huh? A living, breathing creature appeared on the empty first floor. The unfamiliar nurse tossed a pad and pen, practically scribbling "I'm sorry to serve you" across her face. The guest was startled at first, then quickly relieved. Well, with Mabel's money-grubbing ways, what kind of people would he attract? He picked up his pen and scrambled to find his appointment form, then signed his name at the bottom. Hey buddy, what's your template number? It looks good. I try one next time. This type is quite popular. The nurse raised an eyebrow at him for a moment, snorted, and pointed upstairs, telling him to get up there on his own, with no intention of answering any questions. Oh! 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 Isn't this my distinguished guest? Dr. Mabel, upon hearing the noise, rolled down from upstairs and enthusiastically embraced the guest. Last time, you said you wanted to have your chin fixed. Honestly, I wasn't very supportive. Pointed chins are no longer fashionable, and I'm worried you waste your money. But if you really want to, I suggest replacing your entire jawbone. Memory metal is so good. It's not expensive, only a few 100,000 of L coins. You can do whatever you want with it from now on. Even though Anna was illiterate, she felt that this sounded a little off. But the guest felt right, and not just because he was finally getting the respect he deserved. Thinking he concealed his curiosity, he pointed at the unfamiliar nurse and asked, "Where are you from?" She just showed up, but Mabel didn't dare say that. He smiled vaguely and said, "This is a friend of the sister-in-law of the brother-in-law of a neighbor of my acquaintance." The guest, The two of them entered the meeting room, and Edmund walked downstairs from the operating room door to find Anna. This person has skills, but they can't be trusted. I have to watch over them. This was why Anna had volunteered to apply for the nurse position. Edmund also had a chip on him. Those living in the rooftop garden were only free in form. In reality, all prisoners would eventually become profits for the prison operators. Edmund could stand by while she and Caucavasia removed the chip, but what about Edmund while he was performing the surgery? He had to deal with this now. After everyone leaves, let Caucavasia scare him. First, take out my chip with the public coordinates and destroy it. Removing her chip first would prevent anyone else from being implicated. It was that simple. Edmund nodded. I go find Caucavasia. He's the only one who can make people obey. There were still 14 hours until the next system refresh, which meant no one would come looking for a fight within those 14 hours. Chapter 66. After spending 40 minutes in the consultation room, the client at Mabel Hospital was transferred to the operating room. As the newly appointed nurse, Anna was naturally called in to help. Dr. Mabel, you may be afraid, but you still need to use the labor, otherwise you feel like you're being wasted. Here are the written instructions. Follow them one by one. The more you do, the more you remember them. Preoperative preparations must be done according to these instructions. Don't ask me why, I don't know why. He tossed Anna a densely packed list and returned to chatting with the client, looking as if he was about to pluck out this silly sheep. Looking at the bolded, blacked line in the instructions, before preoperative preparations, you must silently recite the name of the god of plenty pharmacist 3 times. Anna paused before continuing to read. Left foot first into the operating room. Sterilized fruit, round, red, and sweet, must be placed in the southeast corner of the operating room. Never mind. Being illiterate is good. There's no need to delve into many things. After the numerous items, there were the various instruments and medications, the preparation and commissioning of the equipment. She opened the medicine cabinet, took out the drugs, and began to work, surprised by the muscle memory she felt. Anna lowered her eyelids and calmly completed all the preparations. It wasn't until the beeping of the equipment signaled normal operation that Dr. Mabel finally glanced over. He hadn't expected the new nurse to be effective, intending to discourage her, but who knew she actually got something. Not bad, not bad. How about we get started? He was addressing the customer. Previously, Dr. Mabel had run the entire operation himself, earning a lot but also being exhausted. He'd been wanting to hire a reliable nurse for a long time, ideally one who could become the boss's wife directly. Now he didn't dare to think about it. The boss only looked thin, a visual effect caused by her height and genes. Mr. Mabel assured her that the muscles in her arms were undoubtedly much stronger than his, and the smooth, slender lines were a racial issue. Hurry up. I have things to do tonight. The client was so impatient with her new look that she didn't even have the patience to listen to the preoperative instructions, repeatedly urging the doctor to get started. Can you give me anesthesia? Nurses and anesthesiologists get paid differently. Dr. Mabel was a brilliant man, even able to negotiate before even going into surgery. Anna's eyes remained fixed on the paper instructions. Upon hearing the suspected salary increase, she glanced at the person lying on the operating table. Yes. It's just anesthesia, isn't it? If medication doesn't work, there's always the possibility of physical intervention. Sure. Dr. Mabel was delighted to have hired someone who could do 2 jobs for 1 salary. Go ahead, I watch. Anna grabbed the mask and pressed it on. 3 seconds later, the client was unconscious. This was a ruthless man who wanted to replace his jaw with a metal fitting. Ordinary anesthesia wasn't worthy of his decisiveness. Dr. Mabel had never performed such a smooth operation before. 2 hours later, the patient was wheeled into the observation room for rest. Oh, my apologies, I didn't get to talk to you. What's your name? He clutched a polyester water cup, the liquid inside smelling remarkably like a low-grade, sweetened soft drink. Doctors were rare on Evel, and nurses were equally rare. The boss looked less like someone from a regular hospital, more like someone with a battlefield flair. Nurse Anna cleaned the used surgical instruments and placed them in the sterilization cabinet, her movements efficient and fluid. She then turned to collect the medications and shut down the equipment. Then, across half the operating room, she placed the trash precisely into the medical waste bin. The fat doctor made small talk. What a classic name, ha 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 ha. The other party didn't respond, and the conversation died down. At that moment, a series of loud noises emanated from the observation room. It turned out that the guest had woken up and was lying there chattering away incomprehensible words. Leave it there, don't worry, or it will embarrass the guest and us. It's best to pretend you didn't hear it. Dr. Mabel was in a good mood. He was about to talk about wages when the guest next door burst into a string of slang. Anna moved her lips and turned her face away as if nothing had happened, leaving. She left as soon as she said she was leaving. Edmund and Caucavasia had been waiting at the end of the corridor for a long time. When she saw her come out, they exchanged glances, and the latter, with a familiar air, stepped forward to block Dr. Mabel's way. Since we have nothing else to do, why not chat? Boss, what are you doing? Edmund looked from the fat doctor to Anna. Caucavasia exchanged a few words with him, and the latter's forehead began to flash again. Nothing. Anna rarely mentioned her amnesia. She didn't know who her original self was, or what crime had landed her in evil. Given that strange paper prisoner file, the less information spread, the safer it was. For both her and those around her. But Edmund disagreed. He didn't want any instability within the team. Number 08241321 wasn't a quiet person by nature. She always been so talkative when facing the Evickin and the red-haired twins, so much so that everyone overlooked her inconsistency. Perhaps you like to talk sometime, he said, careful not to offend her. I mean, the human brain is incredibly sophisticated. Perhaps even a small clue could unlock a sealed door. Anna understood his good intentions. True amnesiacs could indeed regain their memories through certain minor stimulations, but her situation was different. She wasn't even sure whether she'd be dead or alive when she woke up. She murmured a few perfunctory nods, and Edmund took them as agreement. He figured he'd have to call out Kakavasa. That kid should have some insurance against his mouth. Plus, he had the advantage of being younger, and he still had the nerve to flirt with sister number 08241321. In short, professional matters should be left to the professionals. After standing in the hallway for a short while, Kakavasa came over with his arm around Dr. Mabel's neck. They looked as if they'd been together for half their lives. Mabel's friend is quite nice. We already agreed, the young man said, smiling, swinging his elbow back and forth around his new friend. The doctor let him do it, his expression unreluctant. Have you agreed? Anna subconsciously glanced at the time. There were still 11 hours left. Kakavasa nodded. Indeed, this is a win-win deal. Of course, we can achieve this. He didn't care what Anna's past was like. She paid 20,000 of L coins for his life, and she treated him like a human being. That was all that mattered. Let's get started then. Edmund didn't want to be held at gunpoint by gang members. His goal was to leave Avel, and any unexpected factors that stood in his way must be eliminated immediately. Dr. Mabel, who had previously looked like he was about to have a heart attack, changed his expression, and even tried to joke, "You're an expert yourself. I don't need to be so fussy about prescribing medicine." Anna, She didn't know what to say, but the truth was out, and it was a secret she hadn't known how to keep. Let's talk after the surgery. Suspicion among colleagues wasn't a good sign. At this point, she could only be honest. As for safety, well, between two evils, choose the lesser of two evils. Edmund felt much more comfortable with her attitude. He nodded and said to Kakavasa, "You stay on the ground floor. Alert anyone if they come. I follow you into the operating room." The biochip attached to the liquid gold collar used some obscure technology. If it weren't for that, why would a professional doctor be needed to remove it? A bionic chip, like a standard implantable optical computer, wouldn't even require anesthesia. It could be ripped out with a determined effort. The blond young man was still laughing, but he let go of Dr. Mabel and went downstairs at a more than double speed. "Hey, young man, you're a very honest man." Dr. Mabel rubbed his hands. Even Anna couldn't honestly admit his evaluation of Kakavasa. She shared Edmund's expression, hesitant to speak. "Stop talking. Get ready for surgery." The equipment had been calibrated. The only thing that needed to be calculated was the anesthetic dosage. However, the small private hospital in Mabul used a rare inhalation anesthesia found on Ghoul Island. The dosage wasn't the most important factor. The only thing that mattered was confirming the patient wasn't allergic to the medication. Even in the interstellar age, human physiques varied widely. Thankfully, the allergy test strips showed Anna responded well to common medications. The only concern was that she might experience diarrhea from certain beverage additives. When the results came back, Dr. Mabul laughed heartily. How could anyone be allergic to Salada? Have you never tried Salada? That's such a shame. He patted his lap and slipped off to disinfect his hands under the silent gazes of the others. If it's just diarrhea, you can try a smaller dose, Just think of it as a stomach cleanse. Anna glanced at him, then sat down on the operating table. The anesthesia mask was put on, and she woke up 2 sidereal hours later. Big sister's awake. Priya lay on the bedside to her left. Prada brought a glass of water over. Brother Kakavasa and Uncle Edmund are out. They said they need to take care of something. Anna sat up, took a sip from the glass to moisten her mouth. Well, they be back soon. Don't go out. The twins have a unique hair color. Teldazov released their photos along with the coordinates of 08241321. Anyone hoping to claim the bounty would know that Anna was carrying 2 red-haired children. Even if they couldn't find her, finding the 2 cubs would be the same. If you want to go out, don't do it now. At least change your hair color. She put down her water cup and looked at Prada, then at Priya. Don't go out at the same time. If you feel stuffy, take turns going to the door to get some fresh air. Well, there's nothing much to do here, actually. There are piles of garbage and stinking puddles everywhere. Priya wrinkled her nose. It stinks. Mommy doesn't like it. Prada said nothing, but Anna saw the longing for their mother in the eyes of the two children. Chapter 67. Caucavasia and Edmund took the extracted chip, number 0824131, out of Mabel Hospital. The capitalist suggested destroying it somewhere outside the city. Even if the system was refreshed, the bounty hunters would only see the coordinates before the destruction. However, the Evicans came up with a better idea. Ghoul Island is the largest island on the planet Ever, and the other islands are under its radiation control. The residents of Ghoul Island also have a much better life than those on other islands. There are bars and plastic surgery clinics here, while most islands are just garbage pickpockets. The blonde youth glanced at the cubs slinking furtively along the wall like rats. His companion realized something. Do you mean to hide the chip on the garbage truck? In the garbage dump. The garbage truck will return, just like your terrible plan to destroy the city. A simple search will reveal our tracks. But the garbage in the garbage truck will definitely not stay on Ghoul Island. It will appear at a random location. Do you understand? This way, the refreshed coordinates will also randomly appear on a human-inhabited island far from Ghoul Island, maximizing the time limit. Edmund fully understood his meaning. Your method is better and safer. 9 hours is enough time for the garbage truck to reach anywhere on Ever. With their plan in place, the two donned their pre-prepared disguises. Their baggy sweatshirts were stained with sand, and with a cap on, the tech elites instantly transformed into energetic young men, indistinguishable from the ordinary locals. Hilarious. Ordinary residents. There are no ordinary people on Ghoul Island. The largest garbage concentration is located in a depression northwest of the city. Thanks to the persistent efforts of the island's residents, the once sunken lowlands are now slightly raised, even with the transport vehicles hauling the garbage back and forth. Edmund followed Caucavasia, and the two of them bypassed the bustling second-hand market and arrived at the garbage dump. They wrapped the chip in a worn leather shoe they could find, aimed at a garbage ship about to set sail, and with a powerful swing of their arms, the object fell into the claws of the loading robot arm, where it was piled with other garbage on the overwhelmed deck of the cargo starship. To ensure there would be no further trouble, Edmund insisted on staying and watching the garbage ship fly away. When it finally left the ground and headed for another island, the guy complained angrily that he smelled of garbage. Caucavasia was irritated. Why don't you just change your clothes later? Why are you so fussy? It's not about too much or too little. Pierpoint law prohibits large garbage transfer stations near residential areas. The capitalist cursed, this is a violation of human rights. You make it sound like your rights haven't been violated enough. Caucavasia glared at him, and Edmund felt wronged. Which side are you on? I'm in the middle. The Evican snorted. The Interstellar Peace Company is no good. Haven't you ever exploited your employees? Edmund, Because of this incident, the two of them didn't speak to each other until they returned to Marble Hospital. Upon entering, the blonde young man saw Anna standing behind the bar, and immediately ran over to examine the extra gauze around her neck across the table. Sister, does it hurt? If you come back later, it would probably have healed. Anna hung the reservation form on the edge of the table, looking from him to the resentful Edmund. Did you have a fight? No. TSK, TSK, TSK. She clucked her lips loudly, and took a step back. You two better go take a shower and change your clothes. You don't look right in the hospital right now. Two people with a combined age of over 50 holding hands, and playing with garbage? How could it stink so badly, Caucavasia? Humph. Edmund snorted, but he knew he wasn't as likable as the younger guys, so he found a way out. Let's talk later. You promised before the surgery. Okay. Anna looked up at the second floor. When she woke up, she was alone with the twins. Dr. Mabel was discussing his new memory metal jaw with a reawakened client, not paying attention to the unprofitable new employee. After all, they'd been observing this ruthless doctor for a while, and given his stingy nature, Anna offered a friendly reminder. You better wash yourself before Mabel reacts, otherwise he might pull the plug mid-wash. Don't let the water cut out in the middle of a shampoo. Edmund took off running. Caucavasia rolled her eyes, pointed at his back, and winked at Anna. Caucavasia's increasingly lively behavior was understandable, but what about Edmund? No one was around, so she blew covertly, brushing her short hair off her forehead. Outside, the roar of an engine emanated, and soon the glass door swung open, revealing an Omnic. Where's Mabel? Have you made an appointment? The nurse's tone remained sullen. The customer's forehead was bulging, and above his translucent temples, two purple cones faintly pierced through the skin. 2/3 of his head was a bluish gray, like a fire demon with its flames extinguished. Hey girl, you want to go on a date with me? The guy, self-consciously handsome, rested his arms on the bar. The nurse glanced up at him. During business hours, no personal matters. So after hours is fine? The appointment form flew in front of him, and the customer, still grinning, you look a little unfamiliar. Where are you from? Anna handed him a pen. Just had it done. Looks good, doesn't it? Huh? I wasn't expecting that kind of answer. The customer glanced at the bandage around her neck. Dr. Mabel's technique has improved again. How much did it cost you? Not much, it's okay. The nurse didn't say a word, but you couldn't say she didn't answer the question. Okay, you're really tight-lipped. Mabel's lucky. He finally hired someone reliable. The man withdrew his gaze and headed upstairs. Anna pulled the bell cord next to the bar counter, and a crisp chime rang from the second floor. The stout doctor immediately came out upon hearing the bell. He exchanged the same warm greetings, and the door to the consultation room closed again. The customer who had his jaw replaced came downstairs quickly. Anna noticed that his jawbone was practically ready to be ripped out and used as a weapon. What do you think of me? He fished a finger-length lipstick from his small bag and expertly applied the color with a small round mirror. He pursed his lips and looked from side to side. Sorry, my contact lenses were crooked when I came in earlier, so I didn't recognize your gender. Anna looked at him intently for a moment. The angle of your chin has changed. While she disliked this overly dangerous chin angle, as long as the patient liked it, it was fine. They weren't having the surgery for her, so it was best not to be so sentimental. The man was delighted by this fairly objective assessment. I just want a sharper chin. I might as well come back for the ears next time. Any suggestions? 30 or 60 degrees? What kind of sharp angle fanatic is this? Even Anna took a moment to find her voice. You can start with 60 degrees. If you like it, keep it. If you don't, go back to 30. After all, those weren't her ears. That makes sense. It's true that good-looking people are smarter. I'm so envious. The guest sighed wistfully, and Anna struggled to find words to comfort him. Not necessarily. I can't even read. The acute angle enthusiast sighed mid-sentence. Are you just so bluntly admitting you're good-looking? He pushed the door open and left. About 10 minutes later, Kakavasa emerged, his hair dripping wet. Anna immediately took off her doctor's coat and hung it on a hook in the closet, happily deciding to call it a day. In the attic, Edmund sat on the floor, watching the twins play. Perhaps because of his age, he could focus more deeply on the cubs than the younger ones. The floor was covered with sandworm skins they had brought from the desert, a soft, perfect mattress substitute. Plata and Praya had found a deck of cards from nowhere, and the capitalist was coaxing the two little mushrooms into learning various rules of addition and subtraction. Borrow a 1 from the leftmost card, and give it to the rightmost 9. Does that make a perfect 10? Put it aside, don't forget. As soon as Anna emerged from the stairs, he shoved the shuffled cards at the twins, telling them to continue playing in the corner. He sat up straight and stared at her seriously. There were too many mysteries surrounding number 0824131. As long as the secrets didn't affect the overarching premise of escape from evil, he didn't need to be a panic-stricken miser and pry into every detail. But the problem now was that her secrets were affecting his plans, and a frank discussion was essential. Let's start with me, Edmund said, aiming for fairness. I am the head of the Enolia family, in charge of the Enolia binary star system. There, my employees and I have developed a brand new technology that, simply put, allows people to communicate more conveniently and at a lower cost. This technology differs from the existing communications network architecture of the Interstellar Peace Company. PurePoint first attempted to acquire a stake, then considered purchasing it at a low price. Hackers also hacked into my personal computer, but after repeated unsuccessful attempts, the PurePoint local tax bureau determined I had committed tax fraud and imprisoned me in Eve Air. They then sued me for copyright infringement. This information is reliable. I don't want to pry into anyone's privacy. I simply want to leave Eve Air and clear my name. Besides, if Enolia falls, how many people in the family business will lose their jobs? He gave Anna a wry smile. Even if my former assets make it difficult for you to trust me, I have a compelling reason to leave Eve Air. This reason should convince you. Anna drew a pattern on the sandworm's skin with her finger. Flowers bloomed on its bones. Do you know anything about this pattern? Or who would implant a biochip in their brain? Edmund, huh? Chapter 68. Generally speaking, even someone with amnesia wouldn't completely forget everything, especially those closely related to themselves. Even if the brain forgets, the body will still retain traces. But number 0824131 had completely forgotten everything. All the information she had was gathered by her own groping within the confinement area. Everything else is fine, but how could you forget something as horrific as having a foreign object in your head? Why is this happening? Edmund was completely bewildered, puzzled, while Kakavasia was filled with worry. Sister, is that what the medical center's report actually about? You didn't even tell me. How can something that grew naturally be the same as something that was inserted? Ah. Anna scratched her cheek with a finger and looked away guiltily. This problem can't be solved in the main detention area. Stella, the kind doctor, told me I had to go to the Boise Academy to find someone to perform the surgery. It's a fact I have to accept, so there's no need to drag you down with it. What do you mean by unnecessary? The Evocan angrily circled in front of the point of her gaze, which she had deliberately averted. To Edmund, he looked like a furry, puffed-up golden-shaded dog raising its paw at a Doberman. TSK? Okay, let's put that aside. This pattern looks familiar, but I can't place it right now. Maybe I confused it with something similar I've seen before. But I do know a little about chips. Most people don't implant chips in their brains, not bionic or biological ones. Edmund looked up and recalled. The cases I know of, well, only happen in extremely special circumstances, when certain organizations want to control their members' movements and maintain their secrecy. Interstellar Peace claims that the implanted chip is 100% harmless. In reality, everyone knows that the concept of 100% absolutely doesn't exist. It's a case of survivor bias. 2 or 3 out of 10 people survive the surgery, and the public only sees the survivors. Who cares about the loss of the dead? Anna, On the other hand, an organization so generous as to use human lives as consumables must be quite large, and they would surely maintain strict confidentiality regarding this matter. They rather kill someone wrongly than let them go. It's no surprise that the original subject died suddenly during the escort. I seem to have received battlefield medical support training. She told Edmund of her new discovery. The capitalist suddenly said, draw that pattern for me. Interstellar war is the norm, while peace is rare. Humanity is a species whose life is constantly turbulent. Different factions on a planet attack each other, and even between planets and civilizations, we can't control our own hands, always wanting to take advantage of others. In this environment, many young races, and even the embryonic forms of civilization are like sprouts just breaking through the ground. If we are not careful, we will be reduced to insignificant fertilizer in the struggle among the towering trees. By comparison, the Evocan are not the most sympathetic. At least, they have left behind a proper name. More special races in remote galaxies even need scholars, strangers, to examine and vote on whether they are human. That pattern. Anna simply went downstairs to find a bottle of detergent. The tattoo at the corner of her eye was fully exposed under the effect of the potion. I have a friend who teaches at First Truth University. If I can get out of Abel, I could ask him for help. This thing looks more like a totem of a certain ethnic group, but few people would do that these days. After all, it doesn't seem civilized or free. He had a vague idea, but he wasn't sure. Since everyone was in Abel and couldn't find any documentation to verify it, he decided to keep it a secret for now. As for the chip, I need to see the serial number, or at least an image to determine the model and type. As for removal, the lady at the medical station was right. Craniotomy is no joke. It must be performed safely at a professional medical facility. It's better to be conservative than to rush into anything. It's a brain, not some other organ. If it doesn't work, they can always make a clone and replace it. Neither the Boise Academy nor the Danning Company of Luofu Xianzhou offer brain transplants. Bad news. The partner is suspected of having a serious mental illness. Good news. She can only be cured if she leaves Avel. That's it for now. Anna didn't expect to get a direct answer from Edmund. He was even less trustworthy than the notorious Evic capitalist. I'm hiding nothing, and I don't really want to. My mind has been completely blank since I woke up on the starship. There's really nothing worth sharing. Kakavasia was still angry, but he refused to move away, insisting on staying where Anna's gaze fell to let her know he was angry. The boy shifted back and forth several times, listening and shifting. Edmund simply averted his eyes, and didn't look at him at all. It's a special situation. If it's just this once, I understand. I hope it won't happen again. Overall, the exchange was a success. Despite some unexpected circumstances, his confidence in escaping Avel had increased. After reaching a consensus again, ignoring the angry Kakavasia, the conversation turned to whether the chip removal would have any adverse effects on humans. Anyway, Anna hadn't felt any discomfort since waking up, at most a slight itch at the incision. It was truly almost healed. Hearing her words, Edmund felt slightly relieved, and the conversation shifted back to the missing collar chip. Thanks to that chip, we had a few days of peace and quiet. Before the chip was removed, they had to move their coordinates around the system refresh time every day to avoid being attacked. Who could stand this constant calculation? The capitalists who provided technical support were especially sullen and refrained from setting off. Anna, dazzled by the Kakavasia's swaying movements, helplessly reached out and rubbed the top of his light blonde hair. The young man's anger came and went quickly, and he scurried off to a place out of the light. Can I go to the bar across the street tonight to discuss the news? Rosemary mentioned the starship that carries supplies in and out of Avil. He cradled Prada in his arms like a rag doll, using the child as a shield. Prada thought this was some kind of novel game, and with open arms, she threw herself at him. Brother, her childish call was accompanied by Kakavasia's groaning, which made him fall flat on his face. The twins, however, were confused. Brother's face is so red. It was so tragic, so tragic. Edmund first looked at Anna's reaction, only to see her shake her head and roll her eyes helplessly. Then he couldn't bear to look at Kakavasia's expression again. Ahem. Are you sure you can do this? Can you? A bar isn't a good place to be. He's not afraid of being snatched away like that, with his appearance. The blush on Kakavasia's face hadn't faded yet, but it didn't stop him from glaring fiercely at the capitalist. What does can you do it? Mean? If he can't do it, then neither can this guy. You two go together, Anna thought for a moment, and asked Dr. Mabel to be the go-between. Dismantling starships during the day, working in a bar at night, that's a pretty logical arrangement, Edmund. Did the capitalists break the law? Why exploit them like this? But look at the others. Anna works as a nurse at Mabel Hospital during the day, intimidating Dr. Mabel into compliance. She can't be kept busy at night. Plata and Praya are still young, and the capitalists didn't feel comfortable letting 9-year-olds into the bar to gather intelligence. The only ones left with nothing to do were him and Kakavasia. Considering the Evican's beauty and vulnerability, he was surprisingly the most suitable partner for Kakavasia. Okay. The matter was settled, and Anna went downstairs to consult with Dr. Mabel. The horned guest had already left, and the doctor was happily filling out the appointment form. Mabel, she said, stepping in and knocking on the table. He looked up. How are you feeling? Taking your chip was a risk for me. Anna fished a beautiful crystal from her suit pocket and tossed it to him. Just keep your mouth shut and you be safe. Hee, you're so understanding. He fumbled with his pen, caught the crystal, and held it to his eyes. His round face immediately smiled into a perfect oval. After he had enough fun and put his things down, Anna pointed to the closed bar across the street and said, My two good-for-nothing brothers are planning to go there and get some odd jobs. Can you introduce them? Without an intermediary, Kakavasia and Edmund would be viewed with suspicion by the bar manager the moment they showed up. These places of entertainment are inevitably backed by gangs, or even run by the gangs themselves. Being suspected on someone else's territory would obviously not be a good thing. If these two were agile, it would be fine. But if a fight broke out against a vicious criminal, they'd basically just have to run away. Better not to seek excitement. Dr. Mabel's smile froze instantly. From elation to disbelief, his facial muscles nearly necrotized. Wine, bar? The chubby man rubbed his head and forehead. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility, it's just not appropriate. I won't ask about your origins or identities, and you shouldn't make things too difficult for me. Anyone who can afford to open a bar on Ghoul Island is definitely not an ordinary person. That's all I have to say. This is truly inappropriate. A flash of piano wire flashed across his vision, and his words immediately changed direction. In principle, it's not allowed, but sometimes principles, well, are a matter of opinion. Dr. Mabel pondered for a moment, then tried to bargain with the woman before him. How about I introduce you to someone who manages the place? If you ever get tired of living on Ghoul Island and want to leave, just don't tell me. Anna looked at him in silence, the doctor hesitating for a long time, like a snail. He didn't dare meet her eyes, nor did he dare to look through the glass door at the bar across the street. You're the introducer, so introduce me to the caretaker. If you want to leave, I help you sort out all the problems. Finally, she gave in a little. For some reason, Dr. Marble shuddered violently at the mention of sorting out the problems. Perhaps he wasn't wearing enough clothes, that was for sure. Chapter 69. In the evening, Dr. Mabel led two guests, who had undergone surgery, but couldn't pay the bill, and knocked on the bar's door. Knocked on the door wasn't quite the right word, the lights were already on, and the door was half open, ready for business. The waiters and robot vacuums were cleaning, while the manager counted the inventory, drinks, food, and everything else that could liven things up. The unscrupulous plastic surgeon arrived, and the doorman first glanced at the two men following him, confirming they were safe before speaking. Alas, bad luck. These two realized they didn't have enough money in their account after their surgery. I'm here to help them find a job, so they can pay off their bills. Mabel's smile was bleak and helpless, like someone who'd been ripped off. The bodyguard withdrew his gaze from Kakavas's light blonde hair. Wait. As a doorman, he couldn't make the final call on hiring. Soon, the manager emerged from behind the bar. Seeing Mabel, she extended her hand and offered a friendly greeting. Why are you here, doctor? It's almost dark. It wasn't unusual for anything to happen outside the bar after dusk. Normally, the fat man would close up shop early, fearing he'd be implicated. His sudden appearance today was truly amusing. Dr. Mabel repeated the same words he'd given the bodyguards, then stepped aside to allow a clear view of the two guests. Kakavasia was already a master at being picked over like merchandise, and Edmund dared not speak out. I think you two are in some other trouble. You don't look like you had plastic surgery. Hedda looked up and down at Kakavasia and Edmund, her smile etched with a certain depth. The black doctor across the street was no pushover. Anyone who dared owe him money would likely turn up on the black market and sell it in bulk. Dr. Mabel waved a handwritten bill in front of her. Look, these two owe so much. Do you need help? If not, forget it. I ask somewhere else. We all been out of the prison. Don't we know the taboos? Ask. Why ask so many questions? The more rude his attitude, the less suspicious Hedda became. The handwritten bill was likely a forgery, but the bar wasn't a serious place. Not only did everyone from top to bottom have side jobs, but it wasn't impossible to return to their old jobs when necessary. These two men were able to control Mabel, so that she wouldn't dare turn on him. They must have powerful backers. The likelihood of these two men in debt from surgery was low. It was likely they owed the fat doctor money for something else. The bar's turnover rate has always been high, so hiring a few more temporary workers would help alleviate the problem. Why are you so angry? Isn't it my job? The manager, a flexible person, once again scrutinized Kakavasia and Edmund and assigned them tasks directly. Stay here. One of you will do odd jobs behind the bar, and the other will be a salesperson. You have to give the doctor a favor. After all, most of us here rely on your skilled hands. Hurry up and thank Miss Hedda. Mabel hurriedly handed them over to Hedda. During the day, they stay in my attic, keeping an eye on the place and cleaning. At night, they come work for you. Their wages will go directly to me to pay off my debts. That's it. Hedda didn't comment, turning back and calling a waiter over. These two are new here. Take them to change their clothes and explain the rules. The waiter, a thin man, sauntered over to Dr. Mabel and said to the two he had brought with him, "Come with me." He thought numbly, working in this place is exhausting. I hope the newcomers can last longer. Seeing the job was done, Mabel stuffed the fake bill into his pocket, jumped into his tattered modified car, and drove home. He lived in a safer and more comfortable neighborhood, a place suitable for human survival, but not for a plastic surgery clinic that would accept anyone. Anna stayed in the hospital attic, with Prada and Praya keeping each other company, while she leaned against the wall by the window and observed everything happening outside the bar. Kakavasia and Edmund followed the waiter into the model door. Soon, the planetary light dimmed, and the glaring red and green neon signs began to flicker. Deafening music threatened to shake the entire street, and figures gathered toward the bar door, as if emerging from thin air. Plata, Praya, you two stay here. If you're hungry, there's a snack. If you're tired, go to bed. I'm going out for a while. She still remembered the forlorn look in the two children's eyes when they mentioned their mother, Rosemary. As night fell, going out to get some news and then bringing back some gifts to comfort the children wasn't too much to ask. Plata, out of habit, hugged his sister and nodded vigorously. He hadn't reached the growth spurt yet, and there was no noticeable difference in height and size between them. Plata, out of habit, leaned against her brother, the two children cuddling like two red kittens. Okay, Praya is good, and Plata is good too. We stay hidden. Born in a prison cell, they had long since learned to protect themselves by keeping quiet and pretending to be alone. Anna rubbed the little mushrooms' heads one by one. Good boy. See you tomorrow, big sister. To prove her obedience, Praya simply closed her eyes, her eyeballs twitching back and forth beneath her lids, making everyone laugh. See you tomorrow. She rubbed Praya's hair a little more, nodded to Prada, and vanished into the night like a drop of ink. The attic window was open, but the person standing by was gone. Go to sleep. The boy hugged his sister, his blood-related sister, tightly, just as he had done in the prison cell before, as if only by holding on to her could they avoid losing each other. The girl nudged her brother with the tip of her head. Big sister will definitely come back safely, right? Yes, so close your eyes and go to sleep. When you open them, you see everyone. Life on the island wasn't necessarily much better than in the prison, but it offered a sense of security that small cell couldn't provide. Praja reached out and hugged her brother as well. I hope mommy can sleep peacefully too. They were constantly concerned about their mother, who remained in the rooftop garden, but neither child ever mentioned it. The harsh environment had taught the twins early on the importance of reading people's expressions. They acted as adults expected them to, never saying a single word that might offend. The little mushrooms huddled together, unaffected by the bar's blaring music. Anna climbed out of the attic and emerged from Marble Hospital. Another dark alleyway was dim, and she appeared silently behind the stacked wooden crates. This place was relatively clean, with only a few illegal transactions involving cash for goods transactions. The drug peddlers weren't hiding from law enforcement, but from gang members who collected protection fees in the area. If caught, they would not only lose money, but also risk having their goods stolen. After listening to 4 or 5 transactions, Anna quietly followed the one with the highest closing rate and the largest volume. This guy was quite alert, stopping and starting, changing his route at corners. She followed closely, hiding behind buildings along the road when necessary, and followed the peddler to his destination, the hub for his goods. Business is good tonight. Give me some more. We need to make more deals. Lookouts were scattered around the guild hall, standing or sitting, cigarettes in hand or chewing something. It's hilarious how these drug dealers wouldn't even guard the door and choose addicts, yet they can confidently claim their drug is pure, highly processed, and absolutely harmless. The vendor handed over the money he received and pocketed bags of his good stuff. He put on his hat, tucking the front of his coat close, and slinked away, hunched over, as if to hide from the public. Anna stepped on the ledge of the dilapidated building opposite the guild hall. Seeing the vendor slip away, she shifted her perspective to observe. Countless similar vendors scurried in and out like ants, bringing in wealth and taking away poison. Everyone who received payment would head in the same direction, only to emerge empty-handed moments later. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the guild hall, and the lights weren't particularly bright. It wasn't about disguise. The sheer number of people scattered around was a precaution against competitors who might come and disrupt the business. It simply opened its doors to business. The first floor collected payment and shipped goods, the second floor demolded and bagged the products, and the third floor drank and chatted with smug pride. No one could leave Avel. How despairing would a life with a predictable end be? Why not enjoy something good to forget the long, boring today and the tomorrow that never came? A dark figure flashed across the unnoticed rooftop. The locked rooftop door quietly opened. No business on Avel was independent of Warden Televizov, but even he wouldn't directly get involved in the drug trade. At most, he'd collect taxes from behind the scenes. These heartless drug traffickers were the most daring and arrogant creatures on Prison Planet. They had long since abandoned humanity and, naturally, had gone the furthest down the path of self-destruction. How could a planet serve as a market? A business that generated massive profits at virtually no cost should be expanded as far as possible. With a 300% profit margin, even the Interstellar Peace Company's blockade couldn't stop them from reaching out. Targeting these guys wasn't Anna's plan from the start. She originally planned to just go out and see if she could find an opportunity, but when she stumbled upon the trading scene, it dawned on her that Prison Planet's population was limited, and if she really wanted to make money, she had to sell her goods. Besides the products from the prison area, how could these addicted drugs not be considered Avel's specialties? After all, no one would have thought that a factory producing such things would be built within a prison. To describe it as outrageous would be an understatement. But Avel had done so many outrageous things that Anna was no stranger to them. Before dawn, the attic windows of Marble Hospital were bolted shut, fearing the night wind would reach the sleeping twins. A stuffed bear, larger than a person, appeared beside the child. Its chubby, soft body quickly caught the attention of the little mushrooms. Prada and Priya unconsciously rolled around, finally cradling it, each holding the bear, their breathing steady and long. Chapter 70. Wow! What a huge bear! The twins opened their eyes in the morning to an oversized stuffed bear, barely taller than Edmund. This kind of thing, only seen as a decoration in a beautiful window display, was rarer than a good person in Avel. It had no practical value, and required both effort and expense to maintain. It wasn't worth selling and took up space, so the only way to find it was to visit those with a special hobby. The drug dealer's vaults were lackluster, with nothing interesting besides the dazzling gold. However, there was a small surprise in the upscale hotel next door. Anna had conveniently snatched away the towering mascot from the rave suite. You know what? It was quick. Plata's mouth dropped open, unable to believe he slobbered on the chubby paws of the stuffed bear. His face flushed slightly as he lowered his head, trying to bury himself in the fur. Priya spread her arms and rolled happily on the bear's belly. The doll was so large that even a small child couldn't hold it and roll around. We're back. There's breakfast. Cock of Asia and Edmund finished their first day of work and, on their way out, opened the hospital door. The blond man's eyes fell on the teddy bear. It's huge. Where did you get it, boss? Edmund actually wanted to ask Anna where she'd been last night, but considering the disparity in power between them, he opted for a more gentle question. The material's good. This thing isn't cheap. Outside of Avel, parents wouldn't necessarily be willing to buy one for their children, let alone on the prison planet. It's useless, but that doesn't make it any less expensive. Anna tossed out 2 boxes for them to see. The black suitcases had cracked exteriors, barely cleaner than something found in a garbage dump. It's so heavy. What's inside? Edmund, confused, crouched down to open it, nearly blinded by the dazzling golden light. Huh? The only thing that can make a capitalist lose his composure is high profits, and the embodiment of high profits. Cock of Asia also crouched down to examine it. He not only looked but also reached out to take a piece and weigh it. It's solidly cast, with no cavities inside and very few impurities. Sister, did you meet a rich sheep last night? Who among the average person could afford this stuff? This precious metal, only created by the annihilation of stars. Her attention was fixed on the breakfast they brought back. Isn't it illegal to use addicted drugs in Pierpoint? Is it illegal to commit suicide? Edmund was surprised by her inclination. You're not from Xianzhou, are you? Only the Xianzhou Alliance strictly prohibits the use of addicted drugs outside of medical purposes. Everyone knows that stuff is harmful, but just like everyone knows gambling loses 9 out of 10 times, but they're still willing to try their luck, there are always people who are willing to try. The law can only guide, not prohibit. Personal freedom, isn't it? He looked down at the gold beside him. As long as you pay taxes on time and in full, you can sell anything in Pierpoint. There are even specialized stores that cater to enthusiasts. For example, they can hire more professional nurses to administer injections, or provide rooms for people to rest. Kakawasha exclaimed at this outrageous news. Sister, don't tell me you robbed a drug dealer's safe. If it weren't for this reason, she wouldn't have needed to ask whether drug use in Pierpoint was illegal. Robbing one another isn't morally burdensome, but it does pose a safety risk. What could anyone who dares to touch that kind of stuff do? Anna readily agreed. Okay, then I won't tell you. Does telling you make any difference? No, why aren't you playing by the rules? Wait! Edmund realized something. Boss, have you discovered the production site for addicted drugs? This stuff must be sold outside, and that's the way to get out of Evair. Well, Telvizov won't miss any profitable business, but he's the warden after all, and he won't directly interfere in the contraband trade. So I suspect this gold is the protection money the drug traffickers have to pay. Without the money to pay, the best way is to make money quickly. The Evair market is limited, so they can only expand their reach outside. Anna wanted to say that she had only lost her memory, not that she was truly illiterate, and that having a brain wasn't just for understanding. The vault theft will be discovered soon. Can Mabel keep his mouth shut? The gold has already been taken out, returning it is impossible. Cock of Asia was only concerned about Anna's safety. He didn't bother worrying about the drug traffickers' vicious activities. They would have to leave Avel sooner or later anyway, so why worry about long-term neighborly relations? The doctor had to stay for now. There were still 4 chips to be removed. We remove the chips from you later, and then make final arrangements for Prada and Priya. Anna checked the time. It was only about 10 minutes before the fat doctor returned to his beloved hospital. I've been thinking about Rosemary. I can't believe it. Edmund was afraid she might suddenly get into trouble again. Think about Abigail first. For a delicate woman, maintaining a stable environment is more important. Rosemary was too conspicuous a target. Countless guards were secretly and overtly monitoring the popular dancer in the roof garden. She couldn't escape. You have a point. Anna was silent for a moment, then scooped up the dishes and handed them to the twins who were washing up. No food or water before general anesthesia. You didn't eat anything. This rule applies to everyone. Even the emissaries of the star gods have to go hungry. She had only gotten a ride yesterday because she had broken into Mabel's house in the middle of the night, picking the lock and blocking him. She hadn't had time to eat. Caucavasia rubbed her neck. I didn't. I was so busy tonight that I haven't even sat down yet. This meant that at least one person's chip could be removed today. Edmund sighed, me too. Before leaving get off work, the Evican used his tips to have the bar chef prepare breakfast for several people and bring it back. Since someone else was paying for it, and the guy insisted on eating together, the two of them somehow met the preoperative requirements. The top seller is confident, that's for sure. I go get the operating room ready. Marble doesn't have an appointment this morning. The advantage of being a part-time nurse is that you can always keep track of the doctor's movements and even arrange work for him. Dr. Marble drove his modified car to the bar's closed entrance. He was delighted to see that the hospital was open, and that joy lasted until he was wheeled into the operating room by his only nurse. Huh? No, how come there's still one? Unauthorized removal of chips from prisoners is a serious offense for Avel. Yesterday, he was on the verge of a strike, and today, upon entering, the bad news hit him again without hesitation. This isn't good. The nurse stuffed something heavy into his pocket. The stout doctor looked down, his eyes lighting up. No problem. Are you ready? I'm ready to start. No Avel coins or crystals can warm the heart like the beautiful luster of gold. It's a universally accepted universal currency, soft and ductile. After heating and reforging, it leaves no markings, requiring no explanation of its origin. Dr. Mabel worked tirelessly, spending over 40 minutes. 2 bionic chips, each smaller than a fingernail, were left in the trash tray. I'm going back to the office. You can handle the rest of the process yourself. Hee, don't forgive me if you find such a good deal in the future. After completing the surgery, he had another golden treasure in his pocket. The stout doctor decided to address this concern first. He didn't care where Anna's gold came from. Once it was in his pocket, it was his, and no one could take it from him. Not long after, Caucavasia and Edmund woke up and slowly made their way back to the attic, holding onto the wall. Compared to Anna, who had undergone surgery the previous afternoon, the two men seemed noticeably more fragile. Once your head is clear, you can eat normally and get enough rest. You have the whole day. She still had her part-time job as a nurse, so after seeing that the two were all right, she returned to the operating room to clean up the mess. Dr. Marble thought he'd done his best to treat the uninvited guests by providing the attic and keeping his mouth shut. He thought it was a waste not to use a nurse who didn't want to pay. Provoking someone is one thing, but work is another. Those are two different things. He wouldn't waste a single cent of his salary. The two somewhat useless men dragged each other back to the attic, while the twins ran around trying to care for them. At least it was safe here today. They could rest in peace. Edmund leaned against the window, enjoying the intermittent morning breeze, his mood good despite the stink. Caucavasia stared at the oversized stuffed animal for a long moment, confirming that Plata and Plata didn't need it during the day. Slowly, stealthily, the young man, who had rarely seen a stuffed animal since childhood, cautiously moved over to the bear and reached out to touch its plump belly. Soft and warm. At noon, Anna, taking Dr. Marble's help, brought a load of food and water up to the attic. Edmund, hearing the commotion, stood up to help carry it. He first gestured to her, "Be quiet," then pointed at Caucavasia, who had fallen asleep and was trying to bury himself in the doll's belly. The creature's light blonde hair had grown longer, now tangled and draped across his forehead. His breathing was steady but muffled, likely a minor issue from childhood. The stuffed bear, taller than a person, was mostly pinned down by him, staring innocently with its black button eyes, as if hoping someone would speak up for its squashed belly. Anna, okay, this thing works well. It come in handy. Chapter 71. Before dusk fell, a chaotic commotion erupted from downstairs. Caucavasia, having squashed his teddy bear's belly, opened his eyes. Priya thumped over, and another thumped over, hurling a pile of food right under his nose. "Brother, eat." The blond young man sat up, covering his forehead. He took the food from Priya's hand and rubbed the top of her head. "Thank you." Edmund was already awake, sitting by the window, eating and looking down. From the outside, the attic of Marble Hospital looked more like a storage room. The small windows were covered with curtains every day, leaving the interior pitch black. Anyone peeping from behind the window could avoid being spotted as long as they were careful not to come head-on, making it a convenient place for surveillance. "It's getting chaotic out there." He heard the rustling of Caucavasia and warned, "Be careful when trying to get information tonight." The young man, his hair disheveled and rubbing his eyes, occupied the wall on the other side of the window, peering down through the slit in the curtains. The girl who worked as a doorman on the first floor of the bar was standing with her hands on her hips, yelling at someone. Her dusty, peach-pink hair was particularly striking. She was also born in the prison ward, and her mother had spent a fortune finding connections and having a key gang member get her out. If they hadn't met Anna, Praya and Plata's lives would probably have been like this. The girl spewed a stream of obscenities that would make even a grown man gasp. Several burly men stood before her, pointing and gesturing, probably trying to break into the bar. Dr. Marble stood by the glass door of the hospital, his arms folded, watching the excitement, occasionally cheering and making trouble, a pure idler. Cock of Asia squinted and listened for a moment. The men blocking the bar door kept saying they'd lost something, and were searching door to door. He glanced back at the two boxes lying in a dark corner of the attic. I think it's probably this too. Edmund shared his thoughts. These guys come openly during the day, but they must have covert contacts at night. Be careful not to alert them. Their boss had dealt a heavy blow to the drug dealers, and with the bounty hunter gangs desperately seeking her out, Ghoul Island's hottest days were still to come. The drug dealers, searching for suspicious individuals, were scolded by the girl guarding the bar. This was another gang's territory, and their business was theirs. They could block the door and cause trouble, but they couldn't use weapons to injure anyone. The cherry-red girl had the confidence to point at these people, and count them off 18 generations ago, and that was the source of her confidence. She had to scold them. Not doing so would only make her look guilty. After blocking the door for a while, Haida was escorted down from the upper floors. Seeing the person in charge, the drug dealers softened their stance, uttering a few harmless threats before turning back toward the hospital. Cock of Asia and Edmund's grip tightened simultaneously. The fat doctor might have medical skills, but he definitely didn't have any medical ethics. What if he showed any signs here? Dr. Mabel, have you seen any suspicious individuals lately? The leading drug dealer stepped forward, offering Mabel a pack of tobacco. The doctor, who was extremely cautious about his own safety, smiled and waved his hand. No, keep it for yourself. Suspicious individual. He deliberately drew out his words, then turned and addressed the first floor bar, Shaoan. Have you seen any unusual customers lately? Anna, With a cold expression, she pushed open the door and walked over to him. No customers, no business. We're just living off our savings and making minor adjustments. Look, I don't care about these things now. Shaoan has been here for a few days. She knows more than I do. Mabel chuckled and said to Anna, think carefully before you talk to these bosses. Don't blame me for not taking your side if you keep something secret. The drug dealers looked up and down at the slender nurse, not thinking any further. New here? Yes, Anna nodded obediently. Just got out of the detention area not long ago. To be honest, the nurse in the white doctor's coat was handsome, tall, and good-looking, but her eyebrows and eyes were a little too sharp, which made it unpleasant. Put your hand out and let me see. The thief who had robbed the vault last night had silently broken open the vault door, and his hands must have left marks. He was at least good at lockpicking, a very obvious characteristic of that trade. Anna stretched out her right hand, then her left. Calluses covered her palms and fingertips, evenly and firmly formed, clearly not something that could be developed overnight. Haha, you've seen enough. Do you still want to search my hospital's operating room? Dr. Mabel said with a wry smile, rolling his eyes. That's incredible. It seems your company has found a more suitable doctor and no longer needs me. His main job was chin and face surgery, but he could also occasionally help Onyx with spare parts or help young people transform their flesh bodies into steel. As for stitching up a wound or removing a hopelessly damaged leg, that was all routine, nothing special. Doctors on Ghoul Island who were more skilled than him didn't charge as reasonably or as lavishly. Doctors who charged even less were essentially just treating the disease and didn't cover the patient's life or death. After all the calculations, most people wouldn't dare to give him a hard time. The drug traffickers sent out to look for clues forced a few forced smiles. The leader forced a cigarette into Dr. Mabel's hand, and even Honest smiled. We were ignorant. Doctor, please don't take it personally. We know you're a reasonable and law-abiding person. We be leaving now. As soon as the drug traffickers were gone, Mabel surrounded Anna and returned to the bar, whispering to her, how's things in their warehouse? The uninvited guests had eaten only dry rations on their first day, and they reeked of poverty. After a night, they could afford to spend gold. If there was no explanation, he wouldn't dare swallow his own scalpel. Knowing this guy was greedy for money, Anna lowered her head and said to him, there's a lot of useless stuff, but very little gold. I only given you half. If you cooperate, you have a share of the remaining half. You're so open-minded. Dr. Marble gave a thumbs up, a faint golden glow on his face. Don't worry, my mouth is stronger than the gate of Avel. Anna, if only that were the case. The prison break would be much easier. Seeing the drug traffickers leave in disgrace, Cock of Asia and Edmund, who had been observing from behind the window, breathed a sigh of relief. If those inhumane people were to get a whiff of something, they would resort to any means necessary for brutal revenge. The best way to deal with these scum of the scum is to physically erase the material basis of their existence in the world. Don't waste time talking if you can get started. Although Pierpoint law doesn't explicitly make drug use illegal, I still have to warn you. Stay away from this stuff. Edmund had come to regard Cock of Asia as a trusted companion, and he spoke bluntly, once you get addicted, brother, your life is over. Forget about whether you can quit. We're all ordinary people. We might not even have the willpower to get up early every day, let alone quit drugs. Don't believe those drug sellers, who claim they're non-toxic and have no side effects. If they were that good, why wouldn't they use them on their own children? And don't try them out of curiosity. In the Honoria system, I often hear stories of outstanding heirs being deceived and harmed by their enemies using one substance or another, ultimately leading to the destruction of their entire family. So, it's better to die than touch this. In Pierpoint, any family that cares about their children will warn their young ones to stay away from addicted drugs, but even that can't stop these young ancestors from seeking their own death. There are always teenagers who, out of curiosity or a desire to appear cool, deliberately cause trouble, only to regret it for the rest of their lives. However, this trait is limited in scope, and non-carbon-based life forms are generally unaffected, so many galactic civilizations haven't explicitly banned it. In the entire universe, only the Immortal Ship Alliance prohibits addictive substances from being carried on board. It's said they're extremely cautious even for actual medicinal purposes. Anyone caught in such action will be killed. Don't worry, I'm so poor I don't even own my own life. I know what's good for me. Kakavasa returned to the stuffed bear, grabbing its ears and jokingly saying, but you're a con man. The Interstellar Peace Company and the Society of Knowledge have both been fooled before, and your record is clear. Edmund looked at him meaningfully. Those drug dealers might not be after your money, they could be after something else. You don't want to disappoint the boss, do you? Using family to lure the Evicans is a surefire way to success 9 times out of 10. As expected, Kakavasa's attitude immediately changed, and he said seriously, I get it. I'd be more careful. When the two of them returned to their part-time jobs that evening, Edmund was relieved to find that the boy had taken his warning to heart, and was being extra cautious about what he put in his mouth. The bar's dim lighting and blaring music were the perfect disguise. No one could be sure their glass was in good condition. I want to save up for some good stuff from outside, the blond young man said, selling drinks like a casual conversation, and as they sat among the customers, they achieved their goal. He pulled out a pair of sunglasses from nowhere, and put them on, his distinctive multicolored eyes obscured by the lenses. He casually rolled up his shirt sleeves, his tie tugged loosely, and twirled a dice with his fingertips. He smiled. I've been in Avel so long I almost forgot what my family looks like. Isn't New Year's Day coming up in Pierpoint soon? Avel doesn't use the same calendar as Pierpoint. The serious criminals here are scattered across the universe, and everyone has their own set of rules for timekeeping. But human emotions are universal. Nostalgia for home and family isn't constrained by the calendar. A tender recollection of the good old days instantly resonates with everyone. New Year's in Pierpoint? It's been so long I can't remember. Yeah, I don't know what it's like out there right now. Why not ask on the black market? There's always someone skilled enough to get you what you want, old or new. Really? I don't believe it. The young man smiled and urged everyone to drink. Those he questioned patted their chests and told him everything they knew. Chapter 72. Night fell again, and Anna climbed out of the hospital through the attic window, just like she had yesterday. She had been dozing off at the first floor bar when no one came to the door, and she didn't feel very sleepy even after nightfall. The buildings on Iver Island were a dazzling display of dilapidated structures. The reason those things hadn't collapsed was probably because they simply didn't know which direction to fall, so they just clung on. There were no real roads here. Anything that could be walked on was a path. The exposed black rocks were uneven, and anyone walking on them could easily twist their ankles. The road was lined with dimly lit, ambiguously colored shops. It seemed Dr. Marble was an extremely clean person. His small workshop, which he read as a hospital writing clinic, had no neighbors nearby. Human XP truly varied. Anna strolled through shop after shop, like a leisurely tourist. None of the men and women standing in doorways, twisting their bodies and smiling sweetly, caught her eye. She walked off the road, turned sideways, and arrived at the outskirts of Ghoul Island. Why would a black market be located in the city? Gangs don't trust each other. Instead of a chaotic fight, it's better to find an out-of-the-way open space where everyone can conduct business privately. No one should ever try to dominate the black market. A man in a sharp suit walked past a shop selling used parts, paused, and stood at the doorway, looking up at the sign, lost in thought. The owner greeted him perfectly. "Big boss, would you like to come in and take a look? If you like anything, I give you a discount. Let's be friends." In the corner of the window sat an unassuming little ball, its label obscuring the word communication. That's a real problem. Anna stepped through the doorframe and into the shop. Aside from the wall that held the main entrance, the remaining 3 walls were completely occupied by compartmentalized cabinets, densely packed with mechanical parts. "Mabel said your merchandise is worth the money. I just got out of the detention area the day before yesterday, and he recommended you to buy some things." She had no problem using the fat doctor as a cover. Having collected so much gold, he naturally deserved the greater share of the blame. This was probably a favor, a gift of money. The owner's eyes reddened with excitement. "You mean old man Mabel? He's made quite a fortune with his craft, right? We're all doctors, but different clients mean different lives. It's really scary to choose the wrong profession. If I'd known, I would have studied veterinary medicine." "Veterinary medicine? Isn't that just veterinary medicine?" Anna, Fatty! Living on Ghoul Island, these are essential. The owner clattered a box out from under the counter. Fortunately, the island wasn't dusty, otherwise the visibility would have been reduced by at least 2 levels. The box was already open, and a shattered glassware, its base remaining only, slid down from the pile of trash, clanking several times. "Necessary?" Anna curled her lips and picked up the essential item from the table. "I can stuff this thing whole in your mouth, leaving nothing behind. Want to try it?" She then picked up several fragments and parts of unknown origin and, with 2 fingers, formed a rusty gun. "Hey, a sample display won't look exactly like the real thing." The shopkeeper chuckled dryly and wiped his brow. "What if a surly customer hits me? I'd be out of luck. How about you take a look first, and if you find one you like, I take it out and try it out for you." Even this junk wasn't as lethal as the piano wire wrapped around her forearm. She looked around, her patience drained. "Stop talking nonsense and get the communicator." Yvel was isolated from the outside world. According to the warden's rules, no inmates were allowed to possess any communication devices, from laptops to old feature phones. But this little shop had a communicator blatantly displayed in the corner of the window. The owner must have some special skills. "Shoo! Shoo!" The owner leaned over the counter, craning his head to look around. After a moment, he pulled back and shook his head rapidly. "Don't talk nonsense. I don't have a communicator here. It's just a little toy that records and plays back music instantly. I'm an honest man." Well, even Dr. Mabel said he was an honest man. Everyone on Ghoul Island has a few lives on their hands, and everyone is honest. "Then bring me some toys that record and play instantly, and I'd pick some." Anna never gave anyone a hard time about this, as long as the shop owner didn't. The owner stuck his head out again and looked around. It was pitch dark outside, and pedestrians were hurrying along the street. If they saw something they liked, they were quick to make a deal, either closing it if they could or leaving immediately if they couldn't. No one paid any attention to his shabby little shop. "You're a distinguished guest, please come inside." He walked around the counter, half closing the door, then tiptoed open another hidden door under the shelves, glancing back suspiciously several times. How many people who come to the black market to trade aren't sneaky? Not to mention being curious about what others are doing. Even the slightest glance would make them jump and want to run. After double-checking it was safe, the boss led Anna through a secret door into another shop, past the sleepy guard dog, and finally to their destination. All the same price. No bargaining, but you can pick whatever you want. Just one thing, I won't recognize you once you're out. He took out 7 or 8 communicators, old and new, of varying sizes, and laid them out in a row. Anna picked one up at random. She wasn't good at choosing, so while she seemed to be studying the gadgets with downcast eyes, she was actually constantly monitoring the boss's expression. She examined each one, keeping any that the boss was nervous about, and putting away those she was excited about. Finally, she selected 3 unremarkable, square communicators. She took out a borrowed ID card and slapped it in front of the boss. The price was agreed upon in advance, and no matter how distressed the boss was, he had no choice. He paid for the items and packed them up. The customer, carrying the expensive second-hand communicator like a bag of trash, walked back to the shop where they started and swaggered out. If it weren't for the other person's imposing presence, he might have even considered robbing her. Anna returned to the black market and spotted several people vying for a strange item. Although she didn't recognize her, she squeezed past, bag in hand, saying, "Looks good. Boss, name your price. Why are you still trying to cut in?" The people ahead had already finished their negotiations, and upon hearing someone else approaching, their temper flared. "Do you understand the rules?" He was determined to get this item. "It's not settled yet. You're hesitant, and you can't blame others for being impatient." The stall owner was naturally pleased to see someone snatch his goods. It made it easier to bid. He nudged the item slightly toward the light. "It's definitely a good item. The embers of the hunting star's divine light arrows, top-grade forging material, so rare." "Oh!" Anna looked closely, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't discern how this dark mass resembled the light she'd seen before. Those who had been about to bargain gave up immediately, fearing someone might snatch their item. "Forget it, that's the price. Hurry up and make the deal. I need to leave." He ripped off his ID card and shoved it in. The stall owner worked quickly, the transaction completed, and the man, with a low head, vanished into the night. Having secured a big sale, the stall owner withdrew his gaze and looked at the few potential customers still waiting before him. "Sorry, everyone, it's sold." They just stood there with their hands folded watching. No one offered a price, surely planning to buy a second item at the same price. Thinking of this, he felt less anxious to clear out his stock. "There's no rush to discuss whether it's real or fake. Let's raise the price first." "No more, no more. Don't block the road." He gathered up the unsold odds and ends from his stall and prepared to leave. The others, bored and dispersing as the stall owner left, stepped aside. Anna waited for the stall owner to shoulder his bag and then quietly followed him closely. Assuming the light arrow ashes he was selling were genuine, they certainly wouldn't have appeared on eBay on their own. The Interstellar Peace Company is a follower of the star god of preservation, and traces of hunting can usually only enter areas under their control as merchandise. How did it get to Prison Planet? Ghoul Island's infrastructure is questionable. Most public areas lack lighting, and people rely entirely on the bright lights of shop signs for navigation. The stall owner, stealthily taking several long detours, finally returned to his shelter, a modest courtyard with the crude marks of hand-built construction. "You're back?" An elderly woman, her face mottled with wrinkles, stood under the toothless eaves, waiting eagerly. She was very old, her back bent and her face covered in wrinkles and patches. Her hunched back forced her to raise her head to speak. The stall owner tossed his bag carelessly at his feet and walked over to support her. "Grandma Agate, why are you up? You should lie down and rest. Business is good, and this profit will last us several days." The elderly woman nodded slightly, then smiled and pushed the stall owner, who was supporting her. "A visitor is coming. Go open the door and invite him in." In the dim light, the stall owner suddenly looked up at the door. The old man pushed him again. "Go. If it's an unreasonable customer, do you think you return safely?" There was a tail following him. Without a word, he pushed the old man inside and closed the door behind him. With a trembling voice, he called out to the other side of the courtyard wall, "Friend, there's nothing valuable here. If you're short of money, I can help you a little." The clattering sound reached the man outside, and the stall owner added, "I left my ID card on the doorframe. Take it and spend it. I have an elderly person at home. Please spare me." If he could have defeated this man, he wouldn't have carried the tail through the streets unnoticed, let alone brought it back home. The threat was imminent, and compared to his own life, money was the least important thing. The door was pushed open from the outside, making a harsh scraping sound in the silent night. A tall, thin woman stood outside the door, and there was a sudden chill in the air. Chapter 73. "It's you?" The stall owner's skin crawled with goosebumps upon seeing the person standing outside the gate, and he was horrified. It was a strange customer. She was wearing the uniform black suit worn by Interstellar Peace Company employees. If she hadn't opened her mouth, she would probably have been mistaken for a handsome young man. She showed none of the socially assigned traits of women. Gentleness and softness. She carried a bag, looking as casual as if she were taking out the trash in the middle of the night. But this was Yvel. Who would be so incompetent as to run outside in the middle of the night instead of staying indoors? Uninvited guest. The sound of breathing grew heavier in the quiet courtyard, and he slowly clenched his fists behind his back. "Shamu, why don't you invite the guest in?" The old voice broke the tense atmosphere, and Anna almost laughed out loud. The stall owner was a burly man, his beard so unkempt it was hard to even see where his eyes were. And yet, He had such a cute nickname. The atmosphere faded, and the situation became awkward. Ahem, ahem. The bearded stall owner, named Xiao Mu, coughed tactically, feeling he had finally given himself a way out before opening his mouth to speak. Come in. Anna, carrying her bag, walked through the wooden gate mounted on the courtyard wall. She picked up her ID card from behind the door and tossed it to the stall owner. Keep it. The courtyard was littered with various shakuhachi-sized puppets, some carved from stone, some from wood, and some pieced together from scrap parts. The tallest was no more than the length of an average person's calf. Their poses varied endlessly. Some gazed upwards, others leaned forward, their hollow eye sockets seemed filled with confusion, as if 2 holes had been randomly chiseled out to create facial features. Sit down. The door opened, and the old man presented the guest with a pot of clear, cold water, and a few shrunken dates. She placed the tray on a stone table in the courtyard and, leaning on her knees, sat down with difficulty. My humble abode is so simple. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. The lidless pot was still steaming, and the dried dates on the plate had already turned black. It was unclear who was older, the old man or the old man. Anna walked over and sat down, rubbing the head of the nearby doll. The old man smiled with his toothless mouth, poured a glass of cold water, and pushed it towards the guest. My child is adorable, isn't he? Hearing her words, Anna leaned back slightly, distanced herself, and examined the doll more closely. The carver had carved a simple, fitted outfit for it, a small vest and shorts, all in the natural wood color, with no additional accessories. It held its head up innocently, like a brick neatly arranged on a courtyard wall. Cute. The customer praised sincerely. The nose is right, the eyes are right, and they're perfectly formed. The old man waved happily at the stall owner. Little Moo, come over here quickly. You're truly a reasonable customer. The stall owner, who had been hiding in the shadows and observing Anna since she entered the yard, was suddenly called out. Reluctantly, he emerged from the shadows. Kwa-cha walked to the table and sat down angrily. They said the goods had already been sold. It's no use chasing them down. Why didn't you bid just now? The stall owner, realizing the visitor had no intention of killing him, spoke more casually. Anna's eyes flickered between several dried dates. She finally selected the roundest one, picked it up, and tossed it into her cup of water to soak. Maybe there will be more in the future. I'm just passing by and looking to buy something. I'm not trying to get myself killed. Why would I ruin someone's good deed for no reason? Stall owner, we're probably not close, are you? What the hell are you saying? Hee, what did Xiaomu sell? The old woman chuckled as she poured herself a glass of water. Her cloudy eyes swept over Anna, giving the viewer the illusion of being scanned. The stall owner snorted in annoyance. The ember of the hunter light bolt. Anna didn't want it, and she couldn't forge it, but to learn about the passage in and out of Avel, she nodded. Yes, I'm very interested in the traces left by the star god. A hunter follower. The old man turned her dull eyes on Anna again. The blessing of the storm will be useful to you. But you can't use that ember yet, it needs to be forged into your weapon. Such skills aren't found everywhere, especially in Avel. A stranger suddenly started assembling weapons. What are you doing? Can I ask where you got that ember? Anna fished out the soap date and popped it into her mouth. A light bite of her teeth made her feel something was wrong. The fruit, as hard as iron, startled her. Is this stuff really edible? The stall owner winked at her, slicing the dried date in his mouth, turning it around before finally spitting it onto the table. Ahem, that one, I took out of a scrap aircraft. If you can't wait, you can find it yourself in the mines. The stall owner took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to argue. Knowing this person was untouchable, he decided to send her off while she was still amicable. The mine? Another new place name. There's so much going on Ghoul Island. The stall owner glanced at her face, and Anna said nonchalantly, I was just put up here the day before yesterday. It seemed she was really new. It's where the silicon-based creatures and onyx live. Every few days, a starship airdrops supplies, all of them scrap machinery. The onyx make a living by dismantling and sorting the materials. A special gang collects the sorted supplies. If you go there to scavenge, remember to bring a weapon. No one that respects reason. Anna, has she finally been reduced to rummaging through garbage for a living? Thanks, I see. She held the unbreakable date in her mouth and sat up, preparing to leave. That was pretty much the information she had. It would be overconfident to expect someone she only met once to reveal everything. At any rate, the stall owner pointed her in a direction, so the evening wasn't wasted. Are you leaving now? The old man narrowed his eyes kindly at Anna and said, I felt a warm welcome the moment I saw you. Come visit often when you have time, and I make you something delicious. Yes, yes. I work for Dr. Marble during the day. You can find me at the hospital if you need anything. For the sake of the dates, Anna gave her a proper nod. The bearded stall owner and Anna stood up together. He escorted the customer out the door before returning to the table. The old woman fumbled out a piece of wood and meticulously shaped it. What a beautiful child! She expertly shaped the wood into a blank, then slowly carved out the uniform of the Interstellar Peace Company employees. I hope she's not a bad kid. Sigh. The stall owner looked at the wood in her hand and said nothing. The old woman was his adopted mother. They had lived together for as long as he could remember, but she had said his mother was someone else. When pressed for more details, she refused to elaborate. According to the average age of a carbon-based terrestrial human, she was in her 60s, but she appeared to be in her 80s or 90s. She never spoke of her past, and was usually far less hospitable than she was today. He bent down to clear the cups and kettle from the table, and the dry dates made a thumping sound as they landed on the tray. The old man laughed when he heard this. This is the first time in all these years someone's been so kind as to tolerate my poorly made snacks. Ha ha, so silly. Grandma. The stall owner shook his head helplessly. This old man, with his face covered in wrinkles, how could his personality still be so lively? If that man just now turned mad and threatened to kill, even these old and young men together wouldn't necessarily be a match for him. Don't pull such impulsive pranks like this next time, okay? You almost scared me to death. He carried his items into the house. On the kitchen stove, a pot of an unknown liquid simmered, emitting a faint green fluorescence. Star gods behold! He grabbed the lid and covered the terrifying pot, pushed open the door, and yelled at the top of his lungs, Grandma Agate. What are you cooking? I told you this is inedible, and selling it will get you a beating. Only those who don't know the real deal can't see the benefits. The old woman raised her voice angrily. Eat it all, you hear me? You ungrateful bastard. This old woman. Could it be that she has a grudge against the kitchen? The stall owner's eyes nearly rolled up behind his back, but he wouldn't dare do that to his face. Grandma Agate would hit him hard with a spatula, and it hurt. From childhood, she's always been fond of stewing those mysterious foods. They taste strange, taste terrible, and are visually terrifying. Eating them either gives you diarrhea or bone pain. You can't say she doesn't care about her cubs, but the problem is that her care seems a little off. If it weren't for these goodies, how could you have grown from a skinny, dry bean sprout to what you are now? The old man cursed with a stern voice. Even the children of the Bopuk people are eating them, so don't even think about getting away. The stall owner, What Bopuk? You're not making up a name to scare me because I haven't been to school. There are all kinds of magical creatures on Avel, but the Bopuk people are the only ones he's never seen. He never even heard of them, let alone seen them. Perhaps they're a subspecies of human. More races have vanished unnoticed in the universe than the grains of sand on the beach. Today's overlords might be tomorrow's prisoners. In that sense, it's quite fair. Even star gods can fall, let alone mere humans. Humph. Grandma Agate turned her back to him, her furry form seemingly enlarged. The stall owner knew she was angry. She always turned her back and ignored him. Okay, don't be angry. We can have something good tomorrow. What do you want? I get it. He didn't care about legendary races that might still exist or have vanished. Instead of worrying about strangers he never seen, let alone heard of, he should think about how to make his life better. Grandma Agate shook her head and sighed silently. The wooden block under her hand gradually transformed into a cool and elegant doll. Anna herself would have praised it as exquisitely lifelike. Grandma, please carve fewer dolls in the future. It's easy to be misunderstood. Never mind. Chapter 74. Out of concern for her health, Anna didn't rush to the mine before dawn to try her luck. She wasn't a speculator, nor did she want to know what precious treasures the cargo starship had brought to Evair. She retreated to the attic of Marble Hospital and slept until dawn. The next morning, she saw Kakavasia and Edmund, each supporting each other as they returned from get-off work. The capitalist had a black eye, and the Evocan had a large swelling on his chin. Did you get into a fight? She tossed the communicator she found the night before to each of them. Edmund fiddled with it for a moment, his lips twitching in a frown. Of course, this thing couldn't compare to his top-tier personal computer, which was both pricey and well-designed. It only had the basic function of making phone calls, and its design was downright shabby. But for now, it was useful. At least its existence had greatly improved their embarrassing situation of relying on shouting to communicate. Cock of Asia happily tinkered with his new toy, a communicator that used a virtual ID. He chased Anna to add him as a friend. I met a guy who ate and tried to tamper with me, and I didn't suffer any loss. The Evicans are all naturally beautiful, their basic stats fully focused on wisdom and charm. You have to count backwards to see their names on the battle rankings of various ethnic groups. But Cock of Asia is still a young man after all. He might be able to win against someone who only wants to have fun if he puts his all into it. Edmund raised his hand to touch his bruised eye sockets. Fight, but next time, can you not come at me? He was just a delicate technician, easily pushed over. Who told you to stand by the wine cabinet? You're stupid for running away when you see a fight. He laughed loudly, and Edmund clenched his fists. All right. Next time, I see you get beaten. After exchanging IDs on the communicator, Anna prepared to go to work. Plata and Praya dragged a large teddy bear and handed it to Cock of Asia, while Edmund teased the two children sourly. Dr. Mabel was pleased to see that the hospital was ready for business again. First, the twins' chips were removed, and then a long-reserved customer arrived. This customer wanted the Black Doctor to replace his natural arm with a mechanical prosthesis, so that he could stand out from the ordinary gang members and gain the favor of the leaders. To Anna, this was nonsense. She ignored her natural parts and insisted on using mechanical replacements, only to regret it when the parts exploded. If someone has a limb loss or a congenital disease that makes the body unresponsive to the brain, body modification is still necessary. With the help of professional doctors, the patient can definitely be reborn. But you can't just give up your healthy limbs. Are shortcuts that easy? Amputating a normal limb and replacing it with a prosthetic is a major operation. Dr. Mabel had always had to hire a colleague for help with such clients. This time, he finally had a capable nurse, so he felt free to work from 9 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. I'm exhausted. No, I have to leave early today. Looking at the huge amount of money in his account, he wanted to lie in bed, counting the zeros and dreaming about the future. You can leave early now that you're done. Do you want to go out for a walk? Ghoul Island is definitely better than the prison area. The cafeteria's vending machines always only have cheap creams and sweetened soft drinks. It's depressing just thinking about it. Anna didn't respond, nor did she hear the movement of her hands picking up the trash. It didn't matter that the employee wasn't talkative. She didn't want a salary and wasn't lazy. That was all that mattered. The fat doctor sat there, humming and chuckling, drinking some water. Feeling he rested enough, he decided to leave. Anna pulled the trash bag off the medical waste bin and suddenly said as she passed him, "How do I get to the mine? I hear there's treasure to be found there." "Who told you that?" Mabel, fearing the hard-working nurse, who worked for free, would run away, tried to dissuade her from taking on a part-time job. "That place is Omnic territory. It's easy to get into trouble. Besides, I'm not a mechanic. If you get caught there, I'm not going to save you." Ghoul Island had been in turmoil since yesterday. The drug dealers had lost their gold, and the head the warden wanted was reportedly missing. The market seemed busier, but the well-informed Black Doctor knew it was time to be cautious and hunker down again. "I'm a little curious," Anna said, glancing at the parts cabinet behind Mabel. "Where do you usually get these things?" The doctor quickly shut up, trying to exude a kind air. Professional channels. You have an agreement with those Omnics who sort waste, don't you?" Anna threaded a part through piano wire and pinched it between her fingers. Seeing Mabel sweating again, she offered a merciful, "I can give you a discount." "How about that?" It's bad when an employee plans to develop a part-time job and could change jobs at any time. It's great when the part-time employee happens to become your supplier of raw materials. Dr. Mabel instantly regained his composure. "Offer 2 more cents, and I cover your 3 meals a day. And share the errand expenses." Anna was just looking for a good excuse to show up at the mines, and the fat doctor's tax saved her a lot of trouble. "It's a deal, 50-50. You take care of the 3 children, 3 meals a day. If it's not good, I beat you up." No, I eat at that restaurant myself, it's pretty good." Having foreseen a good deal, Dr. Mabel felt relieved. "I'm off duty now. You can arrange the rest of your time as you please. Just don't bring any trouble to my hospital, and I let you do whatever you want. As for the mines, head west out of town. It's on a vacant lot near the sea. You can see it from a long distance." He cherished the hospital he had painstakingly built. Apart from anything else, its facilities and expertise were among the best on the entire planet of Avel. "I know. Wasn't that all agreed beforehand? As long as you keep your mouth shut, we won't burden you." Anna waved her hand and urged him to get out. The fat doctor drove off in his smoke-belching modified car. The nurse locked the door and went upstairs after get-off work. In the attic, Cock of Asia was playing with a deck of cards with Plata and Priya. It had only been a few days, and the edges of the paper playing cards had worn off. The three of them huddled around their oversized stuffed bears, laughing non-stop. I reconfigured those three communicators. The existing hardware can only support this much. The bruises on Edmund's eyes had faded considerably, leaving only a yellowish mark. "Thanks," Anna said, taking the communicator from him and installing it. She sat on the sandworm's skin and mentioned the mine. "I plan to go check it out this evening. A few more frequent appearances will gradually arouse less suspicion. Most starships nowadays are equipped with life detectors, primarily to facilitate entry inspections by major interstellar civilizations, while also serving as storage and surveillance." Edmund was quite familiar with this. He had previously owned several private travel vessels, and he wondered what became of them. Starships, even with the word small in front of them, aren't as compact as people imagine. Although their operation is becoming increasingly user-friendly, they aren't something anyone can just take off. In the vast universe, how do you decipher star maps? How do you determine direction? How do you choose a route? These all require careful consideration. Given Mr. Televizor's habit of playing tricks on others, who knows what traps he might leave on his starships? First, roughly determine the starship's round-trip delivery schedule. Last time, outside the warden's office, I heard Miss Lucy mention that the cargo ship was delayed for half a month. This means it's actually regular, not random as everyone assumes. Anna touched the pink sapphire she carried with her, feeling a flicker of anticipation for Abigail's hometown. "I promised to send her home, so how could I go back on my word? I'd be on the lookout. If there's any news of a gang search, notify us immediately," Cock of Asia said, holding the cards in her hand and turning. "Sister, if things go wrong, I take Plata and Priya into hiding. Do you have any suggestions for a rendezvous point?" "No, but there are many crooked, rambling, self-built houses near the black market southeast of Ghoul Island that are convenient for hiding. You two, with the twins, might be able to hide there and evade the search." It was Cock of Asia who first found out about the black market, so he certainly knew the general area. "That's fine. Without a specific location, there's no way anyone could trick him into an ambush." He turned back to drawing cards to bully the little mushrooms, successfully draining Plata's points. Although there's a 2,000% return, that's not yet realized. Now you only have 100% of your original capital. Think carefully before making a decision. He dared to do this because, aside from his natural luck, he had nothing to lose. He had no choice but to gamble everything and risk his life. At least Plata and Priya still had each other, and Rosemary was still living well in the rooftop garden. To avoid bringing tears to their loved ones, they weren't suited to follow him. If there was a chance, the young man secretly thought, if he could successfully leave Avel while searching for his people, he would at least send the little mushrooms to a proper school for a few years of education. They were still young, with endless possibilities for the future. They couldn't just sit around doing nothing and waste their time in their rooms. Prada, in particular, thought he might not have been as mature as this child at 8 or 19. Suffering always accelerates growth. "Brother, don't cry," Priya leaned forward and rubbed the boy's cheek. The young boy was at a loss for words. "I'm not crying. It's just a game. If you lose, you lose." He knew he'd been feeling a bit restless lately, always wanting to go out and see if he could help. Cock of Asia was probably calling him on this. Their mother had no choice but to entrust them to number 08241321. Priya was getting older. Although she wasn't even 10, she looked almost identical to Rosemary. It was easy to imagine what might happen to such a fragile, beautiful, and innocent girl imprisoned. Prada was worried that Anna and the others would gradually see the siblings as a burden, so he was eager to make himself more useful. As long as they were useful, they wouldn't be abandoned. The connection of interests was more secure than any noble morality. Chapter 75. At dusk, Ghoul Island possessed a unique, almost post-disaster beauty. Distinct from the decadence of the day and the absurdity of the night, at this hour, people, both going to and leaving work and working overtime, emerged from various buildings, seeking food or rushing to their next job site. The chaotic atmosphere was thick with the smell of fireworks. Out of the city and heading west, climbing over a crooked barbed wire fence, and then up a trench, the sight of Onyx rummaging through, hauling, and dismantling various scrapped aircraft was terrifying. It was as terrifying as a person sitting there, holding a severed limb of a fellow being, slowly and methodically peeling the skin and pulling out the cramps. Anna stood at the foot of a hill wafting with the smell of motor oil, looking up. At the top, humanoid onyx huddled around the skeleton of an aircraft, diligently dismantling it, like the most diligent worker ants in an anthill tearing apart a beetle. Following them were all those with modified limbs, such as hands transformed into chainsaws or legs into tracks. They further divided the already dismantled large pieces, which were eventually picked up and packaged by the busy members at the bottom, according to their different materials and composition. The first to be picked up were naturally those parts rich in precious metals, or actually containing precious metals. In order to defend the fruits of their labor, the onyx often fought, knocking people and horses to the ground and shutting down on the spot. Not wanting to cause trouble, she averted her gaze, and was about to skirt the hill. A head, revealing a metal skull, rolled to her feet. Ah, it turns out to be a carbon-based creature. Are you here to pick up some bargains too? This thing probably had no power, but it still stubbornly turned itself over, its round, black eyes cameras pointed at passers-by. Anna, head, no way, sister. After 10 minutes, the head couldn't hold on any longer. Can you at least pretend to be scared? I feel so unfulfilled with this expressionless face. Yeah, fine. The woman in black blinked blankly. I'm so scared. No skills, unfortunately, and even less emotion. The head spun in frustration, a few copper wires jutting out from where the neck should be. Carbon-based humans these days are getting boring. No reaction at all. It muttered in dissatisfaction. Have the muscles in your face lost signal? Why are they even stiffer than mine? Considering that it had been plucked and thrown away, yet it was still obsessed with its failed prank, Anna considered for a moment and said, "It's mainly because you scared me. That's how humans are. Too much fear makes them look stupid." A large, pitch-black bird flew overhead. I assume you mean well. 2 dashes appeared on the camera that served as its eyes, and the head used punctuation to express its frustration. All right, sister, this isn't carbon-based lifeform territory. You crossed the line. I'm here to buy goods, or do you not do business with anyone other than Mr. Televizov? Of course not. Anna knew at least 3 stores had partnerships with the Onyx. Marble Hospital was one, and the owner of the communicator was another. Yes, there's also Xiao Mu, who runs a black market stall. New here? The head spun around. That makes sense. I was wondering why you don't understand the rules. On the islands scattered across the sea on Avel, the emphasis on rules was somewhat darkly humorous. Rule-abiding people simply didn't exist here. Anna felt that reasoning with a head was impossible. At least she had to find its body to threaten it. She bent down, picked up the head, and swung it around with piano wire, giving it a few sharp swings. Are you waking up? The swings weren't scary. The unspoken threat was terrifying. If you don't behave, I throw you away. It would be disastrous if it were thrown to another gang. It was just a head now, and if its parts were to be stripped away, it could only yell in vain, completely unable to defend itself. Sorry, the place you carbon-based creatures scavenge is in that pit over there. The Onyx only take large pieces of metal, leaving all the small bits and pieces there. Its persistence was no match for its skull. Anna brought it up to her and glared. So you pick up parts casually? You can't say casually. We Onyx aren't casual at all. 2 reverse monograms appeared above its camera eyes. Its tone was a little awkward, as if it regretted not having transformed its face into a single monitor, and not being able to blush for the time being. The entry fee is 1,000 Avel coins per person, or the equivalent. You can take whatever you find. Whether you make a profit or a loss depends on your discernment. Either they picked up a bunch of ordinary parts from a place selling them, or if they found something valuable, they just run away. Humanity's power was limited, anyway. The Onyx were essentially charging people to clean up their trash. Whether they made a profit or a loss, it was a sure win. If they were simply hoping to strike it rich here, Kakavasia and Edmund should have done the job together. But they were here to gather information about the starship's arrival and departure, so whether they made money or not was secondary. It was better if they didn't. Hiding among the gold diggers in plain sight was perfect for concealing their presence. Anna released the piano string, and the Onyx brain traced a graceful parabola in the air before plummeting to an unknown location. She followed the direction the creature had pointed, and soon saw the carbon-based creatures. Like farmers standing in a harvested wheat field, everyone here was rummaging around, hoping to find something they could not find, occasionally throwing punches. Pay up. This place wasn't fenced, but the terrain was high on the sides and low in the middle, clearly a unique terrain carved out by the combined efforts of everyone involved. There was only one visually accessible path, and 7 or 8 burly men were scattered along it. Their attire revealed they belonged to different factions. She paused and looked around. Every path leading to the hollow was in similar condition. Rather than stumbling over mountains and hills and paying the same entrance fee, it was better to take the flat road. How much? To whom? Are there any other toll gates inside? She crossed her arms as the burly men guarding the gates quickly moved toward the area of concern, quickly forming a rather intimidating circle. Are you being so aggressive, sister? The enemy outnumbered her 7 or 8 times. This was no time for politeness. Anna suddenly launched an attack, kicking the tallest and strongest man in the face. She hadn't expected this woman, who looked so cool in a black suit, to strike in this direction. The others felt a chill, then a tingling sensation on their scalps. The unlucky man was already blue in the face and unconscious. They couldn't imagine how painful it would have been if that kick had landed on them. The chaotic sound of metal rubbing echoed. Some, feeling empathy, grew angry, while others, fearing they would follow in the footsteps of the unfortunate ones, retreated, the encirclement suddenly becoming a chasm. The enraged men at the front drew their weapons and struck. Thanks to the warden's grace, few on Avel, besides the prison guards, could wield firearms. With an iron rod to her left and a metal knife to her right, Anna ducked and ducked between them, wrapping piano wire around the raised metal. The flexible wire could easily support the weight of a normal adult woman. The men in the back row didn't just stand there and watch. All manner of metal clubs, swords, and knives were in full display. One strike seemed about to succeed, but the target mysteriously rushed out and then retreated, landing a solid kick on the backs of the 2 men who had attacked first, their moves now well worn. She spun through the encirclement with a swift, efficient flow of water. Her several swings of weaponry missed, like a cool breeze off a lake, chilling the neck. By the time she returned, everyone was caught off guard. Having your neck hanging by someone's fingertips was not a pleasant feeling. This ragtag group of soldiers, who were just looking after the place for a fee, were backed by their own gangs. The saying "stand firm in the face of adversity" perfectly captures them. Those guarding the other passages not only failed to come to their aid, but even watched with amusement. Jerk, useless. Just die. Will you all talk nicely? Anna tightened the piano's strings, and a chorus of pleading rang out from the ground. Some people are used to striking first, often leaving the scene in a bloody mess. Today, they were lucky enough to meet a powerful and calm opponent. The burly guys all said that it was more comfortable to lie on the ground. It's true that the interests of the gang are above everything else, but your life is your own. Even the most ruthless and brave people will immediately learn to be civilized and decent when their lifeline is pinched. Life and death are in the hands of others, so everyone becomes gentle and elegant. Sorry, ladies. We were blind and foul-mouthed, and we offended you. Please have mercy. Aside from the unfortunate guy who collapsed to the ground, clutching his crotch and gurgling, the person closest to Anna was the first to talk nicely. He was only halfway through when the person behind him punched him. Bullshit. Why are you raising your hand? Sister. You're my sister? Let go. I'm almost out of breath. The rest of them agreed in unison. We were wrong, so wrong. So who should we pay the entrance fee to? How many times? They wouldn't let go, not until they had the full answer. Anna squatted down and said to the man who had been backstabbed by a friendly, "Don't ask me to pay every few steps, and then pay again every few steps. Those who know I'm here to buy parts will think you're here to buy. Just pay once. You have to go further inside to collect the money. We're just taking a walk here. Enjoying the scenery. Losing weight." The piano wires around her neck tightened even more. These people used any excuse without thinking. Ha ha. All around was laughter from onlookers, not a single word of help. So you're just stopping here to pick on the fat sheep and make some extra money? Anna understood. If she didn't tell me, who would know? The scam people paid more, and they expected to get it back? Yes. We know we were wrong. They admit their mistakes quickly, but never talk about changing. The piano wires came loose, and she stood up and kicked the seriously injured unfortunate fellow. Move aside for a moment. We need you later. Get out of here quickly. The whole circle was filled with responses, and it was clear that if they really tried to find them, they wouldn't be able to find any of them. Chapter 76. At the end of the path, 2 dark-colored wooden aircraft wrecks stood on either side, their tall keels piercing the sky like gaping gates. Indeed, 2 men with guns strapped to their hips stood in the middle of the road. A less timid person might have been tricked by the burly men wandering ahead, only to discover at this point that they had to pay yet another fee. A day's worth of spare parts wouldn't have covered the losses on this stretch of road, and by the time they realized what was happening, they could only blame their bad luck. Anna swiped her borrowed ID card to pay. She had exchanged the drug dealer's gold bars with Dr. Marble for the equivalent in Iver coins. She had plenty of money, and she worked diligently from morning till night simply to avoid looking too suspicious. The real gatekeeper looked at her face, made a payment, and made way. Passing through the wreckage of the aircraft, Anna was surprised to find it was made of wood. No wonder the Onyx had discarded it like trash, and cast it here as a gate. The distinctive veins of trees covered the wreckage, forming a perfectly fusiform shape. Even the cavity housing the power system was naturally formed, a truly intriguing sight. Entering the actual mine, Anna dodged two men who were tumbling about on the ground, fighting. She had no idea what had happened, and had no desire to meddle. She leaped over the tilted cylindrical object and continued forward. It was incredibly easy to pick a fight in a place like this. Even the slightest hint of surprise, or a hurried movement, would result in someone barring your path with force. She arrived empty-handed though. A glance from those around her suggested she was a newcomer who didn't know much about the business. Perhaps she couldn't survive outside, and didn't want to earn money by simply sitting back, so she resorted to scavenging. The crunching sound of debris beneath her feet made her wonder if the ever-increasing piles of waste around her would slide down and cause a catastrophe. Anna took a few steps before she saw a truck dumping debris from the top of the mountain. Figures scattered around the edges flashed forward to rummage through the debris, undeterred by the occasional shower of trash. Who knew who would vanish silently in the dusty, scattered torrent? The benefit of these items having been preliminarily disassembled and sorted was that they weren't mixed with household waste, eliminating the pervasive stench of putridity. But to say the smell was truly pleasant, well, that's impossible. Anna pulled up the medical mask she picked up from Marble Hospital, walked a few random steps, and casually pulled out two glass beads from the scrap pile. Yes, they were made of glass, crudely crafted, and even the spherical shape wasn't quite right. She placed the object in front of her face, glancing in the direction of the star. As soon as she grasped it in her palm, someone suddenly lunged out with a fist, trying to snatch it away. The woman dodged, elbowing and punching back. She disliked resorting to violence to create bloody, censored scenes, but she wasn't so patient as to submit to inaction. The first person to try might get the crab, or the crab might pinch him hard and take revenge. The guy ran away, his face covered with blood, his nose splattering. Most people's attention was focused on the new arrivals. She wandered around and picked up a few spare parts that Mabel might need, the kind of universal, standard parts that could be used by prosthetics, Onyx, household robots, and even robots. She returned to the original entrance. The bearded man who had slipped past looked familiar. Xiao Mu. She tried calling out, and the man subconsciously paused. It was indeed the stall owner selling light arrow embers on the black market. He wasn't surprised to see someone he knew, but he wasn't in the mood to chat. He pulled his shirt tightly around his waist, quickened his pace, and tried to rush out. Anna stepped forward and grabbed him. What's up? Didn't catch a lot today? Stop calling. Are you bored and looking for someone to hang out with? The stall owner, without even looking up, turned in another direction and continued his journey. Unsurprisingly, he was stopped again. He had to stand up straight and look helplessly at the obstacle. No stock. I was just saying hello. Anna grabbed him for the third time. Don't leave so quickly, or are you in a hurry to get back home to cook? The elderly man and his family looked very old, perhaps in his 70s or 80s, and he really needed someone to be around and take care of him at all times. The stall owner said, Okay, I'm just in a hurry to get back to dinner, so can you let me go now? The two paused to chat, and the slight commotion drew the occasional glances of the surrounding scavengers. Some, large, but only the large ones, panicked and wanted to flee. This place was a chaotic mess. The slightest incident could spark a massive brawl. Seizing what others had found often resulted in blood splattering across their faces. Those collecting entrance fees dragged out several bodies daily, and much of the remaining debris was gradually buried amidst the constant flow of waste. Go slowly. Hearing that he was in a hurry to get back to the old man's dinner, Anna let him go and made way. The stall owner slipped away, his tail between his legs. Looking back, he felt his feet go limp. The strange woman in black had stepped on the back of an attacker and kicked him into the pit. Broken bottles and jars followed the man, clanging and tumbling downward. Another person pounced on her from behind, only to be slammed back into the garbage heap. Her movements were crisp and clean, and her figure seemed light and ethereal, like a cloud blown by the wind. Yet, no one could stop her determination to soar forward. The stall owner withdrew his envious gaze, and, clutching his belly, scurried back to his small courtyard on the other side of Ghoul Island. Grandma Agate was still simmering her mossy, soft, slippery, and strangely flavored food. The young man, daring not to say a word, pulled out something from his arms for her to examine. Luckily, I ran fast, or I have been ripped to pieces. Although that hadn't happened, it didn't stop him from crying out in triumph. The old man put down his spatula, took the remaining half of his treasure, and looked around. These are turbine blades from an old-fashioned propeller. They won't fetch much. At least they can sell it. The stall owner happily wiped off the dirt caked on the blades, and casually chatted about the strange person he had met today. I was so scared. I thought she was going to kill me. No, if she wanted to kill you, she wouldn't have given you any chance from the start. Grandma Agate pouted, intently stirring the gelatinous liquid in the pot. They're like that among the Bopuks. They don't hunt unless necessary. You're at it again. Yesterday you said the Bopuks grew tall and strong from eating this stuff, and today you're saying that woman is a Bopuk. I admit she's not short, but she's so skinny that she doesn't look strong. The stall owner's mouth itched. He felt uncomfortable without hearing that. Without a word, the old woman preparing the stew pulled out her spoon and whacked him on the head. I told you to stop talking nonsense. When will you learn to shut up after a good beating? Ah! He clutched his head and scurried around the yard, his speed incredible, but he didn't touch the puppets scattered about. As he passed the stone table, he glanced at the newcomer. He had a stern expression and a cold demeanor, dressed in the standard black suit of the Interstellar Peace Company. Don't provoke the Bopuks, especially not in front of a Bopuk slave. They dare to die, do you? The old man chased after him, wielding a large spoon, and struck him several times with a clang. I don't know how that Bopuk slave got to Avil. I was still young when I worked for them in the camp. But remember one thing, Xiaomu. The Bopuks are born darlings of the forest. They're all brave and skilled in fighting. Killing you is easier than killing a chicken. Even if you can't make friends with them, at least don't make them your enemies. The stall owner leaned against the stone table, panting heavily. The blow from the spoon stung a little, but not unbearably. But even if he endured it, he had to make this grievance clear. I never heard you say that before, so you can't blame me. Grandma Agate pretended to raise her spoon, and the young man put his hands over his head. Humph. Look at this guy with his huge beard, and he even has the nerve to make faces and grimaces. He's not cute at all. The old lady, irritated by her adopted son, hiccuped. She let go, but reluctantly. She endured it for so long that she finally poked him hard, finally letting go. Bapakunu is expensive. Not only do you not need to know, but even ordinary wealthy people without a certain amount of assets can't afford it. They're the ultimate luxury item in the universe. Why am I telling you all this? The stall owner rubbed his sore ribs and muttered to himself. So she took the blame for her master and ended up in Avil? Impossible. What prodigal son would dare do that? Granny Agate picked up her large spoon and returned to the kitchen to continue stirring the soup. They are all outstanding children, chosen by their tribes from a young age and sent to the camp. They're trained to the strictest standards. Those who can afford Bopuk slaves don't buy them as bodyguards for any particular family member. After all, they're a remarkable race capable of piercing a fleet of starships with their bare hands. If it weren't for the need to protect their planet from being divided up by the various powers, do you think the Bopuk would bow their heads and be sold to others? From commanding wars to intercepting intelligence, they're capable of everything. These load-bearing walls, pillars of support, are bought for money, and they're being blamed just because some family member doesn't want to go to jail. It would be better to suffocate that unfilial son. The green gelatinous substance in the pot looked almost ready to eat. The old woman bent down and pulled out the unburned firewood. The stall owner followed her into the kitchen, helping her with the work. He carried the still smoking firewood into the yard to extinguish it, saving it for another use. Grandma, he thought, remembering how the woman who had stopped him had so easily let him go, and he was filled with doubts. If the Bopuks are so powerful, why are they willing to be slaves? If anyone dared to touch their planet, they would just turn on them and kill them. Grandma Agate glanced at her foolish son. Do you think they don't? If the priests hadn't led the warriors in slaughtering the advanced starship fleet, how could they have demonstrated their worth as a top-tier luxury product? They only sell themselves if the planet they leave behind isn't sold off. Anyone who dared to buy it would be killed. When the Bopuk's galaxy was discovered, it was still in its infancy. Few in the tribe could physically penetrate deep space. They couldn't escape with their planet, but the starships surrounding them could easily crush it to dust. I heard these stories from the instructors while working at the camp. They were meant to make the children sit there understand why they were becoming commodities. The beasts were shackled in the name of family ties. To prevent them from being forced into desperate resistance, the Bopuk slaves were given the right to commit suicide when unjustly insulted. When a Bopuk slave felt his dignity and character were being trampled upon, or the interests of his tribe were being infringed upon, he had the right to refuse his master's orders, even at the cost of his life. That's why Granny Agate asked, "They dare to die, do you?" Chapter 77. The stall owner, filled with stories, pinched his nose as he drank the miraculous drink his foster mother had cooked. He burped as he wiped his mouth and asked, "What's the price?" Perhaps because it was rare for him to recall the past, Granny Agate was in a particularly bad mood today. She waved her hand and smacked her adopted son on the back of the head, scolding him to go into the kitchen and wash the pots and dishes. Insatiably curious about this mysterious race, he tried to spot the female Bopuk slave every time he went to the mine to stock up. Unfortunately, the area was too vast, and he didn't see her again for several days. It wasn't until a week later that the cold black figure reappeared. "Hello. I haven't seen you in a few days. Are you busy?" Granny's description of the Bopuk people as being on par with the star gods was certainly exaggerated, but for a male creature admiring strength, it was still worth the risk. It wasn't that dangerous, after all. They met twice, and this was already their third time. She wouldn't just stand by and watch him get beaten up, would she? Anna was in a really bad mood today. She'd been working overtime for a week straight, but still hadn't seen any sign of a starship. Could it be that the garbage transport wasn't a starship at all? Land transport was possible, but that only happened within a planet, and wouldn't be of any use to someone like her trying to escape. Huh? The moody person's expression darkened even further, their already icy demeanor plummeting. Finding a battery would make them achieve single-person superconductivity. That bearded man looked familiar. Oh, with such an ugly beard, I remembered who he was. What's up? She crossed her arms, standing in the garbage heap, looking at the black market vendor before her, whose attitude had suddenly changed drastically. What's up? The vendor cautiously met her eyes, hunched his shoulders, and forced a flattering smile. Nothing, just saying hello. Hee hee. This guy's attitude changed so quickly. First, nervous and defensive, then impatiently perfunctory, and then suddenly, completely subservient. Even writing a novel wouldn't dare do that. She eyed the bearded man suspiciously for a moment, keeping a cautious distance. Now, the greetings are over. Don't grin like that. 2 rows of white teeth suddenly showing through the dark, tangled hair are a bit scary. With that, Anna turned and walked away. The vendor, feeling safest around her, hurriedly followed 3 or 4 steps behind. Who wouldn't feel suffocated with something like that trailing behind them? After a few steps, Anna stopped, and the stall owner immediately stopped too, rubbing his hands and looking at her. Hee hee. Hee hee. Could it be that she stopped him earlier? And now it was payback? Don't follow me. Even though she was nearly furious, this guy had no real strength, but a mental attack was still an attack. Quickening her pace to shake off this guy who seemed to have suddenly fallen ill, Anna crossed from one end of the mine to the other in one breath, encountering several fights along the way, each of which left her thrown to the ground. What had just flown past? She swapped parts in a quiet place and clocked in again. She didn't feel any pain, picked up a few parts, and prepared to leave. Thanks to Edmund, these parts had been refurbished and looked practically new. Dr. Marble couldn't resist the 99 new look, and kept raising the price when trying to sell them. It looked like another day of failure. If a starship had come through, neither the Onyx nor the scavenging humans would have been so disorganized. Besides, the recyclables piled up on the other side were nearly overflowing, and the Onyx were eagerly awaiting their arrival. One could tell from their condition. Sigh. She sighed and prepared to leave. Perhaps she'd come back tomorrow. Walking toward the entrance, Anna suddenly stopped. A massive shadow swept over from behind, and the wind grew fierce and powerful, bringing with it an aura unlike any on Evel. Her short hair was tangled, and the dim light from the stars above gradually faded. At dusk, darkness suddenly fell. The long-awaited starship had finally arrived. Beside such a massive vessel, humans were like small fish swimming beside a whale. The Onyx gathered, following the starship, until it stopped somewhere and opened a door beneath its belly. Countless scrap machines rained down from the sky. No matter how much they had previously served their masters, they were now abandoned on the prison planet due to reasons, like old model, and outdated functionality. The door on the other side of the starship also opened, and barge after barge brought in box after box of neatly packed and clean metal sheets. The previous hill gradually became a depression, and the place where the starship unloaded became a hill strewn with the remains of various mechanical corpses. The so-called mine turned out to be a moving landscape. With the giant starship as the center, Countless smaller starships ferried cargo back and forth, like a solitary lamp flitting around it like moths. Everyone cheered this long-awaited rain. The Onyx happily dug out one humanoid machine after another for parts, and humans, craning their necks, rushed into the newly revealed depression to search frantically. It was a scavenger's orgy. Anna felt inexplicably nauseous. She stood there and looked around, only to see countless heads facing away from her. Warden Telvizov was a real salesman. When the starship arrived, the stall owner rushed over too. The Onyx had hauled away their accumulated resources, and the mines that emerged were always filled with valuable scraps they discarded after dismantling. This place was much more fertile than the one that had been plundered countless times. That's how the remaining embers of the light bolt came from last time. The only problem was that the chances of being robbed were greatly increased, and if he wasn't careful, he could even be killed on the spot. For now, he couldn't bother to get close to the woman. He quickly grabbed several intact, seemingly half-new parts and stuffed them into his inner pocket, then kept one eye on the ground, the other on the lookout. A robot vacuum with a deformed shell? Wonderful! A metal arm that belonged to some Omnic or cyborg? Hurry and run! He sprinted before anyone could lunge at him, retracing his steps. The gang members at the gate, who had also followed to collect the entrance fee, wouldn't protect him. They might even join the looting and empty their magazines. The only ones who could offer help were the Popek's Granny Agate had mentioned. He'd rather have been providing her with that pot of green glue every day. It would be strange to just leave the starship and do nothing. Anna, feeling a mixture of emotions, followed at the back, moving to a new mine to scavenge. The others with her were all elderly, weak, and infirm, either unable to walk fast or easily killed if they did. Something glittered beneath the debris. Several people inside and outside stared at it for a while, daring not to approach and search. With something so obviously valuable like this, the first person to reach out would inevitably become a target. Anna didn't care. She was just making up the numbers, but she had to make up the numbers. Approaching the spot where the flash had occurred, she kicked aside the scattered debris. A crowd of people waited for her to bend down, when a figure came hurtling towards them in the distance, shrouded in a cloud of dust. Help! 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 Grandma Agate said that the Bopuk slaves were all exceptional children specially chosen by the tribe. This excellence was reflected not only in their naturally superior physical qualities and appearance, but also in their calm and upright personalities. Although few successful bosses in the universe were honest, that didn't stop them from hoping for integrity and loyalty in others. As long as it didn't interfere with their current tasks, the Bopuk slaves were always willing to help those in need. Essentially, this was a kind act of foresight, believing that those helped would surely be of use someday. But without this precast net, those caught in the crossfire wouldn't have survived to repay their debts. Help! Help! The bearded stall owner sprinted at full speed. Boss, help! No need to worry about that. The people chasing him couldn't be described as simply vicious. In any case, his chances of success in life weren't great. He could only sell his labor. Anna dodged in time, secretly thankful for the mask she wore to keep out the dust. The scraggly bearded black market stall owner scrambled to hide behind her, and almost the next second, all sorts of weapons that could be used as weapons, and not, weapons pelted down in front of him. The piano wires danced wildly as if they had eyes, blood spilling out, and the ground became slippery. She only offered a brief warning to the crowd at the front. Most of the injuries were caused by those further back, who had inexplicably clashed upon stopping. Seeing the situation was dire, Anna dragged the heavily laden stall owner back and forth through the crowd, moving from the center of the scene to the edge. The starship that had sparked all this immediately closed its belly hatch after dumping the garbage, and the barges continued to work tirelessly. The volume of its cargo revealed a considerable capacity. Recycled metals were only a small portion. Perhaps it would also carry the beautiful ornaments from the prison wing's handicraft workshops, as well as the samples and minerals the prisoners had dug up according to the map. What did Miss Lucy say? The starship is half a month late. The subtext of this statement was that the starship arrives every month, but this time it's 15 days late. The next starship is due to arrive in 30 days from today. Boss? The stall owner, being dragged out of the melee by the belt, grunted weakly to remind himself he was still there. Anna glanced down at him and let go. Follow me. This guy's attitude was different. His sudden display of trust and closeness towards her was incredibly suspicious no matter how you looked at it. We had to find a place to tie him up and question him. Perhaps he was a con man who was using her as a fat sheep. Kakavasia had warned us that any unprovoked kindness must have a hidden agenda. No one would go around flirting with people without a reason. The advice of a seasoned scammer must be listened to. Chapter 78. After a week of bringing parts back to the attic, the boss finally took to the road of crime and brought back a living person. Seeing the bearded man, bound like a pig's elbow with piano wire, Edmund couldn't help but look at Kakavasya, then at himself through the window glass, and he felt relieved. She wasn't attracted to either of us, who were both good-looking and charming, and this guy who couldn't tell whether he was a man or a bear was even more out of the question. So this was just a simple kidnapping, without any special circumstances. Sister, what is this? Why did you bring it back? Kakavasya picked up the small wooden stick the twins used as a toy and poked the bearded man in front of him. The black market vendor, giving him some face, grumbled, A strange man, Anna told him. I suspect he's recognized something, so I brought him back for you to question. She was only good at reaching consensus, not at achieving it. To avoid unnecessary harm, it would be better to leave it to professionals. If this guy didn't have an elderly, almost incapacitated family member, she wouldn't have simply tied him up and taken him away. She'd have given him a few beatings, at the very least. The stall owner, tears welling in his eyes, shook his head and wagged his tail. I'm not a bad person. Kakavasya crouched before him, smiling kindly and endearingly. Sister, take a break. Leave this to us. This guy was like an open book, full of flaws. Before he left for his bar job, she could even tell him where his hidden stash of money was. Well, I take the twins to the rooftop for some fresh air. Anna led the little mushrooms outside, one in each hand, while Plata chased after her sister, putting a hat on her. Children can't be kept indoors in secret. For both their physical and mental health, they need regular exposure to the sun and breeze. These two, in particular, are so well behaved and obedient that it's heartbreaking. Adults are willing to take risks and give them as many small treats as possible. Big sister, is that bear-like person dangerous? Plata also put on a hat to cover her hair and held on his hand, worried about her. He felt a gentle rub on the top of his forehead, and a cold voice softened, not dangerous, easy to deal with. This guy looks big, but he can only run. Of course, he's easy to deal with. Atop the attic of Marble Hospital is a vast, flat area. Originally, the fat doctor used it to store junk, and the tenants took the trouble to clear it out and use it as a children's playground when they had nothing else to do. The terrain here was higher than the surrounding area, and surrounded by a concrete wall, so Plata and Praya occasionally came up to play without fear of being seen. No one bothered to crane their necks to look up. Anna took out the frisbee Edmund had made and gestured with it. Praya excitedly raised her hand, but she simply laughed silently. Children of that age, in their semi-sophisticated state, can be as boisterous as a flock of sheep when they're excited, but the twins weren't like that. Even their cheers were muted. It's flying! She flung the frisbee with a deft flick, and the round toy traced a graceful arc in the air, changing direction mid-flight and returning. Praya missed the frisbee on her first try, but she quickly adjusted and continued chasing. The flying toy circled in the air and returned to Anna's hands, and a small red mushroom also darted towards it. After 7 or 8 spins, Prada and Praya were sweating profusely. They tried desperately to catch it, but their hands were swamped, and they couldn't catch it. Anna let the frisbee go after about 3 releases, to prevent the children from getting too frustrated and giving up. Seeing their cheeks flushed, their mouths open, and their breaths gasping for air, she gently let go, and the twins finally jumped up and successfully caught the toy. Okay, walk slowly down, drink some water, and rest. Kakavasya and the others are almost done. Kakavasya and Edmund were indeed done. Before they had even finished 10 minutes, the black market vendor had already opened his mouth and started to complain. This guy's the same age as you. The blond young man rubbed his forehead in disbelief. 21. How could he be 21? Not only him, but Anna was also surprised. No, this guy was built like a bridge pier, and his face was a mess. Who could tell? My mother-in-law told me it's safer this way. The stall owner grumbled aggrievedly. People who trade on the black market are very cautious, and try not to use violence whenever possible. My appearance has scared off several people who don't intend to do business properly. Then, he was tied up and carried away by a skinny-looking older woman. Look, this is a fool. He thought it was safer to stay with you, because of what the old woman said, so he kept following you. Kakavasya relayed what he had learned to Anna, and Edmund added, I remember seeing your pattern somewhere. At an auction in Pinocchio, there was only the pattern, no item. Thinking of the peculiar character of the Bopuk people, he hastily added, I'd never been interested in human trafficking, so I didn't pay attention at the time and didn't bid. The Honoria family of the twin stars can only be considered the new rich of the universe. If Edmund hadn't been sent to Iver, Perhaps it would have been a few years before he truly came into contact with the world of luxury. By then, he wouldn't have been unfamiliar with Bapuk slaves. It doesn't matter. I lost my memory. The past has nothing to do with me. She investigated her original body's background simply to integrate more quickly into this world. Bapuk slave was her original body's identity, not hers. Everything that innocent woman had experienced was in the past, and she wasn't so kind as to take the blame for everything. I sent him back. The key question was why she had been sent to Eve, and where the chip implanted in her brain had come from. Current information only suggested a greater than 50% chance of suicide after boarding the starship, but what if the chip was to blame? In short, she was expensive, a price the average wealthy person wouldn't even have heard of. Since it's so expensive, the benefits of sending her to prison must outweigh the losses, otherwise no one would do such a foolish thing. The Bopeks aren't immortal, their lifespan is, at best, a little over 100, less than 200 years. Isn't wasting time on a prison planet a waste? After confirming the black market vendor's intentions, Anna tied him up with piano wire, carried him like a potato, and walked away. Edmund chased after her, his eyes filled with longing. A super employee you can buy for a living, with a built-in loyalty buff. From stealing official seals to watering down a rival's money tree, she's the one you can trust. The only problem is that this talented person was probably unhappy with her previous employer, which is why she quickly became a beachcomber after arriving in Ivor. Well, a beachcomber. Not necessarily a bad thing. As long as the work is done successfully, the capitalist can turn a blind eye and pretend nothing happened. If the owner of number 0824131 can be found in the future, he hopes to purchase her labor for the next few decades at a relatively reasonable price. Of course it's labor, what else could it be? Edmund, what kind of place is Pinaconi? Kakavasia nudged his escaped partner, who sighed. That was the company's previous prison planet. Due to various reasons, they revolted and ultimately declared independence. To sever ties with the company, they even abandoned their beliefs in preservation and sided with the Harmony family. As for the auction, there are two types of auctions at dusk, one open to all visitors, and one by invitation only. Bapuk slaves only appear at the latter. I vaguely remember the reserve price at that auction exceeding $1 billion, and that was just a totem projection. The person being auctioned didn't even show a shadow. It was indeed expensive, the kind that would make even capitalists gasp. The young man whose life was bought for 60 tomba puffed out his cheeks. Whether it was 60 tomba or 10 billion credits, no one would be happy about being enslaved. On the other side, Anna took the black market stall owner to the small, dilapidated courtyard where he lived. She knocked twice randomly, pushed open the door, walked in, and put the man in the yard. A strange smell of grass wafted through the air. The stall owner, having narrowly escaped danger, tried to express his goodwill. This is a tonic my grandmother cooked. Sit down and have a bowl before you go. Grandma Agate peeked out of the kitchen, spoon in hand. Her adopted son was tied up from head to toe like a pig. Ahem, sorry, did this kid offend you? She awkwardly walked out of the kitchen, swaying back and forth, unable to find a suitable position to maneuver. He's just a bit of a fool, always a bit stupid. Meeting you is a stroke of luck. Although he was tied up like a pig, he didn't seem injured or battered. He must have been rescued and brought back by a kind-hearted Bapuk. Mother Agate likely did something suspicious on the way, which is why he was tied up like this. From now on, keep your mouth shut, and don't smile at people. Anna stood there in silence for a moment, barely finding a piece of advice to offer the black market stall owner. This guy's expression was fine when he was stern, but once he started laughing and started talking, God, anyone would have suspected he encountered a bear pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. You can't call him stupid, at least he's quite perceptive. But as for being smart, well, not that smart either. Thank you for bringing Shamu back, the old woman said, looking lovingly at her adopted son. Even with his burly build and indistinguishable features, she still treated him like a child who needed extra care and instruction. Sit down and rest your feet. Dinner will be ready soon. I must thank you profusely. Anna, Comparison is the key to judgment. Compared to this guy, Prada and Priya are so adorable and well-behaved you'd be tempted to smuggle them away in a colorful sack. Chapter 79. Out with a bear, back with a jar of something green. Anna couldn't resist Granny Agate's kindness, so she had no choice but to share this late-night snack with Prada and Priya. To be fair, it tasted good, and the nutritional balance was fine, but the appearance was truly intimidating. I felt like my face would turn green after one bite. She raised her hand, a rare occurrence, to touch her face, sincerely hoping she wouldn't become a green person. Prada and Pria weren't picky eaters, they were in their prime, eager to eat whatever they were given, and they couldn't get enough. Although the late-night snack didn't look good, at least it tasted good. Even if it was ugly and unpalatable, as long as it was edible, they would still swallow it. Anna watched the little mushrooms eat. When they finished, she washed the jar and tossed it aside, leaving it there until it dried before returning it to the old woman who owned the black market stall. She offered to carry the guy home, not out of overwhelming love, but rather to learn more about the Bopuk people from the elders. She wasn't her original self, and she didn't know what had happened before. What if she encountered a real Bopuk slave in the future, and was exposed? After all, they all had an average net worth of over $1 billion, so they wouldn't be fools. After half a night of chatting, they learned everything they needed to know. Granny Agate even enthusiastically agreed to help her brew a special potion to hide the tattoo on the corner of her eye. All Bopuk slaves received a tattoo on the corner of their eye upon entering the camp, and it would only be removed when she received the slave release documents. Perhaps because he loved Anna's family, the old man didn't ask for any documentation. He just offered to help when she mentioned it's inconvenient. Go brush your teeth, and then go to bed. The bar across the street was bustling with activity, the speakers blaring. A single letter on the neon sign had recently broken, and the remaining ones were desperately flashing. Plata grumbled, dragging her sister to wash up. Anna leaned against the wall by the window and peered out at the bustling crowd downstairs. Dr. Marble lent the vacant lot in front of his house to the bar every night for parking. Besides taking advantage of the bar during the day, it might also be a way to build a close relationship. After brushing their teeth, the twins walked back hand in hand and lay on their sandworm skin mattresses, seemingly unfazed by the noise outside. Seeing them huddled together, head to head, sleeping soundly, Anna left the window to wash up and rest. In the middle of the night, the explosion rattled her heart. Prada and Pria huddled together in terror, their eyes wide open as they glanced around. They were barely 10 years old, unable to comprehend what had happened. The small attic window had been shattered by the shockwave, and the windows on the first and second floors of Mabel Hospital were likely no better. Don't be afraid. The cold voice followed the explosion immediately. She used the furniture provided by Dr. Mabel, a chair, to fit within the open window frame. The window itself was small, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible. Anna reacted quickly, blocking the window hole and carrying the twins to a corner, covering them with a sandworm skin. Don't make a sound, don't move, don't run. A flash of cold light flashed across her fingertips. There's an incident at the bar. I go get Kakavaja and Edmund. The little mushrooms nodded quietly. She barricaded the attic door. From the outside, the haphazardly piled furniture, disguised by the shattered glass on the floor, looked like a storage room. The second floor window frame was broken, the deformed metal a form of solidified explosion. Anna jumped from here, the height of a floor was nothing to her. The bar was half open, revealing the charred interior. Thick smoke stung the eyes, and the ground was littered with mangled limbs and wailing humanoids, interspersed with a few metallic onyx. Ghoul Island lacked a force to enforce order, nor would any official organization intervene in disaster relief efforts. You could say that in Pierpoint, disaster relief was a business, reserved for specialized personnel. Anyone else who interfered would likely be charged with malicious disaster relief. So even if the bomb bar wasn't destroyed until next year, there wouldn't be any official help in cleaning up the mess. Whether you wanted to rescue people or take advantage of the situation, you had to act quickly. If you were late, you miss out. Anna stepped on the rubble, the heat still lingering, and her feet felt hot. Edmund worked behind the bar, and Kakavaja was always willing to collaborate, so they were often together. Sister, is that you? A faint sound came from the triangular gap between the load-bearing wall and the ceiling. She squeezed through the deformed and collapsed metal frames and approached, only to find the two people hiding safely inside. Wait a moment. Anna stood up and looked around, picking up a metal bar to use as a crowbar. Soon, Kakavaja and Edmund, each helping himself, pulled themselves out of the crack in the wall. In the light, they saw a large blood stain on the side of the blonde's face, with patches of blood on his hands and body. Noticing her frowning gaze, the Evkin gave a sweet, heartless smile. It's not my blood, sister. Hurry up, ahem. Edmund urged him from behind. The guy was still in a state of excitement. It would be disastrous if he said something he shouldn't. Anna glanced at them, then tilted her head toward Marble Hospital. Go back and clean up. This place is going to be very busy tonight. I'll be guarding the door on the first floor. Edmund glanced at Kakavaja and, with a firm pull, he stumbled away from the scene. At this point, people from all directions, having received the news, arrived. Anna stood outside the sunken metal shutters of Marble Hospital, watching with a cold eye as waves of people filled the small space. Who are you? What are you doing standing here in the middle of the night? The hospital sign, damaged by the explosion, only half remained hanging on the wall, swaying stubbornly in the night wind. A groan grew fainter and fainter before her, surrounded by ruins and debris. Seeing someone standing there in the middle of the night, who wouldn't feel a chill run down their spine, she pointed at the still swaying hospital sign. Nurse for Mabel, I'm on duty here. If any medical equipment is damaged, the doctor will dock my salary. That's the logic. Men with clubs in their hands and weapons strapped to their waists gathered from a distance, taking advantage and collecting the bodies for their sworn brothers. If they weren't dead, they could drag them back and keep them alive for a few more days. If they survived, they would live. If they didn't, they would appear on the compensation bill as a debt. They weren't the only ones who woke up in the middle of the night with this goal in mind, but others nearby shared the same thought. Mabul Hospital's location was strategic, perfectly situated at the intersection of 3 roads, occupying a central position all to itself, with passageways both in front and behind. The bar across from it was even better situated, with a larger area. When Hedda took it, her gang was a force to be reckoned with on Ghoul Island for quite some time. She's indeed Mabul's nurse. Hedda's injuries were serious. Anna would have thought she would need at least bed rest. Whether direct debridement and sutures or additional surgery would depend on the severity of the wound. But she was being held by 2 people, and she had to identify every person, dead or alive, at the scene. Since she's a nurse, why not let her check on the injured brothers? It's close and convenient. There's always a shortage of clever people taking advantage of opportunities. Why not take advantage of a black doctor when you can? If someone died, even better. This extra compensation would be like falling from the blue. Black Dr. Mabel is a good moneymaker. If we could take this opportunity to recruit him into the gang, it would be a new source of income in the future. They're all forming gangs on Prison Planet. What's the point of loyalty? Isn't it all about making money? Thinking of this, the skinny middle-aged leader glanced back, and immediately a figure with an animal's head stood out from the crowd. It was clearly not a human in the strict sense, but you couldn't say it wasn't human either. It was nearly 3 meters tall, its muscles so bulging they nearly burst through its coat. Anna looked up in surprise, examining its furry ears. No matter how you looked at it, it was a bull's head. And a yellow one at that. Hey you, didn't you hear me? Hurry up and come over here. The bullhead opened its mouth and exhaled a puff of air, as if seeing a piece of cloth fluttering before its eyes. The doctor's not here, I'm just guarding the door. Anna rolled her eyes. According to Pierpoint law, medical personnel cannot perform treatment and rescue work without authorization. Why don't we just give you the nod of approval? Consciously ridiculed for his incompetence, the bullhead interrupted Anna's story and raised his fist at her. Are you afraid our group will owe you some medicine money? No, how could it have a head made of a yellow cow hand and still look like a human hand? Anna was puzzled and even wondered if the bullhead had a custom-made headpiece. They say that all an introvert needs is a headpiece like this. Once you put it on, your whole world changes. Prisoners don't have the right to authorize others. Not just you, but me too. She opened her mouth and immediately pushed the problem back. I can only accept Dr. Marble's authorization. He's my employer, I'm his employee. In Pierpoint, the employment relationship is paramount. These rules and regulations were all learned from Edmund. Ever since he was accidentally thrown into Yver, this capitalist has been diligently studying Pierpoint's laws. When he escapes and clears his name, he might even be able to take the bar exam. You're so shameless. The Minotaur's face darkened, perhaps a sign of humiliation and anger. It reached forward, reaching out to grab Anna by the collar and lift her up to threaten her. A flash of metallic light flashed, and the thin woman in black stood still. An arm, much longer than an ordinary person's, lay on the uneven ground. Chapter 80. Dr. Mabel rushed from his residence to the hospital to inspect the damage just before dawn. In reality, he already received the news the previous night. It wasn't that he didn't want to rush to the scene to save his property, but this guy had an uncanny understanding of his own strength. Between his life and the hospital, he decisively chose to save his own. The bar explosion affected the hospital, so he could still get some compensation afterward. But if he rushed there too early and got caught up in the incident, that would be disastrous. Besides, there were 4 uninvited guests living in the attic. He didn't want to waste time explaining to the gang, so the best solution was to play dead. When the dust settled and anyone asked him about it, he'd just say he didn't know. They were all serious criminals on Yvel. How could trespassing be considered a crime? To minimize the damage, Dr. Mabel didn't even dare drive his modified car. He ran at top speed all the way to the intersection. From afar, he could see the horrific sight of the bar, half its roof blown off. As he got closer, he couldn't help but crouch down with his hands covering his mouth. The scene outside the hospital was too much for even a shady doctor like him. The flat ground he smoothed with cement and coarse sand was now stained with various shades of red, some darker, the darkest almost black. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. The silent nurse stood in the pool of blood, alone. The black blazer had vanished, and her white undershirt had turned a deep crimson. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing her forearms. She looked relaxed, as if she'd just gotten up early to make breakfast. Around her lay a crowd of various human species. Technically, various subspecies of Homo sapiens. The collection of specimens was even more complete than the medical school's collection. Dr. Mabel swore on his own revoked medical license that none of these people were intact, but none of them were dead either. They were just dying or in the process of dying, and if they were rescued, they might still be saved. The dim light of the stars shone on her, and to those who didn't know, they might have thought this nurse had gotten up in the middle of the night to forcibly demolish half of someone else's bar, and in doing so, half of the thugs who had burst out of the bar. This. The fat doctor trembled as he approached, his upper and lower teeth clacking against each other. What's going on? Anna glanced at him coldly from the side. These people are trying to force me to work overtime without pay. That's unacceptable. Whether it was the late-night overtime or the unpaid work that was unacceptable, she didn't specify, but her unwillingness to be forced couldn't have been clearer. It's been less than 12 hours, and I haven't contaminated the limb with anything. It can be reused after a few repairs. The nurse was pleased with the new business she created. Didn't you say a few days ago that you were starving because you had too few clients? Now we have quite a few. Dr. Mabel, faced with such an excellent employee, he could only laugh heartily. Luckily, I run a hospital. If I were a crematorium, you'd probably burst the incinerator. The customers, squirming in a rather unspeakable manner, looked up at the fat doctor, tears streaming down their faces. Dr. Mabel, authorization, help. Where on earth did this hellish nurse come from? Is she really a hominid? She'd chop off anyone's hand if they reached out to her. She'd walk into the hospital and start chopping off their legs. Initially, she only removed limbs, but later, she also stopped the bleeding to prevent sudden death. No, are you really that twisted, Mabel? 6. Authorization. He couldn't really leave all these people alone, otherwise the major gangs would either cause trouble for Anna or him, or even major trouble. The cause of the bar explosion is still unknown. Anna pointed at the most conspicuous Minotaur. He said he was a member of the loose gang and insisted that I participate in the rescue, but I refused. The law in Pierpoint is like this, disaster relief can't be done casually. Dr. Mabel finally understood the reason for this situation. This cold woman didn't want to drag him into the muddy gang war, so she simply took down all the gang members with ill intentions towards the hospital, artificially separating the dispute with physical means. First a few people, then an entire team, and finally everyone who had acted suspiciously. Very fair, very reasonable, and successfully quelled a major chaos. Fat doctor, this isn't a nurse. This has to be a living father, right? Okay, I get it. Let's open for business. Someone help with the bookkeeping. Night shift is night shift, day shift is day shift. He didn't ask her to work night shift. Anyone forcing her to work night shift has become the hospital's KPI. Dr. Mabel swallowed his saliva and took a reassurance. Pay her salary, she must be paid. Once she's paid, it's a legitimate employment relationship, an 8-hour workday with 2 days off a week. Not a minute of the employee's time will be taken away. Yes. Anna turned and walked towards the rolling door, which was dented by flying debris. Her footsteps found the lock useless. She simply cut off the deformed sheet metal and threw it on the ground. There was simply no other way to dispose of it. The bar had exploded, and even the path in between was buried under the rubble, leaving no place to dispose of the garbage. Opening the door, they saw the first and second floors alike, covered in shattered glass. The good news was that the operating room was unaffected, and the only precious treatment device was intact. Dr. Mabel nearly burst into tears, but he wiped away his tears and immediately began enthusiastically calling for help to carry the injured. It was already dawn, and the first team that had been checking on the situation hadn't returned. The bosses would surely send a second group. Seeing the first group of unfortunate souls lying on the ground, slumping like maggots, the second group, no fools, naturally kept their distance and watched cautiously. If they beat them up, They can't beat us up again. Now that the doctor had appeared, he proved capable of commanding the nurses he hired, and everyone felt safe to move forward. If they behaved well, they wouldn't get beaten by the nurses. Indeed, they wouldn't. She opened the door and headed straight upstairs. A group of people exhaled and relaxed simultaneously, and the sound of wind rustling through the windowless marble hospital echoed. Anna called out from the attic for Edmund to cover for her shift. She at least needed to change into clean clothes to avoid scaring the customers. The debris blocking the attic entrance had been removed by two grown men. Kakavasa, holding the little mushrooms, patted and coaxed them. Needless to say, the capitalist stood up and walked downstairs. "Do you need help? I'd be there right away. Let Kakavasa talk to you about the bar." He didn't have any medical knowledge, but he knew mechanics, so he could definitely prescribe a treatment device. And since he had a normal IQ, he could help keep track of how many people to contact to collect medical bills later. Speaking of which, no one would dare to cause trouble in front of 0824131, right? She could just send the troublemakers to see the star god and let them question the cause themselves. Edmund nearly ran out of sight. Anna looked at the dust and said nothing. She went to the hospital bathroom, locked the door, and turned on the faucet, then rinsed with cold water. There was no hot water here. Fresh water was scarce, and it took electricity to heat it. It was easy to dream. She washed away blood all over the floor. Luckily, she had swished a bottle of medical hand sanitizer from Dr. Marble's warehouse. Anyway, it worked, so she just made do with it. After washing the blood scabs out of her hair, she looked at her now ruined clothes with a hint of worry. Did she have to get the gray round-neck prison uniform and put it on again? There were 2 knocks on the door, and Kakavasa's voice rang through. "Sister, I got you some clothes. I left them by the door." "Where did you get them?" Anna asked through the door. Although the young man was half a head shorter than her, so there was no other way. Kakavasa seemed to laugh. "I found a patient's surgical gown." The lock on the warehouse door was merely decorative to him. He could walk in whenever he wanted. Thanks to Dr. Marble's occupational hazard, these clothes had been sterilized at high temperatures. Whether they looked good or not was another matter, but at least they were better than prison uniforms. "Oh!" Anna waited a moment, then walked over to open the door. An arm emerged from the crack and swept the striped hospital gown away. 3 minutes later she came out with her wet hair shaking. Kakavasa always felt that the hospital gown made her look more dangerous. "Wipe your hair." He handed over a sterile septum he found. Anna glanced at it, silently accepted it, and then quietly held it in her hands. It was disposable, yes, but it didn't seem suitable for wrapping around one's head. But a child's eagerness to care for others couldn't be dampened, so she fanned the septum twice, saying, "Leave it alone, it'll dry in a moment." Short hair is so convenient. Back in the attic, the twins, after a night of fear, fell asleep in each other's arms. Anna found a corner farthest from them, and sat down. Kakavasa appeared before her, incredibly well-behaved. The guilt that comes with getting into trouble was overwhelming. Sister, the Evican, tried to play it off, but someone wasn't buying it. "What's going on?" She had been caught unscathed by the angle between the load-bearing wall and the ceiling. This level of luck was incredible, but Edmund's words before he slipped away served as a reminder. Since only these 2 remained unharmed and conscious throughout, can we infer that they knew the explosion was about to occur before it occurred? Given that neither Kakavasa nor Edmund possessed a psychic pedigree, their instantaneous prophetic powers were unlikely, so the severity of the explosion was inextricably linked to them. Anna didn't want to accuse Kakavasa based solely on her own subjective assumptions, so she only asked, "What happened?" instead of "Did you do it?" Even if it was a child, what's the problem? He's not some antisocial person who blows up buildings out of boredom. The ones who should be reflecting on this are the bar, and the people who went in for fun. Something must have compelled Kakavasa to rip the roof off the bar. That's for sure. Chapter 81. Kakavasa's cuteness failed. He dragged the sandworm's skin closer to Anna and sat down. Feeling the distance was still a bit far, he stood up and moved closer. Sister moved with a sticky, humming voice, much like the large silver gray cat. Sigh. Anna rubbed her brows, surrendering. "I didn't mean to press you. I was mainly concerned about the aftermath. You have to let me know how to approach the outside world." She said she didn't know how to approach the outside world. "So, on the inside," the blond young man, adept at reading between the lines, smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Nothing serious. Just ran into a Kataka who couldn't speak human language. I didn't expect to see something like that in Avel. I'm really surprised." "So?" Anna stopped rubbing her brows, and rubbed her cheeks instead. Yeah, I get it. You two had a fight, and then the bar bombed. The description of the Kataka-Yukin genocide by the Interstellar Peace Company is a textbook example. One side is brutal, the other is cunning. It's also a case of where there's a dragon, there's a phoenix. This can be attributed entirely to the Cyganians' excellent matchmaking system. But from Anna's perspective, completely unaware of the context, as long as the Kataka don't feed on humans, they have no reason to massacre the Yukin. Unless their habitat is too small, and their resources are too scarce. Please forgive her for using the language of endangered wildlife to describe a human race. The Kartikas truly don't behave like humans. Humans shouldn't be like this. Even packs of wolves in the wilderness know not to casually start a war with a clan in another territory, unless they've been driven from a lush oasis into the same desert, forcing them to engage in the tragicomic struggle for survival. If the beautiful but inherently fragile Evikin was the chosen victim, then Kartika was the chosen executioner, the scapegoat. Two clans, equally driven to survive, were forced to fight to the death. Of course, this couldn't be said to Cock of Asia. As both a victim and a family member of other victims, he didn't need to listen to so-called unbiased judgments. Perhaps there were hidden secrets to this tragedy? Anna rubbed her cheek and placed her hand on her temple. Okay, I get it. Can you still pick up your opponent? This guy is a protector. Edmund, who was with him, was completely unharmed. When they found them, there weren't any human-shaped objects near the load-bearing wall. Good thing, it saved me from having to finish him off. Cock of Asia smiled as he approached cautiously, unsure of Anna's tolerance for distance. He wanted to get close, but feared offending her. That guy said they killed all the Yukin, but I don't believe it. I'm a survivor, right? If I'm alive, there must be others who escaped. It's impossible for all the luck to fall on me. He kept smiling, that endearing smile, always welded to his face through training. To Anna, it looked like the sobbing of a child refusing to believe the truth. Right, sister? There must be other Yukin who escaped the massacre, right? No wonder Edmund suddenly became so diligent and easygoing, rushing out as soon as he said he was going to work. It turned out he was simply scared by this guy. Anna sighed and stroked the older boy's hair, only to be immediately clung to by him. Sister, why aren't you talking? Children are always clingy, and adults, who haven't been able to properly discipline them, and have fostered so many bad habits, feel guilty. She leaned back against the wall, and the young man, who could be described as impudent, took the opportunity to lie on her lap and rub against her. Sister, how sweet is honey? I never tasted it in my life. I buy you a can when I get a chance. In any case, he stopped dwelling on the unanswerable question of are the Yukin extinct, and Anna felt too embarrassed to push him off her lap. I'm sleepy. She quickly closed her eyes, afraid to let her expression betray a clue. Is this escaping reality? Kakavasa stared at Anna, but she squeezed her eyes shut, pretending to refuse to communicate. Even from this deadly angle, he looked handsome. The handsomeness of a healthy body, full of vitality, and the ability to determine one's own destiny was envied by everyone, especially the Yukin. The clean, sharp disinfectant dispelled the smell of blood. Her damp hair lifted in a tuft, and she suddenly assumed a simple, honest air. Did I accidentally anger her, and she would just walk away silently, furry? How cute. Sister, get some rest. He propped himself up and sat up, no longer lying down. Anna, who had been pretending to be asleep, seemed relieved and soon fell asleep. After working all night, who wouldn't be tired? Plata and Priya snored diagonally across from her, pillowed on oversized stuffed bears. Even with the fishy breeze blowing in from the window, they didn't seem to feel any discomfort. Cock of Asia leaned gently against the wall next to Anna, trying not to disturb her, but not to stay away. An hour later, Anna opened her eyes. A gray-blue hue, for a moment, was crystal clear, then half obscured by her drooping eyelids. Big Bear was being hugged, pressed, and bitten by the little mushrooms, his face awash with the look of a bully. The young man dozing nearby was so quiet he was suspicious, but he seemed so well behaved, so Anna had to pretend he hadn't noticed. Leaving the attic, the patients on the second floor lined up, each holding their severed limbs tightly. With the healing device, such injuries were easily treated. High-ranking gang members lined up first, while those of lower status could only wait in despair at the back. Everyone looked miserable. Not long ago, they hadn't been like this. When you treat others as objects, you must be prepared to become objects yourself. As Anna descended the stairs, Edmund was frantically urging the gang leader, who had hoarded the healing device. As soon as the blood vessels and nerves were reconnected, they could return to recuperate, but these people refused to leave, insisting on staying a little longer for added security. They were safe, but the hopes of those waiting behind them were dwindling. Go take notes. A cold female voice boomed from above, and everyone, whether reclining in comfort or standing anxiously, shuddered in unison. Everyone would be shocked. Did the boss feel unsatisfied and want to rip off his limbs all over again? Edmund, relieved, clutched his ledger and headed for the door. Some people still hadn't even gotten through. Missing a single record meant missing a consultation fee. What a loss. The person operating the treatment machine had changed, and so had the person using it. Dr. Marble crouched in the operating room, symbolically trying to save the critically ill. Those who had lost limbs, once the bleeding had stopped, waited for the treatment machine with the help of his fellow gang members. 5 minutes per person. Once your blood vessels and nerves are clear, get out. Don't even think about it for a second longer. Anna, with a stern face, turned the switch off every 5 minutes, turned it back on when someone else laid down, and turned it back off again 5 minutes later. No complaints or dissatisfaction were heard. The consequences of expressing dissatisfaction with her last time were still in her arms. The long line quickly shortened. People walked in with missing limbs and walked out with all their limbs intact. It wouldn't affect normal life, but if they still wanted to fight like they used to, they have to wait another year or two. Even the most ruthless people would become peaceful after a year or two of self-cultivation. As for those who weren't peaceful, so long as they were crippled, it was their choice. Those who weren't crippled by Anna also heard from their companions about what happened last night, and just to be safe, they kept their mouths shut and obeyed. Edmund, who was registering at the door, found his work suddenly easier. He couldn't help but lament that number 08241321 was good in every way except for its lack of risk. With her skills, if she seriously manages, the company's strength will at least double. Sigh. I dare not urge her, dare not say anything, so let it be. Before noon, the last injured person with a broken limb was treated. Dr. Mabel's first aid was long over, and half of the cold storage was freed up to store the bodies, awaiting the future struggle with the gangs they belonged to. Ahem. The fat doctor cleared his throat. His expression relaxed for a moment, then turned to worry as he watched Anna skillfully shut down the equipment and retrieve the items. The free nurse was quite good, single-handedly raising the annual KPI. Anyway, this woman had offended every major gang, and his small temple was no match for this powerful figure. Thank you for your hard work. He rubbed his hands together, licking his lips nervously. He accidentally caught a piece of dry skin and tore it off, instantly leaving a bloody cut on his mouth. Hiss. Mabel hurriedly pulled out a piece of gauze and stuffed it around his mouth, his eyes filled with anticipation, but he couldn't meet Anna's gaze. Well, I calculate your salary later. You rest for now. I go get some information, haha. He didn't even say anything about firing her, and he didn't even complain about how much water she had to use to wash the blood off her body. That morning's scene was deeply imprinted in Dr. Mabel's mind. The plump doctor slid into the office to make a phone call. Edmund looked at Anna, lowered his voice, and whispered, I guess we won't be living here much longer. Let's talk about it in the attic. She gave him a look, and they went upstairs, one in front of the other. In at least 29 days, the cargo ship will arrive on Avel again. I saw it in the mines, but I don't know what's inside. Anna had briefly mentioned the starship. It doesn't land on the surface, it just hovers there, unloading and loading. Now the problem arises. They need to get a new, dilapidated starship within 29 days. The previous, half-disassembled starship is unusable. If the others don't know who stole it, wouldn't the Mutual Aid Association know who stole it? They'd probably be beaten the moment they show up. We need to infiltrate the gang. Kakavasia was energetic, his mind working quickly. It'd be best to hitch a ride on the cargo ship when it arrives. Edmund agreed. Starships are large targets, so preparing them in advance isn't the right approach. It's best to seize them as needed. As for the physical action, the two weak men looked at Anna simultaneously. I leave it to you, boss. Chapter 82. Dr. Mabel had been holding it in for a week, and finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Facing the stern-faced nurse every day at work was becoming unbearable. Not only was her face cold, but her eyes were cold, and her hands were even colder. Not the kind of coldness associated with temperature, but rather the coldness she gave everyone, like a pig being slaughtered. Logically, private hospitals favored this type of nurse. No matter what patient came in, as long as she gave them a look, they would be obedient and docile, never daring to cause trouble. But this nurse also cut people off without blinking, treating everyone indiscriminately with a cold face, which didn't sit well with the person who paid her salary. Most importantly, she had offended a number of high-ranking officials, the kind you couldn't afford to offend. So, There's really nothing we can do. The fat doctor wept, hunched over, rubbing his hands, begging for the bad guy to leave. Please, for the sake of my tight-lipped mouth, could you all just stay somewhere else and enjoy the scenery? He had long suspected Anna's identity. The prison photo Mr. Televizov had given was a bit outrageous, but those red-haired twins were so distinctive that it was hard to ignore them. If he hadn't feared retaliation, he would have reported them long ago. Don't say that, my friend. Kakavasha smiled and treated him as a brother. Only he could do this. Anna spoke a little bluntly, while Edmund looked down on the shady doctor. Expecting them to clean up the mess in a place like this was just a casual hope. I know you best. You're a skilled and discerning doctor, completely different from the claims of those who are money-grubbing and shameless. You're truly the best person in all of Ever. You're the best. There's no one better. His tone was warm and sincere, and most people couldn't resist such praise from such a handsome young man. Luckily, Dr. Mabel was just an ordinary person. Although his ability to run a hospital on Ghoul Island meant he must be at least a high-level NPC, he still couldn't escape the Evican's sweet compliments. Even if you say that, the gang leaders will still come. He smiled briefly, then his expression turned somber again. I be fine. After all, medical resources are scarce in this shabby place. But you guys are different. Even if the boss can fight 100 alone, he's just one person. What about the children? Children are the weak spot of adults, and few people on Ghoul Island with children can survive well. They end up either selling their children to gangs or moving with them to the outskirts of the city to survive. I know. I try to persuade them. The blonde youth, seemingly affectionate, grasped the other's arm. You're a good friend. Even at this moment, you're willing to take a risk and remind us to flee. I definitely remember your kindness. But even if we're moving, we need a destination. Where would be the best place to go? Hearing his willingness to leave, Dr. Mabel's heart instantly lit up. There's no place on Ghoul Island that can't be inhabited. All you need to do is walk around the next block and knock on the door of any house you like and ask the occupants to leave. He hesitated to speak too bluntly, his small eyes smiling meaningfully. They had anticipated that Mabel might be unable to hold back, and to avoid pushing him to the limit, they had already made preparations for moving. Anna walked away immediately, packing her bags. The portly doctor's shoulders tensed nervously. He was terrified, thinking she was going to break an arm, but she simply turned and went up to the attic without a word. Edmund followed closely behind, and Kakavasha continued to bluff. Don't worry, I go and talk to my sister right away. But, my friend. He deliberately dragged out the last word, and Dr. Mabel understood. It's easy to invite a spirit, but hard to send it away, especially when it comes uninvited. This guy is clearly asking for favors. But if he didn't speak up, he would be uneasy. It's said that the woman could break hundreds of arms and legs without blinking an eye, and she didn't feel tired at all. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to handle even that many pigs. I understand. My sister's salary is exactly the same, plus 1 month's compensation, the same standard as outside. Besides, I don't know where you moved to. This is the same answer for anyone who asks. After so many years of working on Ghoul Island, Dr. Mabel knew exactly what to say and what not to say. He was so tactful that Kakavasha even thought the fat doctor looked a bit cute, but he still had to scare her. I can persuade my sister, but you really need to keep your mouth shut, my friend. If the gang shows up too quickly, I'm a little worried my sister might get angry and help you tear down a wall or something. She's really good at that. The young man's beautiful eyes gleamed with a sly glint, and Mabel knew the demolishing he was talking about wasn't limited to buildings. How could she not be good at dismantling things? Fortunately, the people surrounding her that night were all carbon-based humans. If she had replaced them with an Omnic, wouldn't there be a shower of parts? Several cyborgs complained privately that she severed the arm too neatly, requiring further removal to reattach the prosthetic. Don't worry. Mabel immediately patted his chest in a gesture of loyalty. I see you all came from the prison in such a hurry that you haven't prepared many things. We've known each other for a long time and are old friends. I simply cannot bear to see you suffer. He offered to prepare bedrolls for the guests, according to the number of people in the room. Besides, there were always replacement linens in the warehouse for them to take. As long as they left quickly, it would be better than anything else. Kakavasha bargained for a first aid kit. Although it contained only the most basic disinfectant, sutures, and white gauze, it provided some medical coverage. While the two of them were bonding, Anna and Edmund had already packed up the attic. To facilitate their movements, Anna, having made the rare trip back home, stuffed her luggage inside. She hadn't even used such a thing before, even when she cut off someone's limbs. The capitalist rubbed his forehead, his face etched with pain. No, Hunting, isn't that how destiny is supposed to work for you? We'd be meeting outside Mabel Hospital in half an hour. Kakavasa also stuffed the luggage donated by Dr. Mabel into Destiny. Edmund began to question his life. So, are all Destiny walkers like this? Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye everyone. The fat doctor didn't expect them to leave so easily. He guessed he'd been tricked by the Evicans, but the joy of getting rid of this major nuisance outweighed the heartache of the loss. As long as they were willing to leave, it was better than anything else. Who knows when the gang bosses will arrive with firepower to demand revenge. He didn't care if anyone died, he was only worried that his hospital would be like the bar across the street, with the roof ripped off and blown up in the middle of the night, reduced to rubble. 3 adults, accompanied by 2 children wearing hats, left Mabel Hospital, apparently planning to try their luck in the next street, as the doctor had suggested. Out of Mabel's sight, Anna turned and headed straight for the mine west of Ghoul Island. This area was closest to the cargo starship. If Kakavasa and his gang couldn't infiltrate the gang, they could still find a way to seize a docking small starship. There were many abandoned buildings near the mine, threatened to be buried by falling industrial waste at any moment and long since uninhabited. Edmund chose an empty house, with the safest location and the strongest frame. Anna and Kakavasa toiled diligently, finally clearing the ground before nightfall. They also sealed the large holes, and small holes, in the roof and walls with sandworm skin. Build a yard with scrap materials so Plata and Praya can hang out. Even though it's just a temporary shelter, we need everything we need. The little mushrooms are so cute and well-behaved that even capitalists would be willing to work extra hard for them. Anna took care of finding the materials, while Edmund did the physical work. Kakavasa was assigned to look after the children. Put your conservation life to good use for once. After so much time rummaging through the garbage, she became quite adept at it. When building a yard, never use recyclable materials, or else both the children and the fence will be taken away. She quickly returned, dragging the strange wooden wreckage of the aircraft back, even picking up a half-humanoid robot. It had been buried so deep in the garbage that it had escaped demolition. As Anna dragged the wreckage, she discovered a small outline of it, buried deep in the ground. Oh! This robot's chip is still there. Let me see. Edmund's interest in all things mechanical was even greater than his interest in the chip itself, and the sight of the robot immediately made his palms itch. No one knew how he tinkered with it, but it wasn't long before the thing was turned on, its stuttering electronic voice repeatedly confirming its intended function to the humans present. 999999984. Number 54 successfully restarted. Please enter the command. A home Nani robot, quite the sight. The language module is broken, but that's beside the point. The man rubbed his chin and, on a whim, added a few more pieces of metal to cover the exposed cavities and wiring inside. Then, the robot, only 2/3 the height of an adult, waddled along like a duckling following a mother hen's, but refusing to give up. Point, command, command, command. Prada and Praya were initially terrified, but were soon amused by the robot's stuttering mechanical voice. What adults find a bit scary sound effects to them is like a child with a lisp, no big deal. We even have red hair. Okay, you and Kakavasa take this thing somewhere else to play. I'm going to get back to work. Tinkering with robots is leisure time, not labor. It took Edmund several attempts to change the robot's previous owner's instructions, switching its duties from housework to childcare. The little mushrooms held hands around their new toy, politely introducing it to the large stuffed bear. This was a necessary step, a ritual unique to new family members. Chapter 83. A small, stylishly designed courtyard quietly appeared in the ruins near the mine. After settling in, Kakavasa volunteered to see if he could infiltrate the gang. Edmund continued dismantling the small starship they borrowed from the Mutual Aid Association, while Anna coordinated with the Evicans. If Kakavasa were to try to join the gang based solely on his own strength, it would likely be a case of throwing a weak stick at a weak opponent. After all, he looked like an easy target, and being pointed at and cursed at by passers-by was perfectly normal. But he was the only one in this small group who was particularly skilled at reading people's minds. If Anna had pushed through like a bulldozer, she'd likely have been fooled even after all the effort. Edmund was left behind. Anna and Kakavasa first approached a black market vendor to ask him for help exchanging some supplies, then quietly inquired about several streets near Mabel Hospital. Mabel had indeed sold the gang their potential address. He could certainly claim it had nothing to do with him. Why would a gang leader's search of any street or place be affected by a completely unrelated black doctor? Not at all surprising, sister. I'd be surprised if he could keep his mouth shut. Cock of Asia smiled and shrugged, suggesting it was just basic practice, nothing to worry about. The natural environment in Avel is better than Cygania, but the human environment is much more complex. If you don't like it, you can ignore it. I'm here for you. Mabel's actions were predictable, but they were worried he'd keep his mouth shut. Now, the two of them decided to look for Haida, Cock of Asia's manager at the bar where she worked. She had been seriously injured in the explosion. Even if she hadn't been injured and failed to save the bar, her life would have been difficult. Right now, she was anxious to do something big that would stand out to the bosses and give her another chance. Don't worry, sister. I never lost a round of gambling. Most of her losses were caused by being outmatched while running, right? Out of a thin bond between siblings, Anna kept the words to herself, silently lowering the bowler hat, kindly donated by the black market vendor, over her eyes. The Interstellar Peace Company employee suit gave her a slightly off-kilter vibe. Add that black hat and sunglasses, she could easily fit right in among the gang members. Found it, the target is right here. Not far away, Haida walked alone on the street, her arms folded, shoulders tense and back stiff. Now that she had lost her power, most of her colleagues, who usually got along so well, were taking advantage of her misfortune, as if simply standing by and watching was a way of doing good to their past relationships. She knew she shouldn't have expected too much from them, but now, trapped in this predicament, she couldn't help but hope for a quick turnaround. Anna and Cock of Asia exchanged glances before each maneuvering into their appropriate positions. Anna slowly pulled a piano wire from her sleeve, swung it in a whirlwind motion, and then slowly used it to shred the props surrounding the blonde youth, pretending to be chasing him. Help! Help! The Evkin perfectly portrayed his panic dodging. Or perhaps it wasn't acting, as the wire narrowly grazed his vitals, leaving him trailing blood as he ran to meet Hedda. When their eyes met, the young man, as if grasping a lifeline, rejoiced, "Help! Number 0824131 wants to kill me." A fierce attack proved his words true. The piano wires seemed to have eyes, darting towards the sides of their necks. Hedda dodged just in time, while Cock of Asia fell to the ground, clutching her head. This Evkin was overly weak, but incredibly lucky, a fact known to almost everyone in the bar. His disheveled, dust-covered appearance gave Hedda a false impression of herself. She truly believed she dodged the attack through sheer strength, never considering the possibility of a facade. Anna stepped out of the shadows, her gray-blue eyes fixed coldly on her prey. The blonde youth trembled in fear. That's her. She's the black sheep that Warden Mr. Televizov is seeking a reward for. The piano wire struck again, and Hedda, unable to think twice, quickly grabbed the Evkin and fled. This guy had always followed number 0824131, and now that they had broken up, number 0824131 was pursuing her. He must have known many of her weaknesses, otherwise, someone so powerful wouldn't bother with a weakling. In other words, taking this guy away was like giving the bosses a token of her loyalty. Even if she couldn't stay in the group anymore, she could always find another gang. Thinking of this, she made up her mind, pulled a flare from her pocket, and threw it into the sky. The sound and smoke indicated the direction. Number 0824131 hesitated for 2 seconds unwillingly, then turned and ran. It was hard to tell which of the arriving gang members had a gun, but Anna wasn't going to stay and suffer this loss. Number 0824131 was indeed scared away by the signal flare signal. Haida didn't intend to stay and wait for rescue, picking fruit. She pulled Cock of Asia up and forced him to follow her. You should know it's difficult to survive on Ghoul Island on your own. I have a good place to take you, but remember, from now on, you must obey my orders. Think carefully about what to say and what not to say. This Evkin was a smooth talker, his words always tinged with frivolity. Honestly, Hedda didn't think much of him. Even though he was a good drinker, she thought he was no match for Edmund, who worked as a mechanic at the bar. The latter's aristocracy needed no clothing to accentuate it, while this guy looked more like a plucked rooster, all bluffing. Bluster is fine, but being a nice face would be fine, too. She immediately turned and headed for the Sea Demon Gang's territory. She couldn't stay in the loose group anymore. There was no guarantee she would be abandoned again. Between the Sea Demon Gang and the Mutual Aid Society, she preferred the former. It wasn't that there was anything to be ashamed of. The Mutual Aid Society was too pretentious, and they were following the Interstellar Peace Company's lead, all dressed in black suits, which reminded her of number 0824131. She didn't want to think about that woman. Thinking of her made her think of the despairing piano wire, and then she kept thinking about her own miserable escape. TSK? You've been following her the whole time, haven't you? Why did you suddenly break up? Hedda tugged at Kakavasia's collar as she walked forward. The young man's lips curled slightly, but when she turned and looked him in the eye, his expression instantly changed to one of panic, embarrassment, and guilt. Is there something fishy going on? Hedda tightened her grip around his neck with all her might. Speak. Ahem. Ahem. The Evan trembled, tears welling in his colorful eyes. I just suggested she get rid of those two little creatures. They're too much of a hindrance to keep around. It's hard to escape, and we'd be easily discovered. Edmund thought the same thing as I did. Unfortunately, she killed him before he could even get away. Edmund, who stayed in the yard with the children while repairing the house, said, Huh? Thinking back to the thrilling escape just now, Hedda found his words extremely believable. On the night of the explosion, number 08241321 braved the danger to enter the scene in search of Kakavasia and Edmund, showing that they were also very important to her, but still not as important as the red-haired twins on the wanted poster. Could it be that she gave birth to the twins? That's no wonder. Encouraging a mother to abandon her two children is truly a statement that would get you a beating. Can a black-haired mother give birth to a red-haired child? The paternal gene is so strong, truly unfathomable. She hadn't observed number 08241321 closely. The light was dim that night, and recognizing her as a nurse at Marble Hospital was the best she could do. She wouldn't have stared at a reclusive, silent, and aloof woman if she had nothing to do. She wasn't some angelic beauty so intimidating to her own sex, not to mention she was consciously trying to minimize her presence. Mabel's shady doctor cried, saying he'd been tricked, and by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. Piano wire number 08241321 wasn't a pushover. He lived in constant fear, and when he finally found the chance, he immediately reported her possible locations. What did number 08241321 look like? Aside from her naturally cool demeanor, was she exactly like her prison photo? I was in such a hurry I didn't get a good look. I only remember a pair of cold, gray-blue eyes. The problem is, that prison photo is incredibly difficult to describe. A cat with wet fur can look completely different once it returns to its fluffy state, and the same is true for people, so it's difficult to judge based on that photo. We're just trying to survive, not like we're animals to be beaten or scolded by her. Those two little creatures can only blame their own bad luck if they can't survive. Why should we fight for their lives? The Evakin grew increasingly angry and indignant, unable to contain his outburst of curses. Hedda, hearing this, felt that he and the now dead Edmund were truly unlucky. He patted him with a sympathetic hand, saying, everyone's like that. I wonder which damn guy brought a bomb into the bar and detonated it. It wasn't my fault, but the leader pushed me out to take the blame. Kakavasia, yeah. With a common cause, friendships can transform dramatically. The trail took almost an hour to reach its end, and Hedda had already come to regard Kakavasia as a close confidant. This child was so lovable. Everything he said was exactly what she wanted to hear. He was so well-behaved and non-threatening. No wonder number 08241321 liked to bring him along. If I had known, I should have assigned him to more lucrative bar work. After all, an Evakin probably wouldn't care much about making money standing still or lying down. I'm planning to visit the Sea Demon Gang now. You should come with me. Since I saved you, I definitely won't abandon you. If you listen to me and do what I say, I give you a piece of my mind. Kakavasia finally understood why Anna liked to use this rhythmic interjection when she was being perfunctory. It really didn't require much thought, and it sounded quite convincing. Chapter 84. The Sea Demon Gang recently welcomed a remarkable young man, one who, in less than a month, has earned the gang leader's respect. He joined after a minor leader of the Loose Man Gang defected. Although physically weak and inept at fighting, he's intelligent, hard-working, and sweet-talking. With such a strikingly handsome blonde youth standing before him, his visual impact and emotional value are constantly reaching their peak. How could the leader not like him? Most importantly, he's both familiar with and has a personal vendetta against number 08241321, the person the warden wants. He's well-versed in number 08241321's movements, and knows her weaknesses and habits like the back of his hand. Since joining the Sea Demon Gang, he's led his men in pursuit of number 08241321 numerous times. While he hasn't caught her yet, he's managed to keep her in dire straits. Compared to the Mutual Aid Society, whose starship was stolen upon first contact, and the Loose Man Gang's careless decision to allow their target to reside across from their bar for so long, the Sea Demon Gang's efficiency can definitely be described as remarkable. When they were closest to success, They even injured number 0824131. Thank goodness, at least she wasn't a protection fate walker. That was great. Phew, that Evakin's smug look is so frustrating. Heda now had new subordinates. As the hero who brought Kakavasia into the Sea Demon gang, she naturally got something in return. Coincidentally, during the first pursuit of number 0824131, the leader of a Sea Demon gang operation had died, and the leader conveniently placed her in this position. To outsiders, it seemed as if she had assumed the same position in the Loose Man group as she had in the Sea Demon gang. Instead of being treated with intimidation, they treated her warmly, a clear sign of being highly valued. The last place you ran was blown up for no apparent reason. What does that prove? It proves you're completely incapable of managing your territory. But the Sea Demon gang boss, despite past grudges, lets you keep doing the same thing. What else is that if not preferential treatment? Heda doesn't even need a break-in period. But Heda doesn't think this position is what she expected. After all, I was managing a bar before. Forget all the other stuff. At least the main focus was selling alcohol, which sounded appealing. And now? A brothel madam? Don't you even have some dignity? The goal of changing jobs was to get a promotion, but not only did she not get one, but the new place wasn't the type of business she was familiar with. She was filled with frustration, but she could only hold it in. The new subordinate naturally felt aggrieved. He cautiously scanned his boss's expression while searching for a topic to discuss. Seeing that she didn't comment on the previous statement, he was instantly delighted. You're clearly his benefactor. He should be serving you wholeheartedly. And now, what's going on? He's actually spurned you, while he's risen to the top, enjoying the glory of his own position. Bah! I despise such ungrateful people. Even within gangs, there are cliques and factions. Forget about the fighting for dignity thing. Is it simply a matter of pride? It's clearly about short-term gain and long-term prestige. Unless they intend to stay in the same position for the rest of their lives, subordinates would rather follow a boss who can bring benefits to everyone than a careless, indifferent boss. What's so good about a red light district? They make a lot of money, but the reputation is awful. Who wants to go out and have people point at them and whisper, "That's a pimp"? Don't talk nonsense. Kakavasa is a capable man. Heda replied indifferently, sounding completely free of resentment, but every word was thick with resentment. Remember, that guy had to rely on an intermediary to get a job selling drinks under her. His frivolous speech and dissolute behavior had countless customers asking him how much he charged per night. But most people lost interest when they heard he was a master-devouring Evic slave. However, there were still some customers with more unusual tastes who enjoyed playing the game of conquest. If the bar hadn't been bombed, would he have escaped? This guy, who almost went to sell hooks, was now bossing her around. How could she not feel suffocated every time she thought about it? The best way to strengthen relationships between people is to find a common target for complaints. Kakavasa was fortunate to play that role, helping the former boss quickly integrate into the new group. At this moment, he was playing his latest manhunt, determined not to stop until he captured number 0824131. That guy always seems to soften up at strange moments. We just need to arrange for a few of our pitiful-looking members to ambush him and catch him off guard. Number 0824131 was indeed a soft-hearted person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on taking 2 cubs with him while fleeing, and certainly wouldn't have been so kind as to save an extra Evakin slave. The Sea Demon Gang leader had long heard of number 0824131 and had recently considered recruiting him. Unfortunately, she had angered Warden Televizov, who was out of her depth. Furthermore, this person had just eliminated one of his own squads, showing no respect at all. The leader was deeply displeased. I leave this matter to you. Resolve it as soon as possible. The gang still has plenty of other things to worry about, so it would be great to have someone take on the hot potato of number 0824131. Etkins aren't worth much anyway. Once they get number 0824131's head, they can just find any excuse to throw him back into Heda's hands. As for the knife, it's fine to use it occasionally. Using it too often will inevitably hurt the feelings of the old subordinates. Leave it to me, don't worry. Kakavaja smiled brightly, a stark contrast to the glaring eyes of the leader's former subordinates. My sister's ability to incite hatred should not be underestimated. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet these ugly people just gnashed their teeth at the mere mention of her. He glanced around with a look of disbelief that the others couldn't understand, and the grinding of his teeth intensified. Boss, the starship should be arriving soon. Focusing on hunting down a woman right now. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Televizov has assigned us so many tasks, and the bounty on number 08241321 is just one of them. There's no need to rush. It's better to let her go first to drain the resources of the Mutual Aid Association and the individual groups. Otherwise, we won't catch her, but our base will be completely destroyed. Who's going to bear the loss? This person's legs looked odd, one seemed thicker than the other. A normal person wouldn't have that look. Cock of Asia looked him up and down, and had a pretty good idea of what he was doing. This was definitely the guy whose sister had his leg removed the night of the bar explosion, and still refused to behave. He would have killed someone like that with a club, saving time, food, and medical resources. But if he wanted things to go his way, not only could he not kill these guys, but more of them would be better. Alas, I long to go home and stare at my sister. She's pretty. Much prettier than these weird, greasy old men. The leader of the Sea Devil gang, sitting at the head, thought the same thing. The old buddies were loyal, needless to say, but it was the undeniable aura about them that was truly unpleasant. Although he was the leader of this group of villains, the more he lacked something, the more he wanted it. He really hated seeing his subordinates, each one more ugly and ferocious than the last. You say this Evakin? TSK, how could he be so naive? Kakawasha, what do you think? He wouldn't let his men stick together. If those officers loved and helped each other, wouldn't he, the leader, be sidelined? So sowing discord was a daily necessity. The blonde youth's eyes gleamed with a smile, his voice light and cheerful. That's easy. I can help. Number 08241321 isn't an ironclad being. The last time we dealt her a heavy blow, she definitely need to recuperate. Once her guard is down, we attack her, and we definitely succeed. Anyone who needs help during this process, just ask directly. Don't be shy. The so-called heavy blow was simply a pool of blood on number 08241321's hideout. It was human, yes, but it couldn't bear its name on its face. Everyone was more willing to assume it was the result of days of continuous operations. The newcomer was being highly regarded by the leader, so no one raised any objections. Of course, that wasn't Anna's blood. Suits made of even the finest material couldn't be dry cleaned or washed. She'd just been too idle and wanted to spend time looking for clothes, so she gotten it dirty. A place like Ghoul Island is teeming with serious criminals, so catching a black doctor who betrayed her and bleeding him out would be a natural fit for her character. Through tireless efforts, Kakavasa successfully became a favorite of the Sea Demon gang leader. Whether they believed him or not didn't matter, they simply wanted a small starship to serve as a barge, not to eliminate the Sea Demon gang at its root. There was no need. Even if the Sea Demon gang disappeared from the prison planet, which was filled with ruthless criminals, there would still be the River Demon gang and the Lake Demon gang. The fundamental nature of disorder remained unchanged, the external manifestations merely changed. Ultimately, it would remain the same. The communicator beeped a few times, and a message arrived from a number. It was time to leave again. Kakavasa had sent a message telling her whose business they planned to rob today. The diligent worker had already mapped out her route, and concocted a plausible excuse for her appearance. As for supplies, why not eat and drink if you're escaping? Food, water, and medicine are crucial in these circumstances. How can you escape wounded and hungry? A clinic owned by the Mutual Aid Society is a frequented warehouse by black marketeers. By hiding from patrolling gang members, they can sneak in and get what they need. She's currently recovering from her injuries, so it's only natural for her to take a risk and rob the clinic of its medicine supplies. After figuring out her plan, she only sent back her intended location to avoid leaking information and arousing the gang's suspicion, potentially putting Kakavasa in a difficult position. Even if that guy promised absolutely no problems, he couldn't rest easy. There was no other way. With his fighting skills, he could only compete with equally hungry slaves. If his plan were exposed, he might not even have a chance to escape. Forget about the fate of the walker. A swarm of ants can kill an elephant. Blind confidence can lead to failure, so it's not advisable. Chapter 85. The Mutual Aid Association. It's the Mutual Aid Association's turn to suffer misfortune again. Anna admitted that Kakavasa had been a bit ruthless recently, clearly targeting the three major gangs' most profitable operations, aiming to target them all. She first pretended to be a casual passerby, then encountered the inevitable sniper attack, and ultimately fought and fled, successfully disrupting the other family's mainstay industry. As expected of a protector, the level of hatred she incites is on a different level than other fates. This time, the Evakins targeted a clinic owned by the Mutual Aid Association. The building that remained before it had served other purposes, but was abandoned at some point, later purchased and converted into a facility specializing in gunshot wound treatment. Just looking at its main business area, one can imagine that the surrounding area is probably not peaceful. Entering the block, Anna's eyes first stopped at the towering signboard of a coffee shop in the middle. Don't ask why there's a coffee shop here, and don't worry about whether it's a restaurant or not, the signboard alone is a great location. From this high vantage point, the view is expansive. Nearby, there's a wide open space, and behind, a maze of paths. And ahead, there's also obstruction that interferes with vision. Bringing a firearm up there. No firearms needed. A rapid-fire crossbow would be enough to block the entire block. Of course, others aren't blind to such a prime location. The occasional half-black head that pops up indicates someone is already crouching behind the billboards, defending them. Anna calculated the risks and ducked into the shadows. Cock of Asia probably had a strange filter for her. In his eyes, she seemed like some kind of incredibly noble, upright, and kind person. Anna scratched the back of her head. She couldn't scratch it. The brim of her hat blocked it. At the entrance to the street lay a few pitiful-looking beggars, their arms and legs exposed to passers-by, hoping to gain sympathy and money. The only problem was that this place was called Avelgul Island. No matter how pitiful these people were, they had escaped their confinement and regained their freedom through their own efforts. Well, how many of the good people on the prison planet were truly good? How could she be the kind of person he imagined? Anna finally took off her hat and brushed her short hair. It had grown too long for her eyes. She might consider a trim or tying it up with a rope. Look at the muscular neighbors around the clinic. Who wouldn't know that there was something strange about this place? Kakawasha was worried that the Mutual Aid Association's healing unit wouldn't fail. After circling a few times to determine the enemy's position, Anna quietly made her way to the back alley of the cafe. They knew they had sentry posts and sniper positions on the rooftop, but why didn't they leave a few people behind to provide support? With no support in this place, the two men behind the billboard were living like isolated islands, likely being taken down without even realizing it. She suppressed the urge to scratch her head again and watched furtively for a long time. Neither the deserters nor the patrolling gang members appeared. So they were just pretending to be on the roof? Anna adjusted her collar, lowered her hat, and emerged from her hiding place. She wore the same black suit as the members of the fraternity. Perhaps Dr. Mabel had snatched it from the ranks of the fraternity. She quietly climbed up the back wall of the cafe along the drainage pipe, silently approaching the two men who were chatting away. The two men were still vehemently condemning the Evicans' lucky entrance from all angles when suddenly, a cold piano wire flew from behind them, a ring around each of their necks. Fair enough. After knocking them down, they were tied up tightly, their mouths shut, and hidden behind a billboard, using them as a footstool for cover. Anna chose an angle to attack. The clinic had to be robbed. If they didn't spoil the supplies, the Mutual Aid Association could buy back the lost medicines and supplies on the black market in a few days, effectively eliminating any losses. Yes! That's it. When the black figure burst into the clinic like a gust of wind, no one reacted. They had imagined many possible ways number 0824131 could have invaded, but they had never imagined this person would choose a frontal assault. No, that's too blunt, too disrespectful. After all, they're a mutual aid society, a vast force under the warden that controls 1/3 of Avel Star. The first to respond was the Evican Kakavaja. Hiding in the crowd, he shouted the names of the newcomers at the top of his lungs, prompting the others to huddle and rush towards the clinic. The glass of the main door had been smashed by number 0824131. The remaining sharp edge became a nuisance for those who came later, but after a few bangs, countless men in black suits jostled and shoved to get in first. Number 0824131 had appeared before, barely a shadow visible. This time, her speed had noticeably decreased. What did that mean? It meant she was seriously injured, impeding her movements. If not now, when? Anna, her tail trailing behind her, leisurely paced back and forth within the building, picking up useful items as she went. This place is called a clinic, but it's actually much larger than the plastic surgery clinic in Marble. It feels like this should be called a hospital, not the Black Doctor's lair. There are staircases on either end of the building for patients and the injured, forming a trapezoidal shape, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, high at the top, and low at the bottom. There are elevators, but they're just as dilapidated as the ones in the prison area, making one worry about getting stuck and becoming a laughingstock. After a few laps, some people started to lose their energy and couldn't keep up. 0824131 took advantage of the clinic's unique terrain, circling back and forth. The Evicans didn't dare block her and risk their lives, but instead waved their hands frequently to direct others forward. Everyone's life mattered. After a few clever people who knew how to outflank her lost their limbs, everyone immediately regained their focus on work, shouting louder and louder, but no one blocked the necessary route again. If you want to go, go ahead. I won't be going. Who would fight for a gang that requires monthly head taxes, and even has to buy their own clothes? Taking down number 0824131 will definitely depend on sheer numbers. I might not be the one to gain fame, but I'd definitely be the one to bleed. Am I stupid enough not to back off? This situation allowed Anna to wander wherever she pleased. The group of followers behind her didn't dare to push forward, and no one dared to block her path. It was as if her very breath was poisonous. Thanks to her experience as a nurse at Marble Hospital, she now knew exactly what was useful, and what was purely decorative in the warehouses and on the shelves. She'd take what she liked and never look back. She had both intensity and flair. Even movies couldn't capture it that way. Cock of Asia nearly laughed as he ran through the crowd. He knew everyone would be telling the gang leader, in vivid and categorical terms, how difficult this mission had been. He already prepared a script for them. The enemy was too strong, the power of a trapped beast still lingered, our teammates were all idiots, the command was muddled. And so on and so forth. Forget him, a temporary illiterate parachuted in. Even a university professor wouldn't be able to lead these scheming criminals. He was lucky he wasn't pissed off. The figure in the distance strolled about as if he were strolling in a garden. He found he really liked that kind of effortless confidence. After half an hour, Anna was tired of browsing. More importantly, she already collected most of the useful items in the clinic. The show was perfect. It was time to retreat. Just like when she arrived, she chose to exit directly through the main entrance. The glass in this place had been knocked clean of shattered glass. She calmly made her way through the hallway, using piano wire to help her climb up to the cafe in a matter of seconds, and then she made her way out in full view of everyone. This clinic structure is a bit strange. I need to go back to Edmund to discuss this. Damn it! Evakin angrily beat his chest and stamped his feet. 0824131's injuries haven't healed yet. This is the best opportunity, but I didn't expect such a mistake. Where are the people guarding the cafe rooftop? The scapegoat had already been found, and the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Right. Where are the people guarding the high ground? Didn't Kakavasa repeatedly tell them to keep their eyes on the road ahead? They didn't give 0824131 any warning when he arrived, and now they're not stopping him after he escapes. This is too. The person who took over didn't say anything, but from the frequently flickering eyes, it was clear that the officer who had stuffed these two people into the team was in big trouble. Tell me, do you have a hidden connection with number 0824131? Or have you secretly reached some kind of agreement with her to harm the Sea Demon Gang? Yes, it was the Mutual Aid Association's clinic that was robbed, but should injured Sea Demon Gang members receive treatment? Now the clinic is completely surrounded by the Sea Demon Gang, and you let number 0824131 escape? Are you trying to make the Mutual Aid Association laugh at us for being a bunch of good-for-nothings? Being laughed at doesn't matter to us. We can take a slap in the face, but are we ordinary people? Absolutely not. We are members of the Sea Demon Gang, and slapping us in the face is slapping the boss in the face. Those two have embarrassed everyone and smeared the boss. This worm must be caught, damn him. It must be these worms' fault that the Sea Demon Gang hasn't become the leader of the three major gangs in all these years. Indignant, the crowd climbed up to the roof of the cafe to search, and soon discovered two human-shaped silkworm pupae hanging from the eaves of an inconspicuous building. A gust of wind blew past, and the two brothers immediately danced with the wind, bumping into each other and acting carefree. Their mouths were tightly blocked with rags pulled out from nowhere, but their eyes were wide open, like two emojis. Cough! Cough! Kakavasa tried to hold back a puff, but accidentally caught the wind and started coughing furiously. That was good, because this way no one would notice he was frantically trying to hold back laughter. Why is my sister so lively and mischievous? This prank is really hilarious. Chapter 86. These are all things I scavenged from the clinic. We can't use them all. Go find that messy black market vendor and tell him to find a few more people to sell them. It was a common knowledge that lost equipment and supplies would reappear on the black market every few days. Anna had no intention of fighting the Mutual Aid Society to the bitter end, and certainly wouldn't try to be unconventional in this regard. She spread out the miscellaneous medications she had found on a large table, even taking out a portable therapeutic device, almost identical to the one in the prison ward's medical station. Edmund examined the medications one by one. They all came from pharmaceutical factories under the Interstellar Peace Company, and their dates were still good enough to sell them. He was most interested in the therapeutic device. Before he was sent to Avel, he had never thought of dismantling one to examine its internal structure. Now that he finally had the chance, he was itching to try it. Can it be dismantled? He pointed at the white, round object. Anna glanced at it. If you can put it back together, I'd do it. Otherwise, just bear with it. This thing is great. It can be used immediately after installing the energy module. Traditional disinfection and suturing only require disinfection, which saves a lot of trouble. They were trying to escape, but who knew what special circumstances they might encounter along the way? Without anyone who could treat them, they could only pin their hopes on the healing device. Of course, they couldn't just dismantle it casually. Ah, I see. Edmund stared at the healing device with melancholy, staring intently for 5 minutes before looking away. Let's not dismantle it for now, to avoid any potential trouble. Compared to the larger goal of escaping Avel, the urge to dismantle the healing device was a minor matter that could be tolerated. Prada and Praya were assigned the task of guarding the healing device. The little mushrooms took it very seriously, and immediately rushed to show it to their new companion, Little White. This creature, pulled from the depths of the mines by Anna and repaired by Edmund, had a conspicuous white metal patch on its body, so the twins named it Little White. Little White, look. It's a healing device. Praya leaped over the robot's legs, eyes brimming with joy. Prada tried to convince the robot, which lacked AI intelligence, that companion meant if we're injured, we can just shine a light on it, and it will heal us. Little White, can you help us protect it? The sound module had been removed due to damage, and with no replacement available, the robot remained silent. Accustomed to its silence, the twins placed the healing device next to the robot, and ran off to play with Big Bear, completely oblivious to the robot's eyes lighting up and dimming. Protection Cock of Asia was also pondering this question. Once again, he returned empty-handed, having escaped punishment by finding a scapegoat. Standing not far from the Sea Demon Gang leader, he indifferently watched the overreaching cadre weep bitterly. When making a move, you should plan a fallback plan in case you're outmatched. Don't act rashly. Don't blame others for ruthlessly wiping out the enemy. The leader held his old subordinate in both hands and cried to him, his heartfelt expression sincere. But this didn't affect his order. These tears weren't shed in vain. They only served to highlight his compassionate and loyal character. This compassionate and loyal man had just dispatched his former confidant to seize territory from another gang. Now, regardless of success or failure, this order was a clear death sentence. After half an hour, the crying was over, matters were settled, and the roomful of officials still had to discuss what to do next. Let's put number 0824131 aside, Kakawasha. Find a way for your men to tip off the Mutual Aid Association about number 0824131's likely location. It's time for them to take care of it. The leader set the tone with a single sentence, not giving anyone a chance to appeal. He looked at the blonde youth with a deep gaze. We can't catch number 0824131, and neither can anyone else. But they must also realize the price we paid, otherwise those bastards will be grumbling about us all day long. It's annoying. Although no one died in this operation, the leak was ridiculous. As the leader of a gang, he had to at least have some dignity. A group of people surrounded a seriously injured woman, and someone escaped. And from the high ground they repeatedly instructed him to take. He could imagine the reactions of the other gang leaders upon hearing this news. Shameful. Yes, as you wish. The Emican agreed readily, and with his habit of smiling first, the leader's mood instantly rose 20%. This kid is so scared of being bullied by number 0824131 that he's so single-mindedly determined to take that man's head. What could a 20-year-old kid possibly be capable of? If he were to make every arrangement meticulously, he'd start to suspect there might be something fishy going on. This situation clearly proves he's truly done with number 0824131. Thinking of this, he decided to give the kid a little sweet talk after giving him a slap. I'm not asking you to sit around doing nothing. Starting tomorrow, go help out with the transport team. You said before that you were willing to lend a hand to the seniors. Now that the time has come, don't be lazy. He planned to send this guy back to Hada's side if he dared to show his displeasure. Cock of Asia smiled and nodded repeatedly, without a trace of resentment or reluctance on his face. Okay, I follow your instructions. The Sea Devil's leader, resigned, waved him back to a seat, then turned to discuss the deployment of the small starship with other officers. This was a regular practice, held monthly, at irregular intervals. Last month's profits weren't great. The drug dealers lost their gold, and Mr. Televizov was very upset. If the board of directors sends another letter this month, I'm afraid everyone will be criticized. Besides the small starship, we have to increase the amount of surplus we hand over to the government. The officers offered suggestions, almost all of them bad, seemingly intent on turning sustainable fishing into a one-off operation. Ghoul Island is likely to become 10 times more chaotic than before. I hope my sister and the others won't get caught up in it. How can we protect them until the starship arrives? The starship is almost here. We can't travel too far for now. Anna and Edmund discussed, if there's anything else we need to prepare, we need to hurry up. If you're too busy, make a list for me. I always find something that meets the requirements if I make a few copies. The remaining question is, yes, she hadn't forgotten Rosemary, nor had she forgotten Warden Teledizov, who had been left to deal with last. After repeated discussions with Edmund, they concluded that the key mentioned by the previously escaped prisoners was most likely the key to unlocking control of the transport starship. Large starships are equipped with light detectors to prevent unexpected biological invasions while traveling through deep space. The universe is vast and full of wonders. Not to mention the life forms that already roam among the stars. Even insects, large and small, that have lost their ability to reproduce, are enough to cause trouble for starships. Given Avel's unique characteristics, the life detector's alarm is likely linked to the automatic defense weaponry. Otherwise, a prisoner would have escaped the prison planet long ago. Following the advice of others is a last resort. We need to have Kakavasa find out what's on the transport starship. Edmund rubbed his chin, feeling as if he had forgotten something. Why hasn't anyone escaped in all these years? There must be another reason. As the old saying goes, when it comes to prison breaks, no amount of preparation is too much. Incarceration area. Warden's office. Those damn fools haven't found the lost gold yet? Teledizov slammed his fist on the table, furiously looking at his lieutenant and secretary, Miss Lucy. What fools! We shouldn't have expected too much from them. There weren't just 2 people in the office. All the staff were called in for a scolding. Lucy took a deep breath and stepped forward. I'm sorry, sir, but it seems that's the truth. She had already urged Teledizov to crack down on the drug dealers and shut down the factories, but the warden prioritized profit, and any more talk would make him angry again. Yes, those evil things only threaten carbon-based life forms, but they aren't limited to Evair. As the transport starship sails, they will be carried to every corner of the universe. If word gets out about the drug cultivation, production, and trafficking on the prison planet, the Interstellar Peace Company will be out of business for at least a month. The rebukes will only be more severe than they are now. The board will undoubtedly throw in a few scapegoats to appease public anger in an effort to clear their name. No one wants to experience life in a prison cell. Now that the gold is lost, the next batch, even after it's handed over, will only maintain the same level as in previous years. It's understandable that this won't satisfy the directors. If you exceed expectations on the first day, that line becomes the next day's baseline. Every employee at Interstellar Peace knows this. But Teledizov, to demonstrate his prowess, always reports his figures to the highest possible limit, leaving no room for error. Now that something has really gone wrong, the directors, already spoiled by their own greed, won't sympathize with the hard work of these workers. They only think they're not working hard enough. Seriously. I don't want to work another day in this crappy shift. Bang. The loud bang from the warden's office could be heard even from the corridor. Miss Lucy faced Teledizov calmly, a table leg embedded in the wall behind her. Shut up. I don't want to hear the facts. I just want to know how to make those people recoup their losses before the starship arrives again. He slammed the table and roared, causing the staff behind Lucy to tremble in fear. Since hearing about the missing gold last month, there hasn't been a single easy day in the prison wing. From the lower cells to the upper rooftop garden, the workload has increased. The prices of the items in the self-service shopping machines have also increased, but the wages haven't changed a cent. You have to know the kind of people Avel is holding. If pushed to the limit, they will really riot en masse. The warden will be fine, but the guards will have to face the most dangerous criminals in the universe. The injuries are minor. Serious ones could very well be fatal. Chapter 87. Edmund, I suddenly thought of something. Dragged back to the ruins with supplies, Anna dug out the impoverished capitalist from the pile of scattered parts. He wiped his face, leaving streaks of black and white oil. What? What happened? For her to bring this up specifically, it had to be something serious. Anna hesitated for a moment, frowning and tilting her head as she recalled, I always felt something's wrong with the structure of that clinic Kakavasa marked a few days ago. She had spent nearly an hour wandering around that 3-story clinic, or hospital. She hadn't noticed anything at the time, but now, with a sudden realization, she realized the angle of the staircases and the layout of the floors were unusual. The stairs get closer together as you go up, but from the outside, it looks like a normal rectangle, but inside, it's a trapezoid. Where did the compressed space go? This question could be trivial or crucial. You mean, the clinic under the control of the Mutual Aid Society has a mezzanine? Edmund quickly understood what she meant. I remember from the information Kakavasia gave me. That building wasn't under the control of the Mutual Aid Society before. What was used there before the change of management? Does anyone know? That's not easy to find out. Anna scratched her itchy neck, a little uncomfortable with the growing ends of her hair. I haven't asked yet, but I'm afraid I can't. The overall environment in that neighborhood is quite chaotic, and those who have studied it carefully can speak for themselves. Evel is a prison planet, where the death of a serious criminal is celebrated, and no one cares about the mortality rate. Moreover, this place is isolated from the outside world. News from outside can't get in, and words from inside can't get out. It's like a mere concept, a mere existence. To put it simply, people die quickly, and much information can't be preserved. I'm not one of those powerful figures with underground connections, unable to pry the information I want from the deceased. Edmund couldn't help but wipe his face again. How about I build a device that can record images, and you can sneak in and look for it? He was thinking about what kind of backup plan he should have after escaping Evel. After all, a capitalist doesn't want to be a space vagabond. His family truly has 2 stars, and countless planets, and satellites to inherit. Evel's management is flawed. The warden allows serious criminals to run wild, and some even use this place as a drug production and trafficking supply base. All this only proves that there are problems with the prison planet itself, but it's not enough to question the Pierpoint Court. More evidence is needed, more explosive, more egregious, and more eye-catching evidence. Only with these could he strike back at the Interstellar Peace Company. Not to mention suing it into bankruptcy, which was certainly unlikely, but the compensation he deserved would be substantial. Okay, you need to be extra thorough and detailed. If things get out of hand, having only one card won't be enough. Anna expressed her understanding. Slaves like her, who always have a master to take the blame, have no worries. Having been thrown into Evel for so long, with no one trying to contact her, she could simply declare her supposedly dead master, regardless of whether she was online or offline. Grandma Agate said she was worth a fortune. With a starting price of 1 billion, they could just throw her away. What kind of family is this? Actually, you could consider this, Edmund said, trying to bargain with her, hoping to get a bargain. You two will come with me to Inolia, and after a few years, I sign a property waiver for you, and then you be free. Slaves were their master's property, so releasing them naturally involved signing a property waiver. This wasn't some Xianzhou alliance scam, like, I, the ancient emperor, send you the money. As long as he could get out, he was confident he could find the person who originally bought number 0824131 and convince him to transfer the property. He could earn the friendship of a Bapuk for a small sum, and she was even a hunter, a surefire winner. And that didn't even factor in the possibility of pulling out a carrot and bringing in dirt. In short, it was a huge win. Oh, I see. I consider it. Anna neither agreed nor disagreed. Why would she ask someone else to handle something she could handle herself? Even though Edmund seemed to be working tirelessly and doing whatever he was told to do, once he left Evel, he would no longer be an ordinary prisoner, but the head of the twin star Noria. Most people in this world can only share hardships, not happiness. He turned against her more easily than turning the pages of a book, so why bother testing the waters? She had the energy and the means to persuade the person who had purchased the original body to voluntarily give up 1 billion credits, even without a face-to-face meeting. Edmund could guess her intentions, smiled, and stopped trying. Why not take the shortcut? She'd definitely change her mind. He found usable parts from the pile, pieced together a miniature device that could be clipped to his clothes, and then modified a discarded chip for storage. The capitalist grumbled with a pout, complaining that the Onyx, disassembling the parts, were too rough. The aesthetics of the finished product he painstakingly assembled were questionable. However, Anna thought it was quite good. Resources were scarce on Ghoul Island, and indeed on the entire Evel planet, so it was impossible for anything particularly exquisite and ornate to emerge. Wouldn't that be a stark reminder that something's wrong here? Without further delay, I sneak in tonight and investigate. If the clinic's mezzanine floor is a normal storage facility, we can go to the drug dealer's hall and get some footage of their drug factories. That would be useful evidence. Having someone with tech skills on the team was crucial, and Anna was happy to help him out so he could focus on his crafts. It was all easy work, not too much trouble. Then I rely on you, boss. Edmund was even more confident than he was. And by the way, let's see how much new gold the drug dealers have accumulated. The gold bars she brought back last time were either exchanged for supplies or given to Dr. Mabel as hush money for her consultations. It's undeniable that the fat man would do anything for money. He reported the incident, but he didn't utter a single word of concrete evidence, fearing the drug traffickers would seize the gold. So Anna simply tied the man up and bled him lightly, not killing him. I believe that after this experience, unscrupulous doctors will realize the importance of operating with integrity. After adjusting the position and angle of her camera, Anna donned her black hat. She hesitated before finally putting her sunglasses on. Wearing sunglasses while going out late at night. How reckless are you? Ghoul Island lacks public infrastructure, and most pedestrians in the alleys rely on the meager starlight in the sky for navigation. Wearing sunglasses exacerbates the already limited light. Hee hee. Edmund grinned. After spending time with her, you realize that number 08241321 isn't truly taciturn and arrogant. On the contrary, she's capable of chatting about many topics, occasionally offering a few quips, and even a dry joke. Being in a daze doesn't mean she doesn't listen. She simply thinks staying in one place saves energy. Not saying anything is indeed a good idea, but the truth is, she's just being lazy, and not even opening her mouth. It can't be helped. It's because all the members of the Mutual Aid Association dress like this. Without sunglasses, they look so different, and their eye color easily reveals itself. Besides, Kakavasa would definitely like this. He covered those overly colorful and gorgeous eyes to avoid getting into trouble. As an Evican, his life was tough. Anna sighed, lowered the brim of her hat, and set off calmly into the moonlight. Revisiting an old place is always fun, even if that old place was a mess she had recently made. Judging from the current results, the Mutual Aid Society's organizational structure is more rigid than that of the Sea Demon Gang and the Loose Group, with high levels of obedience. They don't require much mobilization time to organize operations, and their efficiency, whether in rescue or repairs, is several times greater than their peers. The clinic has been renovated and reopened, and for safety, checkpoints and security have been added at the entrance and on the rooftop of the cafe across from it. She wasn't here to disrupt the situation today. Watching the gang members bustling in and out, Anna randomly picked a solitary individual and targeted him. She tied him up, dragged him away, questioned him, knocked him unconscious, and hid him away. 5 minutes later, she swaggered towards the clinic entrance, her documents and ID badge in hand. For some unknown reason, the Sea Demon Gang suddenly attacked one of the Mutual Aid Society's turfs in the red light district. Perhaps they were trying to steal business, or perhaps they were simply bored, but the result was a decisive victory for both sides, each carrying off the wounded and dead to fight again next time. Anna, old man looking at phone.jpg. Why would such a small place resort to violence? I really don't understand. Of course she'd been to the red light district before. Not long ago, Kakavasia had chosen a place owned by the Sea Devils gang and asked her to destroy it, and it was right there. After a round of this, her conclusion, boring, even a little disgusting. After killing the madam and demolishing most of the lobby, she left, fearing she'd go blind if she stayed too long. No wonder he'd chosen Dr. Mabel's plastic surgery clinic when he first settled on a place. A place so mixed up wouldn't be good for the upbringing of Plata and Praya. In short, the two gangs clashed, leaving countless wounded. Getting into the hospital with just an ID badge was a much easier task. The security guards at the gate only looked at the ID cards, not the people themselves. At night, they were all dressed in black suits, black hats, and black sunglasses, so even if they tried to see them, it was hard to tell. Anna confidently stepped forward and handed them her ID card for identification. With her hands in her pockets, she raised her chin and chatted, "Has the Sea Devil's leader's brain been clogged with seaweed? He's been giving us a hard time these past few days." Really? She cursed with a local Avel curse word she'd learned from the prisoners. The bodyguard handed her the ID card back, touched the brim of his hat, and snorted, "You're right, you idiots. Sooner or later, we have them in the pot. Who wants to stay up late to work overtime?" The workload increased, the salary didn't increase by a penny, and after get off work, he still had to rush to his part-time job. To have cursed the same person was to be a kindred spirit. He made way for her and added, "Go directly to the third clinic on the second floor. The other doctors are heavy-handed, but he's the only one who's gentle." Anna nodded and passed the man by. She wasn't really there to see a doctor for treatment. What did the doctor's light or heavy hand have to do with her? Chapter 88. The clinic was packed. It looked like the two gangs had indeed engaged in a fierce brawl. Ghoul Island was filled with extremely vicious criminals, and for the sake of saving food, Anna could understand the gang leader's habit of resorting to weapons. Fight, fight, fight. Kill those who dared to step forward without the ability to do so, freeing up space for the others who arrived. The line stretching from the second-floor clinic door had spread to the first-floor lobby. The paintings, lamps, and furniture she had knocked over a few days ago had been replaced. Anna was certain she didn't have the qualities of a happy puppy, but whenever she saw something nearby during her walk, she couldn't help but want to push it over. Once again in this place called a clinic, but actually a hospital, she randomly picked the longest line and stood at the end, looking up at the steps on either side. Pierpoint's architecture is characterized by geometric symmetry. The first floor is tall and magnificent, the second is compact and practical, and the third floor. That's where distinguished guests are entertained, quiet and elegant, and generally no one is allowed to wander up there. So looking up from the first floor, the third floor doesn't seem to shrink significantly. First, the staircase disrupts the view. The symmetrical staircases, built along the wall, appear larger as you approach, and smaller as you move farther away. The unique figure-8 shape can easily be seen as a decorative feature, with the focal point perfectly focused on the massive painting hanging high in the center of the third floor. It's a constellation of stars, a painter capturing a moment in the universe and transferring it to canvas, half decay, half rebirth. The unwise would be disoriented by the staircase upon entering, while the wise would focus their attention on the stunning painting, paying little attention to the unique changes in the third floor. Behind each staircase stood an elevator. The ornate peacock blue tiles formed an intricate pattern, yet this couldn't hide the fact that it was technologically backward. Of course, not everyone could use this thing. It led directly to the third floor, and its purpose was obvious. The line moved slowly. From time to time, someone would briefly leave for one reason or another, only to return to their original position a moment later. The people in the queue ahead and behind accepted this. 10 minutes passed, and the line showed no sign of changing in length. Anna stepped out of the line and onto the stairs, brushing shoulders from one stranger after another. Like a regular gang member desperate for medical attention, she paused at each clinic door, peering inside. Many people did this, and no one found it strange to wander around and look around. Come on, this is Ivel, not some polite place out there. The clinic's second floor had 16 treatment rooms. Regardless of their previous use, they were now all used for wound cleanup. The only difference was that some were injured by cold weapons, while others were by hot weapons, requiring different treatment methods. After wandering around for a while, she confidently followed a medical worker who was collecting supplies into the warehouse. Quietly, she pulled a white robe from a box, draped it over herself, and tied a headscarf around her head. Perfect. This place looks familiar. I only been here a few days. The medical worker hurriedly found what he needed, and turned to see a tall female nurse standing behind him. He was startled for a moment. Who are you? New here? Anna glanced at him coldly. This is a very important warehouse. Why are you here? Huh? Was I so focused I didn't notice anyone was here? Oh. The medical staff felt something was amiss, but couldn't figure out what. This nurse looked quite professional, but her aura was too cold and intimidating. A typical hospital probably wouldn't hire her. But Prison Star was a different story. The more intimidating the patient, the better. I get XXXX and XXXX. Can you give me a hand? I help you later. The items he was looking for weren't in stock, and weren't usually needed. It was normal for him to be unable to remember where they were before he needed them. Anna followed up, well, I'm here to get these two things too. Do you know where they are? Hearing her say this, the nurse's suspicions immediately vanished. It seemed the man before her was just naturally cold-hearted, but warm-hearted. I saw him in Area E2 last time I was cleaning the warehouse. I'm not sure now. It's been so long, I'm afraid I can't tell. He opened several boxes, inspected them one by one, then shook his head and closed them all again. No, they're not here anymore. Anna, goodness, is this a hospital you run? How can you have medicine stored somewhere you can't even remember? It's been so long and unused, how can it possibly be expired? The two of them unloaded the stacked boxes onto a flat surface and opened them. Anna sorted through them, realizing she'd been in such a hurry the last time she came that she hadn't looked carefully enough, and she missed a lot of valuable items. After searching for a while, the nurse straightened up and shook her head. I can't find it. I can't find it at all. I need to ask the warehouse manager what's going on. You stay here and continue searching. With that, he turned and walked away, unsuspectingly. Anna watched him leave, then pushed open the warehouse door and returned to the corridor. She was a nurse now, so what was there to be afraid of? Patients seeking medical attention couldn't just go up to the third floor, but the staff were a different matter. After walking back and forth between the second and first floors, she confirmed that the walls at either end of the building were noticeably converging. This wasn't just a visual effect, but rather a sign of obviously hiding something. The third floor was even narrower, and the core area should be there. "Hey you, come and help." Someone spoke behind her. Anna turned to see who it was. Her first impression was that they were quite tall. She was 1.75 meters tall, and with her heels, she was almost 1.80 meters tall. Even then, she had to look up slightly to see the other person clearly. Her second impression was, could this be a doctor? Are you sure this is a doctor? With such strong arm muscles and a magnificent chest, this has to be an orthopedist. "Get to work or get out," he said impatiently, retreating into the clinic. Oh, it was the gentlemanly guy the security guard had introduced. She suddenly had serious doubts about the vision of all the members of the mutual aid group. It was a good thing this guy didn't rip people's heads off. The way he held the thermometer looked awkward. Perhaps a hammer would be better. It seemed she wasn't the only one eyeing this clinic. Determined not to let her colleagues take advantage, Anna folded her arms and walked into the third clinic. She kicked open the door that the doctor had just kicked shut and said coldly to the huddled group of injured patients, "Either be quiet and line up, or I throw you out. Your choice." The cold voice instantly evoked painful memories for many, and the clinic fell silent. The doctor's red eyes glared at her, and Anna raised an eyebrow in response. "What are you looking at? Keep your head down and do your work." "Okay, different, not that person." That felt good. He quietly and quickly determined whether the injured patient needed debridement and sutures or surgery. The clinic supposedly had treatment equipment, but it had been robbed a few days earlier, and the newest one had been taken, leaving only outdated gadgets. If mechanical assistance couldn't be maximized, manual intervention would be the only option. If he hadn't already sent several nurses packing, he wouldn't have casually mentioned this person, who clearly had ulterior motives. Could she be a nurse? Why? Help hanging the patient from the rafters? Didn't anyone notice the wire wrapped around her arm? Could she be a nurse from the 10th Prince Division? She was clearly a master at hitting her KPI. The doctor continued working, and the nurse continued slacking off. "Come here. This man's wound can't wait for the treatment device. Debride and suture him." The doctor waved his hand and handed over a performance report. He couldn't bear to see someone idle. Someone standing there, idly dressed, was an eyesore. Although the suturing was the doctor's responsibility, he just didn't want her standing there idle. Elliot had asked him to infiltrate Avell and free a high-ranking criminal. He came, but he didn't know where the criminal was. Irritating. After failing to come up with an excuse to slip away, Anna was drafted. She lowered her hand, walked to the operating table, and glanced at the anxious patient. "Are you afraid of pain?" "No." "Don't be afraid." Poor young man, he still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. He sighed to himself that the nurse's temperament was a little cold, but she possessed a unique charm, like the clear gleam of a knife on a snowy night. Then, with a few quick movements, the knife light bandaged him tightly to the chair. His injured hand, in particular, was so tight he couldn't even move it. A ball of gauze was thrust between his teeth with overwhelming force. He barely remembered what happened next, only a vague feeling of how terrifying, as his brain completely blocked out the memory. Throwing away the blood-soaked cotton ball and rinsing the blood off her fingers with disinfectant, Anna found a few more shrapnel fragments in the waste box beside her. She calmly sutured and bandaged the wound on the man's distorted face. After loosening the bandage, she patted the back of his head. "All right, change the dressings regularly. Get on the treatment machine if you can. Your arm is saved." The doctor gave her an approving look, pleased with her decisiveness. "That's right. What's the difference between repairing a living person and repairing a golden one?" "Almost the same." The second unfortunate man was quickly carried tremblingly to a chair. The nurse strapped him down again, this time leaving his arm alone. The doctor personally broke his leg with ease, as if snapping a popsicle, the bones crooked. "Reattach it." "Anna, You people in the Mutual Aid Society call this gentlemanly? Seeing the person faint from the pain and unable to speak is easy to bully, right?" At this point, it was certain that the other person was just like her, a fraud who had slipped in to take advantage of the situation. The only difference was that he was posing as a doctor while she was a nurse. TSK, did all these unlucky people in this room do too many bad things in their past lives and in this life, and finally got punished by God? Chapter 89. The clinic was busy until late at night before the medical staff began cleaning up and preparing for their break. Hiring odd jobs was impossible, and they were even more hesitant to hire cleaners with unknown identities, so the staff had to painstakingly clean up after themselves. Usually, they leave work at dusk, but today was a special case. The lobby was filled with insults directed at the Sea Demon gang, demonstrating that even if they were imprisoned, they wouldn't want to work overtime. The strange doctor and the strange nurse each possessed their own little universe, impenetrable to outsiders. No one dared approach them. One gripped the broom like a sword, the other the rag as if it were a throat, working diligently. One swept the floor, the other cleaned the windows. If only they could ignore the dark, pent-up energy radiating from these two, or simply pass out and sleep until dawn. When the doctor was the only one there, the atmosphere hadn't been as gloomy as it was now. But today, a nurse, no better than him, had appeared. Who had recruited these people? Everyone bustled about, as if visiting a grave, with a dull, lifeless fervor. Finally, before the darkness deepened, they washed their hands, changed their clothes, and headed back to their respective shelters to rest. Anna had long since blended in with the crowd, only making a feint, circling back, and climbing through a side window that had been left unlocked. At this point, all the lights in the building were off, and the room was silent, illuminated only by the dim glow of the stars, its vague outlines. The Sea Devils had gone so far as to break into the Mutual Aid Society's medical center in pursuit of the prisoner for whom the warden had placed a bounty? Kakavasa must have heard something to have given the address of the encounter here. It might not have been entirely clear, but it was enough to arouse his suspicions. She opened the distribution box in the corner of the hallway and cut off the power. This way, regardless of whether the clinic had mechanical barriers or not, she wouldn't have to worry about them suddenly activating. Given the backwardness of Avel's technology, it was unlikely this clinic would have high-performance guard robots, and ordinary mechanisms were just useless punching bags to her. In short, it was better to save trouble wherever possible. I had planned to explore a bit and take some local specialties with me, but who knew I ended up working an unpaid shift in the middle of the night. TSK, what a loss. She went up the stairs to the third floor, and the VIP room was filled with things she couldn't understand. She hadn't had time to study them the other day, and today, something important didn't allow her to stop and study them, so she decided to take one of them back to show Edmund. She casually grabbed a beautifully packaged, unlabeled cardboard box from the refrigerator. She shook it gently a few times, but heard no sound. She slipped the box into her suit pocket. Its small size perfectly concealed it. She scanned the 6 rooms, all furnished with sofas, cushions, refrigerators, beds, and tables, all of varying styles, but all serving the same purpose. They resembled more a hotel room than a hospital clinic. Exiting the last room, she stood in the hallway, leaning against the iron railing and looking down. The sense of dissonance grew even stronger. In the complete silence, Anna suddenly realized that not only was the clinic's width problematic, but the building's thickness also seemed to have been shaved off. Based on the difference in steps, she estimated that it had partitioned off at least 1/3 of the original space. But where was the entrance? Returning to the first floor, she planned to find the vertical shaft opening for the elevator. Since the power was cut off, she could only climb along the shaft wall from the first floor to the third. Fortunately, there were metal railings for support, and it didn't take long to reach her destination. Climbing out of the elevator shaft, Anna saw another space completely different from the outside. The worn metal blades of the ventilation vents whirred, and another set of power supply equipment filled the entire space with a faint green light. Tall, transparent organic culture tanks connected the upper and lower parts, and the objects suspended within them made Anna want to vomit even when she saw them. There were all kinds of embryos, animal embryos, human embryos, and other creatures. The commonality was obvious. Each one was missing some part of its body. Some of the unconscious embryos had taken shape, while others had already matured. These young life forms, which should have been hidden in their mother's wombs, now floated in the nutrient solution with their eyes closed, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. The green light from the instruments cast an eerie hue on them, as if they would open their eyes and cry at any moment. Why were there so many deformed fetuses here? Missing limbs was probably a congenital deformity. Continuing forward, the answer soon became apparent. In an exceptionally large row of culture tanks, strange chimera-like creatures were growing. The missing parts of the embryo were replaced with limbs from other organisms, and the result looked like a damaged toy haphazardly pieced together by a careless owner. Anna stood there for a moment, then activated the camera Edmund had made and began snapping away. She had no idea why these things had appeared, or what they meant, but she knew they were definitely not something that could be made public. The dark space on the third floor was filled with these things. Taking the internal staircase down to the second floor, everything looked like a pharmaceutical factory. Regardless, she snapped away, meticulously checking even the trash can in the corner that hadn't been emptied in time. There was no exit from the second floor connected to the elevator, so after finishing her photography, Anna returned to the third floor. Edmund had obtained the evidence she sought, and now she was even more eager to discover what other surprises lay within. Walking through the rows of strange, closed-eyed embryos was incredibly stressful. A normal person wouldn't even bother looking, wanting to leave as quickly as possible. A forest of petri dishes filled most of the space, leaving only a small area against one wall for a bookshelf and a desk. Scattered notes and materials were scattered across the desk. Perhaps the recorder hadn't anticipated anyone entering, so they hadn't worried about their secret being discovered. The paper was littered with incomprehensible formulas, and the calculations were scribbled over, seemingly with the person doing the math a bit too hastily. The final stroke was so forceful it ripped the paper. After taking a few pictures of each item, Anna finally settled on the tall bookshelf. It was embedded in the wall, revealing the meticulous craftsmanship and solid materials. It was this shape. Anna approached and observed for a long time, noticing a spherical ornament on the right side of the third row of the otherwise symmetrical bookshelf. It was quite obvious. She hoped the mechanism wasn't electric. She tried to pick it up and rotate it, but the ornament remained motionless, as if fused with the bookshelf. That was impossible, of course. They weren't even made of the same material, unless they shared the same base. After trying for a while with no change in the bookshelf, Anna decided to give up. There are so many difficult things in this world. Sometimes, not making things difficult for yourself is a good habit. She casually pulled a book from the shelf and flipped through a few pages. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a golden light floating to the side. She casually tossed the book onto the top of the sphere and reached for another, only to find the bookcase silently shifting backwards, revealing a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. She dodged through the gap and found herself right in front of the painting facing the hallway. The stars still shone, yet behind them lay a series of deformed fetuses. What a irony. She reached back and snatched the book from the sphere. The wall slowly receded back to its original position. There was no time to lose. The best thing to do was to leave immediately. She restored the power, opened the side window, and closed it. A man's deep, raspy voice reached from behind. "What are you doing here?" At that moment, Anna's hair stood on end. "No, brother, it's the middle of the night. Scaring people is terrifying, don't you know?" She turned quickly. A man who looked nothing like a doctor was leaning against a tree trunk, his arms folded across his chest. This action made her breasts look even bigger. It wasn't that Anna was particularly concerned about this, but the shirt that was revealed after the man removed his white medical gown was completely undone, revealing a chest button. It was hard to tell if he was wearing anything underneath. In the dim night, there was only a sliver of white. Ahem, halfway through, I suddenly realized I forgot to close the window. She didn't care if she was exposed. If she was exposed. Given the current situation, it was likely that this man was even more reluctant than she was, otherwise he wouldn't have stood quietly in the darkness waiting for so long. "Humph," he snorted, not really debating the details. "Close it and go." Elliot's scripts always gave the main points, leaving the core hunters to decide the details. They didn't often work together, but this mission was particularly strange. Not to retrieve a core, but to travel thousands of miles to this isolated prison planet to find a prisoner who didn't even have a name. To ensure smooth progress, he was the only one infiltrating this time. Sam had asked about subsequent arrangements for Black Cat's support, but he was told it wasn't necessary. So, he was supposed to escape on his own? He couldn't remember much of the past, but prisons, he didn't like them. The piano wires were ready, and the opponent left without a second's notice. Anna stood there, bewildered for 5 seconds. Huh? So there's no need to fight? That was fine too. She lowered her head and faded into the darkness, quickly disappearing. After circling several times, Anna finally returned to the ruined courtyard. The sky was already turning pale. Only the robot, Little White, heard the sound and came out to take a look. Seeing it was her, he immediately returned to his charging station, with the composure of a gatekeeper. "Good morning, Little White." Anna greeted him even though she knew he couldn't make any sound. This was a step specifically requested by Prada and Priya. They had created a family for themselves with their imagination, and the new family member deserved even more warmth. Xiaobai's electronic eyes lit up briefly. She paused and glanced sideways at it. "Just sit still." You don't have to get up next time. The robot's eyes lit up again, and Anna couldn't tell whether it understood the meaning of the words or was simply responding uniformly to a familiar sound. It's okay. I go get some rest. Bye. A greeting should be complete. Anna watched the robot's electronic eyes light up for the third time, nodded at it, and walked into the room. Edmund sat up, took a look, and lay back down to sleep. The twins huddled in a corner, hugging their large stuffed bears, snoring softly. Humans aren't nocturnal creatures after all. Running around all night without sleep is definitely not a good idea. Chapter 90. When Edmund woke up in the morning, he saw the twins move from their stuffed bear to number 0824131, one on each side, fast asleep. Thankfully, number 0824131 was patient. Despite the frequent attacks of feet and fists, she simply rolled over, changed positions, and continued to pull at the sandworm's skin to catch up on sleep. Looking at her now, she was just a vibrant young woman of about 21 or 22, with messy short hair sticking up in all directions. One couldn't imagine the ferocity behind her cold expression as she slowly pulled out the piano wire. Xiaobai moved back and forth in the yard. With this household robot, childcare became a breeze. Just daily maintenance was enough to handle Prada and Priya without much extra physical labor. Forget having children. Single people who haven't even gotten married sighed heavily. The twins are already incredibly well-behaved and easy to care for little mushrooms. I wonder how Rosemary managed to survive the difficult times when the cubs needed the most care. Being a house husband and a stay-at-home dad are truly challenging jobs. I felt strangely moved by the feeling of returning to civilization. Breakfast consisted of nutritional paste and sweet drinks. Even though we weren't confined to our cells, we were still incarcerated. The most convenient way to eat natural food on Ghoul Island was to fish for it yourself. Edmund had tried this on his first night surviving in the desert, wasting considerable time and energy before finally admitting he was no match for the fish. Yes, it's strange that a capitalist can't defeat a sea fish nearly as long as his arm. Priya opened her eyes first, and her movement brought Plata to a waking state. The little mushroom sat up, rubbing their eyes and yawning. Anna, now free, quickly turned over and found a more comfortable position to catch up on some sleep. 28 days had passed since the last transport ship arrived. Edmund glanced up at the sky, then down at the communicator, but there was no good news from either end. They could only confirm that Kakawasha's hiding place was still safe, and they hoped he would remain safe. ID badges were ready, food and water were prepared, simple weapons were assembled, medical facilities were complete, and all kinds of tools for breaking into doors and picking locks were in place. There were 5 members of the operation, and they were thankful if 2 of them could keep up. Sigh. He sighed softly and walked to the courtyard to stretch his legs. This ruin was sparsely populated, otherwise, no one would have voted to move to this place that resembled a civilized wilderness. To hide the 2 cubs, the adults had to make some concessions, such as visual environment. The starlight on the prison planet was always dim, and compared to the false luxury of the rooftop garden, this place felt much more real. After a melancholic 15 minutes, he grabbed his tools and walked over to Xiaobai. "Good morning, buddy. How are you feeling today? How are you feeling?" The robot gave him a satisfying response, as intelligent as an Omnic. "By the way, you're not really an Omnic, are you?" "Sorry, mechanized citizen, ahem, are you?" He muttered to himself around Xiaobai. The robot, having lost its speech module, didn't respond. A while later, Prada and Priya each sipped a tube of nutrient paste. Seeing their fellow cub, Edmund's mood brightened considerably. He poked around on a relatively flat surface and asked, "Which ocean of knowledge are we planning to explore today? Mathematics or physics?" Anna buried her head in the sandworm skin blanket, rejecting the external knowledge that polluted her mind. The more she listened, the sleepier she became, and then the line cut out. She slept until the stars passed overhead. She pushed back the covers and sat up, having developed a habit of checking the communicator first when she opened her eyes. "Huh? Edmund?" Anna woke up almost instantly after seeing the message, interrupting her capitalist's path to becoming an educator. "Kakavasa has a message." "What did he say?" Edmund asked impatiently as he pushed the door open. "Is the transport starship coming?" "No." Anna reread the message from the beginning, making sure she hadn't misunderstood. Kakavasa hadn't learned all the characters yet, and his messages were all voiceover, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. But the chances of this message being misunderstood today were slim. The message will be transmitted only after the transport starship enters the atmosphere. Major gangs can only deploy to connect with it after receiving the warden's order. Failure to do so will be considered an escape attempt and will be immediately eliminated. That's fine. They hadn't planned to escape early anyway. The warden will be present when the starship arrives. There's a commissioner sent by the board who needs to be personally received by him. The drug dealer's gold is gone. That's gold, not cabbage. It's impossible for it to multiply several times in just 1 month, nor is it possible for profits to suddenly surge and surpass month-over-month profits. This business is a lucrative one, but collecting payment always carries risks, not just the credit points you casually swipe out without any sense of responsibility. The promised goods are backdated, and a commissioner's presence is much more gentle than a pink slip. Bullshit. When trying to persuade others to accept the credit point system, he devalued gold to near worthlessness. When consolidating his own wealth, he aspired to artificially detonate stars to make a killing. Edmund believed that even if PurePoint's capitalists were to line up for streetlights one day, it wouldn't be his turn. The Interstellar Peace Company's board of directors would cover it all. Anna rubbed her chin. That means the warden won't be in the confinement area while the starship is stranded, and there's a commissioner sent by the company's board of directors to hold him accountable. What are you going to do? Edmund had a bad feeling. Rosemary. She uttered a name, and Edmund scratched his head frantically. He knew she was still thinking about it. Do you think Televizov will bring Rosemary out to entertain the guests? Anna used the question, but her tone was quite certain. Needless to say, he definitely would. In that man's eyes, prisoners shouldn't have dignity. He wouldn't spend a penny if the simplest and cheapest method could be used. It didn't matter that Rosemary was the one who suffered. As long as it didn't hurt his profits or his reputation, it wasn't a trivial matter that required much thought. And Rosemary was truly beautiful, the kind of feminine beauty that could confuse a man, perfectly fitting the societal definition of carbon-based life, beautiful and harmless. And then what? Fight Televizov in front of everyone, snatch a peerless beauty, kidnap a representative from the Interstellar Peace Company, and escape with the starship? Edmund's eyes were dead. If she dared even mention such an outrageous plan, he'd throw himself on the ground and strike. Anna looked at him in surprise. How could that be possible? I'm not stupid. The walls of the detention area are filled with spider robots, and there are leviathans disguised as living creatures in the sea. I can't believe you dare say there's no defense left staring at the sky. Luckily, she didn't faint. Then tell me. Edmund walked over to her and sat down, listening attentively to the boss's plan. I want to blow up the power core in the roof garden to distract Televizov. That way, you have more time and a better chance of infiltrating the starship. She looked at the twins squatting in the yard, playing with their robots in circles. Escaping with children is much more difficult than running alone. If you're not careful, the two children might not make it out of Avel alive. The exact function of the key remains unknown, but since a commissioner from the Interstellar Peace Company is here, he certainly wouldn't come to Yver alone with a briefcase, right? Think about it, someone carrying a board order specifically to go to the prison planet to question the warden. How confident would he be to not hire bodyguards? Edmund wavered. After all, even when he sent employees on long-distance business trips, he wouldn't have sent them alone. At the very least, he'd hire a professional security team as a bonus. The Interstellar Peace Company is truly a large and powerful company, and there's no way they skimp on the show. The board can't afford to lose that guy. The more people, the more complex the tasks, the more loopholes there are. Anna withdrew her gaze from the outside. Gather 2 fur balls for them to wear, and then get a couple of PC suits and sunglasses. And you need to figure out a hair color these next couple of days. You and Cock of Asia will infiltrate the commissioner's junior staff, while I destroy the rooftop garden. As long as Avel is in chaos, the starship will follow suit. Amidst lingering fear and dread, everyone's attention will be focused on the collapsed rooftop garden. As for whether anyone is taking advantage of the situation, by the time the commissioner even considers this question, the starship will likely have already left Avel. The leviathans in the sea and the air defense system will likely not attack the transport starship. After all, the company prioritizes profit above all else. The most important thing is that Televizov will be led around like a dog, and secretly transporting Rosemary is not impossible. The price she has paid over the years is enough to offset her past crimes. Anna knows she can't save all the innocent people wronged on Avel, so she chooses to save each one she encounters. Not really. Impossible? Edmund stroked his chin. The cargo ship is unmanned, so it's hard to say whether it has life support systems suitable for carbon-based humans. But having a specialist on board would be different. Even if he's an omnic, he'd definitely have somewhere suitable to live. And the security attaches and waiters can't guarantee all of them are omnics. Rather than shuffling personnel around and causing public outrage, It's better to build a man cabin that can accommodate most intelligent species. The conditions don't matter. Escape from Evil first. But the risks and pressure you bear are enormous. One misstep could easily cost you your life. He imagined what to do after leaving the prison planet, and finally realized that Anna's plan didn't consider her own safety at all. Blowing up the rooftop garden right in front of the accountability commissioner, great. Then, slapping the warden in the face, and then backhanding the board of directors. This level of aggro is worthy of being called Hunter. So, I need your help in building a powerful bomb. Don't let me go in unarmed and embarrass myself. Anna's not stupid. She can definitely use technology, right, Edmund? After all this twists and turns, it finally came to me, didn't it? Chapter 91. The boss said she wanted a compact, portable, yet powerful explosive device quickly. Edmund seemed to see himself demanding more from his subordinates. Back then, he thought his subordinates were all incompetent, constantly craning their necks for raises. Now he realized where the problem lay. I indeed been asking too much. Pierpoint swears, okay, I figure it out. He accepted the assignment dejectedly. Of the three, Anna shouldered most of the risk. According to her plan, whether the operation succeeded or failed, another team had a chance to escape. She did all the work, and she was the most exhausted. Of the other members, Praya and Plata were still children. Kakavasia had done everything he could to delve into dangerous terrain and gather information. Finally, he couldn't let down his guard. It would have been nice if the construction period had been longer. Anna slurped the nutrient paste and carefully sent Kakavasia a message through her communicator, carefully choosing her words and sending him the detailed escape plan she had just outlined. Keeping it a secret was definitely not an option, but this guy had some unexplained PTSD from the split-up plan, so she needed to be extra careful with her communication. After sending the message, she got up and began to sort through the harvest from the previous night's hard work. Kakavasia was probably busy, as there was no response for a long time. Edmund, take a look at this. She fished the blank white cardboard box from her suit pocket and tossed it over, where Mr. Enolia caught it. After opening the box and taking a look, he pushed the contents back, rubbed his eyes, and opened the door again. Since Edmund's voice suddenly went silent, Anna looked up and asked, "What's wrong? Is there any danger?" "No." The capitalist took the contents of the box and held it before his eyes, examining it closely, baffled. Then he muttered in a voice of deep sorrow, 10 million credits ruined. How much? Anna gestured. I didn't hit it. This thing had been sitting peacefully in her pocket since it came out of the refrigerator. How could it be ruined? Ah. She finally understood. Must it be refrigerated? Yes. Edmund unscrewed the syringe and sniffed. Cell repair agent, 10 million credits per dose, will give you at least 80 extra years of life. At first, the number 10 million was a bit dizzying, but combined with the phrase 80 extra years of life, Anna actually thought it wasn't that expensive. 80 years. Many people in the universe can earn that much in a month. Edmund nodded vigorously. Forget a month. The directors of the Interstellar Peace Company could probably earn that much in a single system. In the interstellar age, buying life with money isn't a luxury. While it can't be used continuously, it at least relieves many people's urgent needs. It's a medication based on medical principles, not a nutritional supplement, and certainly not the immortality technique forbidden by the Immortal Boat Alliance. This thing can repair the errors that frequently occur during the terminal stages of cell division. I don't quite understand the exact mechanism, but I know in general that some scholars classify aging as a type of error, and so this thing came into being. But it must be kept at low temperatures, otherwise it's just like a tube of high-end nutritional cream. It shouldn't be NFL. Who would use it here? It's hard to say. He grumbled inwardly for a moment, then picked up the box again. Where's the instructions? Where's the batch number? Where's the production date? How do I use it? Why aren't there any? Pierpoint has always prided itself on being strict and demanding in its drug management. It didn't make sense for a drug worth 10 million to be sold in a plain paper box. He was still young and didn't have any serious illnesses requiring cell repair, so he wouldn't need cell repair agents. But he had taken nutritional pills before, so he wished the box was completely covered in printed information. If nothing else, it would at least avoid 90% of the legal issues. This vial of medicine was ruined due to overheating, and 80% of the blame lies with the lack of any instructions on the packaging. You didn't even tell anyone how to store it, so how can you blame them for not knowing how to store it? But it's missing. Not just this one, I checked every refrigerator in every room, and not a single injection had any instructions on the packaging. Perhaps this isn't an injection for non-professionals? Wait! Edmund realized his blind spot. How many vials of cell repair agent did you say you saw? 6 rooms, each with a refrigerator containing between 8 and 19. Anna roughly estimated that at least 48. Edmund looked up at the sky. But Pierpoint only produces 30 per year. Don't be fooled by the low reserve price. This is seriously auction-worthy. Legal sales channels only sell 30 per year, yet the VIP room of a small clinic on Prison Star can scoop up 40 or 50. How can that be justified? I'm sure the refrigerator is full of this. Anna emphasized her certainty, otherwise, I wouldn't have just casually slipped one into my pocket. Wouldn't it be worthless if there were too many? Speechless wasn't enough to describe Edmund's current mood. He turned away and paused for a moment before turning back. Then there's only one possibility. This batch of cell recovery supplements was privately produced. The point isn't that it's expensive, it's that private production is illegal. You're just doing this without authorization? Can you even hand-make this stuff? Anna's mind raced with various large tables. Yes. There's a factory in the mezzanine on the second floor of the clinic, and empty syringes are scattered on the operating table. The feed port connects directly to the third floor. She thought of similar equipment and similar structure somewhere. The empty tube of low-grade nutrient paste she was holding in her mouth fell to the ground with a clack, and the figure disappeared instantly. The next sound she heard was her vomiting in the yard. Confused, Edmund opened the camera to check the storage. 10 minutes later, another person had left to vomit. His reason for vomiting was different from Anna's, but that didn't stop normal humans from feeling disgusted by abnormalities. Cat God, what on earth is hidden on Ghoul Island? Illegal limb modification clinics, drug factories, a research institute that toys with life, and even an assembly line that uses deformed fetuses to manufacture drugs. Number 08241321 was right. This is truly a place where the stars of humanity shine. Anna, having emptied her stomach, looked pale, her eyes filled with despair. Pipes running directly to the medical station run throughout the prison area. Anyone who's worked as a cleaner knows what those pipes are used for. Then think about it. The production line for low-level nutritional pastes also has this same structure. While there's definitely no chance of cross-fertilization, the physiological reaction is difficult to suppress. Ugh, I can't eat it. No matter how hard I think about it, I can't eat it. I make a few backups of this. Edmund wiped his mouth weakly. Compared to these heartless lunatics, he was truly a truly kind person. Anna wiped her tears and nodded, deciding to go fishing in the sea at night. The activity of marine life is also reduced at night. Putting aside the dangers of diving, it would definitely be easier to catch prey than during the day. I go find some natural food. Keep an eye on Kakavas's message. She had never been so weak before. In just a few minutes, her face turned pale and haggard. Also, pay attention to the explosives. Make a few more. Edmund gestured to her, no problem. The next day, Kakavasa sent a message, strongly rejecting Anna's new plan, almost as if he was about to throw a tantrum. Edmund showed him a photo of the half-assembled bomb, then a picture of the twins playing with a bear. The young men fell silent. These two children had never seen normal human society. Since they were born, they were truly innocent. As time drew closer, the atmosphere on Ghoul Island, and indeed on the entire prison planet, grew increasingly tense. The warden was fretting over the impending visit of the board of directors. The prisoners' already strenuous physical labor was being exacerbated, leaving the guards, caught in the middle, feeling apprehensive. Even the wealthy individuals in the rooftop garden, who had paid for medical treatment to avoid punishment, felt a sense of unease. The drug dealer's lost gold remains undiscovered, and fugitive number 08241321 remains at large. The Mutual Aid Society and the Sea Devils have been engaged in a frenzied fight lately, leaving corpses strewn across the streets every morning. The metal recycling onyx fighting over territory in the garbage dump have left parts scattered across the ground. 30 days have passed since the last transport starship arrived at Avel. Edmund handed Anna 3 compressed high-explosive bombs, 2 large and 1 small. Supplies are limited, or I at least build you a neutron bomb. There was a hint of regret in his tone. But if you plan to use them to blow up factories and laboratories, they're quite useful. Let's test the strength of the loud first. Anna didn't hesitate. Pack your things and contact Kakavasia. You all been to the transport ship's docking point. Take Prada and Praya with you. If she wanted to create enough chaos, she had to prepare in advance. Her goal was to scare the starship and panic the board member, but not to startle him too early. The sequencing of the explosions was crucial. The drug factory couldn't be blown up randomly. If she didn't do it right, every living carbon-based creature on Ghoul Island would be wiped out. The Mutual Aid Society clinic is more convenient. If nothing else, at least I know the route and the structure, and there are people I know inside. I won't be returning after I blow up the clinic. By then, the attention of the Mutual Aid Society, the Sea Devil Gang, and the loose group will all be diverted. You and Kakavasa follow the plan. If you run into trouble, remember to stay calm and think carefully. You definitely find a solution. She patted Edmund's shoulder. No need to wait for me. Let's meet up at Abigail's hometown. Kakavasa knows the address. Chapter 92. It was the same neighborhood. Stepping into it for the third time, Anna immediately noticed the atmosphere was vastly different from her previous 2 visits. The sentry at the entrance to the cafe had been replaced by a more professional sniper, though their equipment was still a bit outdated, and the flash of their scopes betrayed their presence. Gang members were stationed at both the front and rear exits, and the entrance to the clinic was filled with people in black suits. TSK, that's a bit of a hassle. She turned away without a second thought, her target temporarily shifting to the red light district venue that the Sea Devils had seized a few days earlier. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the roadside reflected her tall, slender figure, dressed in a black suit, black hat, and black sunglasses, a true member of a mutual aid society. If she wanted to impersonate a member of the mutual aid society and escalate the conflict with the Sea Devils again, she couldn't use piano wire as a weapon anymore. It had almost become her symbol. God knew she couldn't find anything more effective on the rooftop garden. The red light district wasn't far from the clinic, just 3 blocks away. Its hallmark was the towering metal gates at the entrance, designed to prevent prostitutes from escaping. The closer they got to the brightly lit streets, the more pedestrians there were. Anna chose a vacant dessert shop on the sidewalk, walked in, and sat down. From this position, she could clearly see the people coming in and out of the gate, making it easy to select her targets. The waiter approached, holding a flyer. She ordered the most expensive item, took out her ID card, and placed it on the tray she was carefully carrying. Thank you for your help. The waiter lowered his voice, trying to convey a subtle meaning. Unfortunately, the customer he met was too lazy to bother with unnecessary conversation. You're welcome. Half an hour later, the customer left, leaving the untouched dessert on the table. This thing was laced with inedible ingredients, and there was no way to even pack it up to take back to Plata and Praia to satisfy their hunger. Those drug dealers were desperate for money. Damn it. She followed a man dressed in vibrant colors, caught in a narrow alley, and suddenly attacked him, pushing him into the darkness. 10 minutes later, a woman with gray blue eyes emerged from the alley. Her features were sharp, deep, and her demeanor was cold and awe-inspiring. The voices of the pimps soliciting business on the street grew louder, all hoping to find some benefits for their own entertainment venue employees. Anna followed the crowd to the nightclub she had once vandalized. The deafening music and rapidly flashing lights felt strangely familiar. The bodyguard at the door glanced at her, curled his lips, and nodded to let her pass. TSK, black clothes, black hat, black sunglasses, he's obviously from the fraternity. If the place didn't have to be open for business, he'd rather shoot the guy in the head. He wasn't here for fun. After checking the hat and glasses, Anna, without a word, pulled out the gun she just borrowed, pulled the safety, and fired 3 rounds into the air. The 4th bullet knocked the gun out of the bodyguard's hand. Then, holding her hat, she blended into the crowd and fled the scene in the chaos. The revelers, who had just been swaying their shoulders and hips in ecstasy, were startled by the gunfire and, without a word, drew their weapons and aimed at the nearest stranger. The sound of gunfire and shouting continued, and from a distance, it sounded like festive street fireworks and cheers. The nightclub, having been raided once, was like water poured into a frying pan. Seeing the chaos was about to break out, the bodyguard guarding the door reported it to his superiors. The first person to fire a gun and cause trouble turned out to be a member of the Mutual Aid Society. They long harbored a grudge against the Sea Devils for seizing their place, and this guy was clearly looking for trouble. Seeing the Sea Devils suddenly start sending in personnel, the other gangs, confused as to why, followed suit. The 3 major gangs each had their own business operations in the red light district. Ever since the Sea Devils became unruly, life had become increasingly difficult for the other gangs. Even if they were short of manpower, they had to keep up appearances. What if they were slow to react and got kicked out? Reintegrating into the group would be no easy task. Ghoul Island was home to numerous factions, large and small, representing all ethnic groups. At the moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the commotion in the red light district. Returning to the Mutual Aid Society clinic, Anna was pleased to find that the security staff had been reduced by half. The clinic had closed, leaving only a few people locking the door. Anna quietly made her way to the shade of the trees outside the side window. This was where she had been caught last time by the doctor who didn't look like a doctor at all. The dim light was a natural barrier, and she waited patiently. The clinic's door was soon locked, and the security guard at the door only needed to turn slightly to gain a clear view of the entire front and sides of the clinic. As for the back, even if someone reached it, it would be useless. With no doors or windows, it was impossible to sneak in. But Anna hadn't planned to sneak in at all. Why would she? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable? Edmund had given her 3 bombs, the largest no bigger than a palm, the smallest barely the size of a finger. She climbed up the grooves of the clinic's facade to the space between the 2nd and 3rd floors. She attached the bombs tightly to the inside of the patterned wall and let go, letting them drop gently to the ground. You again. A hoarse male voice came from behind her again. This time, Anna took it well, glancing lazily sideways at the newcomer. It's not advisable to go to work these days. Dr. Wren, it's best to take some time off and rest at home. Humph. The man stood beneath a dead tree. A faint smell of blood wafted into the air. It seemed he also had a side job. She said nothing more. The communicator in her inner pocket vibrated. There was news. In front of her acquaintance, Anna took out the communicator and glanced at it. Kakavasa had reported that the transport starship had entered Evel's atmosphere. It's getting darker, the dew is heavier. Goodbye. She nodded to the man and gracefully departed. Edmund had warned her that the explosion range of this thing shouldn't be underestimated. Half an hour later, the entire island of Ghoul shook violently. The impact of the explosion flattened nearly 8 city blocks. If all the buildings in Evel were simple, dilapidated structures, otherwise the collapsed buildings would have been enough to kill more than half the people. The transport starship at the mine wasn't within the blast radius, but how could anyone not be dead amidst the commotion? A specialist sent by the board of directors was sitting in the luxurious observation lounge on the starship's top floor, bossing Telviziv around. The sudden explosion disrupted the ship's balance, sending ornate and precious porcelain clattering and shattering to the floor, and the fine wine and food instantly turned to garbage. Most terrifying of all was the transparent, panoramic window, which revealed everything happening in the distance, without a single obstruction. From time to time, a crimson glow shone from the spherical black cloud. One half pierced the sky, while the other half, like a rolling tsunami, flattened any obstacle. The explosion hadn't yet ended, but it seemed as if a deep pit had sunk into the area where it had occurred. Even lower than sea level. An ordinary person would never witness such a horrific scene, and unfortunately, the commissioner was an ordinary person. What the hell? What's going on? He screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice terminating at its climax, like a mistuned string being grabbed. If it weren't for the pressure from the board of directors, Televizov would have thrown this idiot into the sea to feed Leviathan. At this moment, the warden wasn't worried about what was happening below him. And not just now, he always wasn't that worried. After all, they were all serious criminals, who had survived thanks to the abolition of the death penalty. Given their crimes, it wouldn't be a big deal to empty the ammunition depot at Pierpoint. Sending a large number of them at once would save him the headache of overcrowding. This is Avel, dear Mr. Commissioner. His white-gloved fingers rested lightly on one another, fingertips touching. As you can see, just keeping the prisoners quiet takes a lot of the guards' work. Profits are hard to come by. The drug dealer's gold was lost, and so was the clinic cell recovery supplement. What did any of this have to do with him? He hadn't stolen it. Those prisoners, instead of reflecting on their own negligence and pursuing the thieves to recoup their losses, were crying out in frustration. He was too lazy to judge the cases of those who deserved to be dragged out and used as targets. The constant influx of prisoners ensured there was never a shortage of staff. If these weren't working, he just swapped them out. There was always someone who could do the job. The sudden explosion shattered the breath the commissioner had been holding in his chest. This Televizov was still as annoying as ever. A reckless wretch. A brute. He wasn't afraid of him, but for the sake of the company's overall interests, he didn't want to argue with him. He had originally planned that if this guy could understand the ways of the world, he could explain things to the board on his behalf. Now, it seemed that was unnecessary. This eccentric, irritable, and moody guy should be allowed to rot on this prison planet for the rest of his life. Bah! I already understood the situation, and will report it to the board of directors. He replied sarcastically, reaching for his glass, but forgetting it had just fallen to the ground and shattered. Such a timid fellow had the audacity to yell at Avel. He truly didn't know what to do. Televizov watched him awkwardly withdraw his hand. Mr. Commissioner, you had a long journey. Don't let a boring thing spoil your fun. We prepared some entertainment. Take your time to enjoy it. I handle a minor issue. He didn't even pretend. His words were filled with arrogance. After saying this, he stood up and walked towards the starship's transport platform. Who knew which inmate was so audacious as to cause trouble at this moment? It seemed necessary to capture him and let him experience the privileges of his confinement zone. The warden left the transport ship, not noticing that a small starship acting as a barge had accidentally fallen from the docking port in the explosion. Even if he saw it, he just treated it as a joke. There are always unscrupulous prisoners trying to escape this way. Why don't they think about why no one has ever been able to leave Avel in all these years? With the key, even unlocking the liquid gold collar is useless. In the bottom of the transport starship, 2 adults, 2 children, and a tattered iron robot slowly worked their way up the pipe. Edmund couldn't help but rub his chest. Is Kakavasa's luck really real? Chapter 93. Time goes back to before Anna detonated the bomb affixed to the clinic's exterior wall. After entering Ever's atmosphere, the transport starship sent a meeting invitation to Warden Televizov. The commissioner said by the board of directors had no intention of setting foot on the prison planet. He knew his own strength and feared being taken hostage and used in a prison break upon exiting. After waiting for over half an hour, Televizov entered the transport starship's designated manned area. Meanwhile, the other small starships acting as barges began their work. Hurry! Edmund piloted the small aircraft he had tricked out of Kakavasia and plunged into the transport starship's cargo hold. The Sea Demon Gang's mission for the Evicans was to transport live specimens requested by major scientific research organizations. One by one, marine life, large and small, contained in transparent petri dishes, had to be delivered to a dedicated storage bay in a very short time. It wasn't that these marine life were fragile. It was more that the docking starship's stay was limited. The aircraft docked in its designated slot. The control panel instantly locked, and a bright red countdown ticked rapidly. The capitalist cursed bitterly. No wonder the boss is always wary of Televizov. This guy. He's truly, Pierpoint's expletive, a badass. The lock control panel meant they could only complete the transport mission within a limited time frame and then return in disgrace. Even if they didn't want to leave, the autopilot system offered only 2 options: free fall like a firework, or be repatriated. Resisting departure was impossible. The starship had alarms. Either option was unacceptable. How about we go back and find the boss? Edmund hoped to escape Iver alive. Only by leaving Iver alive would that mean anything. A dead person couldn't speak. Kakavasia stepped forward and pushed him aside. What do you need? He definitely couldn't go back. To Anna, all of them, young and old, were a burden. If they hadn't been holding her back, she might have left Iver long ago and gone to Bougie to learn how to process the chip in her brain. The Evicans were good at clinging to others, but they could also stand up and run on their own 2 feet. We need a password. The good news is it's all numbers. The bad news is it's 18 digits. The human brain isn't capable of calculating a random 18-digit password in 5 minutes, not even someone with intelligence in their destiny. Edmund hammered the cockpit seat in anger. Just one step. One last step. Perhaps Theonic could do it, but all 4 present were carbon-based terrestrial species, and the only robot standing aside was just a regular robot, suitable for housekeeping. Numbers? From 0 to 9? The blonde youth glanced around the control panel. Where do I enter it? Well, this was an Evilkin slave who couldn't even recognize all the characters. Then Kakavasia pulled out Xiaobai's crayon and wrote 10 words on the ground. He turned his back and stood. I throw it, you enter it. Edmund, huh? Bet your life, do you dare? He stared into his eyes, a frivolous pink-purple light glimmering with an undeniable light. My life is as valuable as yours. I have the same reasons as you do for leaving evil. Edmund didn't dare gamble, but he inexplicably trusted the Kakavasia team's determination to survive. Plata and Praya hugged each other, the little mushrooms so quiet they barely even breathed, fearing they would interfere with the adult's decision. If deported, the Evican would definitely not be able to continue lurking within the Sea Devil's gang. Number 0824131 had also said she wasn't sure of victory against Televizov, so even if she tried, there was no guarantee she'd get the key. Wouldn't that mean she still have to rely on gambling? Furthermore, number 0824131 was already preparing to challenge the warden, so no one knew if she survived to see the next time. All things considered, taking a gamble with Kakavasia was the best option right now. Come on! This guy once had an undefeated streak in the prison's underground casino, but who knew if that luck would hold true for the code? You throw. I try to connect to Xiaobai's chip and do the math. A two-pronged approach always works. He was grateful for the twins. If it weren't for them, he would have thrown away that shabby robot. The countdown waited for no one, and they didn't bother moving any more specimens. Cock of Asia, with his back to the numbers, threw the beautiful crystal again and again. It looked like a heart. As soon as he started, Edmund noticed something. Xiaobai's chip was running faster than he expected, not just a little bit, but several times faster. Cock of Asia threw the numbers quickly, and Prada and Praya helped him count, both sides completing the task almost simultaneously. But the answers were different. It wasn't just a simple difference, there was a whole digit wrong between the two strings of numbers. The input field was a single, undivided bar. According to PurePoint's custom, Starship keys are typically 18 digits long. Xiaobai's chip produced an 18-digit string, but Cock of Asia's die stopped in the gap between two digits. There was no 18th digit. The first 17 digits of the two strings were identical, with only the last digit differing. What to do? The bright red countdown slowly drew to a close, and Cock of Asia and Edmund stared at each other. Science? Or metaphysics? The two ends of the scale were not equal, and no one was willing to risk their lives to verify a question that had never been answered since ancient times. Edmund's heart was pounding, and his palms were cold and clammy. He tried several times, but couldn't lift his arm to input the number. This is horrible. This is truly horrible. One mistake, and what you enter won't be a key, but a death warrant. Cock of Asia pushed him further, firmly entered the 17 digits, and then confirmed under the other man's terrified gaze. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The alarm didn't sound, and the block control panel remained unopened. PurePoint swear, PurePoint swear, PurePoint swear, PurePoint swear. Edmund's excessive emotion had been labeled high risk for illness by the robot, Xiaobai. A deliberately omitted password, a control panel that wouldn't be opened at all, and even if the warden asked for the so-called key, there was no guarantee it was genuine. Televizov. When I get out of here, I'm going to give that a bloody beating. He waved at the others furiously. Cock of Asia didn't find this strange, instead urging them to leave. Let's go. The key is correct. Let's find a place to change into our company uniforms. Everyone hurried out of the small starship's cockpit. Just as they exited the hatch, the latch that was supposed to secure the barge suddenly released. The small starship's panels were locked, unable to activate the autopilot system, and it plummeted helplessly to the ground. No wonder no one has been able to escape Evel. This series of insidious arrangements was beyond the comprehension of both normal and insane people. Hurry! Once the cargo is fully loaded, this place will be uninhabitable. Edmund took a deep breath to calm himself, leading the way along the familiar structure. There's a connecting door between the cargo hold and the manned area. Of course, this area was also password protected and not completely sealed, allowing staff to observe any abnormalities in the cargo during transportation. This time, no one mentioned using robots again. Cock of Asia rolled the dice, Edmund operated, and Plata and Praya nervously huddled together to keep watch. The hatch opened normally, and before entering the corridor, the four men changed into the standard black suits worn by Interstellar Peace Company employees. Even the little mushrooms wore a full set of attire, plus two small, tactile white pom-poms. The pom-poms on the Papisa's head were untouchable, and their heights were perfect, so impersonating this species felt seamless. The human disguise was easy. Before the hatch fully opened, Edmund glanced at Little White, who remained in the cargo hold. For some reason, the capitalist suddenly softened his heart. He quickly stepped forward and said to it, "I take your chip with me. I reawaken you in a new body later. Is that okay?" The silent robot finally responded to his question. He nodded and pointed to his chest, then removed another unfamiliar chip from behind the unremoved deformed metal plate. Then, he stood there quietly, hands lowered, placing all his hope in the hands of the human. Edmund pulled out his chip and hurried into the corridor of the transport ship's passenger area before the hatch closed. "I will definitely find the answer you seek." The rest was easy for them. Find an inconspicuous corner to hide in, then depart unnoticed at the next stop of the cargo ship. I plan to adopt these two children. After bidding farewell to the robot Xiaobai, whom he had personally repaired, the capitalist became sentimental and soft. He lowered his head and looked gently at Prada and Praya. Children need adequate nutrition, plenty of exercise, gentle teachers, and humorous guidance to grow up healthily. All of these can be easily achieved in Enolia. Do you want to join me? I can offer you a salary that is hard to come by in the entire universe. The code in his mind, and the evidence in his hands, every single one of them was enough to hit the Interstellar Peace Company's pain points. The next game was entirely within the capitalist's comfort zone. With such thorough preparation, this battle was a sure win. After 6 months on the prison planet, he was no longer the innocent and naive person he once was. Cock of Asia pursed his lips slightly, but did not respond. He understood Edmund's excitement, but the escape wasn't a complete success until he had safely left the transport starship. Most importantly, Anna hadn't arrived to join him. What if she can't catch up? From those counterintuitive traps, it can be seen that Televizov will never hand over the real key to the criminal. He would rather die together with him. Chapter 94. The Mutual Aid Society's Research Institute, hidden within the clinic, was ignited and devastated. No one could bear the loss. No, it wasn't just a question of whether or not to bear it. No one could or dared to bear it, not even the warden. He would only offer half-hearted urging, scolding, and verbal abuse, offering any assistance short of help, and then nothing more. There were even secrets hidden there that even the Interstellar Peace Company wouldn't want to be known. When the explosion occurred, the Mutual Aid Society's gang leaders on Ghoul Island were gathering to deal with another sudden attack by the Sea Devils. It was said that a member, harboring a grudge for a previous robbery, was seeking revenge and was caught red-handed, sparking a brawl. Alas, this kind of thing is common in Avel. Not everyone has the ability to fish in the sea like it's a game. Serious criminals also need food, shelter, and without income, they can't survive. The gang members who once worked there were worse off than office workers after the place changed hands. Lost their jobs at lightning speed and receiving no severance pay. Could they just accept their bad luck and head for the job market? Haha, if they could, they wouldn't be sent to the prison planet. It's just that this unlucky guy's timing for starting a fight was inopportune. He happened to arrive just as the transport starship arrived in Avel. Even worse, there was a board member on board, aggressively demanding accountability. Just say it's not an inch, the problem must be solved quickly and quietly, or the person who caused it must be dealt with. After finally arriving at the scene, and keeping the riot within tolerable limits, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a spherical cloud rose not far from the red light district. Clouds, they actually couldn't see them. The initial blazing flash was enough to blind anyone for at least a week. The shockwave and intense heat from the explosion, while not enough to cause a collective vaporization, were certainly not a pleasant experience. A loud bang followed, and finally a violent tremor. At that moment, everyone and everything within the 8 city blocks fell silent. Houses collapsed, and the ground was scraped away. There was no emergency rescue system on Avel's island. The remaining cadres, unaffected, relayed the news to the leader in the rooftop garden with trembling hands. Of course, the priest wouldn't leave his comfortable home, so he dispatched his most valued heir aboard a small starship to Ghoul Island to investigate the situation. That clinic had always been very low-key. How had it been noticed? Had the attackers accidentally attacked the research institute, or had they already targeted it? After a smooth landing and a 20-minute pause, Klaus, with a dark face, set off for the return trip. What are you looking at? It was completely blown to a pit, not a scrap left. Any clues or evidence, completely vanished, impossible to track down. Investigating an accident requires clues to support the operation. A deep pit, what can it support? The lost cell repair agent hasn't been found yet. Hasn't it appeared on the black market? Hasn't other doctors seen it? This kind of specialized medicine isn't available to the average person. You either sell it quickly for a profit or hire a professional. You can't just take it home and consume it as a high-end nutritional cream. He paced back and forth, panting angrily, like a short-necked rhino. Someone posed as medical staff and broke into the clinic before. 2. One pretending to be a doctor, the other a nurse. Why didn't anyone report it? Is there such a shortage of people on Ghoul Island? The officers who were still awake and able to answer questions were speechless. Yes. That's how scarce useful people are on Ghoul Island. Many prisoners are the type who are useful, but no one dares to use them. They prefer to use their professional knowledge for less desirable tasks, whether it's cooking or medicine. So even if there are a lot of talented people, there's still a dilemma of no one available. Bang! After viewing the surveillance screenshots, Klaus smashed the coffee cup next to him. Are you blind? The young man addressed everyone in a dangerously soft voice. This doctor is worth 8.1 billion. This nurse, oh, a little cheaper, but still worth 2.6 billion, number 082411321. You're quite good, you let over 10 billion credits go for nothing. Why the Star Core Hunter appeared on Avel wasn't Klaus's concern. His regret was that number 082411321 had been so brazenly sauntering back and forthright under the noses of the Mutual Aid Society, and yet, no one ever suspected her. The doctors and staff at the clinic held accountable for this all said they were too self-righteous to suspect. Who wouldn't take being on multiple wanted lists seriously? The Matania family's bounty, Warden Televizov's favor, and her pre-incarceration net worth, combined, amounted to a figure far beyond the reach of an average person's lifetime. 26 billion. And that's not counting the fraction. The Starcore hunters are notorious, stirring up trouble wherever they go. They were even present during the recent Yepara rebellion, leaving devastation and suffering wherever they went. It's no surprise that this cold-blooded man is worth $8.5 billion. But what had number 08241321 done? Killed the heir to the Matania family who was harassing her. That was just a simple 1.2 billion, right? And then what? Nothing. Her record before imprisonment was practically blank. I knew I couldn't count on you. He shook his head in distress. These aren't trivial matters. I must return to the garden immediately and tell my father everything. The father he was referring to was none other than the priest, the leader of the Mutual Aid Society. They weren't related by blood. The gang simply adopted the structure and title of a religious organization. The cadres gave him a heartbroken farewell. If they had known, they wouldn't have stayed. Being knocked unconscious by the explosion was better than facing accountability from higher-ups. Could he bear all the blame just because he was awake and able to work? The small starship quickly took off, and time was running out, leaving no time for pre-launch checks. But there wasn't much to check. Returning from Ghoul Island to the rooftop garden was still within the range of Avel. Klaus wasn't looking forward to capturing the Starcore hunter. 81 billion wasn't just for show, the danger was equally impressive. But he was deeply interested in number 08241321, if for no other reason than the affordability and the legitimate reason for the mutual aid. While she never went after everyone, they were definitely among the most exploited. Lending her a life wouldn't be too much to ask for. He was mentally calculating the matter excitedly when an idea struck him. Could the law cell repair agent and the bombed clinic really not be blamed on number 08241321? She wouldn't be able to argue, and even better, if she did, she'd be caught red-handed. Hello? A cold voice came from behind. Anna didn't know what Mr. Klaus was thinking, but she found a strange pleasure in the strangeness of this sudden attack. No wonder that Doctor posing as a doctor liked to sneak in from the shadows and launch surprise attacks. Scary. So funny, Klaus hadn't noticed how quiet the cockpit had been the entire time. He usually disliked his subordinates' self-willed chatter, preferring them to be living, breathing decorations. Only then did he realize that silence wasn't always a good sign. Friend, are you in trouble? I can help. He carefully kept his face forward, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. Prisoner-on-prisoner attacks were permitted in Avel. Even if the other party threw him off a small starship, they wouldn't face any punishment from the prison administrators. As for the pursuit by the Fraternal Aid Society, if they were afraid, they wouldn't have taken that path in the first place. The man who gently grabbed his throat from behind said cheerfully, "Indeed, I have something I need your help with. Please tell Mr. Televizov that he'd be waiting at the roof garden at 08241321. She even patted his face lightly, cheerfully. I trust you won't make a choice that's detrimental to yourself. She had just run off to find the warden in frustration. After all, the roof garden was going to be blown up, and Televizov was going to be killed. Combining the two tasks would be more efficient and less labor-intensive. Klaus, Hey sis, I'm just saying, I don't really want to get to know you this way. Isn't it better to maintain a long-distance social relationship between a person and a wanted warrant? But his neck was still in the clutches of number 08241321, and he had no choice. Friend, I make sure to get the message to father, but I can't. Contact Mr. Televizov this way. Is this possible? He actually had at least 5 ways to contact Warden Televizov, but, adhering to the principle of whoever reports is most likely to suffer, he decided to let the priest take the blame. Thankfully, number 08241321 agreed. She was even considerate enough to find a small island en route to unload Klaus and his 2 useless bodyguards from the starship. This thing wasn't strictly necessary, but it was perfectly suited to being a bomb carrier, perfect for crashing into the elevator connecting the lower prison area to the rooftop garden. Anna couldn't fly outside the elevator's protective layer and operate it herself. Edmund only gave her 3 bombs, so she had to be frugal. An hour and a half after the transport starship arrived on Avel, the prison complex's most unique rooftop garden suddenly became an isolated island in the sky. Criminal 08241321 exploited the small starship's unmanned system to crash the aerial platform and enter the area without authorization. Abigail, Rosemary, and the bodies piled carelessly in the jungle's garbage pit. There should be a responsible cleaner to clean up this place. This is the last one, Warden Televizov. Chapter 95. This was undoubtedly the most unforgettable day in Avel's life. Years later, those who witnessed the incident would still shudder when recalling it. No matter how skillfully the reporters from the Interstellar Peace Company tried to guide them, they were unable to pry more truth from them about that person. The company wouldn't give anyone free positive publicity, so in the end, this interview became a pile of scraps, lying in the computer's recycle bin. Before the incident occurred, no one knew the turmoil it would cause. The elevator platform was blown up in half, preventing the wealthy from descending and support from below from ascending. Leviathan was a solid fortress against aquatic species, but as for the air, Televizov wasn't so ruthless as to wipe out all the fat sheep in one fell swoop. So, upon receiving the news from the priest, the leader of the Mutual Aid Society, he immediately rushed to the rooftop garden. But before that, he had been shunted around several places. The transport starship, the mine, the clinic, and finally the rooftop garden. When he arrived at the rooftop garden, the first thing that caught his eye was the empty lawn and courtyard. The complex, which rivaled any single-family home in Pierpoint, was now deserted and bleak. The animals that once roamed the lawn had vanished without a trace, and the fat sheep that had paid for their lives had retreated to who knows where. Under the pure white stone pavilion stood the black-clad number 0824131. She had simply blown up the elevator connecting the rooftop garden to the confinement area. Within this magnificent cage, the starlight still shone brightly, the breeze was still gentle, and the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds remained unchanged, as if they would never change. Hello again, number 0824131. Televizov lifted the brim of his hat with his white-gloved hand, revealing hawk-like eyes. He might have been young, but a hazy, decadent air shrouded him. I hope Avel made a good impression on you, the man said, stopping 5 steps from his target and carefully observing him. But you certainly impressed me. She stood beneath the gazebo, her hands behind her back. The pure white stone shimmered with pale gold specks in the sunlight, like a cat leisurely stretching out. Televizov wasn't sure what she was thinking, and he didn't really want to fight her in such a place. The cost of repairing the elevator was already high enough, and adding the rooftop garden was a heartbreaking expense for the warden. Although the bounty on number 0824131 was 2.6 billion, he was eager to pry a few more cents out of the prisoner's pocket when he could have spent nothing. If he didn't make a profit, he would have lost money. What are your demands? He tried to control the pace of the negotiations. There was only one possible outcome, but it wouldn't stop him from finding ways to minimize his losses. Anna didn't actually wait long. She stood quietly in the atrium, watching the guards frantically evacuate the prisoners for emergency shelter. If they were in the lower wards, they would simply be ordered by their cells not to move, even if the water was already above their heads. So, in a place where even imprisonment isn't treated fairly, can the majesty of the law truly be embodied? Do you remember Abigail? Prisoner ID. She gazed at the perpetually clear blue sky above the rooftop garden for a moment, then lowered her head. She took responsibility, paid the price, and obediently accepted every injustice inflicted upon her by Pierpoint. Why would you sell her? Without the warden's permission, how could the playboys on the rooftop garden even afford to buy a living human toy? Televizov pondered briefly, but couldn't recall who the Abigail she was talking about was. What business did he, the warden, have with the fate of the prisoners after their release? Avel sent countless bodies to the incinerator every day. Some fetched large ransoms, while others were worthless and had to be dumped into the sea to feed the fish. If there had to be a comment, it could only be about why they broke the law in the first place. Don't you remember her? Anna looked up, her cold gray blue eyes tinged with a chilling silvery white. Then please explain the reason to her yourself. The battle began with the falling of a petal, a silent and murderous silence. Televizov drew his gun quickly and fired even faster. In an instant, a row of bullet holes appeared on the ground where Anna had stood. The weapon she retrieved from the pleasure seeker still had 3 bullets left, and she wasn't about to play this bleak trump card right out of the gate. The flexible piano wire slipped from her wrist, and Televizov leaned back in time, his stance at an unpredictable angle, but he dodged the threat aimed at her throat. He was certainly no gentle, kind, no fight, no resentment kind of man. A barrage of bullets rained down, some even glancing off Anna's vitals. The hem of the standard suits worn by Interstellar Peace Company employees bore several scorch marks. Anna knew they were bullets aimed at her heart. In a matter of seconds, the two had exchanged 5 or 6 silent blows. The guards didn't dare step forward, let alone offer assistance, or even offer cheerleading. Number 08241321 was truly formidable. She dared to fight the warden, clearly a destined person. No wonder she killed Miss Matania so effortlessly. She was clearly a formidable force. Why mess with someone like her? There's no need to convert your pension into a severance paycheck just for a paycheck. Bang! The classical-style pavilion, carved from pure white stone, collapsed after enduring countless trials. The craters were clearly visible amidst the scattering of stone dust. The piano wire was repeatedly blocked by the pavilion's pillars. Anna simply threw aside the flimsy shield and faced Televizov's gun. But she wouldn't rush in until the enemy's bullets were exhausted. From a distance, she could still discern his subtle movements, but close enough, there was no way to hide. The good news was that the piano wire was quite long. The bad news was that the bullet's effective range was significantly longer than the piano wire. However, she was now certain the warden was a modified human, who knew how much ammunition he had hidden in his prosthetics. She scaled the fallen pavilion pillar with the agility of a civet cat. 08241321, surrender now, and you can return to the prison area. I allow you to begin your rehabilitation and education all over again. Televizov grew impatient. This prisoner was unusual. He had a feeling that if he continued the fight, she would eventually gain the upper hand. Before that, he had to completely eliminate this thorn in his side. Her moves were unadorned, yet simple and efficient. She had no craving for aesthetics, for extreme violence itself was a form of beauty. Now, stop resisting, lay down your weapons, and reveal your accomplices. If Anna hadn't been too lazy to waste time talking to a doomed man, she would have laughed a few times and let the hatred run wild. Resistance refers to the one being attacked, right? How could there be such a thing as resistance when the two sides were evenly matched? She simply wanted this guy dead. 08241321's answer was as sharp and resilient as piano wire. Stubborn. Televizov flung aside the empty magazine and took 2 or 3 blows while reloading. His opponent wasn't much better off, though. Blood slowly seeped down the sleeves of his white shirt. Both men bore minor injuries. Televizov's military cap was missing, exposing the back of his head, much speculated about, to the bright light. Not bald. Is this a critically ill patient? How could this be a critically ill patient? What critically ill patient could stand up to a man of greater height and build? If she's a critically ill patient, then what am I? In a flash, Televizov realized the problem might not be limited to the prisoners. He admitted that number 08241321 was handsome and charming, but using that charm to deceive the guards deeply displeased the warden. You're being paid to show off to outsiders? What's wrong with you? The first to be hit was the medical station, and the prison doctor who had issued the report. The warden's rage raged, and the bullets rained down with a speed even more ferocious than the nameless fire within him. However, based on many well-known scientific principles, humans cannot instantly produce bullets with their bare hands. Even in entertainment works, they either use coins as the medium or simply use summoning. In short, even if you carry an ammunition depot and bombard without thinking, it will not last for too long. Clearly, Mr. Televizov was neither a beautiful, A-level beauty with a flickering light of faith at her fingertips, nor a yellow-skinned rat who could unleash a 100,000-volt legal warning just by rubbing his cheeks. Furthermore, today's original plan was to welcome and then send off the board commissioner, so the warden, who hadn't actually carried a portable ammunition depot, finally fell silent. Number 08241321's black hat was lodged in the grass by bullets, and her black suit jacket, serving as a distraction, was riddled with bullets and beyond redemption. She cautiously maneuvered several times, confirming his ammunition was exhausted, then cheerfully rolled up her shirt sleeves and slowly closed the distance. The warden was a faithful walker capable of manipulating ice crystals. Having truly reached this point, she had to win as quickly as possible. It was either life or death. There was no third option. Even after being tempered at Camp Popuk, the original body was still within the realm of ordinary people. The laws of physics still had to be respected, and the damage done to her by the low temperatures was not to be underestimated. Indeed, you are the only one who, through your own strength, can compel me to free my fate. At this moment, Televizov realized that this prisoner had never held a shred of trust in him. Any words he offered to persuade her were ineffective, like a breeze blowing past the ears of a cow or a horse. He discarded the now merely ornamental gun and slowly clenched his fists, a chill spreading rapidly. Anna's piano wire, broken into several sections, returned to her wrist, looking like some beautiful avant-garde ornament. Ice spikes pierced the ground, reflecting the figure within like a mirror. Televizov swung his fist at the frail woman, seemingly trapped in the ice. A single strike would kill her instantly. In a split second, his punch missed his target. His eyes, still fixed in shock, still clung to his chest as the sharp click of the trigger grew in his ears. This ancient, small firearm had poor accuracy and limited lethality. In the interstellar age, if it wasn't fired against the temple, it could be considered a toy. Bang! This rusty, old relic struck Warden Televizov's forehead, drawing a spray of blood. The woman, half frozen in the ice, let go and let the weapon fall. The cold and blood loss left her shaky. Hunter's revenge is never late. Abigail, please ask this guy in person what his perverted actions mean. She let out a soft breath and looked at the transport starship hovering in midair. All matters on Avel were completed, and Rosemary was carefully trying to curry favor with the board's commissioner. In any case, the team was fully assembled. It was time to fulfill their promise. Chapter 96. Hurry! Hurry! Get the starship away from Avel. The board commissioner shoved aside the red-haired beauty, who was eagerly trying to persuade him to drink, and shouted at the top of his lungs into the cockpit. The news of Televizov's death hadn't spread yet, but everyone had noticed. Watching the rooftop garden in the sky not far away suddenly tilt and slowly plummet toward the sea, this apocalyptic scene, combined with the explosion cloud that had risen from the island not long ago, was enough to terrify any ordinary person who grew up in a peaceful environment. The commissioner had been appointed by the board of directors to come to Avel for accountability, and now he was the highest authority on the entire prison planet. Unfortunately, this representative was only a representative. With power in his hands, all he could think of was escape. The helmsman was utterly apprehensive. Launching a starship wasn't just a matter of poking at the screen. Otherwise, why would he have to study and take exams to get permission? He had to ensure the ship was in a state suitable for a long-distance jump, adjust its attitude, close all external channels, clear the cargo hold of any illegally held lifeforms, and confirm that there were no other flying objects near the route or jump point. Only after completing this series of instructions could he successfully launch. Commands took time to complete. If you keep dragging your feet, go back home and take care of your children. Layoffs. All of them. The security and service teams were bustling around like headless flies amid the commissioner's barking. The specter of unemployment hung heavy over everyone, and no one paid attention to anyone else. Two short, dark-haired PC men stepped forward to drag the obstructing red-haired woman away. Their strength alone was clearly insufficient. To prevent the criminal from struggling and escaping, two more waiters in black suits quickly stepped forward and took her to the guards escorting her. The jailer, surrounded by the escaped prisoners, he trembled and was at a loss. Hey, are you going back on your own, or are we helping you? The Evocan smiled sweetly and softly, and the jailer swallowed hard. Another prisoner pressed on. Listen, prisoner XXXX, Rosemary, died innocently in this riot, understand? The jailer nodded vigorously, having a premonition that if he shook his head, he might never understand anything again. Very good. Open the passage, then return safely. Find an opportunity to resign, and return home to live a peaceful and successful life. Edmund had no idea where Kakavasia got the endless supply of beautiful crystals. They looked expensive, but in reality, ordinary people could afford them with a little effort. The jailer took the bribe with trembling hands and followed the prisoner's instructions, one by one. He didn't want to, but wasn't it inevitable? Anyone with a weapon pointed at their head would become incredibly calm and communicative. You? Rosemary took a deep breath and buttoned her chest. The little mushrooms clung to her, one on each side. Kakavasia gave her his suit, then had to find a new one. He fixed his gaze on the unfortunate jailer. Come on, dear friend. I'm doing this to make things easier for you when you return. Jailer, The suit changed hands, and so did the medical equipment on the small starship. Having witnessed Anna and Mabel's chip removal, Edmund and Kakavasia pulled out the medical device they found and said to Rosemary, We can't give you anesthesia. Rosemary didn't have a liquid gold collar around her neck, but the chip problem had to be resolved now. I can't bear it. She couldn't allow herself to be cowardly in front of her children. Plata, take your sister to the gate and keep watch. Edmund dismissed the twins and turned to look at the still dithering jailer. Why are you still here? Do you want me to treat you to a meal? The jailer, without a word, manually entered his ID to open the external passage, and the small starship immediately departed. The blond young man strained his neck to gaze outward. The vast land was empty except for the spray and dust from the fall of the hanging gardens. She hadn't arrived yet, but the transport starship was due to take off in 15 minutes at most. The commissioner was still struggling, terrified that his life would be wasted on this damned prison planet. But that damned helmsman said the system process wasn't complete, and the starship couldn't start. What's going on? Can't you just use wartime technology? Helmsman, this isn't a warship, is it? The chip in Rosemary's neck was successfully removed. Cock of Asia laid her on the carpet and called Prada and Priya to care for her with the treatment device. Edmund kept glancing at the communicator. He felt uneasy without the number 0824131. Time ticked by. All external links were disconnected, the cargo hold inspection was complete, and the starship completed all takeoff preparations and adjusted its flight attitude. The ground beneath their feet began to spin. The passengers were able to maintain their balance under the influence of the gravity field. Those prone to visual dizziness would be best to close their eyes at this moment. We can't wait any longer. We must move. Hasn't the boss replied yet? He glanced anxiously at Cock of Asia. The Evican's hands, which never trembled at all, were now shaking like a sieve as they held the communicator. The key has already been sent. As the last docking gate slowly closed, piano wires shot through the starship's passenger docking bay like lightning, wrapping itself around the nearest handle used to secure passengers. Like a star streaking across the night sky, Anna, sweating and panting, appeared before everyone. I met a strange person. She glanced around. Huh? Hiding here? Her appearance was so abrupt that the docking device in Cock of Asia's hand quietly landed, even bouncing a few times. Edmund sighed with emotion. Finally you arrived. Let's get moving. He took the initiative to pick up Rosemary. Plata and Priya covered their mother's face with a hat to hide it, and headed straight for the cabin, where the relocation service team was located. All Pier Point starships are built by companies controlled by the Interstellar Peace Corporation. Their logic and habits are consistent, with the exception of that Teldazov guy. Capitalists are very familiar with the manned areas of a starship. They have them at home, and use them frequently. Generally speaking, the oversized guest rooms behind the top-floor observation deck are reserved for the owner or distinguished guests. The security team is on the second floor, allowing for quick response, and the service team is on the third, or lower, floor, rotating shifts to ensure they don't disrupt the top floor's daily needs. Therefore, there's always a spare room on the third floor, and there's no need to worry about running into vigilant bodyguards. Several waiters carried a fainted colleague quickly through the corridor, encountering no one. It wasn't luck, but rather that the starship wasn't stationary at this point. It needed to leave Avel's atmosphere and reach the vicinity of the jump point. Its posture could change at any time during this process, and everyone else remained in a fixed position, awaiting the jump. After successfully reaching the third level of the manned area, the corridors were no longer carpeted, and the passages became narrower. Green security lights will illuminate the doors of occupied rooms, while lights in unoccupied rooms will remain off. Edmund muttered, his voice clenched. Anna stepped past him and walked ahead. The lights in the utility room at the end of the corridor won't come on even if someone is in it. This little trick is only known to experienced cleaners. A room with lights constantly on but no one entering or leaving is highly suspicious. Once discovered, the best outcome for a fugitive is deportation back to the prison planet. The unluckiest ones might be thrown into space for eternity. Only by successfully exiting the transport starship can one truly be considered a successful escape. As the utility room at the end drew closer, the starship beneath them suddenly accelerated, finally achieving the perfect angle. Wow! Priya nearly flew out, with Plata trying in vain to hold her back. Then came Cock of Asia and Edmund, who was holding Rosemary. Halfway through the flight, everyone found themselves back on the ground, their piano wires restraining them from rolling like tomatoes across the corridor. The utility room door opened and closed, and the starship, using the Avel atmosphere, approached the jump point and prepared for the jump. The board commissioner kept urging them, and under his interference, the helmsman was forced to simplify the preparatory procedures as much as possible. Many necessary checks were not checked at all, and the control system was idled for a while, and then muddled through. As long as the descent could continue, no verification was given, and they fled in a confused manner. The roof garden had completely collapsed. Miss Lucy, the secretary of the warden's office, reported the death of Teldazov. Even though the commissioner knew that a prisoner might escape, he pretended not to hear. The prisoner might not be able to escape onto the transport starship, but his own safety would certainly be at risk if the transport starship were docked on Eve-Air. The trade-offs were not difficult to make. It wasn't until they reached the jump point that the poor, fragile soul finally breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't matter if the prisoner escaped. After all, it was the Interstellar Peace Company that offered the reward for his capture, not an ordinary employee dispatched by the board of directors. The responsible party on Evair should be the one responsible. Is it worth risking your life when you only earn a few credit points a month? The company doesn't provide workers' compensation insurance, so if an employee captures a fugitive, they get their share, not even the bonus. So it doesn't matter, it's not necessary. In full view of the public, carbon-based terrestrial serious criminal number 08241321 killed Warden Televizov and escaped calmly. If she simply ran, the defenses installed by the Knowledge Society on the prison planet would be confident that she would be intercepted and destroyed within Evair's atmosphere. However, this ruthless criminal is truly unprecedented in human history. Not only did she kill the respected Mr. Televizov, she also blew up an aerial prison cell, escaping the scene of the crime amidst the panic and bewilderment of the guards and prisoners. The Interstellar Peace Company sincerely urges number 08241321 to surrender. Otherwise, a reward will be offered throughout the universe, dead or alive, in accordance with the laws currently in force in Pier Point. The company warns all citizens of the universe not to harbor any optimism regarding the fugitive number 08241321. During her escape, she took a pair of children hostage. Her crimes are too numerous to list. Anyone with information is urged to promptly submit information to the company's various departments. The company will provide compensation based on the authenticity and importance of the information. Chapter 97. The moment the transport starship entered the jump point, the tremors were like an earthquake. The few people who had narrowly avoided falling into the utility room after getting stuck collapsed into a heap. At any rate, the plan had achieved a phased success, and whether this final act was embarrassing or impressive wasn't particularly important. As long as they were safe, that was all. Although it was a utility room, it had all the necessary amenities. For bunk beds, a bathroom, and a shower were arranged to suit the living and working needs of the service staff, with convenient slots and grab handles placed in appropriate locations. Edmund, holding Rosemary, nearly rolled under the lower bunk. To avoid crushing the patient, who had just undergone chip removal surgery, he had no choice but to crash into the metal structure at the foot of the bed. Prada and Praya fell on his back. This unfortunate capitalist, once so obsessed with work that he had never even had a romantic relationship, had first tasted the feeling of being a father. Honestly, it was painful. If Anna hadn't restrained Kakavasia in time, his pain would have been even greater. "Sister, you're hurt." Falling against his older sister due to the concussion, he felt something cold. Anna's black suit jacket was gone, and her white dress shirt was mostly soaked, though the water wasn't much, with a layer of needle-like ice crystals on the surface. It was as if she had been frozen in an ice sculpture and finally freed herself. The back of her right hand was a lovely, yet terrifying, pink. Roses, the hallmark of frostbite. Anna lifted her arm and glanced at it. No, it's nothing serious. It wasn't serious at all. Compared to the lifeless opponent, her injuries were nothing. The starship had already entered the warp zone. She let go of Kakavasa, signaling him to help Edmund. The Evocan first gathered the little mushrooms and placed them on the bed, then placed Rosemary there as well, reuniting them. As for the capitalist, who always displayed strange demeanor at strange times, all he got was an outstretched hand. "Come on, friend. Do you need me to hold you? Get out of here." Edmund slapped his hand down in a huff. "Let me use the healing device." Anna walked over to the single bed across from Rosemary and looked around. Seeing her fingers resting on the hem of her shirt, Kakavasa quickly turned around and rummaged through the drawers, finding the cleaning lady's uniform and handing it over. Having something to wear was better than nothing at all, so she gladly accepted the offer, took the clothes, and stepped into the shower. The shower occupant turned on the hot water, and the ventilation system hummed to life. Edmund hesitated to speak. Generally speaking, one cannot release the restraints until after exiting the corresponding jump point, so he immediately sat on the bed and followed the driving regulations. But number 08241321 never played by the rules, so he swallowed his words, eyes wide with confusion, not daring to say a word. 5 minutes later, Anna emerged from the shower, steaming. The water droplets had been collected, leaving her completely damp. The cleaner's deep space blue quilt had a strange uniform feel, comparable to Yvel's gray prison-style fashion. "Did you throw away your ID cards?" Edmund found a new topic. "I need a personal computer, and you need one too. A personal optical computer is tied to a citizen's ID. Without it, payments and receipts are impossible. Some star systems allow for multiple affiliations, while others don't. However, an ID is the most convenient and intuitive way for citizens to identify themselves. Everyone has one, and not having one inevitably draws suspicion. ID is standard equipment for citizens at birth. Optical computers purchased through legitimate channels require this string of characters to activate before normal use. The above is normal. What's abnormal? Spending a large sum of money on a second-hand optical computer of questionable origin offers the advantage of having its own ID, which is hassle-free and convenient, but the disadvantage is the high price. The first challenge they encountered after leaving Avel was financial. They couldn't travel around with the prison-issued ID cards, and the Avel coins stored there weren't exchangeable for credit points. For adults and 2 children were penniless. Going to a casino to eat and drink. Black? This was the only solution Kakavasia could offer. Anna, hesitant to speak, switched to, "Can we do something legal?" Although I slacked off, killed a warden, and even escaped. I'm truly a good person. Feelings finally returned to the frostbite inside of his body, and an undeniable pain radiated from the cracks between his bones. It was a strange pain, not as intense as a broken skin or a knife or gunshot wound. It was more like a psychological discomfort, lingering and vague. You can endure it, but endurance itself only amplifies the pain. After escaping the jump point, seize the opportunity to leave as soon as the starship stops. Places selling used optical computers are likely to be shady. This is a standard illegal activity. If Edmund were alone, he would never have reached this point. He had a very clear self-awareness, which was why he already sent out a recruitment signal to 08241321, whose military prowess was so impressive. Let's think of a solution aboard the starship first. Anna shook her head, dismissing the 2 unreliable ideas. What if the next starship docks at a primitive planet? The level of civilization on each planet varies, right? Can we still turn back if we get off at the wrong station? Of course, that wasn't possible. Furthermore, the fact that a prisoner had escaped from a prison planet couldn't be concealed for long. Perhaps their wanted posters were already posted on the bounty hunter's quest board by now, and all planets where the transport starship docked would require even more rigorous inspections. Kakavasia stood up from the other end of the bed. I looked for the itinerary. The board commissioner must be heading directly back to Pier Point. Snap! Edmund clapped his hands. Yes! The manned area we're hiding in can be separated from the transport starship. The commissioner won't be following the freight line. This esteemed gentleman had been deeply frightened on Avel, and he probably had countless things he wanted to tell his mentor. Go to Pier Point, or follow the starship. There were only 2 options left. Rather than traveling to one freight point after another with unknown conditions, the capitalist preferred the place he was most familiar with. I agreed to Pier Point. Anna's reason was simple. The Interstellar Peace Company's operations aren't as rigorous as they imagine. There are many loopholes that can be exploited, and they're easy to exploit. Kakavasia disliked the Interstellar Peace Company. He preferred to go directly to Abigail's hometown, Boys 3, in the 4th ring of the 6th sector of the Lyra constellation, and then find a way to get Anna to the planet where the Institute of Knowledge was headquartered. Resolve the identity issue first, so the rest of the operation will go more smoothly. We still have to find a way to transfer, even if we follow the transport ship. Anna looked at him, and the blonde nodded glumly. Yeah, all right. Identity and finances were indeed major issues. Without either, they couldn't use normal transportation. In the end, only Rosemary remained silent. She lay there pale and frail, her smile expressing her approval of the Pier Point decision. The next destination was set, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The tremors in the passenger area when the transport ship left the jump point were much less than when it entered. The utility room had no windows facing outward, so unfortunately, they couldn't see what was outside. After about 3 standard system hours, the transport ship's altitude changed. They had already experienced the process of adjusting its attitude once, and this time they immediately realized it was about to dock near a celestial body. Footsteps gradually began to rustle in the corridor outside. There was only one board member, but the other people on the ship were also the waiters' targets. Anna quickly discovered the first benefit of being hidden on the 3rd floor. The kitchen was there. Sister, you stay here with Rosemary and rest. Edmund and I will go out and check what's going on. Kakavasia dragged the capitalist to the door and listened carefully. When the footsteps became particularly chaotic, some light, some heavy, some fast, some slow, they both confidently opened the door and joined the crowd. As long as I don't act sneaky, no one will suspect me. Huh? Anna listened to the bustling yet orderly sounds outside, and after a few minutes, her eyes became dizzy. Prada and Priya climbed down from their beds, each pouring a glass of water and bringing it to her and Rosemary, earning muffled praise. Thank you, Anna. Rosemary rested her head on a soft, clean pillow. The dark-haired woman in the other bed had her eyes closed, breathing evenly and slowly. She instinctively arched her back and tucked the discomforting side of her body under her, as if hoping to use her body heat to alleviate the pain. Once the mind relaxes, a deep sleep quickly descends. Even when exhausted to the point of exhaustion, pain can't awaken the brain. She slept soundly for 12 months, but the slightest relief from the lingering pain would cause her to scream. She opened her eyes and saw a small, silver-gray metal table between the two beds, covered with warm plates and soup bowls. Rosemary, now able to sit up, sat across from the twins, patiently accompanying them. Children truly find their most comfort and joy when they live with their mothers. No matter how much other adults do, their mothers are irreplaceable and crucial to them. Plata and Praya, one on each side, clung to her arms, vying for her affection, whispering to each other, "Pick me, tickle me," displaying a playfulness never before seen. "You're awake." Rosemary, keeping an eye on the sleeping Anna, immediately noticed her eyes open, quietly watching the children play. "Would you like some water?" Kakavasa and Edmund brought you a new set of clothes, as well as cream of vegetable soup and Pierpoint-style grilled fish fillets. "What would you like to have first?" the red-haired beauty asked thoughtfully in a low voice. Anna blinked and didn't respond. She smiled and patted the little mushrooms' butts, telling them to move on. She then stood up, walked over to the table, and opened the thermos lids one by one. "Eat something, drink some hot soup, and get some rest before the starship lands." She had worked so hard for so long, it was time for others to share in the effort. Chapter 98. When Anna woke up the second time, Rosemary gently informed her that the passenger section of the transport starship had been separated from the cargo section. The latter was bound for the company's logistics hub, while they were hitching a ride with the board commissioner to Pierpoint. The estimated journey time is 168 system hours, and we already covered nearly 24. Rosemary gently tucked her in. This thing had just appeared, and Kakavasa was like a golden hamster, always finding the supplies they desperately needed from every corner. She rubbed her pillow, her brows softening, and her presence returned from the cold of winter to the warmth of early spring. "Yeah, okay." Anna yawned slightly. The pain from Trakavizov's blow had subsided considerably. Although she still felt it, it wasn't enough to affect her movements. She lay there a little longer, clinging to the warmth, finally pushing back the covers and sitting up to change. There was nothing wrong with the cleaner's uniform, except that the color was a little different from everyone else's, making it a little conspicuous. She had gone from being a serious criminal in a veil to a fugitive on the loose, so she had to keep a low profile. The Interstellar Peace Company was a vast enterprise with countless employees, and it was impossible to tell who was on the same side between departments, making it a perfect place to hide. After changing her clothes and eating her second nutritious lunch since her escape, she staggered to the bathroom to wash her dishes. 6 people, big and small, were crammed into this dormitory, designed for only 4 people. Everyone had to exercise self-discipline, otherwise this windowless room would sooner or later become a doghouse. As for having others wash the dishes, Anna herself didn't enjoy doing them, so she certainly wouldn't force anyone else to do them. In the afternoon, Edmund and Kakavasia returned from outside. They had successfully fooled many of the waiters into thinking they, like everyone else, had boarded the starship from Pierpoint on a business trip to the prison planet, and they were willing to chat a little in the lounge. Anna's gradual recovery from her injuries was definitely good news for everyone, but the 2 men were not at all happy. "We opened a normal staff dormitory next door. No one will suspect anything. There are many more interesting gadgets there than in the spare room. I'd like to show you around." Edmund's expression was unnatural. Rosemary, caught in his gaze, was stunned for a moment before he quickly and seamlessly shifted the conversation. "Okay, Plata Praya, how about we go for a walk together?" What kind of walk could you possibly have in the 4-person room used by the waiters? It was just a pretext to coax the children. The little mushrooms immediately catapulted from their beds to their mother's legs. Okay. Edmund gave Rosemary a look, and the 2 adults, along with the twins disguised as Papisi, made room for the blonde youth with a blank expression. The utility room suddenly emptied of 2/3 of its population. Anna approached Kakavasa and asked, "What happened?" Couldn't he already know what happened in Sagania? He'd been imprisoned in Eve, unable to contact the outside world, and unable to hear any news. Given how much the Ivercans value their family and tribe, it would be truly unusual not to inquire at the first opportunity. "Sister." The young man looked up, his eyes red, but he stubbornly refused to let the tears flow. "Are you?" "Never mind. It's nothing. I'm fine." He wanted to ask, "Have you known about the Katakayukin genocide?" But the word stayed on his lips. She lost her memory the day she entered Eve. It was impossible to learn anything about Psychania through normal channels. She had risked her life to obtain that information, and sharing it was a favor, not a duty. He couldn't blame her. What was there to blame? Objective events weren't affected by subjective expectations. Kakavasha even secretly thanked Anna for not revealing everything sooner. She's my only family. Well, I did know something about the Yukon, but it wasn't good news, so I didn't tell you. Anna said bluntly, I'm sorry. The news was terrible, so terrible that even she couldn't bring herself to tell him. Kakavasha nodded silently, looking shaky and unable to withstand any more blows. Anna sighed softly and opened her arms. Perhaps you need a hug? He was still a young man who loved oversized stuffed bears, and from now on, he would be traveling the world alone. The blonde's beautiful, colorful eyes widened in disbelief, and then, knowingly seizing the opportunity, he leaped into the arms that were open to him. Warm and soft, her scent was determined by the toiletries in the shower. Anna reached back and patted Kakavasha on the back, like an adult comforting a hurt child. The young man accepted the comfort awkwardly, sincerely hoping for a chance to refresh his impression in her eyes. I'm only 1 year younger than you, sister. After a system shutdown, Edmund and Rosemary returned to the utility room with the twins. Pry held up a snail, barely larger than her hand, to Anna. Look. This was a small cleaning tool for Starship crew members. The handle resembled a snail shell, and the soft body of the snail wiped away dirt. The Starship had limited water storage, and some people had psychological barriers to recycled water, preferring to use small snails. After wiping, open the back cover on the handle and pour out a jelly-sized gel. This was the collected dirt, which could be thrown directly into the trash. The filtration system kept the Starship dust-free. The dirt on the human body consisted of dandruff from metabolism, a small amount of oil, and sweat. The small snails were just as effective as showers, and even more water-efficient. A typical staff dormitory would naturally have several on hand. Keep it for fun. Anna's shirt collar was stained with water. Kakavasha sat nearby, seemingly refreshed. It couldn't have been otherwise. The massacre had already taken place before he'd been forced into slavery, and the consequences were only now being communicated to the final members of the Evican clan. Edmund glanced at the blonde youth's expression, which was much better than when he first heard the terrible news. He felt relieved. The Interstellar Peace Company's board commissioner is probably terrified by the events on Avel, and has been hiding in the luxurious guest rooms, refusing to see anyone. Only his most trusted servants and bodyguards are allowed on the top floor, while everyone else remains in the dormitories on standby. The good news was that there was no need to worry about the commissioner causing trouble and disturbing the hitchhikers. However, the bad news was that most of the staff on the second and third floors were idle, and too many idle people always led to trouble. It's not a big deal, Kakavasha said with a smile. The utility room isn't conspicuous. Edmund and I will take turns appearing next door, so others won't feel awkward if they come in to visit. The soundproofing between the rooms was excellent, so there wouldn't be a situation where two people argued and the whole floor watched. Rosemary definitely couldn't be seen in public anyway. Many waiters had seen her brought up by Warden Televizov to curry favor with the commissioner. Such a beautiful face would be unforgettable. She could only stay in the utility room, out of sight. Anna, who needed quiet time to recuperate, didn't care about going out. She could even live in the cell in the Avelstar prison area, where it was difficult to stretch her legs. At least this was a 4-person room, and even if 6 people squeezed in, the per capita space was larger than before. Over 100 system hours might sound like a lot, but in reality, the standard time to be a peer pointer was only 7 days, or a week. Anna enjoyed the privilege of being bedridden early, cradling Edmund's newly assembled communicator, and reading the messages one by one. This new communicator wasn't just for sending messages between people, it had a crucial new function, logging onto the Star network. While its effectiveness couldn't compare to a personal optical computer, it was still a window outside her cocoon. Anna couldn't let it go, practically using it while eating or walking. Of course, this wasn't an option. Rosemary gently reached out to interrupt her obsession with diving, emphasizing that even adults who neglected eye hygiene could be concerned about declining vision. At least don't watch it too long during meals or before bed. You're still recuperating. Edmund and Kakavasha, one too afraid to intervene and the other too reluctant, could only relegate Anna to the small mushroom group and leave her to Rosemary's care. As befitting the peerless beauty, who no one can ever be tough with, Anna was defeated in less than 5 seconds. She obediently shut off her communicator and huddled under the covers, her pace uncharacteristically slow, her back revealing a hint of reluctance. Ah! Rosemary shook her head and laughed. According to Kakavasya, the master who had slain Telvisav was only a young woman in her early 20s, barely a child in some civilizations. It was perfectly normal for her to become obsessed with something she loved. Yes, Prada and Priya also had the same symptoms. 48 system hours from Pier Point, the therapeutic device ran out of power. Edmund dismantled it into a pile of parts, waiting to sell them on the black market after leaving the starship for supplies. As for how to obtain a second-hand personal computer with its own citizen ID, that would depend on the skills of Kakavasya and his sister. Luckily, the therapeutic device Anna had obtained from the Mutual Aid Clinic was a general-purpose medical device once promoted by the Interstellar Peace Company. It was very common 20 years ago, and its parts were not uncommon to appear on the black market. If it were a particularly niche and memorable item, they would have been forced to reluctantly discard it in the starship's power reactor for destruction. Having to deal with financial constraints was better than accidentally leaving something behind and being discovered. The starship landed in front of the internal airport of the Interstellar Peace Company headquarters, and the hitchhikers packed their bags and prepared to fly to freedom. Chapter 99. Pier Point, the birthplace of the Interstellar Peace Company, and now its headquarters, is sealed within a sphere in close cooperation with the Society of Knowledge. To put it simply, the system can be observed with the naked eye or instruments, but to enter or touch it, one must pass through the protective sphere. It's truly a case of seeing, but not touching. As the starship neared landing, the board commissioner, safe and comfortable in his luxurious suite, shouted into his computer, tears streaming down his face, eloquently describing the hardships and shocks he had endured along the way. The bodyguards, as requested, remained at their side. Their exceptional professionalism ensured they maintained their facial muscles, avoiding any unusual twitching or bulging of the eyes. The hardest working staff were the hustling service personnel. The commissioner's luggage had to be delivered to its proper location promptly, and the bodyguards also had to take care of it. The cleanup and maintenance of the starship were handled by other teams, but the necessary inventory and cleaning before evacuation also had to be completed. Since the commissioner insisted on waiting for the shuttle sent by headquarters to pick him up and pass a security inspection before leaving the starship, the service personnel had to clean up the lowermost cabin first. Once the key personnel had left and the bodyguards had dispersed in an orderly manner, they took their tools and entered the second and top floors to begin work. Behind the Interstellar Peace Company's glamorous exterior lay the hard work of countless employees. The starship would soon be used for other purposes. After completing their work, the service personnel departed on their own. They had to quickly gather their necessary personal supplies and return to their rental apartment for a few days of rest. As soon as a message arrived on their personal computers, they would immediately return to their posts and begin the next round of work. Waiters are the lowest-ranking employees in the company. To survive in Pier Point, where every inch of land is valuable, they must band together for warmth. Of course, they can't afford to rent an apartment or shop at the airport near the company headquarters. After receiving their paychecks, gathering friends, and catching the cheapest available taxi to dine at a familiar neighborhood restaurant in the suburbs is a luxury. There, they can talk freely, and passers-by stop to listen to gossip about the company's top executives. The audience's admiring and envious glances are enough to offset the fatigue of the journey. Despite their low rank, many more people still aspire to join Interstellar Peace, yet lack the means to do so. The company adheres to a flat management system, with 6 divisions and 1 project team. Recruitment is primarily based on internal referrals and recruitment through interviews. As the name suggests, the former relies on connections, while the latter relies solely on individual merit, passing through a series of interviews and rounds of screening. Everyone was eager to join the Interstellar Peace Company, primarily because of Pier Point's profound influence on all planets within its radius, affecting every industry closely connected to human life. Add to that the company's enormous size, comprehensive benefits, and the backing of a strong faith. A giant corporation with a clear career path and stable payroll seemed like a safe haven to ordinary people. Anna and the others blended in unnoticed in their dark suits, like clouds of black. Kakavasya even managed to find a new acquaintance to help them call a flying car. A city suspended in midair was no suitable place for fugitives to stay. Like the waiters, their destination was a satellite city far outside the headquarters. The standard silver-gray flying car quickly arrived at the designated pickup location. It could seat 7, including the driver. For this cheapest flying car, forget about having a driver. The autopilot system already determines the starting and ending points. You pay first and then board. Having experienced 2 consecutive imperial wars, Pier Point remains wary of artificial intelligence. The company once planned to exterminate the Onyx species. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the screw gum, the universe would likely have been ravaged repeatedly by the Amber King's followers. However, it was precisely because of the coexistence of the anti-organic equation and the onic genius that the Interstellar Peace Corporation was forced to acknowledge and peacefully coexist with the onics. Under this general premise, unmanned technology is widely used. Unless it's for a particularly formal occasion or to show off one's wealth, there's really no need to charge a high salary for the simple task of driving. Ordinary people can just make do with autonomous flying cars. It saves time, effort, and money. What's wrong with that? The unmanned flying car passed through tall buildings denser than a forest and flew straight to the outskirts of the company headquarters. The people in the car were unaware that the transport starship, bound for the next stop, had been completely overturned, and the aircraft carrying the crew back to Pier Point had been ordered to be thoroughly inspected, both inside and out. The prisoners who had escaped from Avel had vanished without a trace. Warden Televizov's funeral had just concluded, and the new administrator had yet to be chosen, leaving only Miss Lucy, the office secretary, to submit the accident report to the board of directors. Who would believe it if I told anyone? There are places like this in Pier Point too. The car stopped beside a stretch of road that stretched to the horizon. Both sides were covered in weeds and gravel. The temperature was approaching 40 degrees Celsius, and the star-heated air was thick and sticky. The surface temperature was significant. The road surface further away was warping from the intense heat. The air was so hot it twisted, making it look as if the road was swaying. As soon as the passengers disembarked, the vehicle took off and slid away, as if it would melt into the road surface if it stayed any longer. Edmund himself was puzzled by the existence of such a desolate landscape in this plain. The occasional breeze felt hot against his face, as if it could instantly dry out any moisture. "Let's go! Get out of here!" Anna looked down at Prada and Praya, who were wilting from the heat. Adults could tolerate it, but children wouldn't be able to for long before problems arose. Edmund and Kakavasia each held a child, while Anna carried Rosemary on her back. The three of them walked in the opposite direction of the flying car. The temperature on Avel was relatively low, while that on Pier Point was quite high. Surprisingly, the only comfortable days were those during the ride on the starship. After walking along the road for about an hour and a half, a cluster of gray buildings loomed ahead. Compared to the bustling area where the Interstellar Peace Corporation's headquarters were located, these gray buildings, constructed with simple, flat-painted materials, were practically as plain as a warehouse. But their presence was enough to lift her spirits. Rosemary strongly urged Anna to let her down and walk on her own. She had lived in the rooftop garden year-round, subsisting on a diet of water and various nutritional supplements to maintain her weight. However, the uniquely beautiful curves of a woman require a certain balance of muscle and fat. Those without the opportunity to exercise and shape their bodies could only rely on medication. Whether they wanted it or not, the guards distributed fattening drugs to prisoners working in the service industry. Those who didn't want to suffer had no choice but to swallow them with tears. That thing can make you feel both fuller and lighter, but the visual effect comes at the cost of various internal injuries. Don't be so stubborn. Anna put Rosemary on the ground, as she wished. You two walk slowly. I go check out the situation. This place is unfamiliar, so exploring the route ahead of time is essential. Okay, be very careful. Edmund reminded him, Pier Point doesn't prohibit citizens from carrying weapons to protect themselves, regardless of weather. In other words, as long as you can afford an entire battleship and fly it around every day, no one will have a problem. Law enforcement will only ask for a license, and if necessary, treat the officer to a donut, and everything will be fine. As for places like this in the wilderness, it's not uncommon for residents to buy a howitzer for protection. Yes, Anna responded, and her figure flashed, and the next time she appeared, she was 100 meters away. The speed of the patrol cannot be underestimated. The others continued forward, and when they were about 100 meters away from the building, Anna returned. It's empty. No one's inside. We haven't had time to check for stored supplies. Everyone was sweating profusely, as if they'd just been pulled out of the water. The empty building was even more suitable. Leaving aside the issue of supplies, at least the building's shelter offered some protection from the scorching sunbeams overhead. Waiting for the heat to dissipate before continuing on was a good option. Kakawasha, accustomed to this kind of climate, sighed. Did the people inside evacuate? Otherwise, it was incomprehensible why such a perfectly good building would be empty. Edmund answered him. They probably won't be back until night. The people who live here don't get a break at noon. Sensing the other's surprised glances, the capitalist wore a familiar expression. In Pier Point, bankruptcy and unemployment are commonplace. Someone might have been a guest yesterday, but today they're a bystander. But life must go on regardless. Whether it's begging or doing odd jobs, municipal facilities are prohibited to those who can't pay taxes. So, they have to survive in the city by day and retreat to the suburbs by night. Behind the prosperity lies a relentless flow of credit points, colder and more ruthless than any other universal currency ever used by humanity. As they spoke, the dilapidated gate of the building complex loomed before them. It stood limply open, anyone could enter, but survival was another matter. Several people helped each other through the crumbling doorframe. Inside, the temperature was at least 10 degrees lower than under the scorching sun. Aside from the awful smell, the unsanitary conditions, the garbage-strewn floor, and barely any place to stand, there was little to complain about. What's the point of this? Why does it feel like there's no fundamental difference from Avel? We ask about the situation when someone else arrives tonight. For now, let's rest. Rosemary looked around, unable to find a spot that didn't sting her eyes. Not to mention the windows for ventilation, the windows seemed to be used as public restrooms on both sides. They decided to try their luck upstairs. Thankfully, things had improved. The floor was no longer stained, and there was no garbage or signs of urination or defecation. The next floor up, the environment became even better, so without hesitation, everyone decided to stay and rest for a while. After all, they were just stopping to rest and wait for the temperature to drop before leaving. There was no need to delve into the local culture. Edmund looked a little pitiful. When they left the starship, they stripped away all the supplies they could use and take with them, so they wouldn't starve on their first night. Anna sat under a supporting column, drinking water and reading the news updates on her communicator, focusing on the back and forth between the Interstellar Peace Company and the Society of Knowledge. Chapter 100. What are you looking at? Edmund appeared beside her, holding a tube of nutrient paste. He leaned over and glanced at it, his face thoughtful. Are you planning on seeking medical treatment at the Boise Academy? She had a rumored defunct biochip in her head, and it was natural for her to want it removed as soon as possible. But he hoped the bodyguards around her would remain at their posts until his reputation was restored. Replacing them midway was unreliable. No rush. Anna planned to clear her name and head for Abigail's hometown in Lyra. She had promised to send the little girl back and help her mother raise the chickens and sheep. She would do what farm work she could, then fall asleep peacefully with no distractions as the sun went down. Such a life was perfect. If possible, she would be gentle and harmless, but unfortunately, she hadn't had the chance since she woke up. Edmund found he couldn't read her mind. After a moment's hesitation, he returned to his seat and continued to ponder which of his old subordinates to contact and how to make his plans. He needed an opportunity, one that would be enough to wreak havoc with the Interstellar Peace Company. Without the code, they would never let Inolia go. The search for the missing family head would inevitably shift to those he had mistrusted. It was time for those short-sighted fools to pay for their folly. Once he had used the company's hand to cleanse the family of its impurities, it would be time for him to return to the poker table. Everyone had their own tasks to do. Rosemary patiently taught the twins to read, while Kakavasia sat beside them. The stars gradually shifted, the sky gradually darkened, the roar of explosive engines pierced the wilderness, and the voices of people grew denser. Anna stood up, stretched her wrists, and grabbed a loose red brick, clenching it tightly in her palm. Someone came up from downstairs, cursing loudly and hoarsely. Kakavaza and Edmund shielded the twins and their mother behind them. Who told you guys to? The other person barely finished a sentence when a flying brick knocked him to the ground. The tall, thin woman, clutching another weapon, approached the stairs with the air of a man standing alone against 1,000. Is your name written here? She raised her chin slightly. Come here. The man lying on the ground tumbled to his feet, bent over, covering his face, and appeared in front of her. Hey! Having felt the impact of the brick, he knew this woman was someone to be reckoned with. The lower-class people are, the more they know how to seek advantage and avoid harm. Stubborn as they may be, they quickly become docile and intelligent if they know they die if they continue to resist. What's the matter? One brick was enough to give him a taste, another would cost him his life. Scarface rubbed his hands, hoping the boss would let some of his reward slip through his fingers. His flattery was tinged with eagerness. Brothers, we make sure you're satisfied. Those responsible for physical communication up to this point could rest. Kakavasa would be better suited to handle the rest. Anna walked over to Rosemary, and immediately turned away all the eyes that were blocking the stairwell, peering inside. 20 minutes later, Kakavasa had gotten all the information out of him. He casually gave the brick-punched guy a crystal to make an example of him, and sent him packing. The others followed suit. Sister, keep going for another 30 kilometers to reach a small town. 30 kilometers was easy for an adult to walk. He was worried the two children wouldn't be able to keep up. Rosemary looked up. We can. It might be slow, but as long as we don't stop, we definitely make it before dawn. The temperature in the morning isn't bad either. It's definitely better than around noon. Edmund put down his communicator and joined the discussion. Everyone turned to their leader. Staying here might leak out at any moment, and overall the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Anna nodded decisively. Let's go! As soon as night fell, the temperature dropped unreasonably. Fortunately, everyone had already adapted to the cold temperatures of Avel, and in this desolate wilderness, it felt okay. Plata and Priya walked at the center of the group, heads down, walking without crying or making a fuss. Even when faint green lights appeared in the distance, they simply lowered their heads, kept their mouths shut, and struggled to move their short legs. Most carnivores in the wilderness hunt in groups after nightfall, but no one would dare try to capture a two-legged cub. They were just starving, not tired of living. Hungry eyes lingered far behind them. Edmund walked behind Anna, ahead of the twins and Rosemary. The woman in front had long black hair, long enough to fall over her shoulders. The soft, black cascade betrayed none of the ferocity of its owner, but rather a certain gentleness. The thought was terrifying. Was she gently slicing it into fifths with piano wire? Before dawn, they finally found the legendary small town. Honestly, it was quite large. On any other planet, it would have been a central city. This urban-rural fringe housed a large number of low-level employees of the Interstellar Peace Company, resembling an oversized dormitory for the company. As we approached the city's edge, plump, gray animals emerged from overturned trash cans, only to scatter in terror at the sight of vindictive green eyes in the distance. Stray cats, tails between their legs, scurried across the quiet streets. The stillness was quickly shattered by the rush of early risers rushing to clock in. Countless cars sped off simultaneously, obscuring the sky like a swarm of insects. This is truly spectacular. Cock of Asia had never seen such a spectacle. Edmund pursed his lips. The people of the Inolia binary star system were like this too, waking up early to clock in and earn profits for the system's ruling family. Flowing credits are like flowing gold. They are invisible and colorless, yet they possess the most precious beauty in the world. According to Pierpoint law, whoever moves into an ownerless property owns it. Everyone was exhausted after a night of walking, and he didn't want to continue calculating what he had lost. As long as there's no owner to protect the property, it's considered ownerless. However, you have to pay property taxes, and if you can't pay, you be evicted. Everyone else didn't mind the idea of eviction. When the tax collector came, they just move out of this ownerless house and move on to another. Just don't pick those glamorous, empty houses that look so valuable. I noticed the walls of the houses here seem so thin. Anna looked around as she walked, quickly finding something she didn't understand. With such a huge temperature difference between day and night in this place, thicker, sturdier walls would be more comfortable. Why were the walls of every house so thin that a punch could punch a hole through them? Because taxes are calculated based on the cost of the house. The cheaper the house, the lower the tax. Edmund thought of his ancestral home, feeling a pang of grief. If I had the means, I moved closer to the company headquarters. Why bother living so far away and traveling so early? The beasts behind them gradually dissipated as they entered the town streets. The sky grew brighter, and the number of cars flying overhead increased. Soon, in addition to private vehicles, manned starships from other planets arrived at the designated location. A dense crowd of men in black suits, their features barely visible, carrying matching briefcases, piled aboard, causing the starship's hovering altitude to drop by more than a unit. It's like a nightmare. Cock of Asia walked behind Rosemary, helping her care for the twins. They struggled through the crowd, leaning against the wall of a roadside building before the next wave arrived. There was a time limit for clocking in, and the traffic would soon thin out. There was no need to force the squeeze now. Are you here looking for a job too? The wooden window overhead flung open, and a young woman leaned over the sill, peering down. You don't look like locals, but The most striking thing about these strangers standing beneath the window was that each one was strikingly beautiful. They weren't the stereotypical look you find at a plastic surgery clinic. Each possessed its own unique aesthetic. Hello, Rosemary blinked. How do I get a job permit at Interstellar Peace? She was a non-aggressive beauty, even those of the same sex lowering their guard. The girl, her hands clasped to her cheeks, swayed back and forth in the morning breeze, her hair, scattered from a night's sleep, swaying with her movements. It's simple. You just need to find a permanent place to stay, then go to headquarters and take the assessment. The simplest method is to use the stone appraisal system to select the appropriate department, but many people don't want to take the risk, so taking an exam is also a good option. Feeling that none of these options would suit them, Anna despairingly discovered that the teen's average educational level was solely supported by Edmund. So a fixed residence is a prerequisite. The red-haired beauty smiled charmingly. Little sister, do you have a house for rent? If you weren't in this business, there's no need to emphasize this point right at the beginning. Hee hee. The girl scratched her playful aloof hair, a hint of embarrassment on her face at being discovered. She rolled her eyes smartly. Yes, but my house is fully booked right now. Since it's the Starship docking station closest to the city, my house is in high demand. We need to find a place to stay, the cheaper the better. Cock of Asia joined the conversation, his pale blonde hair and multicolored eyes nearly blowing the stranger girl's favorability to the limit. It can't be helped. The long journey to Pierpoint has already used up every last credit I have. You have no money. What are you talking about? His frankness made it hard to blame him. The girl puffed out her cheeks, wanting to get angry with him but reluctant. Okay, go to the city center. There are plenty of vacancies there, but the security is a bit rough. I see you're bringing children. You better be careful. Pierpoint welcomes immigrants from all over the universe. Young people, full of dreams, flock to this galaxy, yet its population has never seen any significant growth. Isn't that a chilling thought? Chapter 101. No need for reclaiming the map. Entering the satellite city called Bruno, it was just as the girl had said. The entire city resembled a decaying tree, still flourishing and thriving on the outside, but its core had been hollowed out by time. The wide streets still hinted at its former prosperity, but with the passage of time, the buildings had become outdated, the infrastructure gradually failing to keep up, and people naturally flocked to better accommodations closer to public Starship docking stations. Hey! Praya pulled her brother over a crack in the pavement, which looked like a silent, screaming mouth, futilely trying to spit into the air. The adults naturally stepped over it steadily, pulling back the young ones before they bumped into others. Barefoot children fluttered and played, their laughter adorning the faded splendor with a golden edge. Everyone had already checked their pockets on the way. The drug dealers only had one piece of gold left. The other items weren't worthless, but few could be exchanged for anything. For example, the sandworm skins, a specialty of Avel, were indeed high-quality materials, but their origins were untraceable. I find a place to stay. Anna looked around and chose a property that looked half new and ordinary from every angle, but the windows and door bore signs of violent damage. She calmly walked in. 20 minutes later, the homeless people inside hurried out, carrying their belongings. The real owners of these houses were likely mid-level employees at the company, P35 or above. For them, financial pressure wasn't the primary factor. Maintaining ownership of the land was more important than a protracted and ultimately fruitless lawsuit. As for the parasites that might have infested the land, they could simply turn a blind eye. This was evident in the bare living room, devoid of any trace of furniture. The barefoot have no fear for those who wear shoes. Anna and the others were currently barefoot, and they felt no qualms about asking for shelter from those who wore shoes. Rosemary took the two children to the second floor, while Anna and the two men remained on the first floor to keep watch. If they could drive the other hermit crabs out of their conch shells, they might also be driven out by others. Edmund folded his arms, looking around. Cock of Asia frowned. Both of them had serious expressions, as if they had encountered a difficult and intractable problem. Identity isn't easy to acquire, it takes time. The capitalist had recently gone out to inquire around, and the information he brought back was mixed. The Evocan pointed out another important point. We don't have much time to stay in Pierpoint. If we're careful on the run, we always find a way to track it. Bounty hunters will be happy if we delay it long enough. So? Anna pulled her long hair back and tossed it. What suggestions do you have? Where do you want me to rob? You don't have to be so self-conscious. I mean, a little disguise. The wanted poster was already visible in the news feed on the communicator. It had to be said that Mr. Televizov was someone who could easily bring disaster upon himself and others. It was unlikely that he could be targeted based solely on that prison photo, but there were still some sharp-eyed people out there. So we found you some clothes? Cock of Asia grinned. Someone broke into a store on the way there and tried to get something in. The clerk just stood there and watched. Don't worry, sister. We didn't go in. We just stood by the roadside, waiting for anyone fleeing to drop their loot. Anna, don't act like a Corvidi boss, okay? They have a stall just across the street, selling absolutely authentic goods at 50% off. But you definitely didn't spend a penny, did you? Anna had no choice but to accept her accomplice's kindness. She took the pile of clothes upstairs to Rosemary, who opened them one by one. She reluctantly picked out an outfit for her to change into, and the beautiful woman no longer looked shabby. This one? Rosemary looked from Anna to the pile of clothes, pulling out a black leather jacket heavily studded with rivets. Anna's eyes twitched. How dare you see me as this spirited? She had always considered herself a quiet and gentle person, with a slightly conservative aesthetic, but that didn't mean she couldn't appreciate new trends in others. Anyway, don't ask me to wear these clothes that look so painful. If I accidentally prick myself, I'd be embarrassed to go to the clinic to get medicine. And this one? Rosemary picked up the second piece. What a contrast. It was quite a contrast, a long white lace skirt paired with a short silk baby doll top. Unless she also changed her head, it would have been an unexpected change of outfit. Okay, how about this one? Given her height, Rosemary's options were limited. She found a white short-sleeved shirt and a short skirt that barely reached her knees, tying a bow with a silk scarf. Looks like a middle school girl. She smiled and shook her head, letting go to throw them back. These clothes were of high quality and well cut. Purchasing them through regular channels would have been prohibitively expensive. Anna snatched the shirt and skirt away. Let's try it first. The piano-lined black suit, the long hair from the wanted poster, and the pale complexion. It was impossible to confuse the bounty hunter's sharp gaze without making some sacrifices. The next day, the middle school student siblings set up a stall not far from their home, carrying piles of small-dollar shopping carts. Where's Edmund? Anna sat on a rock, Kakavasa squatting at her feet. He left early this morning. I don't know what he's doing. We can't help him. In terms of technology, the capitalists are the only ones who haven't completed prenatal education. In terms of connections, the capitalists are their biggest network. Edmund had no choice but to be self-reliant. The blonde young man had a good sense of taste. Although the spoils they picked up were varied and eccentric, after Rosemary and Kakavasa carefully selected and matched them, they were still eye-catching on the street stall. The neighbors next door, who had bought tons of bags for free, cast countless envious glances, but they were no match for the older sister. They had already learned this during the morning's battle for territory. At noon, the goods were sold out, and the tax collector, accompanied by security robots, arrived with a swagger to collect taxes. The business owners, fearing no delay, proactively paid their taxes. You can do anything in Pier Point, except pay taxes. Anna grabbed the sandworm skin she was using as a blanket, picked up the Kakavasa, and turned to flee. The security robots gave a token chase of a kilometer or two, but returned empty-handed. It wasn't that they wanted to commit crimes, but without their own personal computers, they couldn't pay taxes, and even collecting money had to rely on barter. The ID badges Abel had given them had been destroyed and discarded long ago on the prison planet. Now they were just blacklisted individuals, unable to even afford a starship ticket. Boss, could you please come with me tonight? Edmund appeared at dusk, his expression unnaturally excited. Kakavasa put down his things upon hearing this. Is there something going on? Ahem, yes. He looked away and cleared his throat. I borrowed some money from a group of loan sharks. After we get our IDs, we're leaving Pier Point for Lyra, right? They can't get us there. Personal optical computers also need to be implanted. Unless you're a retro enthusiast who wants to carry around extra equipment and worry about keeping it safe. You stay here and help Rosemary take care of the twins. Boss and I will go get our IDs first. We come back tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Okay, Kakavasa paused, but only for a moment. He never owned such a high-end gadget as a personal computer, and didn't understand why he had to queue. However, he respected Edmund's arrangement and, after a brief inquiry, no longer had any doubts. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. We were really embarrassed by the tax officials today. Hee, Edmund said, listening to his vivid account of how the unmanned machine nearly chewed off his shoes. He then took the food he earned from bartering and filled his stomach. Those loan sharks are tough to deal with. When you're in a crowd, you're bound to lose something. I'm not jealous, sister. You're overthinking it. The blonde youth's smile had a naturally pitiful quality. Even if he didn't like it, he had to admit that it brought him many advantages. Edmund lowered his head and squeezed the edges of the paste until it felt like it had been pressed. I'm not overthinking it. You better try to run faster. If the tax collectors really take you away, your risk of leaving Iver will be in vain. Amen, here. Praya carried bottles of drinking water and distributed them to everyone. Edmund accepted the gift, his lips curling up. Thank you, dear. Prada helped pass the gifts from behind, and seeing her sister being loved made her even more motivated. Rosemary was already a dead person on Ever's bill. She knew that her frail health had made her careless during this trip, and she didn't want to burden Anna further on the journey. I want to stay in Lyra. Miss Abigail's home planet is an agricultural planet, similar in level of civilization to my own. As long as we have a normal identity, the three of us, mother and children, can make a living. Among the many people, Anna was the only one wanted. It was conceivable that she would need some time on the run before she could settle down. With her skills, if she hadn't been so burdened, she would have already found a way to seek medical treatment at the Institute of Knowledge. She and her 2 children depended on her for their freedom. They couldn't cling to her like a pendant anymore. Cock of Asia looked at Rosemary disapprovingly. It wasn't that he was worried about her. The woman was clever and knew how to capitalize on her strengths. No matter the predicament, she could always find a way to survive. He was thinking of Plata and Praya. Technically, the 2 little mushrooms were Anna's personal property. Rosemary had begged Anna to sell the twins when they were needed, but now that they were no longer needed, she just took them away. Wasn't that a bit heartless? That's not right. The bounty hunters will eventually find you. Edmund's gaze lingered on Plata. The twins will be safer with me and Enolia. It just so happened that he needed a smart assistant, someone he could train from childhood and trust when he grew up. Chapter 102. The evening discussion didn't reach a consensus, but Anna and Edmund still went out to meet the guys who were reselling used personal computers. They were what the customers needed. If they needed money, they lent it. If they needed goods, they'd be merchants. I don't know how the capitalists negotiated, but from the moment they entered to the moment they left, it took less than an hour. Anna had a ring around her neck, and he had a bandage around his. A choker is a decorative item, used to cover the scar left by the implanted personal computer on the side of the neck, or so the second-hand dealer said. The external handheld device can be replaced at any time. It's cheap and comes in a variety of styles, so you won't regret losing it. Just set up data communication when using it. After all, holding such a large virtual screen in front of your face looks silly, and it's easily affected by starlight when outdoors. Everything has its pros and cons. Anna followed the instructions, and pulled up the personal computer's information page. She was stunned by the photo of the previous owner. She was very thin, with dry, loose skin and sparse, coarse hair. One could vaguely see she was once quite beautiful, but now her cheeks were covered in brown spots, her eyes were dull and tired, and she looked like a dying corpse. The hologram can be replaced. I specifically selected someone with similar features to yours. In our line of work, customer satisfaction is paramount. The second-hand dealer grinned, revealing 2 gleaming teeth. Anyway, the original owner doesn't have much use for this thing anymore, so it's good for her to have someone take over. Anna's face grimaced. Her past experience as a cleaner brought back a series of unpleasant memories. Hey! You don't think we're buying this stuff from a cemetery, do you? The expression on her face was so obvious that the second-hand dealer clapped his hands and laughed. How can that be possible? Personal computers store biological information. Once a person dies, they're scrapped and can't be resold. Don't worry, these are genuine, hospital-made products, with disinfection and after-sales service. Hearing the word genuine in a place like this was a joke. Anna struggled to move her lips. Brother, your sister is so pretty. How about? He was about to say a few more words when Edmund turned around, grabbed Anna, and walked away. These people often moonlight as brokers and pimps. Don't trust any job recommendations. He had never imagined he'd ever have to deal with such sleazy people again. After a moment's sigh, he said, Your previous identity was that of a young man seeking employment in Pierpoint. Then, typical symptoms of a drug overdose, right? Perhaps feeling hopeless and desperate for a drug fix, he was tricked into selling his identity by a second-hand dealer. Actually, Kakavasa and the twins don't need personal computers. As your personal belongings, they don't need to wear those items, nor do they need to provide identification. Especially for the little mushrooms, not having personal computers would make it easier to legally launder their identities and go through adoption procedures in the future. Anna entered her current holographic image into the computer, and a tall young woman replaced her previous image. Name and gender were also editable. She carefully changed to her current name. As for gender, that doesn't matter. It's just a gimmick anyway. Edmund leaned over to take a look. There was a trend of changing one's gender to demonstrate freedom, as if not tinkering with it would be out of date. The personal computer retains this fluid property. If you like, you can be a woman in the morning, a battleship at noon, and a fillet of fish at night. Anna slowly turned her head halfway to the side, her features wrinkled in an indescribable expression. That's truly freedom. She had never imagined people could get so fussy about something like gender. She suddenly felt like she was out of touch. Edmund chuckled. It's all just a trick. There always needs to be a broad, debatable topic to distract attention from things that are detrimental to the company. Take the Enolia acquisition case, for example. The company sued the Enolia family for infringing on its core interests through newly developed code, and even before filing the lawsuit, it used long-arm jurisdiction to detain the family's head in a secret location. This matter has transcended simple corporate finance to encompass the interests of multiple parties. If Edmund Enolia doesn't stand up and vigorously defend her rights, the only loser in the end will be the family in the binary star system. It will be slowly cooked like a piece of fat meat, then served on the table for gentlemen to carve and devour with knives and forks, leaving not even a bone. Civilization can only coat capital with layers of increasingly deceptive garb, but it cannot alter its inherent greed. Even with her personal optical computer, Anna still needs to memorize the previous owner's birthplace, biography, and other information to prevent interrogation. Looking at the previous owner's early educational history, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Biology, medicine, natural theology, what is all this? Pierpoint has no shortage of talented individuals with outstanding academic credentials, but even talented individuals can do foolish things, like this one. Edmund's smile took on a hint of irony. With her level of skill, she could easily apply to First Truth University for further studies. There's no need to rush into a company. The Interstellar Peace Corporation isn't the only company in the universe. It's certainly the largest, but it's not the only option. Anna attributed his sour assessment to the typical stinginess of capitalists and changed his gender to born male, acquired female, vegetarian, pica, and homosexual. In short, he was lavishing all the positive buffs on her. You are quite hard on yourself. Edmund gave a thumbs up in sincere admiration. Your logic is clear, your purpose is clear, and you succeed in whatever you do. Congenital gender identity disorder is a minority, after all. Aren't others doing this just to take advantage of the benefits of this buff? Anyone could see the clues in Anna's description and, based on stereotypes, categorize her as a profiteer. No one would have guessed that this profit-seeking speculator actually had another identity. Using lies to hide lies, like using water to hide water, is indeed a good way to save brains. The two walked side by side through the empty streets. Homeless people weren't allowed to camp here, but that wasn't necessarily the case on the side streets just around the corner. Walking through such places at night can only be described in one word: exciting. Edmund occasionally glanced at Anna, repeatedly letting words slip back. You've been watching all the way here. Is something on your mind? Compared to Kakavasa, she was indeed cold towards this guy. This person wasn't destined to stay with him for long. It wasn't a question of who was right or wrong, but simply a matter of distinct social classes and differing values. In times of hardship, they had to stick together, but if wealth and status were their priority, things would likely be different. There was no need to test him, it didn't matter. He hadn't hidden his emotions the entire way, so Edmund wasn't surprised she noticed. One thing, the future is uncertain. Well, I hope to go further with you. Edmund showed her the things he'd been saving along the way. I secretly picked a flower. It's really beautiful. The egg-sized, double-petaled pink flower had a warm color and a fragrant scent. There's a planet in Enolia covered in these flowers. When they bloom, it's peak tourist season. Tourists from all over the universe flock to see them, just to witness the spectacle of them blooming and fading in a matter of days. He silently observed Anna's expression. She listened, but her expression lacked yearning or anticipation. Edmund turned his hand over, motioning Anna to take the flower. It needs cold temperatures to bloom vibrantly. The colder, the better. When spring arrives, no other flower can compete with it. Oh, Anna replied dryly. Okay, give up. He can't change this guy. The self-proclaimed capitalist, a fine young man, subconsciously looked in a roadside puddle. While this might lower the average appearance of his team, he compensated with his intelligence. Why was it so useless? Are you really not considering going to Enoria with me? I can offer you an offer no one else could offer. The position of head of the family couldn't be relinquished. Everything else was negotiable. Anna's face, her eyes, nose, and eyebrows wrinkled into a knot, once again displayed the same agonized expression she had earlier. No, thank you. She didn't want to be overly sentimental. Edmund was experiencing a classic case of the drawbridge effect. He simply didn't want to let go of his lifeline. Agreeing today might lead to regrets tomorrow. To avoid appearing awkward, She pulled out the computer peripheral provided by the second-hand dealer, opened the app, and, with practice typing, quickly pulled up starship fares for various interstellar airlines. The purpose of stopping in Pierpoint was to resolve the identity issue. Now that she had it, leaving was the best option. This place was a place with easy access to information and a large number of people. There was no telling when a bounty hunter might show up. Abigail's hometown was a bit remote, and there were no direct routes. She had to travel from Pierpoint to the central ring of Lyra and then transfer. Anna actually agreed with Rosemary's plan to find a quiet star system to settle down with the children, but she also knew that the three of them wouldn't be able to muster the strength to fight back against bounty hunters. It would be better for them to follow the capitalists to Enolia. Cock of Asia was going to search for any surviving Evican, and Edmund was going to use his evidence to sue the Interstellar Peace Corporation. It seemed like they would all go their separate ways soon. You're a good friend, Edmund. I keep my promise. As for the rest, I'm afraid your family might not share your perspective. I prefer the freedom of roaming the universe rather than staying in one place. I might even end up staying at your house. Don't be so stingy as to not even provide food. Chapter 103. Back outside the shabby gate of their temporary residence, Anna racked her brains for a less jarring refusal. If they weren't on the same page, there was no need to force a fight. She raised her hand to pat Edmund's shoulder, but suddenly changed her stance and pushed him into the yard. Go! The sound of bullets raining down was accompanied by the cowboy's unbridled laughter. Hey! My dear, he's quick on the UPS. Edmund lowered his head and scurried back inside. Cock of Asia, keeping a close eye on the outside, had already grabbed Plata and Praya, and together with Rosemary, they quickly evacuated through the back door. Tied together, they wouldn't be much help. It was better to run away and avoid further trouble. You're not a slow runner either. What's up? My bounty went up again? She dodged the bullets, skirting around obstacles. A flicker of light flashed from her fingertips, and the creaking of piano wires taut with a noose. The other party didn't seem to have much killing intent. After a few probing attempts, he stood in an open space not far away, raised his gun, and blew on it. It's a lot indeed. 3 billion credits. Sisters, I heard you kidnapped a pair of children? Kidnapping is pure nonsense. Why didn't the Interstellar Peace Corporation mention anything about that eccentric judge in Pierpoint? Look, Anna raised her chin toward the slinking accomplice. The mother of the children, they all been stolen. How can such a tiny kid go to jail and survive without escaping? The cowboy turned to see Plata and Praya. The red-haired girl bared her teeth, her claws bared, trying to intimidate the intruders. The two children had red hair and looked exactly like Rosemary. A DNA test wouldn't even be needed to confirm their close blood relationship. He's a jerk. He knows the company bastards never tell the truth. He swore, shoving his gun back into his waistband. He searched his body, finally pulling out 2 lollipops. Hey! Little one. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Praya's gaze lingered on the candy for 10 seconds before she swallowed and turned her face away. Humph. Ha ha. He's a jerk. Amused by her little appearance, the visitor rubbed his neck with his backhand and said, My name is Pocio, and I'm a cowboy. Hey, it's a nice day today, so I'm giving you a heads up, run. Children's reactions are direct, and they won't be forced. Considering the youngster, the 3 billion credits bounty wasn't a big deal. Besides, there's no guarantee of catching them, and letting them go would only cause trouble for the company. So why not? The lollipop arced and landed in the cub's arms. The cowboy's eyes never left the little mushrooms. What a people-loving cub. I just killed a bunch of guys outside the city who came to collect their reward, you know. Aren't you a bounty hunter? Anna put away the piano wires. The man with the distinctive half-black, half-white hair twitched his arms and legs, seemingly restless. A Sea Ranger? I'm a Sea Ranger, girl. Even though we all make a living at gunpoint, don't confuse me with those little cuties. Thanks, I owe you one. She nodded in acceptance of his offer, then turned back immediately. Show me a way out? I need to get these guys, big and small, to safety. She was the only one on the wanted list. There was no need for the others to suffer with her. Body glanced at the adults surrounding the child, and touched the brim of his hat. Sister, you said you escaped from prison? The whole family was ripped off. Anna pointed at Cock of Asia, then at Edmund. The whole family was deceived. And going to jail while pregnant. Finally, she pointed at Rosemary. It doesn't matter if I live or die, but this lousy place in Ever needs to change its rules. In a way, she and Edmund shared a common goal, Otherwise she wouldn't have been so willing to hand over the Research Institute's information to him. Do you want backups? Drug factories, illegal research institutes, forced labor, and the trafficking of corpses. That doesn't count. Pierpoint law seems to allow this kind of stuff. Anna humbly asked Posha, "It's allowed, right?" Cowboy, how could it be allowed? Sis, are you messing with me? Edmund, give this brother a copy of the backup evidence. She called from a distance. The capitalist fell silent at the mention of Sea Ranger. Now, when it was pointed at him, he obeyed even more obediently, not even a question mark. It's better not to fight if possible. This man seemed more concerned with her motives of escaping prison and stealing the child. Edmund tossed a note from a distance, and the cowboy took it but didn't immediately look at it. There was no need. He could tell whether the woman before him was lying or not. Let's go. If you need help, you can try to ask the Sea Ranger for help. He fiddled with his revolver with his fingers. It's late, and the child can't stand it. With that, the man lowered his hat brim and disappeared, leaving behind a message, "Follow this address." It won't guarantee safety, but it will ensure speed. Claim to be a regular customer introduced by the cowboy. If you accept a commission, you can get a discount on the boat ticket. There are always a few spots in the harbor of a privateer starship reserved for those in need. There's no time to lose. We must set off immediately. Anna turned to look at the few people hiding in the distance. You can stay. There's no need to follow me on this horrible escape. If everyone were on wanted orders, that would be fine, but now all the hatred is directed at her, so that's fine too. I want to be with my sister. Kakavasia didn't give him a second choice. Edmund nodded. You haven't fulfilled your promise yet. The orphan and widow had no chance of survival in Pierpoint. Rosemary lowered her eyes and sighed. Let's go then. Go to the address the cowboy gave us. Even though she didn't know what a Sea Ranger was, she could always trust someone who showed compassion for children. Since they didn't have much to pack, they fled under the cover of darkness. When they were so far gone that not even a trace of their shadow could be seen, the cowboy, who had come and gone without a trace, reappeared. He stared at the night sky for a moment, and behind him came the rumble of a rider's engine. Bounty hunters are all desperate, living from the brink of death. The concept of disturbing the public simply doesn't exist in their vocabulary, and the residents of this neighborhood don't care whether they disturb others or not. The bounty hunters, shouting and gathering, had just stopped their wheels when the hapless house, surrounded by a ball of bright flames, was launched into the air. The explosion was intense but not widespread, destroying all traces and clues of the fugitives. Finding them again would take at least a day and a half. Bon voyage, sister. He pinched the brim of his hat, flashing a shark-toothed smile. The Sea Rangers keep an eye on every corner of the universe. They were naturally aware of the shocking prison break on Avel. If the injustices on Prison Planet are truly as rampant as number 08241321 claims, then her actions are not unjust. Warden Teledazov, beheaded, elsewhere, Anna carried Rosemary on her back, while Kakavasia and Edmund each carried a small mushroom. The three of them hurried under Bruno in the night, reaching the address given by the cowboy at top speed. It was a dilapidated, dimly lit underground bar, its shutters creaking as customers came and went. Boss, the cowboy asked me to do a deal with you. A young woman in a white shirt and plaid skirt stood at the bar. A piece of shrapnel flew from her fingertips and hit a familiar photo. I'd take the reward. The woman in the photo was wearing a linen gray round-neck prison jumper. Her long black hair was wet and tangled in clumps. Her pale face was dotted with gray-blue eyes, exuding an inhuman coldness. Good taste. I hope your skills match that. 3 billion, today's hottest treasure. The bartender put down his shaker. What can I do for you? The last piece of the drug dealer's gold had long since been crushed and deformed, so she was going for the best. Starship Seats, 5, to the Lyra constellation. She didn't know where Edmund had gotten the credits to get his identity, but the sooner he got there, the better. Understood. Lyra. The starship will pass overhead in 20 minutes. A regular customer referred by the cowboy, and he's taken the order. I give you a 10% discount, and all 3 meals are included. The bartender was dark-skinned, and in the dim light, only his large, white teeth could be seen grinning. The sound of a pistol being loaded was resounding. The young woman's hands were cool but steady. Okay. I'm just going to give it a try. He didn't elaborate on what he was trying to say. He tossed 5 crushed bottle caps from the drawer, then steeled himself and cut off a piece of the deformed gold and threw it back. Isn't that sincere enough? I have someone get you aboard the starship. She grabbed the 5 bottle caps. While they looked ordinary, the weight of them was clearly off. They weren't tokens that could be easily forged. The woman whistled outside the bar, and 3 adults and 2 children rushed in. Bartender, Okay, girl, you're a tough guy. What were you thinking about bringing your entire family to catch a fugitive who dared to kill the warden? He knocked on the wooden board behind him, and someone behind him yanked it open. Any customers? Cowboy referred us. We're leaving for the Lyra starship in 20 minutes. Make no mistake. The bartender leaned over and showed the passengers. The man frowned. 6-5 tickets? 2 cubs take 1 seat, that's right. Most people who board smuggling ships are from marginalized professions, and children are generally treated as cargo. These people at least bought them a seat, so it's clear they're not biological children. Okay, let's go. The wooden plank was slammed shut again, the secret door opened, and the guide stood at the entrance, lantern in hand. Follow me. No one will be left behind. 20 minutes, every second counts. 15 minutes later, a ramshackle, clattering, and shabby flying car soared into the sky like an onion on a dry land, to the throes of intense death rock music. The driver kept chewing, "Have a nice trip, everyone. See you next time." The starship passed, and the car headed straight for its open dock. It took less than 3 minutes from entry to exit, just enough for the city below to explode with a spark. 20 minutes to the second. Chapter 104. The cabin of the merchant starship wasn't exactly pleasant, but it wasn't as bad as one might imagine. The man who brought them aboard was a skilled speeder. With a flick of his tail, the door, already loose, flew open, sending a flurry of large and small items crashing down onto piles of bagged cargo. Anna took the opportunity to feel around underneath her. It was barley. A puff of white smoke erupted from the speeder's exhaust vents, vanishing instantly like a bullet being loaded into a cannon. The starship dock door closed on time, not a second more, not a second less. Rosemary held the children, one on each side, caring for them. Kakavasa and Edmund, the useless fellows, one muttered the name of the Earth Mother, the other muttered the blessing of the Amber King. This is too exciting. I go ask the captain how long it will take to reach the Lyra constellation. Anna stood up from the barley heap. She was now wearing a knee-length skirt instead of black trousers, so she had to be a little more careful. Past her still shaking companions, she found the merchant who had hired the starship and the captain in the cockpit. Good evening, my distinguished guests. The captain had lost an eye during his adventures, and with his black eye patch, he looked more like a thief who roamed the galaxy than an honest businessman. Since someone else had greeted her first, Anna always had to respond. She raised her hand, gestured, and then followed the standard response. Good evening, my brave captain. The one-eyed captain was visibly stunned. The man standing opposite him, carrying the coffin, smiled softly as he observed everything before him. Ha ha. Girl, you're an interesting person. The captain was delighted. Let your people come aboard and take a seat. Everyone has their moments of trouble. Anna thanked him graciously, and then helped the 3 adults and 2 children aboard. Praya peeked out from her mother's arms. Seeing the captain, she pulled out the lollipop Podio had given her, trying to bribe him. Eat? The red-haired little mushroom was so adorable it made your heart flutter. Even cuter was the other little mushroom, clinging nervously to her, afraid she'd get bullied. Like 2 kittens huddled together, their eyes wide open. Ouch! The one-eyed captain clutched his chest, rolling his eyes, as he exclaimed, Oh my God! I regret it. Why did I leave my dear Marianne, and go out to explore the world? Otherwise, I could have brought out a brat to please the young lady. Like that non-existent brat, dear Marianne was probably a fictional character, but that didn't dampen the cheerful atmosphere in the cockpit. Praya actually pressed the lollipop into the captain's hand. Plata thought for a moment, deciding it wouldn't be good to leave another stranger standing by and watching. Thank you for agreeing to give us a ride, sir. While the captain certainly had the right to earn extra income, the merchant who had leased the Xingxing ship also had ample say in the matter. You can't please one and ignore the other. You're welcome. The tall man carrying the coffin accepted his overtures, and gently stroked the boy's head with his free hand. I'm glad I could help you. His voice was confident and steady, neither hurried nor slow. You paid for the passage. This is a fair deal. He looked up at Anna, who quickly averted her wary gaze. Her intuition told her that the contents of the coffin were dangerous, but as long as it lay there, the danger would remain manageable. Since they were only casually traveling together, there was no need to be so demanding. After Anna looked away, she stopped paying attention to the coffin. Instead, the man carrying it patiently explained to Prada, this is a prop used in funerals, used to hold corpses. Many interstellar civilizations have similar traditions. representing the living's best wishes for the deceased, hoping that this container will protect their loved ones underground or even in the afterlife. So don't be afraid, it's like a fortress or a house. A closed fortress or house represents isolation, and a tightly closed coffin also indicates that its owner doesn't want the person inside to have any contact with the outside world. Thank you for your concern. Rosemary stepped forward and gently led Prada away. As a mother, she certainly had the right to discipline her child and prevent him from causing trouble to others. The two little mushrooms reunited. Priya, holding her brother, recounted the adventure story she had heard from the captain. Before the story was finished, the twins stared longingly at him, their eyes wide open. The one-eyed man subconsciously puffed out his chest, trying to appear more majestic. The adoring gazes of children are more inspiring than any compliment. They truly treat ordinary adults with the same attitude they would a hero. To prove he wasn't far off from the ideal hero, the captain placed them both on seats, facing a panoramic porthole offering a view of the sea and the stars. Wow! The twins' exclamations pleased the captain immensely. He popped out his chest and belly, summoning the household robots to deliver their food. Breakfast was still over a system hour away, but that didn't stop the adults from eagerly feeding the little mushrooms. Eat, eat, eat more. The starship had just restocked its supplies in the Pierpoint Plain, and the food and drinks were typical of the local cuisine. The steaming hot French fries and fried chicken nuggets were a real treat for the children. Prada and Priya sipped the seasoning. Even the simple addition of pepper and salt was a rare treat in the Avel prison complex. Their long-standing habit of enduring it didn't mean their sense of taste had deteriorated. Rosemary looked lovingly at the two children, occasionally wiping their mouths and urging them to drink more water and eat more slowly. The beautiful woman occasionally cast a grateful glance, and the captain could barely tell east, west, and north from east on the star map. There was absolutely no room for anyone else to contribute in this place. Edmund, clutching his breakfast, tried to strike up a dinner partnership with Cock of Asia, only for Cock of Asia to scurry over to Anna's side, offering her sisterly attention and warmth. That's fine. Lyra is a bit remote. It takes about 3 months to get there from Pierpoint without a warp. Agricultural planets account for over 60% of the entire star field. They formed a self-organized alliance, with different planets cultivating different crops based on their climate, and there's no vicious competition. Rakshasa, the coffin-carrying merchant, calmly explained the similarities and differences between the various star systems to Anna. Perhaps curious about her ability to sense danger, his attitude was much more enthusiastic than before. The fourth ring you mentioned specializes in livestock farming. They produce some of the highest quality meat, eggs, and milk in the universe, while the rest comes from the Immortal Boat Alliance's Cave Heaven breeding. The Interstellar Peace Company and the Lyra Alliance have a close industrial relationship. The latter provides agricultural and sideline products to the former, while the former holds a dominant position in the latter's industry, defense, finance, and even has a profound influence on religion. Using jump points requires a fee, as does traveling along the routes maintained by the Interstellar Peace Company. Small private cargo ships are often reluctant to jump, so if you're not in a hurry to arrive, it's not a bad idea to take a leisurely route. You might even meet someone else and split the cost. This is common sense that no one has yet told the fugitives. The Evocan leaned obediently to the other side, helping to serve tea and water. His movements were light and nimble, as if he didn't exist, making no noise to disrupt the teaching. So the Lyra Alliance uses Pierpoint's code? Anna took the drink that was handed to her naturally, and another appeared before Luosha as if it had appeared on its own. He glanced amusedly at the young man, who was listening intently with his head bowed, and raised his voice slightly. That's not entirely true, but the primary reference texts are all from Pierpoint. This means that the root of the problem lies partly in the influence of the Interstellar Peace Company, and partly in the local area. Abigail's tragedy was by no means confined to her own life. She had the misfortune of being imprisoned in Avel, and of encountering a group of naive and simple-minded inmates. The only good thing about all this misfortune was that among these inmates, there was a particularly vindictive black sheep. Death doesn't necessarily erase debts. After breakfast, the captain urged the new guests to sleep in their cabins. They had been hurriedly brought aboard by the broker in the middle of the night, and had never rested after a night of constant fear. Edmund was the first to stand up and help carry Plata back to the cabin. Anna thanked the one-eyed captain and the merchant Rakshasa, her gaze following the capitalists back for a moment. She lowered her eyelids and followed the group at the end, quietly closing the door behind her as she left the cockpit. 3 billion? You really can't tell. The captain fished a bottle of wine from a drawer under the control panel. Rakshasa glanced at it disapprovingly, but didn't comment on the point. After all, the starship's installed system was on autopilot. This guy was just setting the course. That's why the Sea Patrol came to our aid. People with similar temperaments and interests always attract each other, and even across the starry seas, they eventually converge. The captain, in response to his employer's somewhat sentimental lament, was far more pragmatic. I can't afford to offend those lunatics. They paid, so I just pretend I know nothing and honestly get them to their destination. Well, I know you're a straightforward friend. Don't praise me, it scares me. Anna woke up in the afternoon of the day after system time. Traveling in deep space, there's no such thing as morning, noon, and evening. Without the optical effects of the atmosphere, there's no such thing as day and night. Stars radiate light, but everywhere else is darkness. Humans can only rely on the system settings to determine the passage of time. This is system time. Exiting the converted manned area of the cargo hold mezzanine, Plata and Praya's barrage of questions mingled with the captain's hearty laughter and Edmund's helpless explanations. Children, after all, are curious about everything. What's that? Praya pointed at the rapidly approaching blip on the radar chart. The one-eyed captain acted as if he hadn't noticed, increasing his speed to the maximum limit. Nothing, my dear young lady. Flowers always attract bees and butterflies, and our starship is like a flower, inevitably attracting those who might come and take advantage. Anna, It looked like the newcomer wasn't just looking to take advantage. Chapter 105. The interstellar merchant starship suddenly accelerated, zipping off like a bolt of lightning. It was obvious they'd been doing a lot of side jobs. Let them get away. How could they dart off like rabbits at the slightest sign? Having noticed, they'd taken off. Wouldn't it be a surprise if they'd gone all out to catch up? People go out as bounty hunters for money or excitement, not to get beaten up. The mercenary captain standing next to the helmsman gritted his teeth. Send the coordinates and call them. 3 billion. Even 1/10 of that would still be 300 million credits, enough for them to upgrade their weapons, and find a place to spend their money for a few years. I didn't expect those loan sharks to be so reliable for once. The helmsman, while relaying information online to all nearby organizations he knew, shook his head and sighed. Usually, we'd be thankful if 2 or 3 out of 10 of their messages were accurate. Suddenly, they delivered a big fish with such precision. I'm not used to it. He dragged out his words hypocritically, and the team leader sneered. You're not used to a 3 billion bounty. Few people could offer that much. Any higher would be at the level of a Star Corps hunter, someone they couldn't afford to offend. This soft target looked quite attractive. A woman with a child might be more aggressive than usual, but since it wasn't her own child, it wouldn't matter much. Besides, the 2 cubs looked like they could fetch a good price. This was a huge deal, a steal, something you wouldn't see in years. As they were talking, more than a dozen teams of desperados responded to the call. Now that they had helpers coming, the people in this team were no longer in a hurry and followed their target from a distance. Ants in numbers can kill elephants. As long as the target remains within human range, they're not afraid. There are quite a few among the fake walker bounty hunters, and they're no problem in a fight. Huh? The center of the circle on the imager remained unchanged. The rapidly approaching dot slowly hung on the edge of the arc, neither moving closer nor falling out. Anna silently stepped forward, lifted Prada and Praya from their seats, and handed them to Kakavaja. Boss, there's more than one escape device on the starship, right? She seemed to realize what was happening, and her calm demeanor surprised the captain. We got 4. So how many do you plan to buy? 3 billion. Drive to Lyra. 1 escape pod and 1 escape ship. I can give you that price. She ruffled Praya's beautiful red hair. Sister, I'm going with you. Kakavaja thought to herself that he was a protector after all, and he wouldn't let her suffer irreparable harm. Anna looked up at him, and the young man's eyes widened. She refused, wanting him to stay and protect the vulnerable children. I won't bring this trouble upon you, she continued to bargain with the captain. I lure them away once we reach the Lyra constellation. I'm sure you'd be willing to do it even without payment. After all, it's hard to tell whether the bounty hunter's chasing after you or me. But I can't be unreasonable. You guarantee the safety of these people. If anything goes wrong, my 3 billion head money will be yours. Of course, the prerequisite for receiving the 3 billion head money was that she couldn't withstand the overwhelming locust swarm or was intercepted along the way. The price had been set, so whether the captain could get it or not was none of her business. The one-eyed captain stared at her fiercely with his remaining eye for a moment, then took a swig from his bottle. Cheers! I won't hold you back. If you die, the 3 billion will be mine willingly. I just consider it a friendship. A true character is revealed in times of crisis. Having a friend like that will make you look incredibly proud when you tell others about it. Rakshasa smiled as he unloaded the coffin from his back. How about you two make a pact? The one lying inside is no vegetarian, or rather, he accepts anything, meat or vegetable. The two men reached out their hands above the coffin and high-fived, agreeing to a fair deal. The captain took another swig from his bottle and switched from autopilot to manual. Hold on tight, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's see what speed is. There were no jump points nearby, and private commercial starships lacked the technology to support free jumps. His escape depended entirely on the captain's years of experience in the interstellar seas. The man set down his bottle and pulled the accelerator lever to the floor. The modified engines hidden beneath the ship's belly instantly ignited with a deafening, shrill roar. Amidst the captain's hearty laughter, he turned away from the normal maintenance and operations route of the Interstellar Peace Company and plunged onto the rough path known only to smugglers and pirates. This guy's on drugs. Accelerating again. And taking the path? He's courting death. The bounty hunters, who had been posting their coordinates behind him, no longer bothered to conceal their actions and quickly accelerated to their maximum speed, giving chase. 3 billion? At this speed, maybe a tremor in the starship's controls could cause them to crash into space junk, making them a fortune for free. Wow! Wow! The twins were tucked into a softly cushioned fixed chair by their mother. Almost all the adults in the cockpit were pale and staggering. Only the little mushrooms, in tune with the captain, would occasionally open their mouths in exclamation. The stars are flying over. The captain, despite his busy schedule, hadn't forgotten to turn on the stereo, and the blaring singing instantly shook everyone's souls out of their bodies. Ha ha! Let's go all out! Chase! In years of working as bounty hunters, they hadn't been challenged like this. The mercenaries stared intently at the rapidly accelerating green dot on their imaging devices, their hearts ablaze with inexplicable anger. Exploration: the galactic orbits of the star god Akaveli, the starship passage is maintained by the Interstellar Peace Company. These safe routes are widely and affectionately referred to as main roads. In contrast, the celestial gaps are side roads. Side roads offer shortcuts, but there's no telling what might lie ahead. With luck, everything goes smoothly. With bad luck, they might encounter an asteroid belt or a black hole, or even worse, a Zerg swarm. The commercial starship soared towards the Lyra constellation, leaving the bounty hunters chasing it helplessly as the distance gradually widened. Thankfully, they weren't fighting alone. Other teams nearby, having responded to the call, quickly arrived to assist. Each team tracked a certain distance. As long as they didn't lose the target, their energy would eventually run out, and they could swarm in and capture their prey. The 3-month journey from Pier Point to Lyra was compressed to an extreme. Anna and her companion's original destination wasn't Lyra's central ring. As they passed the outermost ring, the 8th, the captain reminded the passengers to prepare for landing. Don't worry about my skills. They invested 3 billion, so we have to provide top-notch service. A commercial starship, against a backdrop of dazzling stars, flew a beautiful arc. An escape ship unfurled from the docking bay with great fanfare. Like a newly learned duckling, it swerved here and there, heading straight for the large force pursuing it. Strap the children into their seats. This thing will automatically eject, ensuring their safety in the event of an emergency. Edmund didn't dare look back at the escape ship's flight direction. Kakavasia snapped his fingers, and before Plata and Praya could react, their usually gentle and kind brother punched their governess in the face. You did it on purpose. You leaked our information about Pier Point through a second-hand dealer. You knew she would sacrifice herself to save others. The bounty hunters arrived too quickly. Logically, even if the company simply focused on the transport starship, it would take a month or so to find any clues. How long had they been in Bruno, a satellite city of Pier Point? If it weren't for the Sea Rangers' intervention, those people might have arrived even sooner. Trapped on the ground, Anna would have fought desperately. Given her strength, it wouldn't be surprising if she committed another bloody crime that would shock the world. And the head of the Honoria system would use this bloody incident to ignite a wave of rebellion against the company. It was a good plan, the only problem being that he sacrificed the person who was least likely to be sacrificed in the overall situation. Life is not a game, much less a chess game. Sacrificing the rook to save the king sounds easy, but it actually results in a double-edged sword. How do you know she didn't agree? Edmund wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. She's already noticed. This is the agreement we made on Avel. I pay, she does the work, a fair trade. She's a believer in patrol. With the blessing of the fastest star god in the universe, she can definitely escape. Who could have imagined that a patrol ranger would suddenly appear in the middle of nowhere, shifting the battle that should have taken place on the ground into deep space, leaving no chance of success. Stop arguing. Rosemary covered Prada and Praya with her body. You're wasting the opportunity Anna created. At this point, the only way to live is to do everything in our power to live up to her kindness. The starship slowed down, and outside the porthole, the escaped ship, trailing light, could be seen piercing the enemy line like a spear. The bounty hunters who had caught up with it had no idea that 0824131, cornered, would choose to throw herself at the hunters' throats in such a desperate situation. When two encounter each other, the brave prevail. The sheer audacity of confronting their opponent overwhelmed the improvised fleet. Bounty hunters are driven by the bounty, preferring to pursue fleeing prey. Not everyone will be thrilled by the sight of their opponent's sharp horns. It's fair to say that the one-eyed captain's career has been full of adventure and turmoil. Even his escaped ship is equipped with firepower. Anna naturally doesn't understand how to coordinate these, but she knows how to conduct a group fight. She must focus on the instigator and beat him to death, beating him to a pulp. Needless to say, the others who are just there to watch the fun will tuck their tails between their legs and slip away. She had placed a 3 billion bounty on the merchant ship captain, but she didn't say it had to be paid today, did she? Chapter 106. The arc of light trailing through the inky blackness of space streaked like a star before dawn. Plata and Praya would remember that light even to their gray hairs. Some say the most beautiful thing in the universe is the endless flow of credits, while others say the pure beauty star god Idlila is the eternal symbol of beauty. But for them, the meteor heralding the arrival of a new life is the most beautiful sight, and that light belongs only to noble humanity. It bared its teeth like a ferocious black fish in the water, sprinting after the starship that had been sneaking around behind it from the beginning. No other tactical moves were visible, but its evasive and dodging skills were maxed out. But it wasn't the type to just run without fighting back. It slithered through the tangled bounty fleet, effectively killing its opponents while preserving itself. From time to time, a few golden flowers exploded in the boundless deep sky, and the bounty hunters chasing after them, hoping for a share of the 3 billion, began to hesitate. But they didn't want to leave yet. Perhaps 0824131 would be shot down in the next second, and wouldn't everyone present get a share? That's 3 billion. Unnoticed, the commercial starship on the other side shut down its engines and began a theoretically possible uniform linear motion. Without heat, it couldn't be targeted. Like a stealthy cat, it scurried away, disappearing without a trace. The twins only had time to leave a magnificent explosion on their retinas before being thrown out along with the escape pod. This place was infinitely close to the 4-star field in Lyra. All the planets were agricultural resource planets. If cattle and sheep could survive, so could humans. They could even find a way to get some goat's milk to help children grow taller. As the one-eyed captain saw off all the passengers, brushing against the edge of the star ring, he couldn't help but pull out his bottle and take another sip. His employer smiled gently and teased, "Why don't you go back and collect the 3 billion? The captain sneered, his shoulders and his entire body shaking upward. "Humph, I've been traveling the starry seas my whole life. What haven't I seen? That girl's eyes tell me she won't die at the hands of a bunch of ants." He slammed the bottle down on the console. Really, there's a kind of person whose eyes you can tell aren't their time yet. For these people, the star god's hand twirling the dice is never stingy, otherwise this vast universe would be too cold and boring. He said this with a smug expression, tilting his head back and looking up. An escape ship, an escape pod, for a big favor, a really good deal. Humph. Rakshas's smile widened. This captain clearly wanted to help, but he insisted on accusing himself of ulterior motives, as if he hadn't learned to be a good person yet. After leaving the Lyra constellation, the captain finally restarted the engines, and continued his unhurried journey deeper into space. There was still one passenger on the starship whose journey wasn't over yet. It wasn't time to rest just yet. Rin is back. The black cat leaped onto the tabletop, gracefully brushing its ears with its forepaws. "The script doesn't seem to require you to bring anything for me." The man's expression was as if he'd been owed 8.1 billion. "But you also said I could make my own decisions about anything not in the script." The urban beauty chuckled. "You seem to appreciate it." "That's right," the girl said, walking over curiously. She was slightly surprised when she took a closer look at the person her companion had brought back. Ah, she looked so young. The purple-haired girl, chewing bubble gum, stared blankly into space. 21 years old. She successfully escaped from a prison planet controlled by the Interstellar Peace Corporation, taking along a mother and her 2 children, plus 2 extras. She's indeed very young. The gray-haired young man remained silent. When he didn't want to talk, no one could get him to speak. My dear friend, can I leave her to your care? The purple-haired beauty's tone tinged with teasing, and she quickly added, Aaron probably has something else to say. The man codenamed Ring glanced at her and answered honestly, she killed me once in Avel, as a token of her gratitude. He meant that when the underground research facility on Avel was blown up, Unit 08241321 had given him a free death experience. It felt good, and he hoped to continue doing so, so he rescued her from the explosion at the Starship Brawl and brought her back to the Star Core Hunter base. If Leader Elio deems this inappropriate, he can expel her. She is still awake. The gray-haired young man finally nodded, accepting the small task his companion had given him. She looks badly injured. Her enemies are even more seriously injured, 100, even 1,000 times more. Few memories of the past remained, but the lingering image in Ren's mind told him that there had once been someone equally brave. Number 08241321 wasn't a nasty person. She was the most active of all the targets. He accepted her favor, completed the mission, and enjoyed death. Pulling her out of the explosion site alive was considered a generous reward. Everyone looked at the black cat, its tail swishing leisurely, as it sat on the table. She can stay, but not for long. Elliot leaped from the table to the young woman's side. Traveling with her isn't a bad thing for us, but our goals are ultimately different, and what we seek is also different. Having Ring create an opportunity to let her leave Avel was also a way to plant a chess piece that would play a significant role in the distant future. This chess piece didn't necessarily need to be in its hands. Her very presence was enough to change the course of many events. The leader spoke, and the gray-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief. She's a good person. Haha, a good person doesn't stop me from offering a 3 billion bounty, Luing. The purple-haired girl blew a bubble. Uncle Blade, can you help me fix my computer chair later? Ben, I take her to the treatment room. The gray-haired young man stepped forward and picked her up, with Luing following behind. I go check it out too, maybe I can help. The center of the bustle was taken away, and the others dispersed to their own affairs. The purple-haired girl, who had been chewing bubble gum and playing games, suddenly put down her handheld and realized, huh? Is there another person playing games with me? Even the black cat was nowhere to be seen, and no one answered her question. Are you awake? Anna opened her eyes. The gray-haired girl sitting at the foot of the bed had dazzling eyes. You've been in the treatment cabin for a whole month. Are you still feeling unwell? Where is this? She grasped the armrest to sit up. A stack of bills fell on her head. The gray-haired, golden-eyed young man said calmly, Please settle the bill. Well, after using someone else's equipment, it's only natural to pay the bill. The problem is, she has nothing in her pocket right now. Sorry, can I work to pay off the debt? The honest man lowered his head in shame. She just woke up. Let's discuss the bill later. The gray-haired girl changed the subject. My name is Luing, and he's my partner. He's not usually like this. He just wanted to play a joke on you. We have other partners, and you meet them later. If you don't have the money to pay off the debt, you have to work. The gray-haired young man stroked his chin and nodded. What's your name? I don't know. I lost my memory. It might be a code name, or it might be my real name. Just call me Anna. She let go of his hand, and lay back in the egg-shaped treatment pod, looking quite relaxed. Luing smiled, and shook her head. He really was just joking with you, but given your current condition, you'd be safer with us. She opened the virtual screen on her personal computer, and turned it around to show her. As expected, the bounty had risen to 302.5 million credits. The extra 250 credits were supposedly coming from the Bounty Hunters Union. Anna, why are there even decimals? What a bunch of idiots. Thank you for rescuing and taking me in. Is there anything I can do? She thought for a moment and said, I'm good at cleaning. Professional cleaner, personally certified by Warden Mr. Televizov. Not for now. Wait until Elio gives you the script. You need to rest now. Luing stood up from the foot of the bed. Anna noticed her perfect height and proportions, and couldn't help but glance at her with envy. There's nothing wrong with being stronger, but unfortunately, the Bapuk simply can't build muscle. She left, explaining that the refrigerator was stocked with enough nutrient paste for the injured to use. After all, they were future companions, so there was no need to be polite. The gray-haired young man stayed. He gave the codename Cheong, and Kafka entrusted this temporary companion to his care, which naturally included an induction test. Not everyone can be a Star Core hunter. Even if they can only travel together for a while, it's difficult to work together if their values don't match. I checked your personal computer, and it's riddled with vulnerabilities. The hacker kept chewing her bubble gum, pouting at the mention of the secondhand stuff from those secondhand dealers in Pierpoint. Anyone could exploit those vulnerabilities to pinpoint you, but don't worry, I already taken care of everything. The next day, a purple-haired girl came to visit, her cool demeanor constantly staring at the computer's external device as she spoke. My name is Silver Wolf, a hacker from Punchlord. Does she play games? Unfortunately, she doesn't. Xiong threw a drink at her. Anna is still learning the various input methods for common language. Silver Wolf stopped pouting this time and rolled his eyes. Games are easy to learn, and the rest are just technical issues. You must have been lazy and didn't tell her how to register an account. No, can you blame me for that? The young man's expression told Anna he had a lot to say, but she ultimately chose to hold it in, maintaining a precious silence. Forget it. Just get familiar with using the optical computer first. I have plenty of external devices I can lend you, but you have to play games with me later. She understood that not everyone was interested in games, but like a melon, you have to give it a try to know if it's sweet. On the third and fourth days after waking up, the black cat, the purple-haired urban beauty, and the man who looked nothing like a doctor, and indeed wasn't a doctor, all appeared as if they were clocking in for work. Anna then realized she was in an abandoned underground fortification on a desolate planet not far from Lyra. The galactic war that once erupted had transformed this planet, once a naturally beautiful environment, into its current devastated state. Abandoned by humans, it had opened its arms to welcome another group of people. After another half-month in the treatment cabin before fully recovering, Anna approached her black cat, Elio, and asked to be released. I promised someone I'd take her home, and I have to keep that promise, or I won't be able to focus on my work. I won't pass the trouble on to you. If you're worried, you can send someone to follow and monitor you. No problem. Someone's on vacation now, and they can accompany you. The black cat blinked, its tail elegantly resting on its front paws as it squatted. He didn't have a script suitable for this person yet, so he might as well let her go and observe for a while. Chapter 107. 86 Tulip Corridor, Ragnon District, Asturias City, 4th Ring, Boys 3, 6-star region, Asturias City. Right here. Anna, having changed into casual clothes to match her companions, spun around and looked around. Abigail's address was precise. Even her own house number was clear. Atop a soft green hillside sat Asturias City. As a city providing homes for nomads, it wasn't large. A string of similar small towns dotted across the vast grasslands of the planet Boys 3 like countless pearls. The residents of the city lived elsewhere, and during busy farming seasons, there were hardly any sightings of people in the city. So why did they go to the trouble of building a house in the city? Xiong walked to Abigail's door and knocked on the ring. No one answered. The cracked, blackened wooden door seemed to mock these two people who couldn't even perform basic tasks properly. It was livestock season, and the streets were deserted. Even the elderly and children were hurrying to help out on their farms. Anna glanced around, her gaze settling on the spire of a white religious building in the distance. There's a church over there. Let's go check it out. A little girl was frequently summoned by the priest to their home for preaching, yet her parents never worried. This only meant the priest's sermons were very close to her home. If the journey was more than half a planetary hour, it wouldn't have gone completely unnoticed by the child's guardians. But that wasn't certain. It sounded like Abigail had many children, and it wasn't uncommon for parents to be overwhelmed by so many. The gray-haired young man formed a small awning with his palms before his eyes, and stood on tiptoe to peer into the distance. It's a sect that believes in preservation. There was a touch of nonchalance in his tone, completely different from the mainstream perception of utter reverence for the star god. The wind rustled Anna's long hair, now long enough to cascade over her shoulders. She glanced back at the taciturn young man beside her, and decided to tell him the truth. I'm here to pick a fight with a priest named Anselm. She gave an objective account of the crime, omitting details like the victim's name. Xiong scratched the back of his head, puzzled. No, we normal people usually call anyone who touches a child a pervert, and killing them on the spot is considered eliminating harm for the people. Are the laws here different from those elsewhere? The difference didn't really matter. As a member of the universe's leading anti-communist organization, his disregard for the law was normal. The main problem was that in many places, the laws weren't even like the rules governing human behavior, they were more like the regulations a shepherd uses to manage cattle, horses, sheep, dogs, and pigs. So I came. Anna's voice was soft, quickly carried away by the breeze, by the warm glow of the stars. She spread out her palm, and a round, star-red gem sparkled in the light. It's beautiful, The gray-haired young man complimented sincerely, seeming to realize that this gem wasn't a gem in the usual sense. He was merely observing as a witness, and had no say in Anna's actions. Every Star Core hunter who joined the group had to undergo a test, even if they were just temporary companions. During the busy farming season, only the clergy in Asturia enjoyed some leisure time. The Amber King protects all beings in the universe. What's wrong with everyone giving a tenth of their income as a token of gratitude for his protection? The priests were busy too, busy praying to the Amber King and praying for everyone's blessings. 2 visitors, claiming to be relatives but looking nothing alike, arrived at St. Clipper's Church. The tall, dark-haired woman respectfully presented a rare pink gem to the altar. Though she placed the gem a bit too high, its pink luster resembled a drop of fading blood stained in amber, further enhancing the deity's reputation. Even as far away as Pierpoint, the products of Boys 3 are renowned. She placed the gem directly on the altar, gazing at the priest's hesitant expressions. I, too, am a journeyman on the path of preservation. All for the Amber King. Illiterate, but honest, she knew how to learn. She emulated whatever those around her excelled at. All for the Amber King. The priests quickly shifted their expressions from stunned astonishment to resolute composure, finally managing to maintain their composure. Oh my goodness! A protector believer from Pierpoint. No wonder she's so generous, Cheong, You know to maintain your status when you're out and about. Very good, that one's a pass. The tourists simply wandered around the church and left. The older priest called out to this year's new apprentice, follow them and see. This guy is so strange. He offered gems, but didn't explain what he was asking for. It always makes people feel uneasy. The little boy, with his curly hair, looked like a bleeding lamb. Upon receiving his teacher's order, he immediately ran after them, carefully hiding behind rocks and trees to spy on the 2 strange tourists. Considering the child's short legs, Anna waited for him outside the livestock trading station after leaving the city. Wow, it's much busier outside the city than inside. Boys 3 is truly a planet dedicated to animal husbandry. Countless cattle and sheep roam in the sun, and packs of sturdy dogs loyally guard their owner's property. Of course, advanced machinery is used in animal husbandry, but it's expensive. A herder might be able to afford a pack of dogs, but not necessarily a single assistive robot. Therefore, these delicate items are kept in barns, protected from the elements. The livestock driven to the trading post are all commodities ready for market this month, and some even have prices already set with buyers. The Interstellar Peace Company provides herders with superior breeds, with high meat yields, strong disease resistance, and higher milk protein content. Furthermore, scholars from the Institute of Knowledge, who collaborate with the company, help resolve livestock diseases and other problems. It can be said that the peaceful and prosperous lives of Boys 3, and indeed the entire Lyra constellation, are only possible thanks to the company's support. Forget about whether herding is tiring. What kind of work isn't tiring these days? During harvest season, everyone's face is filled with joy and longing for a better future. Anna walked among the crowd. Such a bustling place was bound to be filled with vendors selling all kinds of food and even souvenirs. Whenever someone stopped her to try something, she would stop and at least listen to what they had to say. Whether they bought or not was another matter. Her attitude and emotional value were both present. Holding a bag of dried meat and cheese, chewing on a curd of milk, she said, Chew, 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 chew. She likes to feed her companions, and has excellent taste in food, very good, which also passes muster. A place where livestock gathers doesn't usually smell particularly pleasant, but Anna wandered around unfazed, like a tourist with nothing better to do. It wasn't long before she was covered in shopping bags. People from Pierpoint are simply rich. The little tail following behind was filled with envy. The priest treated him well, and he never had a stomachache. But he couldn't have snacks at all times, like the gray-haired young man carrying the bag behind him. He tiptoed around and suddenly overheard the tall, dark-haired woman chatting with the nomads about machinery. I have a small connection with the Noria of the Twin Stars, and I can get some good stuff from them at a low price. The problem is, it's hard to explain to the company. I can't let you be my slaves just for the sake of business. After an afternoon of wandering around, the tourists returned to Asturia before dusk and found the best hotel to stay. The little boy, who had been following behind others and eating dirt, ran back to the church to tell the old priest everything he had learned. He repeatedly emphasized Anna's good behavior in buying snacks without blinking, but the priests ignored him. So her real purpose is to sell agricultural machinery? That's not something she can say openly in the church. The priests whispered among themselves, the ruby on the throne gleaming. The Lyra Alliance had a trade contract with the Interstellar Peace Company. The company was responsible for purchasing agricultural and sideline products, while they could only purchase the company's industrial products. More competitive merchants were barred from entering. For so many years, the company's agricultural product prices have never increased, and they even try to get us to lower them every year. The goods we sell are getting more expensive every year, and we have no choice but to buy them. How ridiculous. The young priests were tempted, while the calm elders shook their heads. But what does this have to do with us? The church can't bypass the Senate, and the alliance can't change the company's decision. Boys 3 has no authority to make any decisions other than sending the prisoner to Pier Point for trial. It's better to do this priestly work steadily. It may be a little hard, but it's much better than the life of a nomad grazing outside in the wind and rain every day. But anyway, that man came from Pier Point and is a protected Destiny Walker. Perhaps it's an internal company issue. If the arrangements aren't done properly, will it implicate Boys 3? The priests discussed this and that, but the only thing they didn't discuss was returning the ruby to the believer who didn't receive a response. How about this? The old priest finally offered a solution. The harvest festival is approaching, and the Central Star Ring sends someone every year. We introduce them there, but we leave the details to the Senate. We clergymen shouldn't interfere in worldly affairs. After he finished speaking, the priests looked at each other. It took a full 10 seconds before a response came. Stay out of the secular economy? Just watch the elders luxuriate and support their families? Life was hard before joining the church and becoming a priest, and life is still hard after joining the church and becoming a priest. Then isn't joining the church in vain, and isn't the priesthood in vain? If the clergy are truly so honest and dedicated, what are the gold appliques on the Amber King's throne? What about the silk linings beneath everyone's rag robes? Leaving their parents at a young age to stick to the church, is it just to avoid starvation? Chapter 108. The next morning, tourists from Pier Point were strolling outside the city just like the previous day. The tall, thin, black-haired woman was truly generous. She bought 2 roasted lamb legs without a second thought, and she also bought crispy lamb chops and spicy roasted lamb tails without hesitation. The gray-haired young man following her couldn't stop talking, making the children following her salivate with envy. All for the Amber King. Slurp. I hope the Amber King will let me have roasted lamb legs tonight too. This fabric is rare and precious, and feels wonderful. Anna touched the cashmere fabric, a specialty of boys. Buy. A cashmere rolled lamb doll? Round and adorable. She picked up the sheep doll next to the fabric, its eyes so fat it was hard to see, and pinched it. Buy. Goat milk cake. Can pets eat it? After receiving a resounding yes from the stall owner, someone waved their hand again. Pack it up. Cheong nearly dropped the beef cubes in her mouth. Where did you get the credits? This guy was clearly broke and had to sell himself to the Star Corps hunters to pay off his debts. Credits? I had so many bounty hunter heads before. I just asked Silver Wolf to redeem them online a few days ago. He slacked off at Avel because he didn't get any of his wages. Now he earns more, gets more, and earns less, gets less. He can't bear to throw away a single head. The young man quickly stuffed the meat back into his mouth and chewed it. Come straight in? Yes, come straight in. Anna nodded. Silver Wolf asked if I wanted to create an anonymous account. There's no need. This can't be hidden. She was already worth 3 billion and 500,000. Why would she care about other trivial matters? Having too much debt is no big deal, and the same goes for bounties. Gray hair, being incredibly audacious and lawless also fits the recruitment requirements. Since you're not short of credit points now, why are you still here? With your skills, there's no place in the universe you can't reach. He suddenly developed a rare interest in this seemingly flat prison escapee. Anna's lips curled. Because I promised so many people so many things, and I couldn't fulfill them before for various reasons. Now that I have the time and energy, I have to complete them one by one before I can feel at ease. And I promised you that I work first and then have enough money. The latter isn't a reason to break the contract. She didn't know who she was, nor did she know the true purpose of her original self's decision to enter Avel's prison. She had no past and no future. Like a bookmark stuck between the pages of a book, a temporary place to stay was nice. Most importantly, everyone in this team has a higher bounty than hers, which makes her feel incredibly safe, except for little gray hair. I don't know why he's not on the wanted list, but it's fine if he isn't. He's still a young man, and I wonder who's older, Kakavasa or not. Oh. He stuffed another piece of beef into his mouth and chewed it. Delicious. The newcomer's moral standards are a bit frightening, slightly exceeding the requirements of a Star Corps hunter. But this isn't a performance criterion, and can be completely disregarded. Today was another day of shopping and eating. In the evening, Anna prepared to return to the hotel for rest. Passing a pile of hay, as tall as a person, she suddenly accelerated and snatched a tiny creature from behind it with a speed so fast that it was almost impossible to react. The curly-haired boy moved his arms and legs, then, realizing it was futile, simply dropped his limbs and remained motionless. A child from the church? He was wearing a small priest's vestment, a round-necked white linen robe with a straw rope tied around his waist. He couldn't be mistaken. The best response to being caught with a shout was to play dead and say nothing. He was just a child, after all, and the man in front of him wouldn't embarrass him in public if he had any respect. The little guy was already prepared to be dragged back to the church to complain and be whipped in front of the guests, but he didn't expect to suddenly find a soft, fragrant, sweet curd of milk in his mouth. Eat it, are you stupid? Cheong held the bag, his legs shaking, the curd's wrapper still clutched in his hand. Move your cheeks, chew harder. Once the mechanical chewing began, the fragrant milk filled his mouth and slid down his throat in a silky smooth stream. Seeing him stretching his neck for a long time before reluctantly taking the last bite, Anna quickly stuffed another piece of dried meat into his mouth. The little guy had been following them, swallowing his saliva since yesterday, looking incredibly pitiful. Eat, satisfy your craving. It was obvious that this child was the type who had never experienced hunger, but also had never tasted anything good. His definition of not starving might be a daily diet of thin porridge and vegetables, or a rich and delicious variety of meat, eggs, and milk. He was still young and naive, looking oddly cute. But as he grew up, his long-term unsatisfied desires and the slightest bit of power in his hands would likely lead him to become insolent. Fearing he might get an upset stomach, Anna put the little guy down on the ground after more than 10 minutes and stopped feeding him. Wipe the grass off your clothes. Stand still. I need to ask you something. The curly-haired boy, eager to eat someone's food, quickly slapped himself all over. After fulfilling his request, he looked up at the person feeding him. What do you want to ask? The child's voice was tinged with trepidation. Anna crouched down, met his gaze, and smiled. I'm a student at First Truth University. A good friend of mine is from the Lyra Alliance. She once told me about Priest Anselm of the Rachnon district in Asturia. He's said to be a very devout clergyman. I'm a little curious. Of course, she hadn't attended any Truth University, so the two parties were basically strangers. But the child before her didn't seem very bright, so he probably wouldn't ask embarrassing questions to confirm the facts. Priest Anselm? The boy tilted his head and blinked hard, his brow furrowed. After a moment of intense thought, he said unsurely, but Priest Anselm died several years ago. It was said to have been an accident. The accident mentioned by the clergyman ended the victim's life. Oh my goodness, what happened? Did that priest die while practicing the way of preservation? Such a sentimental exclamation, entirely artifice, could only fool a child. The boy's face grew more confused. I don't know, ma'am. I was just a baby then. Priest Anselm's name was only mentioned occasionally by Master Latu, when he was scolding the others. Yes, Priest Latu, the elderly priest with the least and whitest hair. He was still trying to think of something to say in exchange for some snacks, but as he was deep in thought, someone called out tentatively from afar, Remus? The boy instantly forgot about the snacks. His eyes, nose, and mouth danced with his emotion, a joy that needed no words to describe. Mom. Neither mother nor son moved forward. They stared at each other greedily from a considerable distance, separated by the two alien visitors. Anna turned to take in the middle-aged woman's features and twitched her fingers slightly. She looked very similar, except for her hair and eye color. She looked like Abigail 30 years later. It's getting late, ma'am. I have to get back to the church. Goodbye. The child, about the size of twin mushrooms, scurried off, seemingly unwilling to spend even a second with his mother. But the joy that filled him upon recognizing his mother was impossible to conceal, and his behavior was strangely inconsistent. Anna watched Remus's retreating figure for a moment, then folded her arms and turned to his mother. Hello. Hello. She bowed awkwardly, holding a tin milk pail in front of her. Remus is a good boy. No, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. It's Priest Remus. Children sent to the church no longer had any connection with their original families, and she was afraid that if she said something wrong, the child would be punished by the adult priests. As she stuttered to explain, the alien approached and took the milk pail from her. Her strength was so great that she left no room for refusal. Where to send them? Anna glanced at her chapped hands and haggard face. Even if she wasn't Abigail's mother, she was definitely related. Huh? The woman shifted her feet, clutching her apron, feeling lost. No need. But the woman had already walked out, carrying the milk bucket in one hand. She walked so fast that she had to hurry over to show them the way. Just leave it there. It's all my milk. The woman pointed to a large tree in the distance. Sure enough, there were a dozen similar metal buckets piled beneath it. Anna reached the spot in a few steps, set down the bucket, and was about to ask if she needed help feeding the chickens or collecting eggs when she saw the woman following behind her being herded away by a staff member holding a form. Go away. No matter how many times you come, no one will accept your milk. But my cattle and sheep are really well raised. They meet the company's requirements perfectly. She eagerly leaned forward, only to be pushed away again. The staff member tucked the form under his arm and rolled his eyes. Why aren't they accepting your milk? Don't you know? He stopped talking and turned to look for another colleague. The woman lowered her head and wiped her eyes with her sleeve. A cold voice came from behind her. I see your milk is pretty good. How much is it? The tall, thin woman didn't go far. She even bent down to open the lid of the milk can and peer inside. Milk isn't easy to carry. Do you need dairy products? Milk is readily available every day, and customers who buy one batch might not necessarily buy another. But dairy products are different. Making a single batch requires a lot of milk, and it's also easy to store and transport. She's trying every possible way to sell her surplus. Selling it to aliens at full price is better than secretly selling it at a discount to locals whose cattle and sheep have problems. Anna put the lid back on and said in a businesslike tone, if you can meet my requirements, I don't mind accepting some retail sales. Do you have samples? Can I try it? Giveaways? Discounts? Cheong, Do you remember why we came to Boys 3? Chapter 109. Sheep, everywhere around him, white, plump, fluffy, soft, bleeding sheep. Bah! A gray-haired young man sat on a tree stump, his eyes lifeless. Sheep flocked from all directions to observe the aliens. A gray-haired cow lingered farther away, reserved but curious. The grass in his hand had long been snatched away by the sheep, leaving countless clumps of fleece, so white they reflected the light. Anna stood under the thatched hut, bargaining with the strange woman. She looked every bit the shrewdest interstellar merchant. Had Elio instructed her to make the purchase? Or was Kaka, dissatisfied with his and Silver Wolf's heights, specifically asking her to buy nutritional supplements? So, that's not how you spend your credit points, right? They talked until nightfall, when Anna finally returned. Starting tomorrow, we move into Maya's house. Cheong, Is infiltration really that difficult? He thought the hotel service was okay, and it wasn't impossible not to enjoy the local customs. But she thrust a bag of beef tendon into his hand, and the young man took it without a second thought, pulling out a piece and gnawing on it. It tastes good, quite delicious. So the next day, he and his companions were taken to a nomadic home to experience the nomadic life. SYRHYKHM, 6-star region, 4th ring, Boys 3, Asturia City, 86 Tulip Corridor, Lacnon District. I see. We usually live on the farm and tend to the cattle and sheep. Only the elderly, children, and the sick stay in the city for easier access to medical care and schooling. Maya led her guest to the second floor of her home. The door to the best room in the middle of the hallway was locked, but the rooms at the stairwell and at the end were available. I have a lot of children, 6 in total, including Remus. The 2 oldest have gone to the central ring to make a living. The 2 middle ones are at home attending school and helping out, and the youngest has been chosen by the church to become a priest. Sigh. She glanced at the locked door, sighed, and changed the subject. I made breakfast, eat more. The 2 children left at home had gone to school early, and the table was filled with her second breakfast, specially prepared for guests. Cheong walked over to the wooden table covered with an off-white tablecloth and sat down. In front of him sat an enormous plate, the size of a pot lid, piled high with fried eggs and sausages. Butter was at hand, and yogurt and jam were spread out next to it. Anna sat down across from him, observed him briefly, then took a loaf of bread from the wicker basket and, with a swish, cut it into thin slices. I feel like if I take this with me, I could travel to another world and become a hero. Little Gray Hair picked up a slice. Its solid texture was quite lethal. Anna rolled her eyes at him, then spread a thin layer of yogurt and jam on the bread. Very good, Shield Hero. After breakfast, embark on your path to fame. Communicating with children is actually quite simple. Just follow their thoughts, imagine, and describe them. Prada and Pry absolutely love this activity. The Shield Hero lowered his head and arranged the crisp and juicy vegetables on the bread, added a fried egg and a slice of sausage, and topped it off with another slice of bread. Ms. Maya, today's first toast to you. He was such a delightful young man. Maya's mother smiled with narrowed eyes. Thank you. What would you like for lunch? Braised beef brisket or braised lamb shanks? The young man pulled out his personal computer's external device and began filming frantically. Whatever you cook will be the best lunch on the planet. The group chat buzzed with reminders, paused for about 30 seconds, and then a barrage of messages arrived as expected. It didn't take much to tell they were responses from Silver Wolf and Firefly. One slept too late, the other woke up too early. Kafka spoke but not much, and Blade probably didn't pay attention to the device. After a while, the external device received a separate message. Anna put down her breakfast, took it out, and took a look. It was Kafka's thank you. Thanking the newcomer for leading the child to a healthy and organized life, and also reminding him to finish his milk. Biological mother? This must be her biological daughter. If you don't want to go to the warehouse with me to pick up the goods, then stay here and take a nap, play, or go out for a walk. It's all fine. She stood up, grabbed the milk jug, and poured Cheong a full glass. A flicker of hesitation crossed the young man's face. I could tie you up and force-feed you, but that wouldn't be a pleasant experience. Try your best. Sugar is allowed. She poured herself a glass as well, took a deep breath, and drank the milk expressionlessly. Having never raised a picky child before, she didn't know how to properly guide them, so she could only resort to her last resort, leading by example. After breakfast, Maya took Anna to her family's warehouse, where the man of the house was waiting. She gave a few quick instructions, and went back to prepare lunch. Her husband took out several portions of each item for sale. There are meat products, dairy products, cashmere bars, soap made from goat's milk and animal fat, handmade rugs. Ever since that incident, the family has been constantly being harassed, intentionally or unintentionally. They've been working tirelessly to make their products more competitive and more profitable. He wants to save enough for his daughter, who has left home, to last a lifetime, so she doesn't return home in old age and frailty, becoming homeless. Anna picked out some items, and, without even bargaining, made the transaction on the spot. I'm not picking up the items for now. I didn't expect to buy so many this time. I'd borrow your warehouse for a bit, paying the market rent. Aw, no rent. You can pick them up anytime. We keep the goods in good condition, and if they spoil, we replace them with new ones. Sure. If that doesn't work, we just give them away. We can always give them away, right? Oh, right, the customer said before leaving the warehouse, expressing a desire to visit the farm. Do you have a lot of chickens? Yes, eggs are good. Free-range chickens are firm and delicious. My wife dries and crushes some herbs and mixes them with the feed, and the chickens, ducks, and geese are all doing well. The warehouse owner grinned, hoping to appear more welcoming. You can come anytime. We're planning to shear the sheep this afternoon. If you come over, we butcher and roast the first sheep. Killing sheep to entertain guests is a generous gesture, no matter what culture. Then thank you in advance. Anna looked at him for a moment, then lowered her head and turned away. This morning, I heard from your wife that you have 6 children. Some are out seeing the world, some are still in school. I haven't heard from her about the other one yet. I wonder where she's doing well. The man's dry lips trembled a few times. He looked away, choking out a sob. She's gone to another star system. She'd be back soon. Anna remained silent as they left the warehouse, and neither did Abigail's father. Arriving at his door, he said he had work to do on the farm, bowed to his distinguished guest, and turned to leave. The dark-haired, blue-eyed, and slightly aloof guest stood at the door of 86 Tulip Corridor, gazing at his back for a long moment. You stay here and play. I'm going to the church tomorrow. Lunch was a fragrant stewed beef brisket, which Anna could smell the moment she entered. Abigail's mother had prepared 2 varieties, one braised first, then roasted, sprinkled with chili and spices, for a smoky aroma. The other, braised directly in water, was filled with a milky aroma and tender meat. Cheong nodded, as he played a puzzle game on his external device. Going out with 082411321 was like a vacation. He loved it. The deal was settled, and the next day Anna went to St. Clipper's Church, continuing her pretense of being a devout protective believer. Well, perhaps it was piety. At least she learned how to write the character in Kripo here, which was a tribute to Kakavasia. The priests had already received sufficient information from the errand boy, Curly. The machinery merchant from Pier Point was interested in acting as a broker to earn some commissions. Everyone knew that this month, the twin stars Enolia and Interstellar Peace Company had imploded. The Enolia family's head was now pursuing the company's legal department relentlessly. The legal experts, known as the Pizza Hut of the world, had run into a tough opponent and were unexplainably tied up. The Lyra constellations didn't care who was stealing whose woman and who was cheating on whom. They simply hoped that the agricultural, animal husbandry, and fishery products produced in the Alliance's star regions would fetch a good price. Anna had naturally learned the news from the Star Network community connected to her computer. Though she was furious, she knew Edmund had at least kept the second half of his promise. If she saw him again, she'd kill him 3/4 of the way to death. That guy had long since returned safely to his family. It was unknown where Caucavasia, Rosemary, and her child were. Perhaps they started a new life in Enolia. "We're just a few elderly clergymen," Priest Ratsu said, hands behind his back, explaining every detail of St. Clipper's church. The young people were all off preparing for the harvest festival, leaving him alone. The Central Star Ring Senate will be sending members to inspect and offer their condolences. Perhaps you'd like to meet them? Young people always have more to talk about. The seemingly serious tourist had actually been distracted for a while. After calculating the extent of 3/4 death, she finally regained consciousness and continued, "Of course, that's great. It couldn't be better. Thank you for your arrangements." Finally, they returned to the Amber King's throne. Anna had never met the Protected before, so she had no idea what it looked like. Anyway, according to Caucavasia, Clipper only cast a golden shadow. Who knows if he was actually sitting or standing? However, the pink gem she had previously offered had disappeared. Priest Ratsu quickly explained, "Such a fine gem should be set against a backdrop of gold and the finest wool. You see it displayed at the Harvest Festival as the glory of St. Clipper. Such a perfectly round, brilliant gem is rare, and one weighing this much is even rarer. Even polishing it would be a painstaking task, let alone cutting it." The priests discussed it overnight and decided to have a craftsman carefully wrap it around a golden belt using traditional techniques, using gold and cashmere thread. It would be placed prominently during the festival for everyone to admire. As for the gem's fate after the festival, leave it alone. Anna remained noncommittal. She would eventually send Abigail home anyway, so she could just vent her anger on St. Clipper's throne. Chapter 110. The Harvest Festival is the most important festival of the Lyra Alliance, bar none. As if by magic overnight, a profusion of colorful decorations suddenly appeared on the trees, outside, along the roadsides, and on the door beams and roofs of buildings. Most of them were dyed animal wood carvings and handmade textiles of various shapes, with a strong sense of local flavor. Bois 3 has 2 satellites, the larger one named Avika and the smaller one named Kazan. Before the Interstellar Peace Company began doing business here, everyone thought Kazan was larger than Avika, so they named the mythical wolf-hunting hero after it. The black-suited men from outer space later explained that Kazan appeared larger because it was closer to Boys 3 and was actually smaller than Avika. But habit had already formed, so everyone pretended to be ignorant. On the night of the festival, Avika and Kazan appeared simultaneously in the center of the sky, and the celebrities of Asturia gathered to chat and celebrate the festival. This festival belongs to the diligent farmers and herders, but it's not just for them. Aren't the leaders in charge of Boys 3 more important than those who work around the fields and livestock every day? If farmers and herders don't work hard, they just go hungry for a season. But the people managing Boys 3 have much more to consider. This is the elite of the Senate from the Central Star Ring, haha. Priest Latu served as the key figure in warming up the atmosphere. Anna stood behind him, observing this elite with interest. The old priest quickly introduced the guest from Pierpoint. This is a scholar from the First Truth University, a destiny walker of preservation, and he also holds a position in Pierpoint. Anna, This old woman is such a talker. She doesn't even know which way the gate to First Truth University opens. As for the company, yes, she's definitely high on Pierpoint's wanted list. The elite lady was dressed in a gorgeous, vintage-style robe, adorned with amber ornaments to demonstrate her piety. Hearing that Anna was from Pierpoint perked up. I didn't expect anyone in Pierpoint would care about a small place like Boys 3. Did you have a smooth trip? Anna smiled modestly, and the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Several prominent figures from Boys 3 exchanged glances, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. It was natural for this lady from the Central Star Ring to look down on Boys, but she didn't have to be so disrespectful in front of guests. Why step on the locals' pride and act like we're on the same level? No matter how much the Central Star Ring yearns for Pierpoint, it can't move its entire star region there. Who is superior? But when they returned, everyone was still in a state of bliss, gathered around the two guests, discussing Pierpoint's latest fashions. Anna appeared to be in the center of the social scene, but in reality, she was already in standby mode. I don't understand. Sleeves, hems, and glove length? Are these even grounds for human ridicule and attack? As for actual academic matters, forget about them. Only the precise mention of a term can trigger a ripple of memory, otherwise, my mind is completely blank. Compared to our Buies flower care, which is limited by the climate, this is the best it can be. It's okay, but the arrangement of leaf sizes is a bit too rigid and lacks flexibility. Fortunately, Ms. Elite was a talkative person, eager to offer her insights and suggestions, whether anyone cared or not. She alone was enough to keep the group engaged, while the others simply listened in silence. Ahem, why don't we get some music started? Priest Ratu signaled to the attendant behind him, and soon the golden harp in the center of the hall was unveiled, and a petite performer took the stage to applause. Anna followed the crowd around her, clapping when they did and smiling when they did, striving to be a sociable person. The main problem was that she wasn't sociable, and she had no better talents to entertain herself or others. She couldn't possibly perform live, and send people into the streetlights. She's quite interesting, but her fingering isn't quite as precise. She'd be better off spending some money on further training at Central Ring or Pierpoint for a few years. I know young people don't like hearing these kinds of advice, but as I said, when they reach our age, they naturally understand the wisdom of that advice. Ms. Elite listened for a moment, then turned and asked Anna what she thought of the recent legal battle between Binary Enolia and Interstellar Peace. Before she could think, she said, Enolia is being a bit aggressive. While the company is known for its tough stance, if they yield in time and stop infringing on the company's rights, the situation wouldn't escalate further. What do you think? Anna, what can I think? You already finished your words, so I better save my energy. That was the only sound she uttered from beginning to end, and Ms. Elite was incredibly pleased. In the eyes of the people at Boyce, Pierpoint's guest was almost unable to hold back her expression, but she managed to suppress the noise of the Senate envoy with her willpower. Her silence was simply the embodiment of the word good manners, and her favorability rating soared and was about to explode. It was all thanks to my peers, thank goodness, thank goodness. The performance finally ended, and everyone applauded to avoid another unnecessary lecture. You have to remember that Priest Ratch's hair is already white, and judging by his age, he's probably even older than the woman's father. He really didn't want to sacrifice his reputation to fulfill the Central Star Ring's sense of achievement. Having lost a great opportunity to connect, the elite woman could only turn to discussing past events on the planet Boyce. A few months ago, our prison planet encountered the most horrific villain since the Amber Age. An ungrateful prisoner murdered the warden and escaped. Oh my god! It's truly horrible. She symbolically wiped her brow with her decorative handkerchief. I nearly fainted when I first heard the news. Ah yes. The Pierpoint guest made a second noise. It was horrible. With just this little help, another guest from the Central Ring immediately opened up. I remember someone from Boyce was serving time on our prison planet. That trial. There were many people attending the trial. A girl. She actually harmed an innocent priest. I say she doesn't deserve to be sent to a star region controlled by the company to serve her sentence. That's simply a life of luxury. Oh, that's even true? The Pierpoint guest raised an eyebrow and began to talk more. It's unbelievable. I thought places like Boyce were full of honest and decent people. Most of us in Boyce are honest and decent. Priest laughed to join the conversation. But just like there are always black sheep in a flock, there are always a few who stand out from the crowd. The child has been sent away. She simply didn't understand the kindness and overreacted. We should forgive her. Anna lowered her eyes. Whenever the topic seemed to be winding down, she would ask a well-timed question, occasionally mechanically agreeing with a few words. This was something she learned from Rosemary. A lot of information doesn't require specific inquiries. Just listen carefully and say a few words. Until they couldn't find any new angles to analyze the case, they turned to the discussion of this year's harvest, which finally had some connection to the harvest festival. As Avika and Kazan sank toward the horizon, the guests politely departed one after another. Anna politely nodded to Priest Ratu in front of everyone. Following the advice of the elite lady, she borrowed an umbrella from the waiter in case of rain. She even walked with the lady for a distance before parting ways. Priest Ratu was surrounded by other young people. The priests returned to St. Cripple's church. As soon as they entered, they waved wearily, dismissing everyone to rest. There would be a procession of the Amber King statue and throne tomorrow morning. That beautiful pink gem would surely bring honor to Buies. Changing into soft cashmere pajamas and draped under a warm wool blanket, Priest Latour extinguished the bedside lamp. The air was disturbed by subtle sounds, not even startling the nightingale outside the window. The bedroom felt empty. "You're back." Mrs. Maya stood at the door, lantern in hand, to greet the late guest who had returned from her stay. Her long hair was ruffled by the night breeze, and she carried the distinct scent of Buies' milk liquor. Anna tucked the stray hair behind her ear. "I'm sorry I'm back so late. You won't have to wait so long next time. It's not hard, it's not hard. I always feel a little uneasy when you, a girl, go out to a party. I only feel at peace when I see you back." She turned and pushed open the door. "Come in, would you like something to eat?" "Eat, and then rest for a more restful sleep." Anna tilted her head to meet her eyes. "Thank you, but no thanks." "Have all your children returned?" "Ah," Abigail's mother lowered her head. "There's still one child who hasn't come back. I wait for her." She had once bitterly resented her own carelessness. She had devoted herself to the farm to provide a better life for her children, but in her busy schedule, she had neglected their safety. Looking back now, wasn't it putting the cart before the horse? Why had she and her husband trusted priest Anselm so much back then? Was it because he was a divine servant of the star god Kripo? Rest early? The guest's aura suddenly softened. "Your children will definitely return to you." Avica and Kazan were almost below the horizon. In a few hours, the starlight would illuminate the sky above Asturias, and the most important parade of the Harvest Festival would begin. Chapter 111. The Harvest Festival procession began at 10 o'clock planetary time. Amidst the cheers of the residents, celebrities, and distinguished guests carried the Amber King's image and shrine around the city of Asturias, returning to the Church of St. Clippo. Typically, this grand procession took 4 to 5 hours, allowing the priests to organize a celebratory banquet. The image and shrine had been transported to the starting point the day before, and the distinguished guests, who had come from Pierpoint and the Central Star Ring to participate in the event, had the honor of unveiling the image and shrine. Anna and the elite lady, both dressed in traditional Buies' fine cashmere robes, stood at the front of the procession, clearing the way for the god. The robe was pure white, soft, and shimmered with a pearly sheen. The collar, cuffs, and hem were embellished with expensive gold thread. The jeweled brooch, carved into an egg-shaped pattern, mimicked the Amber King's image. Even the most unassuming figure would appear regal when worn. "It's almost time." Little Remus, who had been assigned to run errands for the guests a few days earlier, ran from the back of the procession to the front to alert the distinguished guests. Anna glanced at the elite woman and waited for her to move before pulling the cashmere covering the throne. "Wow!" Cheers and admiration rose from both sides of the road. The Amber King's image remained a massive, round piece of amber, but this year, its throne was crowned with a dazzling pink gem. Decorated with gold thread and tassels, the massive gem rested above the crowd, illuminating the gentle eyes of a deity in the stellar light. As expected of someone from Pierpoint, the gift he presented was a rare treasure. The elite lady instinctively glanced at Anna, who now had lowered eyelids, her expression obscured by her drooping hair. "The caravan is moving." Little Remus, sweating profusely, opened his voice. This wasn't an easy job. The person making the announcement needed to have a loud voice without breaking into a chorus. Most importantly, he had to be attractive, otherwise the audience wouldn't buy it. The revelers began to stir. Some followed the flanking procession, others swayed behind the caravan, joyful laughter filling the air. This year's cattle and sheep fetched a good price. Hopefully, next year will be a better harvest with fewer disasters. The caravan circled the walls of Asturias, with little Remus running back and forth, puzzled. Why hadn't anyone taken over at this point? The ceremonies ahead were all prestigious, but in previous years, he hadn't been a part of them at all. By the time the procession had completed its march and reached the main thoroughfare leading into the city, nearly everyone in Asturias who could leave their homes had joined in the joyous parade, yet the church still hadn't dispatched any adult priests to assist. "We couldn't let the Harvest Festival celebrations go to waste." Priest Remus gritted his teeth and managed to carry on the entire ceremony, from beginning to end. Although it was a bit shabby, it had everything it needed, so it wouldn't be a laughing matter if it were publicized. Finally, the celebratory procession made its way along the main thoroughfare to the main gates of St. Cripple's Church. The church doors were closed, and the decorations pre-hung on the windows and doors danced softly in the gentle breeze. "Is Asturias planning something new this year?" The elite lady looked at the distinguished guests from Pierpoint with confusion, and Anna responded with the same doubt. "I don't know. No one informed us beforehand." Priest Remus nearly burst into tears. How could a 10-year-old boy like him be the master of a church? But he couldn't just shut the guests out. Even if he had to walk 1,000 steps, it didn't matter whether the guests entered or not. The statue and throne of the star god had to be put back in their proper places. If they were left lying around, he was afraid he'd get killed by a meteor shower the next day. Why is the church closed? Local notables raised the same question, but Remus had no answer. He was just an errand boy, and the only way he knew about the rituals was because he did all the odd jobs. Anna looked past the elite ladies in the central ring of Lyra at the natives. Isn't this a custom unique to Boys 3? Of course not. The locals cried indignantly. Our devotion to the Amber King is visible to the whole universe. To demonstrate their devotion, several elderly administrators stepped out of the crowd and pushed open the church's doors. On the throne facing the door, the pink gemstone was stained with blood. Ah! Remus fell backward to the ground. The woman from Pier Point kindly lifted him up and covered his eyes. Children can't see this. Close your eyes. Beneath the suspended throne, the priests knelt on the ground, blood spreading to their ankles. After the first scream, the crowd fled in all directions. That was St. Cripo's church, the sanctuary of the star god preservation, yet he had failed to protect his own priests. The sole survivor was a child who had been sent out a few days earlier to run errands for the convoy, and was now spinning like a top. The elite lady rolled her eyes and fainted on the ground. Anna, who was already holding a child in her arms, was unable to help. As for the other celebrities, who wanted to run but couldn't. After the initial fear, anger and fear surged in everyone's heart. The visitor had ill intentions, but the fact that they could extend their ill intentions to their own heads was truly terrifying. A sheriff was quickly summoned to investigate the scene. The statues and thrones of the gods could not even be returned to their original positions until the truth was revealed. I must immediately return to the Central Star Ring and report this matter in detail to the Council of Elders. Even elite or not, who wouldn't be terrified by such a fateful situation? I should have known better than to come to a place like Boys 3, full of country bumpkins, so far away and so unprofitable. The elite lady reached for her personal computer's external device, but before she could unlock the screen, a plain-looking man in servant's clothes suddenly appeared from the side. Anna, holding Remus, stepped aside to let him pass. The scene was so chaotic that no one would pay attention to a perpetually silent guest. The servant rushed over to the elite lady, but the 10-inch paper cutter easily slashed her throat. The protective Fate Walker, as if just reacting, pushed the man away. You ask whether she protected it or not. Of course she did, but it just didn't exist, so it doesn't count as not protecting it. This is terrible. Someone must be trying to discredit Boys 3. The guest finally spoke. I think the most urgent thing is to suppress the news, and let you locals consider requesting assistance from the Alliance. Countless half-drawn daggers were immediately pushed back, and everyone lamented the horrific bloodbath. Was it a roving pirate? The local notables, with years of experience managing the three, formed an incident response team on the spot. The sheriff, who had led the preliminary investigation, returned with some news, both good and bad. There aren't many traces. All the priests were killed by one man. The sheriff's face darkened. Experience told him the murderer was likely the greatest enemy he ever faced. This man was incredibly ruthless. He forced these priests to kneel here, either while they were alive or just after death. Considering there was no loss of property, it's likely revenge. He wasn't saying that robbery and theft were easy to pursue, but revenge. These priests hadn't offended just one or two people. Then investigate. Find out who these priests have grudged in recent years. The celebrities' expressions weren't particularly cheery either. To be the elected ruler of a planet meant they weren't necessarily bad, but at least they weren't fools. They didn't miss the exclamations of delight behind them as the door opened. The sheriff clenched his fists and mobilized his men. Dozens of priests, without exception, were kneeling here, slaughtered one by one like chickens. The person who sparked this revenge must have died a horrific death, otherwise the person who planned and executed it wouldn't have been so ruthless. The good news is that victims whose families didn't lose anyone are not counted in the statistics. The bad news is that there are quite a few families whose families have lost someone directly or indirectly. Investigate it. It will take at least 3 to 5 years, and there's no guarantee of results. Everyone unanimously ignored the elite woman assassinated by the servant. Even when the servant escaped into the crowd after the murder, no one tried to stop him. Anna held Remus in her arms, shielding herself from the consequences. She only needed to remain silent throughout the incident to remain safe until the next wave of targets presented themselves. I'm so sorry you encountered such a terrible accident. If you don't mind, could you tell me where you were last night? This businesswoman from Pierpoint was clever. She secured herself a favorable outsider position just in time. As long as she kept her mouth shut, the boys' officials wouldn't give her any trouble. But the sheriff still had to ask the necessary questions. He had to at least maintain a semblance of fairness. The woman, still clad in her cashmere robe, nodded, her tone somewhat grave. Last night, as the banquet was drawing to a close, Avica and Kazan were about to set on the horizon, I said goodbye to Priest Latu and walked with this woman for a while, before parting ways in front of the Tulip Corridor in the Rachnon district. The sheriff calculated the distance from the Tulip Corridor to St. Clipper's Church. While it was close, she looked skinny and didn't look like someone capable of snapping dozens of necks in a short time. You're not staying at the hotel? He noticed something suspicious. Why wouldn't someone from Pier Point stay at a hotel? Tulip Corridor is full of local herders. Why would she go there? The guest tilted his head in confusion. Can I? I originally stayed at the hotel, but the local customs of Boyce are very interesting. My travel companion and I met a hard-working woman selling her own milk. While I don't quite understand why the local trading post refused her request, I think her product is made with high-quality ingredients and the price is reasonable, so we stocked up. The sheriff's face turned strange, and the guest couldn't understand. She continued honestly, after receiving the order, Ms. Maya warmly invited us to stay at her home and try her beef, mutton, chicken, and duck, so I moved to Tulip Corridor. I have to say the local herders of Boyce are truly simple and honest. After just a few days, my belt was already tightening. There wasn't a single lie from beginning to end, especially the last sentence, which was truly heartfelt and heartfelt. Okay. The sheriff hesitated, then sighed, and said to the guest, please stay in Asturias and don't leave. We send someone to get you if needed. Why are you sighing? The guest frowned. Does that mean that family is off limits? The sheriff, He didn't know how to open his mouth to accuse the victim's family. That happened years ago. Wouldn't bringing it up now just add to their suffering? Besides, the child had been sentenced to a fixed-term imprisonment by Pierpoint. She returned Sunday after her sentence was up. She should return, right? She endured everything docilely. You couldn't just bully a sheep. Chapter 112. Anna was brought back from outside. Cheong, who was lying on her bed with her legs crossed, playing games, was also questioned by the sheriff in detail. Facing the stranger, he wore a wooden expression similar to his temporary partner's, and described his decadent life from beginning to end. Eating, playing, sleeping. Eating lamb legs, beef brisket, roast chicken, fat duck, and goose. Going out to touch sheep, cows, horses, dogs, cats, and fish. As for Ms. Maya, her husband, and her children, their movements were even clearer. They were all busy clearing out the warehouse at home. The sheriff, leaving with a stack of confessions, didn't even think to contact Pierpoint to verify the identities of the two men, subconsciously placing them in the safe group. Mainly, these two men were the type to be seen through at a glance. They couldn't lie, and they didn't. With the massive power of the Interstellar Peace Company at the forefront, who would dare impersonate its employees and commit fraud? On the day of the Harvest Festival, a murder occurred in the church, and the news spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Asturias City. The people at the front of the parade were caught off guard by the horrific scene, some turning and running. The managers present were too shocked to issue an order for everyone to remain silent. Their only hope now was that the news would not leak beyond the Lyra constellation, especially to Pierpoint, fearing it would affect the company's acquisition contract next year. Thankfully, the two remaining aliens were understanding, and not only stayed put, but also volunteered to help keep the secret. They weren't at all panicked like the late elite lady, and even found time to play online games during their free time. Anna didn't know how to play it originally, but because of her, Cheong was forced to stay indoors and not go anywhere. Being particularly soft-hearted towards children, she took the time to study diligently, and quickly learned how to register an account and enter the game. Well, you know what, it's quite fun. Silver Wolf will be thrilled. This kind of online battle game requires a 5-player team, and the guy who was short on players earlier didn't want to team up with a savage, so they had to play 2 games at once. She said it wasn't a hassle, but it did affect the gaming experience. The young man spoke cheerfully. The woman sitting across from him frowned, staring intently at the game interface on her external device. Go back to the fountain. You're still wandering around with only a sliver of health left. Beware of divine retribution. Oh! He teleported his character. The in-game voice chattered out a series of victories. A moment later, another character, whose attack speed had been increased to an outrageous level, teleported back with barely any health left, wiping out the other team. The 3 randomly matched teammates trembled in fear. On the 5th day after the incident, the sheriff handed a thick list of names to the head of the incident response team. The elite woman who had been silenced in time was also implicated in the church tragedy. The entire city of Asturias is now searching for the perpetrator who dared to commit such a crime in public. It's obvious they can't catch him. Sir, here's the list of those involved with St. Clipper's Church, covering the last 10 years. Before that, either the priest in question is dead or their entire family is missing. It's difficult to investigate further. What if we find something? The person in charge gestured to his secretary to take the document and open it before him. After only glancing at the first few pages, he gave the order, his face sullen. Bring everyone back and question them directly. Why are there so many? The priests are such troublemakers. Last time, that little white-haired girl caused us so much trouble. Who knows what evil spirit they offended this time? At least, we have testimony to fend off the newcomers sent by the Central Star Ring. I really hope everyone is as self-disciplined as those two guests from Pierpoint. The sheriff. But how will we provide housing and food for so many people gathered in one place? The sheriff's office doesn't have enough space for them. Idiot! Useless. Who wants you to care about their food and lodging? The murderer of the priests is hiding in there, and you still want to show them mercy? Just tie them to the tree outside City Hall. Whoever reveals a clue will go, and the rest will be handed over to the Senate. The Senate would probably have to bring the judge directly to Boise to judge the case. Otherwise, the cost of a round-trip starship trip over such a long distance would be prohibitive. The sheriff held back his words. He withdrew with the list and ordered his men to summon each household. This wasn't because he wanted to embarrass the herdsmen, it was simply an order from above. In less than 2 days, those from inside and outside Asturia who had grudges against St. Clipper Church had nearly blocked the square in front of the town hall. Thankfully, the weather in Bois was mostly sunny around the harvest festival. If it had been a few months, countless lives would have been lost. No one pointed the finger. No matter how earnestly the sheriff and his men tried to persuade them, even with all the good and bad points, no one pointed the finger. Some even laughed like crazy after confirming that all the priests of St. Clipper Church had been killed. What? No one confessed. Then tell the Central Star Ring and let the Senate handle it. The person in charge had a very convincing reasoning. We'd done everything we could. We didn't expect to catch so many troublemakers. He didn't want to shoulder the responsibility, and even less take the risk. The one who killed the priests must be a faithful wanderer. If he could kill the priests with such brutality, he could surely come and go without a trace and take their heads. Why not use this opportunity to drag the Senate into this? Those old bastards have trained many skilled fighters, so why wouldn't they be so stingy about lending out their good weapons? Soon, the case report from Boise 3 was placed on the Senate's desk. Lyra may be called an alliance, but each planet has its own set of laws governing its operations. The Senate and the judiciary in the Central Star Ring can't do anything to them. Everyone maintained a superficially good relationship, working together to transact with the Interstellar Peace Company. After each transaction, either the east wind prevailed or the west wind prevailed. Suddenly, Boise 3 extended such a respectful invitation. There had to be a trick. However, even knowing the probability of things not going as described was high, they had to go, otherwise the name of alliance would sooner or later be utterly destroyed. A Senate envoy had died aboard Boise 3, that account needed to be settled. For another thing, next year's tax payments should at least be increased. Otherwise, why would the Senate help clean up the mess? Hidden away in a room playing games. When Silver Wolf sent a message of condolence across the Interstellar network, Anna put down her external devices and asked Cheong, "Shall we find a way out on our own?" Little Gray Hair, boasting about his achievements on WeChat Moments, responded without hesitation, "Yeah. You can also message Luing. She'd definitely come. The last time Uncle Blade was there, it was an accident. Who knew Anna could just send him back to life with a bomb? Luing didn't even get a signal. Okay, pack up the gifts and go to the warehouse to pick out any snacks you like. You can leave anytime you're ready." It was almost done. The people she was waiting for were already there, so there was no need for Zhou Tai and Huanyu to run around chasing them. Cheong chewed on some beef jerky and rummaged around in Abigail's warehouse. Anna turned off the game, pocketed her external device, and, with piano wire wrapped around her wrist, walked downstairs to Ms. Maya and said, "I'm going out for a bit." Okay. Lamb stew tonight?" Ms. Maya looked up. "What time will you be back?" "Not far. I eat whatever you cook." Anna walked out slowly and returned 2 hours later, bringing her a gift. She had changed her clothes, her hair a little damp, and she handed Maya a pink oval gem. The pink sapphire, its name is Padparadska, dedicated to justice for the weak. It was artificially created using Pierpoint technology. She placed the gem in Maya's palm, twisting her fingers to force her to hold it tightly. "You must keep it safe. Don't lose it again. I'm leaving. You don't know me, you know nothing. Do you understand? She wiped away a drop of blood that hadn't been washed away. I promised to take her home, and today I finally fulfilled that promise. There was no need to tell Maya, who eagerly waited for her return, about the torture Abigail had endured. The dead are dead, and the living must continue to live. Ah! Maya, holding the delicate pink gem in her hands, slowly squatted down, as if unable to support herself. Not all pain can be expressed in words. She pressed the cold stone tightly against her chest, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. My daughter? Boys 3 is going to be in trouble for a while. Don't worry, you won't be caught up in it, and no one will refuse to buy your cattle from you anymore. She was planning to join the Star Corps Hunters, worth 302.5 million credits. She would act decisively and leave no trace. Xiong stood in the distance, holding a bag of snacks, and nodded. Yes, she acted decisively, perfectly meeting the Star Corps Hunters' recruitment requirements. Maya leaned against the stove, her eyes lifeless. Guests came and went, even packing up half a pot of stewed lamb, until her husband returned from outside, his face agitated. Old woman. Those people. Those who said Abigail was guilty. Those who twisted right and wrong. They're all dead? Ha ha. They paid the price. He knelt on the ground, hugged his old wife, and told her the happy news. Maya clutched the pink gem tightly, quietly letting the tears flow. So that guest had come specifically to take Abby home? She was also a young woman, yet she had traveled so far, from a place they could never reach in their lifetime, to come to Boys 3. She must have suffered a lot, endured so much hardship and displacement. She hadn't been able to protect Abby, but this time she would protect Abby's friends. Mia, holding the gem in one hand, quietly picked up the kitchen knife from the chopping board. She sharpened this knife daily, smoothing away hatred and pain for her other children. Now it was sharp enough to cut through hair. She glanced at her husband, who was laughing and crying. Abigail had suffered so much, and yet 2 people hadn't paid the price for this whole thing. We can't reveal that child's whereabouts. She gripped the kitchen knife tightly, took a deep breath, and braced herself against the ground. I can do it! As she moved, Maya overturned a box on the stove. Inside, seemingly out of nowhere, was a delicate white pompadour. The pompadour tumbled from the box, and she dropped her belongings to catch it before it hit the ground. Abigail loved decorating clothes with pompadours made of cashmere, and as a mother, Maya recognized her daughter's craft. The soft, pure white pompadour, more tender than a cloud, rested against the pink gem, like a mother and daughter clinging to each other. The middle-aged woman wailed, a golden light and shadow, a heavy sigh, descending silently amidst the pain. Chapter 113. You said? Will they die? Xiong sat in her seat, leisurely sharing snacks with Luing. Anna sat beside the girl, watching the 2 of them divide the spoils one by one, a smile hidden in her eyes. No, they will live. After all, they were believers in Suinu. Maya and her husband would suffer for Abigail, and they would grit their teeth and endure the pain for their other children. Dead children are forever frozen in the shimmering gemstones, while living children still need their parents' care. Besides, they still had poor little Remus. There wasn't even a live chicken left in St. Clipper's church, and he'd probably be out of work and going home before the new priest arrived. Xiong admired Maya's cooking, and the thought of Anna packing up half a pot of stewed lamb in water made her already full stomach feel a little empty. I hope their family will be blessed with success in the future, and avoid another unexpected separation. The young man's golden eyes shone softly, and Luing was curious. Is this a story we can share? The 2 of them looked at Anna, who nodded slightly. Just don't tell anyone else. After something is done, the reason must be explained, otherwise, the effect won't be achieved. But Anna didn't want to single Abigail out. Considering the need to protect Ms. Maya's family, ordinary people should stay as far away from this vortex as possible. I sent the relevant information to Silver Wolf, and it will be disseminated soon. The sheriff is quite good, a master at gathering evidence and information. Thanks to him, I don't have to bother investigating any old cases. So, she spared his life, so he could spread the news. It takes witnesses, physical evidence, and a variety of different stories to spark a debate. The netizens of the universe aren't fools. Naturally, someone can dig out the truth from the details. Shocking. The Star Corps Hunters are so inhumane. They slaughtered so many members of the Lyra Senate, even the judge. Xiong came up with a good title, but Silver Wolf didn't like it. Alas. Next, it's Avel's turn to deal with that massive prison. There have been more than 1 cases of prisoners who have already completed their sentences dying mysteriously. Edmond could negotiate peace with the Interstellar Peace Company and use the evidence as a threat, but she wouldn't. Someone has to come to the company to settle this account. The gray-haired young man told Luing the story over a table full of snacks. The girl's eyes widened, almost tears streaming. How could they do this? How could they do this? She seemed ready to change clothes and become Sam and fight back. Where there's oppression, there's resistance. This isn't over yet. Anna poured her a cup of boiled, unsweetened milk. I brought some boys' specialties. I give them to you when we get back to the base. Every time she brought gifts back to Prada and Priya, the two little mushrooms would look at her with sparkling eyes. While gifts didn't affect the relationship, having one was better than not having one. At least it made them feel better. Wow! There's even a gift for me. Firefly smiled happily. She was born on the destroyed world of Grammar. After becoming an interstellar refugee, she was met by Elio and became a member of the Star Corps Hunters. Whether she was a Grammar Iron Cavalry Warrior AR-26710 or a refugee, all she possessed was the Firefly 4 Strategic Assault Armor. Gift, what a heartwarming word. She had only received it from her companions after becoming a Star Corps Hunter. She hadn't expected her temporary companion to miss her, someone who hadn't been of much help. Of course she did. She bought a whole warehouse full of stuff, which is why I asked you to bring a space button. Xiong grinned. Even Elio got a box of canned cat food. I'd be looking forward to it. Luing thanked Anna earnestly. That must be a lovely gift. Thank you. Anna responded by tossing her a bag of additive-free, lightly salted beef jerky. Back at the base, Kafka gazed at Xiong, who had become rounder, and fell into deep thought. The child's roundness wasn't from fat accumulation, but rather a firmness that suggested he'd been eating well lately. Welcome back. Elio meant to vote first. She looked at Anna gently. Do you mind if we vote in front of you? The latter raised her palm. Please. The black cat didn't show up. He asked Kafka to abstain on his behalf. I agree. She glanced around at the others. What about you? Xiong raised her hand. I agree. She was capable, intelligent, and principled. She retreated to the corner and said that even if she was caught, she wouldn't drag anyone else into the situation. There was no reason to disagree. I agree too. Luing nodded. Everyone looked at the two who hadn't yet expressed their opinions. Ren snorted, cradling his scarred sword. Kafka said that meant he didn't object. Of course he wouldn't object, he was the one who rescued the person. Silver Wolf looked up from the game. I have no objection. Gift. Yes. Kafka whispered, it seems like 5 votes in favor and 1 abstention. It's quite popular. If it hadn't passed, would there have been no gifts? She lightly joked. Anna pinched the space button. I can't consume all those snacks by myself. She then pulled out a pile of sheep-stuffed animals. They were white and soft, and felt wonderful to the touch. Whether used as a pillow or held in a hug, they were incredibly textured. Luing fell in love with them almost instantly. She loved the feeling of being alive, and anything that amplified that feeling was a welcome and practical item to her. The fabric was for Kafka, the canned cat food went to Elio, Luing, Silver Wolf, and Xiong shared the snacks, and Blade received a horn-grinded dagger. Judging by his disdainful expression, he seemed to hold the craftsman in low regard. And this, everyone try it. Finally, Anna pulled out a half-packed pot of stewed lamb. It was called lamb, but Maya had stewed almost half a whole lamb. Everyone had directly or indirectly helped in Abigail's revenge, and she was offering a token of gratitude to these strangers on Abigail's behalf. Xiong immediately jumped over to help. This is delicious. The meat is tender, the broth is delicious, and there's no seasoning. It's simply because Abigail's sheep are well raised. Then I have to eat more. Silver Wolf put down his external device. She had put in a lot of effort. Fighting alone against the company's hired Starnet trolls, she was going to lose at least a leg. That effort was truly immense. The Lyra Alliance's Senate had been half-wiped, and the entire clergy of a church within its star region had been dissuaded from the stage of life. Normally, such news would only occupy a small corner of the company's news pages. Compared to interstellar wars and conflicts between civilizations, it couldn't even compare to events hosted by the Interstellar Peace Corporation. At most, a statement and a condemnation would be issued, and the victim's family could offer a reward for the perpetrator if they so desired, and that was it. But this time, the situation was different. Some impulsive hacker had hacked the Interstellar network, and the overwhelming news, along with Lyra's own investigative report, was spread everywhere. The hacker who spread this story offered no commentary on the incident, instead recounting the various good deeds performed by St. Clipper's Church on Boyce over the past decade in a chronological order. In this context, truthful descriptions are far more destructive than smear campaigns. The less judgment is added, the more heated the discussion in the comments section becomes. Some believe that this group of priests deserve death, and perhaps half of Lyra's Senate was not wrongly accused. Some believe the perpetrator of such a heinous act was a sociopath and must be brought to justice as soon as possible. Others saw it as an infringement of public authority and a disregard for the autonomous governance of Boy's planet. But, consistently, more people believe the killer had not committed a wrongful murder. The overwhelming viral posts were impossible to delete, appearing out of nowhere the next instant. At first, the company's publicity department believed someone was leading a team of deliberate provocations. Later, they discovered that the vast majority of the posts were being posted by IP addresses scattered across the universe. This scale far exceeded even the capabilities of the Punk Lord hackers, and even the wanted Star Corps hunters were unable to achieve this. Humans possess compassion and a sense of justice, but these are complemented by a rebellious nature that insists on doing things even when they know they're wrong, and a joyful desire to watch the action unfold. In the beginning, Silver Wolf indeed engaged in a back and forth, but after only 24 system hours, she realized she could let it go, as many others took the initiative to throw stones at the company. Being caught doesn't matter. For all this time, the Lyra Alliance hasn't produced any evidence to prove the cases are fake. Instead, many witnesses have lamented the cases online through various means, while the original posters haven't commented, much less accused them of fabricating rumors. Stellar Peace Company, which controls everything, should also control what people say and think? Of course, the company doesn't care. The technical department issued a protest against the hackers, but remained silent, focusing on deleting the manuscript. When they realized they couldn't delete it, they simply laid low and ignored it. Whether hackers or murderers, they're all targeting the Lyra Alliance. What does the Interstellar Peace Company have to do with it? They got a lot of ulterior motives. At times like these, just wait for the heat to die down, or for a more intriguing piece of news to emerge. Anyone who gets involved will be caught in the mud. The Lyra star system is just one of Pierpoint's many partner star systems. Do a bunch of agricultural product vendors really expect the company to endorse them? Forget it, especially if you're using trade relations to cause trouble. It's just the physical labor of raising animals and growing crops. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people in the universe who can do it. But it's not like the company didn't do anything. After the PR department, with the help of the technical department, finally cleaned up its own news page, they issued a statement strongly condemning the perpetrators' egregious violations of the law and, even more strongly, the hackers' unjustified and unpaid use of the company's star network. Elliot said this was providing all possible assistance to the Lyra Alliance. Anna agreed. Chapter 114. The matter on Boys 3 came to an end, and after a brief rest, Elio approached Anna. "I have 2 scripts here," the black cat said, swishing its tail leisurely. "I'm always willing to lend a hand to my collaborators." He walked over to Anna and sat down, his tail trailing behind him, the tip twitching rapidly on the ground. "If you keep putting it off, you die from the infection caused by the brain chip within 6 months. The black cat used one of its front paws to push the script toward Anna. He stared at her intently. "I suggest you take this one. It will help me complete my mission while allowing you to seek medical treatment." There was one other point he didn't mention. That place was perfect for a fugitive to hide in, especially for someone like her, with her cold and upright temperament, who could infiltrate there beforehand. After she established her new identity and resolved the critical matter, she could then return to Yepala to reunite with the main force, thus remaining behind as a backup. At this point, Anna didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. She took the palm-sized booklet and flipped it open. It was only 2 pages, 1 sentence. Huh? Infiltrating the First Truth University, which is under the jurisdiction of the Polymath Society. She flipped from the first page to the second, closed her eyes, reopened them, and blinked again. "No, I'm illiterate. Do the Star Corps hunters still require academic qualifications for their members? Don't assume I'm truly capable just because I have a college degree under a fake identity. There's a saying in the world called filling the numbers. You can't expect a rotten potato to squeeze into someone else's classroom. It doesn't matter. I wasn't really planning on sending you to school anyway. Let me put it this way. I originally planned to have you work as a janitor at the Genius Club, but considering the situation, you'd probably be exposed in that position, and the Polymath Society would be in jeopardy. So, we had to settle for the First Truth University. I'm surprised you never even considered pretending to be a lecturer. In other words, in the eyes of a true genius, Anna is like a rolling mudslide, impossible to disguise. A pure and foolish college student could give it a try. She wouldn't have to wait until she finished her thesis, so she could just pack up and run away. Where's the script? Anna scratched her head. Her original self was already in her 20s. She could just read a book on her own. There was no need to go back to school to gild herself. Learning doesn't have to be on campus. She learns things. It's so fast. The black cat rolled its eyes visibly. This is a script for infiltrating the Boise Academy and retrieving something. After it's sent out, you can find someone to cooperate with you. But are you sure you want to die? Star Corps hunters don't necessarily travel in groups when carrying out missions. Small missions, except for special cases like Blades, can be handled by 1 or 2 people. Only larger ripples require a full-scale attack. Compared to life, sitting in a classroom and listening to a lecture is no big deal. Anna sighed and took the script. Okay, there are only 2 sentences in the script. Any method is allowed, right? Please use your imagination. Elliot immediately took the rest of the script and left. I'm glad you followed my advice. After all, whether Ren went to First Truth University as a lecturer or a student would be a disaster. If Blade accepted Anna's script, it would have to be him and Kafka alone, and they might even have had Kion and Luing involved. The other way around, it wouldn't be a problem. After infiltrating the Boise Academy, Blade wouldn't even need the word spirit to barely control the demonic Yin body. Anna looked up and thought for a moment. She had to admit the cat had a point. That guy's impersonation as a doctor was completely unreliable, so it was impossible to imagine him impersonating a lecturer or a student. Chasing down students sleeping in class with a sword on campus? Or openly attacking a lecturer in the classroom? I get ready now. This was her first job as a Star Corps hunter, and since they had accepted a homeless person like her, she had to take it seriously. Putting aside the technical difficulties, pretending to be a student was easier than pretending to be a lecturer. After all, her brain was truly flawed. She had forgotten all the knowledge she had painstakingly acquired, and only when a key word was mentioned would her mind click. Elliot wagged his tail, pleased with the newcomer's work ethic. The best way to get into school was to rely on skill and a flawless fake identity to get in. Unfortunately, Anna probably didn't have that kind of skill, and even if she did, she wouldn't have the time to prepare. The only solution now was to seek the help of Miss Silver Wolf, the almighty punk lord hacker queen. I hoped she would lend a hand for the sake of the game. You said you wanted to infiltrate First Truth University as a student? Silver Wolf, gnashing his teeth on a piece of dried meat, stood in awe. It's actually easier to impersonate a lecturer. Students have to take exams, lecturers don't. I can accept failing every class, but I can't accept misleading others with my ignorance. Anna sighed wistfully. This mission is a bit abstract. It's indeed a challenging infiltration, much more difficult than going to a debtor's address and collecting it. Silver Wolf rubbed his chin. I'll let you know tomorrow. Oh! Anna was immediately relieved to receive her approval. Thank you. Silver Wolf's skills were trustworthy. Since she dared to agree, there would be absolutely no problem. She had already mentally prepared herself for the worst. An adult who had spent time in prison was definitely thick-skinned. Being last in line wasn't necessarily first in line. I better download some courses on my laptop to fix my leaky brain. At least, I wouldn't let anyone doubt the average IQ of a Star Corps hunter in the future. The super hacker raised his chin and showed her the palm-sized piece of jerky, implying that the price had already been paid. She liked it very much, so she didn't need to be polite when asking for help now. The next morning, Silver Wolf sent Anna the information and slipped her an acceptance letter. You can leave now and still catch the new semester. She opened the admission letter and shook it. Based on your age and status, I chosen the easiest major for you. Your tickets have already been booked. Have a safe trip. In short, she hacked into First Truth University's admissions system and fabricated a fake freshman admitted from the Lyra constellation. There's no other way. Freshmen have a higher sense of morality. If they were asked to take someone else's place or impersonate a freshman, they would definitely refuse. Otherwise, they wouldn't have directly sought help from top hackers. It's good that she knows her own limitations and asks for help. First Truth University is the world's most prestigious institution of higher learning, enrolling a student population comparable to the population of a planet each year. This is precisely why hackers can easily tamper with it. If it had implemented a membership recommendation system, like the Genius Club, it would be doomed. With so few people, and each one more clever than the last, they would just be providing experimental material. Anna looked anxiously at the acceptance letter in her hand. She took the space button Luing had given her and called Rin, who was going to the Boshi Academy to rob, to go with her. The base was hidden in the underground fortifications of the desolate planet, so someone had to drive the starship out and back, and traveling together would save energy. Kafka and Cheong had gone out on a mission a few days ago. It was Luing who saw them off. She wasn't feeling well, apparently with a congenital condition, and would have to stay behind to recuperate for the next few days. As the starship left the desolate planet, Anna turned and waved. The gray-haired girl's smile was bright and innocent. "Stay away from me. It do you good." Ren was in charge of piloting the starship. Anna stood beside him, wanting to learn how to read the star map, but he suddenly spoke. Of course, she could drive this thing, but that was just knowing enough. She could steer it in straight lines and curves, accelerate and decelerate, and that was it. "I watch you drive, and then I learn." She stepped back a few steps. The man, his hand bandaged, snorted coldly as he slowly activated the automatic driving mode, one by one. "Don't get the order wrong." How do you set the route?" "I mean, when you're in manual mode." She couldn't take the main road unless necessary, and given the Star Corps hunter's job, there were plenty of such times. Ren realized what her problem was. His brow furrowed as if he were facing a hopeless war. "You don't know the star map?" Not knowing how to read it essentially meant you couldn't travel independently. Of course, ordinary people can book a ticket online and go wherever they want as long as their account balance is sufficient. Are Star Corps hunters ordinary people? I lost my memory and have been busy jailbreaking since then. I haven't had time to apply this patch yet. Previously, Edmund was the one who piloted the starship from the star map. Ren snorted again, coolly. "Stand over here, I explain it all from the beginning. Just consider it a pre-adjustment. Most members of the Polytechnic Society teach part-time at First Truth University. Hopefully, those gifted individuals accepted into prestigious schools are easier to teach than escaped prisoners." For the first half of the journey, Ren thoroughly explained the methods and precautions for piloting a starship. For the second half, he simply gave up the driver's seat to Anna. Worse still, it's a crash, and death on landing is best. He didn't care. The new guy learns quickly, but he likes speeding when driving the starship. Taking the main roads will trigger an alert from the corridor management system, and taking the side roads, his frantic driving doesn't match his impassive demeanor. It seems I do have a talent for education. It took them a week to reach the nearest transportation hub to the desolate planet, and the direct starship to First Truth University was about to arrive. After parking their vehicle in an inconspicuous corner, Anna and Blade reappeared as a freshman who had just received an acceptance letter from First Truth University's seminary, and a scholar who had transferred from a remote star system to join the Polymath Society. Elliot's scripts rarely went into detail, so after a brief discussion, the two agreed to maintain the narrative of old acquaintances who happened to meet on the same starship. They could claim to be related or not, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. "Wish us good luck. I be leaving now. See you on the starship later." Anna nodded to the man, picked up her suitcase, and walked into surveillance range. To protect her cover and prevent it from being blown before the task was complete, it was best to minimize any flaws from the outset. Chapter 115. Dear Ms. Anna Febret, we are honored to inform you that you have achieved excellent results in the application examination of XX/XX/XX on the Amber Calendar and have been accepted into the Graduate School of Theology, Department of Theology, First Truth University. Please arrive at the university on time by XXXX/XXXX/XX on the Amber Calendar to complete the admission procedures. Vice President of First Truth University XXXX. XXXX/XXXX/XX on the Amber Calendar. P.S. Considering the remoteness of your star system, we remind you to depart at least 1 month in advance. See Attachment 1 for a map of major starport hubs. Please bring the required identification documents. Upload format is shown in Attachment 2, and your academic qualifications and degree certificates. Please bring relevant documents demonstrating your abilities. Note: failure to report on time will be deemed as automatic waiver of admission. If you are unable to report on time due to special circumstances or have any other questions, please contact the school's XXXX office. Contact XXXX. Carrying her propped suitcase, Anna boarded a starship bound for the star region where First Truth University was located. She submitted her citizen ID and admission letter to the OMNIC responsible for passenger identification. Silver Wolf told her that once she passed this check, Miss Fabricto would be considered a normal student whose location could be traced. The universe is vast, and background checks on ordinary students are far less meticulous than one might imagine. Reviewers only need to confirm at a glance that the applicant's identity matches their ID before allowing them to pass. A thorough investigation would have to wait until the student committed a crime. As long as he behaved well and kept a low profile on campus, few law enforcement officers would choose to enter the campus to search for him. Regardless of suspicion, the formalities would be difficult to complete. In short, the school is a much easier place to avoid capture and punishment than the outside world. However, a considerable number of people are captured and face punishment precisely because they've never been to school or because they're too eager to leave. Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Febricott. This way. The staff on the starship are very friendly and show no bias towards guests from far-flung areas. With the company's blessing, First Truth University offers a dazzling array of benefits to its students. Although successful graduation requires considerable effort and energy, students only need to focus on their studies during their studies, free of charge. Not to mention the long-term benefits, Anna has already taken advantage of the company. With her acceptance letter and future student status, students can use the company's starships for free to travel between school and home, and there's no tuition required. My 4 years at First Truth University were the most unforgettable 8 of my 6 years. That's not to say the school isn't profitable, of course it is, and the profits are staggeringly high. The company's funding has helped the vast majority of young students in remote star systems avoid missing out on precious opportunities for further education due to financial constraints. For this reason, no one can really fault Interstellar Peace. The Omnic returned the various paper documents to Anna. These only need to be used twice, once to board the starship and once upon first registering for school. After that, they can be framed and displayed as decorative items at home. Thank you for your help. Anna, mindful that she was currently an ordinary Key University student, replied softly, handing him her suitcase and carrying it to her room. Including the jump ship, it would take a total of 10 days to reach the star region where First Truth University was located from the starport. After registering, she would then transfer to an intersystem starship to the graduate school. Silver Wolf said that graduate students had a slightly easier time than undergraduates, so he gave her a quick fix. Strictly speaking, graduate students were considered semi-scholars, especially in theology. Assessments were primarily based on essays, with fewer intellectual questions. If she kept her mouth shut, no one would know she was illiterate. Furthermore, the number of graduate students was relatively small, so there was no need to rent additional housing. The school provided affordable and good accommodation. Finally, there was the issue of age. This fake identity, which she had somehow acquired, had shown good academic performance in her hometown, having completed undergraduate studies and earned 2 bachelor's degrees. Anna, the illiterate Miss Fabricate, The starting point was too high, and she trembled, not daring to speak. Following the number assigned by the computer, Miss Febricott found the corresponding room and arrived at a door decorated with mathematical symbols. Her ability to recognize the upside-down 8 as a mathematical symbol was a testament to her previous cramming. Huh? You're? The hidden surveillance camera captured a tall woman standing at the doorway, her expression shifting from confusion to certainty as she looked at an even taller man not far away. Although the change in expression was a bit stiff, the emotion was perfectly captured. Some people simply don't have the ability to control their muscles, which isn't unreasonable. You're? Anna exerted all her strength, hoping to express the joy of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. The man, with whom she had already rehearsed lines and scenes, wore a sinister expression, as if he were about to throw a punch at the innocent and simple woman. The faithful camera captured everything. The somewhat impetuous young woman escaped a beating. The man she recognized, though grim-faced, still adhered to social etiquette and responded, "So it's you." If only he hadn't said it with such gnashing teeth and resentment, making him seem like a shadowy ghost crawling around. "Hello, sir. I didn't expect to see you here." "I didn't expect it either. I'm going to First Truth University." "Congratulations." And then nothing happened. The sliding door slid open automatically, and the passengers, carrying their belongings, walked in and sat down, staring at each other in bewilderment. It was just a prelude to their acquaintance. For Blade, he could have just grabbed his belongings and left. But Anna's scenario involved a long-term undercover mission. His expression was grim, but he still offered a helpful hand, showing a friendly, collegial touch. Silver Wolf had booked 2 consecutive tickets. The huge difference in their IDs and IP addresses wouldn't prevent the Star Corps hunters from gathering on the starship. The open door retracted into the wall, revealing 4 separate sleeping pods, one above and one below. Anna found the sleeping pod on the lower left side according to the serial number, and scanned the ticket code. It instantly transformed into an open bench seat. At night, when it was time to sleep, it automatically reverted to a fully enclosed configuration, requiring no manual operation from the passenger. Ren silently sat down across from her, and the two equally quiet people just sat there staring at each other. It felt strange to just sit there like that. Anna fished out snacks from her portable space button and tried to feed the man, who had never shown any interest in snacks. Want some food? Ren glanced up at the pink, reconstituted milk product. He was tempted to say that the dead didn't need any nutritional supplements, let alone food. But he couldn't be so willful when on a mission. He took the milk curd from the package in his hand. Shut up. Shut up, and there's no need to talk or socialize. Soon, the other two passengers in the room arrived, carrying their personal belongings. Judging from their appearance, the 4 passengers were of similar age. Hello everyone, my name is Delaney. Are you all freshmen? The last young woman to enter focused all her suspicions on the man chewing quietly to the right of the entrance. He looked young, but felt older, and the way he ate was so gloomy, like chewing raw poison. The woman to the left of the entrance, equally cold but more human, handed over a bag of dried meat. Hello, I'm a freshman in the theology department. This is an acquaintance I lived with for many years. We met by chance on the starship. Anna read out her identity with a helper blade. The passenger who entered earlier was treated the same way. He took his snacks, and went to play with his fellow countryman next door. The atmosphere in the room was too quiet for the young man to sit still. "Ah? Oh. Thank you, you're so nice." Clear and foolish college students are still easy to fool, especially when dealing with strangers with no vested interests. A bag of snacks is enough to build rapport. You and I are in similar majors, classical philosophy. Haha, I'm not crazy. It's clear he's in a remarkable state of mind. Ren quietly stuffed another sticky sweet into his mouth, determined to find an excuse not to speak. I originally applied to law school, but my scores were a bit low. The school called and asked if I liked to switch to a program with a lower score requirement. Of course I agreed. I get in first, then think about other things. Otherwise, I either have to study for another year and retake the exam or stay home. Between getting a job or getting married, I'd better change my major. Law and philosophy are the same to me anyway, I can't learn either. The young girl ripped open the snack bag and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! Where did you buy all that jerky? It's so solid." "I bought it at a friend's house in Lyra." Anna gave her Ms. Maya's address and the price. Most of the herders in Boyce are simple folks. The quality of their jerky is about the same everywhere, but hers tastes especially better. No online store? Delane was shocked. How long have I been doing this? How can someone sell something without an online store? Anna felt the same sense of helplessness as she did facing the sky. The entire Lyra constellation is under the control of the Interstellar Peace Company. They don't need an online store. Delane didn't accept this explanation, but instead looked even more shocked. But you just mentioned the entire Star Region's agricultural product industry chain. How massive is that? Hasn't anyone considered finding another buyer and raising the price? She tore off a piece of jerky and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing. This quality would cost at least 2,000 credits per bag for a company-run brand, and the quantity would be half that. Don't they know they're being fleeced? Well, Ms. Maya and her family might not know, but someone in the Lyra Alliance Senate certainly does. Knowing this yet allowing the people of the Star region to be exploited is unworthy of a seat at the Senate. After devouring the piece of jerky, the girl tilted her head and said, "Hey, do you think I can convince this Ms. Maya to supply me with goods once I contact her? Opening an online store is so easy. Just apply for a delivery service, post the sample test reports, and you're ready to go. It's bound to be lucrative." Anna, huh? Ah, I can tell you're the type of person who's completely oblivious to the world outside, completely absorbed in their studies. How about this? If you help me secure a source of goods, I give you 10% of the profits, as if you're using your connections as a stake. Delane rolled up her sleeves ambitiously. Not to mention the far reaches, the Star region where First Truth University is located alone is enough to make us rich. Anna, huh? Come conquer the business world with me, girl. The girl raised her chin high, like a queen drooling over her neighbor's fertile fields. The two of us will definitely make a name for ourselves at the university. Anna, huh? My connections. Girl, my connections might not be suitable for business. Chapter 116. Anna never imagined she'd ever be involved in business. She knew she wasn't cut out for it, and even her negotiation skills were as rudimentary as an elementary school student's. Not to mention the high-end skills of Edmund and Caucavasia, When Plata and Praya flirted and negotiated, she often ended up in silence. On her first commission as a Starcore hunter, she encountered a child trying to get her to do business. This luck must be a bit questionable. But considering Maya's family's past exclusion in Boise, there were many people like her. The Lyra Alliance's leadership is currently fighting over the remaining half of the Senate seats. This turbulent time is a perfect opportunity to pry into the company's corners. Once every Senate seat has been reoccupied, it will be difficult to directly contact the nomads to buy and sell bulk goods. The company's package price is certainly unreasonable, and the guaranteed purchase price from the Alliance to each planet will be even more unreasonable. A new buyer wouldn't necessarily be willing to continue nurturing the parasitic comprador class in the middle, and they would inevitably fight tooth and nail to preserve the irrational old order. For a moment, Anna considered going to Edmund's house to collect the debt, but then she thought better of it. Edmund was the head of the twin-star Inolia family. He only had to think about his own family line. To the capitalists, strangers with no connection to Inolia were all potential markets, moneybags with legs, leeks waiting to be harvested, but not real people. In Iver prison, Edmund was himself, with both hypocrisy and sincerity. After leaving Iver prison, Edmund was no longer himself. He was the embodiment of Inolia Capital, the binary star system. Partnering with him was tantamount to transferring the farmers and herders of the Lyra constellation from one streetlight pendant to another. Both were sustainable methods of draining the pond, the only difference being the mesh size of the net being 1 millimeter larger or smaller. We needed another buyer of equal size. It couldn't be afraid of the Interstellar Peace Company, nor could it be colluding with the company. It had to have an absolute demand for agricultural products, and must both compete with and cooperate with the company. Only by introducing such a buyer could we truly help all the innocent people of the Lyra constellation. But where could we find such a buyer? Ah, my head itches. I feel like I need to think. Not impossible. Anna couldn't hold out for long under Delaney's gleaming gaze. They exchanged social media accounts and added each other as friends. Delaney seized the opportunity and immediately began applying for a branch. She lowered her head and opened her personal computer's virtual screen, tapping away, muttering to herself, "I'm telling you, business has to be down to earth. The best business is actually food. Everyone needs to eat, right? You can always find your target customers. Just maintaining hygiene and good service will be enough to make ends meet. It's not good for a 20-something to be begging for money from their family every day. College is still expensive. Not to mention the high tuition fees of educational institutions. Even at free schools, like First Truth University, students need to spend at least hundreds of thousands of credits to successfully graduate. Tuition is free, but course selection fees do apply. To accumulate enough credits, everyone has to take a dozen or so courses during their studies. Add to that accommodation, food, socializing, and searching for and purchasing study materials. Delaying graduation is even more exciting. You don't even know when it will end. Interstellar Peace Corporation funding does exist, but beyond Starship tickets and tuition, the average young person's expenses are often higher than parents imagine. Scholarships aren't available to everyone, so it's understandable that those with ambitions would consider alternative paths ahead of time. It's no wonder Delaney thought of opening an online snack shop. Logistics is now fully automated, and shop owners only need to control the quality of the goods and provide excellent customer service. Therefore, the 10% share of the joining fee she gave Anna should be reasonable, legal, and roughly in line with market prices. What's wrong with earning tuition fees through fair trade? Not bad, Ren, It seems this guy has found a source of income during his time in hiding. Not to mention bounty hunters. Even if he didn't know the details, he wouldn't mistake Anna, who was listening intently with her head tilted, for an interstellar fugitive. Very safe, very simple. How about a name? Delane nudged her new, quiet friend. You found the source, so you picked a name. Pick something you like. Anna thought, if I had the literary talent to come up with names, would I still have to worry about my own? She subconsciously glanced at the man sitting across from her, but Blade, presciently, turned his face away from her gaze. If you weren't selling funeral supplies, you wouldn't have to consider my opinion. She hesitated for a moment, racking her brains to come up with a perfectly ordinary name. Abigail's Cottage? Ms. Maya's family not only raises cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks well, but also has many excellent byproducts, all handmade and all natural. If it weren't for Abigail, she wouldn't have traveled to the Lyra constellation, much less bought a warehouse full of food and distributed it to everyone she met. Great. Our living expenses are settled. Delane added the new name to her online store's front page. All that was left was to wait for the shipping company to get the product inspection and quarantine certificate. Ask quickly. Ask now. Anna, oh okay. She had added Ms. Maya's account when she made the payment, and thankfully hadn't deleted it. She hoped the good news of business would help them, and their husbands get over the loss of their daughter more quickly. 10 minutes after the message was sent, Ms. Maya sent a flood of messages expressing her concern and well-being, with the item Anna had requested attached at the end. Delaney's online store profile gradually expanded. Okay, your application has been successfully submitted. You should receive a response within 3 business days at the latest. I'm using the company's online store platform. The commission is reasonable, the service is excellent, and the facilities are comprehensive. There's no reason to miss it. Yes. Anna was inexplicably promoted to partner in the snack online store, and she was still confused. To avoid creating a new identity for herself, she opened her virtual computer screen and searched for natural theology, preparing to preview her future research. Natural theology refers to doctrines about the gods that rely solely on reason and experience, without relying on faith or special revelation. Note, great, I don't understand it. Not only do I not understand it, but I get sleepy after reading it. Excellent effect. Even if the star gods existed, Anna often forgot about them. If she truly believed in them, she wouldn't have pretended to be a protector in Boyce, much less slaughtered the priests at St. Crippos Church. Ha! She couldn't help but yawn, and the yawn quickly spread to Delaney. The yawn couldn't spread any further. Mr. Blade remained impassive, unmoved, and focused on his snacks. Delaney yawned and stretched her waist, leaning in close to Anna and whispering in her ear, "How did you get to know someone from the Immortal Ship Alliance? They're incredibly reclusive." Ah. It's not surprising that the Immortals can live so long. We knew each other as children. We haven't seen each other in years, but we bumped into each other occasionally. Anna memorized the character's character by heart. Delaney glanced up at Blade, then shrunk back to Anna. Most Immortal Ship people are tall and handsome. This is the first time I've seen one. Anna pondered her words. This breed is indeed rare. Even in an interstellar prison as large as Avel, they haven't seen it. But the Immortal Ship Alliance is protective, and treats all the company's gossip with a certain rationality. Their lives aren't necessarily worse than Pierpont's. But she wouldn't ask someone directly. Even ordinary people maintain a sense of boundaries, and Star Corps hunters are even more cautious. Based on her own experience, perhaps every Star Corps hunter has a past they prefer not to share. If they want to, they can tell. If they don't ask. She said in a serious, perfunctory voice. Blade twitched his ears, and immediately activated the sleeping pod's full wrap mode. Normally, guests wouldn't need to manually operate the tether, but right now, he just wanted to wrap himself up and shield himself from the gazes of the innocent, foolish, and kind-hearted child. Such a simple thing wasn't inconceivable. Anyone with or without hands could do it. The sleeping pod was perfectly soundproof. Delaney watched with regret as the gloomy gentleman opposite her retreated into his shell like a snail. She shook her head and sighed. He's so handsome, so cool, but just too aloof. Anna, at least somewhat aware of her companion's worth, silently stuffed her with an extra bag of beef tendon. Eat more, keep your mouth full, talk less. 8.1 billion. That's almost enough for 3 of me. In the evening, the freshman who had gone to hang out with his fellow townspeople next door came in from the corridor, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the sleeping pod on the lower right side open. He greeted the 2 ladies with a smile and enthusiastically shared the news he heard from the other freshmen. It said that today and tomorrow are the last 2 starships to leave for First Truth University. Those arriving after that will definitely be late, and those who fail to contact the school in time will be automatically expelled. Alas, it's so hard to get into the #1 university in the universe, but to miss it for reasons other than academics is such a shame. Isn't that right? The talkative Delaney nodded vigorously. I just had such a hard time catching this starship. If we leave tomorrow, the schedule is too tight. I report to school in the morning and classes will start in the afternoon. I might not even be able to find a place to stay. I definitely end up living on the edge of the system, commuting on intersystem starships every day, and missing out on 8 a.m. classes is despairing. They already knew about First Truth University, and their voices were filled with pride and longing. Anna sat nearby, offering snacks and listening attentively, occasionally opening the virtual screen of her computer. It turns out that studying has so many details to it. No wonder Silver Wolf said that undergraduate life is not easy. It seems that it is indeed not easy. Chapter 117. Compared to their fellow Star Corps hunters, the other 2 young people on board were far more lively. Delaney, perhaps naturally sociable and adept at it, had thoroughly acquainted herself with every new graduate aboard in just 2 or 3 days, while also working tirelessly to advance her career. In comparison, Anna was like a salted fish lying on the beach, and Blade was even more like a stone. Salted fish might drift with the flow, while a stone simply resists passively. The last person who was naturally sociable and adept at it was Kakavasa. Can Ms. Maya's first shipment be delivered? I need to rent a larger building with storage space. Luckily, freshmen can take fewer courses in their first year. She flew out like a butterfly, then returned to Anna, leaning against her and recounting her lofty ideals. Anna checked the spacebar and gave her some exciting news. I still have half a warehouse full, enough to hold you over for a few days. Ms. Maya has already arranged for shipment. She seemed to have transferred her sense of indebtedness to Abigail onto herself, and without a second thought, she offered a price that couldn't be lowered any lower, practically free shipping. Even Anna, illiterate, knew that this kind of business model wouldn't work. Not only would it lose money, it wouldn't even make a profit from the promotion. How could it last? The person, new to the business world, flipped through the unpaid version of the Silver Alliance's support materials and pored over them for several days, settling on a cost price that still makes her chuckle at the thought. After being mercilessly mocked by her senior, she immediately tossed the proposal, which would have infuriated the textbook editor, into the trash, and neatly sent the price quote, with an extra 0, to Ms. Maya and Delaney. The former thinks it's high, the latter thinks it's low. Ah. I'm so exhausted. Cost plus shipping plus store operating expenses plus logistics fees. Shipping isn't included in this total price. A few months ago, she could only tie piano wire around people's necks and bargain physically. Now that was a thing of the past. Amidst the little girls whimpering and whining, the Prison Break gang's force member quickly learned even the most basic financial skills. Congratulations, congratulations. Honey! You're so awesome. Delane rocked Anna's arm. We can do more promotions in the days before the opening. It's more effective than any other promotional tool for a new store. Even in the interstellar age, online shopping still requires careful calculation of discounts and freebies. Quality and affordability are the eternal pursuit of everyone. I won't talk about this for a few days. You must find a reliable financial officer in the future. I really don't want to see numbers anymore. The tragic example of someone being backstabbed for negligent accounting is right before her. I don't want to waste my best years behind bars, so I try to avoid these pitfalls if possible. Anna was rocked back and forth in her arms, and she made a sound, eager to lie down. Oh, let go. You're almost pulling my arm off. Hee hee. Delane loved this new, quiet friend. She might not be talkative, but she was reliable. Besides, is being quiet a problem? Of course not. She tilted her head to lean further against Anna's arm, when the starship carrying them all suddenly jerked, and a muffled sound echoed from deep within the hull. What happened? Did we hit an asteroid? Delane sat up straight, looking around in confusion. For ordinary people whose biggest danger is being chased and bitten by a neighbor's pet, it's normal to be slightly less vigilant. But for Anna, a fugitive, and the insanely valuable Star Corps hunter Blade, it's different. Their most effective weapons are already waiting in the shadows. Don't move, don't make any noise, she whispered, warning the young man. Something's not right. Most starships traveling in deep space are equipped with defensive weapons, primarily for dealing with scattered cosmic debris. Asteroids that have strayed from orbit also count as junk, so they're naturally on the hit list. Besides, this starship isn't old. As long as it doesn't encounter the Zerg swarm or the Legion of Destruction's weaklings, it won't be in any danger. Humph, space pirates. After being silent for several days, Blade spoke up. As long as the enemy didn't get into his hands, he wasn't one to meddle. Delaney was horrified. How could they be pirates? This is the Interstellar Peace Company's airway, and there's no valuable cargo on board. The solitary, gloomy man, hidden in his sleeping pod, scoffed at her naivete, not even bothering to argue, simply turning away and waiting for further developments. First, you don't know who's on board. Perhaps one of the passengers brought something that would attract pirates. Second, people themselves are a resource. Everyone understands the principle of buying lives with money. Anna lowered her voice and patted Delaney's back, asking her to huddle in less conspicuously. Besides robbery, looting, and kidnapping, pirates' most common trade is the slave trade. They kidnap ordinary people from one star region and sell them to another distant one, completely indifferent to their tragic fate. Naturally, this often involves acts of violence. Yvel holds many prisoners of this type, and the vast majority of Anna's 100 Black Sheep's achievements stem from this. Delane clamped her mouth shut, clasping her hands in front of her mouth to minimize her exclamation. The starship hadn't physically moved since that shock. It hadn't been long, and while Anna and Delaney were talking, the sound system installed in the corridor began to blare. "Ladies and gentlemen, dear children," the voice said, its tone greasy and exaggerated. "It's acting too strong to be a good person. I regret to break the bad news to you. You have been captured by me. To protect the sincere, pure, yet fragile bond between us, I remind everyone to prepare your valuables immediately. Don't try to call for help with your computer." We activated the signal jammer. Ordinary students, like Delaney, were naturally terrified. Space pirates are the most vicious and desperate of criminals. Even more normal individuals wouldn't casually shoot innocent pedestrians, but these perverts delight in toying with human life. After killing and stealing, they often blow the invading starship to smithereens, thereby hindering the region's defenses from pursuing them, with no regard for human life. It can be said that even paying a high price doesn't guarantee the safe return of the kidnapped, and more often than not, finding the hostages intact is a blessing. Also on this starship are many young students enrolled at First Truth University. They are lively, beautiful, and full of energy, radiating the confidence and pride of being chosen by the gods, promising bright futures that the rats living in the gutter can only dream of. The pirates have already begun their movement. Several armed members have gone room by room, shooting any resistance. No matter how much they plead or cry, they have no effect. Passengers who had been robbed were then separated by the pirates into different areas based on age, gender, and appearance. Those deemed unsaleable would be left on the ship, ready to be detonated after their departure. These individuals acted as natural speed bumps. The young and strong could be taken away as cargo to be sold. As for the best-looking ones, they served as entertainment for the pirates during their long escape. Having enough fun wouldn't affect their sale, and the slave traders were happy to take on these trained, experienced, and valuable goods. You all voluntarily hand over your belongings and hold your heads up. Being held at close range by gunpoint is definitely not a pleasant experience. To protect their vests, Anna and Blade surrendered their personal computer peripherals, much to the displeasure of the pirates searching the room. "Don't bother us searching ourselves, is that all? They're broke, yet so arrogant. Are they really looking for bullets? We're all freshmen waiting to enroll. How could we possibly have anything valuable on us? First Truth University doesn't charge tuition." Anna moved to the side to block the trembling Delaney. Of course, the pirates didn't believe it. One man blocked the door with a gun, while another went forward and searched the 4 sleeping pods. Aside from a half-eaten bag of dairy snacks, there were indeed no other valuable personal belongings. A bunch of poor students. I really don't understand what the boss is thinking. Since they all become pirates, they're naturally willing to rob anyone with the money. Even if they were to sell these students, it would be a hassle. They have to ensure the goods are still intact before shipping, and that alone is difficult. The pirate blocking the door waved his gun. "Stop talking nonsense. Just listen to the boss's orders. If you don't have money, sell your bodies. Get out of here." The pirate's lustful gaze flickered between the 2 young women. One was innocent and charming, the other aloof and proud. Both were highly sought after. His gaze fell on the last person in the room, and without a word, the pirate opened fire, sending the young man collapsing instantly. "Ah!" Delaney couldn't help but scream, knowing she couldn't hold back, her hand still covering her mouth. Anna turned and pulled her into a hug, then obediently walked out of the room at gunpoint. Several passengers, all attractive young men, were already standing in the hallway. "Hurry!" The pirate guarding them used guns to force everyone to obey his orders. Someone was shot in almost every few rooms. The freshmen had never seen such a scene before. After watching the clever ones try to pass out and feign death, only to have their heads blasted, everyone became more obedient than sheep. They were herded into the common area of the starship used as a dining hall. The histrionic personality was there too. "Is the passage open? Hurry!" He shouted at his men to speed up. Anna, standing in the crowd, looked up at the cockpit. New bloodstains appeared on the frosted glass in the unnoticed, important area. Alas, why did you have to pick on the most formidable galaxy hunter when you could have picked on anyone else? Mr. Blade is crazy. I wouldn't even dare to mess with him. It's a shame to lose so many lives. It's not worth cashing in right away. Chapter 118. Regarding Mr. Blade's condition, Anna received 4 different pieces of advice from Kafka, Cheung, Luing, and Ian Lang. The patient himself only offered words like, "Stay away, it's better for both of us," which could easily be misunderstood. His colleagues had much to consider. Kafka said Mr. Blade was unhappy in his hometown, leading him to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, and his prolonged depression had led to severe, prolonged bipolar disorder. Cheung advised that unless Kafka was around, Mr. Blade should never be provoked. He was elderly and suspected of having Alzheimer's disease, and often couldn't distinguish friend from foe. Luing said Mr. Blade had a tendency to self-harm, and that he should be carefully monitored when he was away. Lang said Mr. Blade was a good adult. If you told him something you didn't want to do, he would quietly take care of it. So many descriptions were incomprehensible to illiterate people. They only knew not to provoke him, or else he would go crazy. If these pirates were just robbing Mr. Blade, they probably wouldn't even bother to look at them. They absolutely shouldn't have fired that shot. Back when Avell was in jail, Anna heard those experienced thieves talk about how to avoid the immortal ship people, especially those who looked like academic masters. A few unpleasant remarks might be fine, but if you dare to attack, they beat the shit out of you. The humans living on the ship seemed to have a strange buff. Generally speaking, the adults among them won't attack others, but if attacked, the intensity of their counterattack is definitely not what you want to see. This empirical conclusion is perfectly borne out by Mr. Blade. He looks like an academic master, his handsome face etched with unparalleled excellence. Although he was often gloomy, his colleagues always turned to him for help when they encountered problems. From small matters, like Kafka's lipstick, powder, and eyeshadow accidentally melting and needing refilling, to big matters, like Firefly's Mecha Sam needing maintenance advice, he was even a skilled gamer. His controls were occasionally clumsy, but his instincts were top-notch, and he could tell he'd been on the battlefield before. Before leaving, Kafka had sent her an audio message. If Mr. Blade lost control and turned on the music, she could use her word spirit to suppress him. If the audio message didn't work, she could stab him in the vitals to help him out, and then leave him alone, and he would recover on his own after a while. According to Cheung, Mr. Blade's condition was medically incurable, but Anna believed that as long as he was still breathing, he had to find a way to fight on. Don't give up on treatment so easily. Well, Mr. Blade was holding on very well. While she was dazed, she feared there was no one left alive in the cockpit. Anna looked up at the lighting system in the restaurant's public area, not expecting any help from her colleagues, who were out of control. After the lighting system fails, the starship's backup light system automatically activates within 5 or 6 minutes. 5 or 6 minutes is plenty of time. The pirates were still cursing and urging the door to open. Some couldn't help but reach out to the young girls, huddled together like quails. They were easier to subdue than their male counterparts. They were clearly vulnerable. Take them back home and play with them later. The pirate leader kicked each of them. Are you going to walk around naked? Ha ha. I don't mind. I just wonder if these high-achieving students will be able to move their legs once the door opens. A scoundrel's laughter drowned out the young woman's exclamation. What are you blocking? Do you want to take a bullet? Behave, eh? The sound of guns being loaded rang out several times, and just as the men were about to drag out the unfortunate individual to teach him a lesson and make an example of him, the lights went out. Gunshots rang out, followed by cries and screams. But soon, the backup lights took effect. Within about 5 minutes of the system's delay, the entire starship went from brightly lit to pitch-black darkness, then back on. Ah! Delane was already mourning her career, which had been aborted before it even set sail. She didn't know if she could survive the pirates, nor what the future would hold. Most devastating of all, she hadn't had time to say goodbye to the people who mattered to her. The lights went out and on again, and her desperate cries turned to doubt. Huh? When the lights dimmed, she felt a moment of emptiness around her. She thought Anna had been dragged away by the pirates, but she was not far away, pounding a long loaf of bread against the bloody pirate, who lay prone on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. It was crisp. I didn't know if the head was good, but I knew the bread was good. The pirates, who had looted the starship, lay on the ground, their heads tumbling into sleep. So, saved, watching her new friend wield a breadstick as a weapon, Delaney's brilliant mind showed signs of failing. My dear, I'm touched by your desperate efforts to protect me, but a breadstick is a bit too advanced a weapon. Or did you really invite some kind of deity to inhabit this bread? Pirates? All the pirates are dead? We're saved. The freshmen, still at the peak of their powers, quickly recovered from their shock. They were still children, not cadets, and not trained in military disciplines, but they knew what to do in such a situation. Someone jumped to a high point, waving their arms and shouting, "Those who have experience with machinery can operate small domestic aircraft and have been admitted to the First Truth University's science and engineering programs. Please gather in the cockpit. Medical and biology students, please do your best to rescue the injured passengers." Business students, please call for help. Law and philosophy students, please contact the university for collective leave and hospice care. Anna and Delaney were undoubtedly both categorized as prodigies. The latter watched in bewilderment as the former rolled up his sleeves and dragged away the bodies of the deceased pirates one by one, stacking them into a pyramid. She was indeed a top student in natural theology. The average person could only dream of her. Are you okay? The law student, whose spirits were always excellent, even perfectly fine, was worried about his new friends in a rather unusual field. Why move them? They're a bunch of filth. But they're really in the way. Blocking the road is one thing, but they're an eyesore. The sight of all those strange creatures scattered all over the floor, isn't that a nuisance? As he spoke, the starship's power system resumed operation. It shook off the pirate craft's control, accelerating forward, then drifting sideways, turning back and decisively activating its defensive weapons to fire back. It was clearly the work of a professional. A cloud of debris suddenly scattered outside the window, revealing the shattered hull of the craft. Yeah! The students stranded in the hall cheered with their hands raised, each one as excited as a child who had blown up a manure pit at a festival. After Anna cleaned up the scattered pirate corpses, she washed her hands and went to help the medical students with first aid. Outside the medical bay, they saw some unlucky individuals dead on the spot, tucked into body bags. The students who still had a breath of life didn't want to give up, but space was limited, so they had to cram the dying ones in to keep them alive. Everyone else could only offer gentle comfort. We could only offer comfort. School hadn't even started yet, and we hadn't even received our textbooks. So irritable. I learned a little bit about emergency rescue. Can anyone help? Anna waved her fake admissions letter. Seeing it was from a new senior, the new students rushed over like a flock of fluffy little geese. Yes, yes, yes. We can help. Not learning is not learning, but saving lives is saving lives. These are two completely different matters. There's one more thing I must discuss with all of you in advance. While the students were still gasping for breath, Anna gathered the future medical staff and said, "You know that Pierpoint law prohibits medical workers from using their skills outside of the hospital. This matter is crucial and must be made clear here and now, otherwise there's no telling if we ever see each other again." What a hell? Huh? The innocent and foolish freshmen were stunned. Is there such a thing? Among the injured were other passengers on the starship. Someone murmured in agreement with Anna's warning. That's true. In theory, the law has good intentions. It's intended to protect medical staff from extortion and ordinary people from being exploited by evildoers using their professional skills. But the scope of the crackdown is too broad, making it difficult to define the specific actions. Even worse, these students haven't even attended a single class. They can't be sued for saving someone and lose their chance to study. He's almost dying, yet you're still trying to embarrass the doctor. Isn't that too much to die? Someone immediately raised their voices to call for help. Record it. As someone in need of help, I grant you the right. If the medical assistance results in any adverse consequences, I will be solely responsible. Anna quickly told the students, turn on the recording device. She then looked at the wounded scattered on the ground. No force. You can wait until the rescue ship arrives. These children haven't received professional training, and I'm not a medical student. Think carefully before you speak. The wounded with scrapes and sprains immediately shut up. They weren't worried. But the unfortunate ones with broken arms and legs weren't necessarily so. They were desperate. We're not being forced. Please save us. We're willing to record. Everyone had a laptop, so recording was easy. A sentence took less than 30 seconds, but it could save a student's education. The unfortunate souls with broken arms and legs waited for rescue with tears in their eyes. They watched as a theology expert, leading a group of medical reserve soldiers who hadn't even been admitted, dug into wounds and dug out bullets with their bare hands, pressing rolled gauze into the wounds to stop the bleeding. She even reached out and tugged at the wounded's artery. That's an artery. A blood vessel. Not a rubber band. Anna, let's talk about your survival first, then we can discuss the minor issue of infection. These few will be carried outside the treatment bay to line up, and the others will be taken away together when the rescue ship arrives. My original self had thoroughly mastered battlefield support skills at Camp Popuk. Furthermore, I'd like to thank Dr. Mabel for the valuable internship opportunity. I hope he enjoys his life on the chaotic planet of Avel. Battlefield support requires efficiency, ensuring the survival of all those who need help. Anna then rinsed the blood from between her fingernails with alcohol. The rescue ship will probably arrive in a few system days. We take turns responding to the emergency. Those who haven't made it back should go back and rest. Oh, don't leave the passengers' bodies with the pirates' bodies. It affects the subsequent handling. After another system, she finally led Delaney, who followed her closely and refused to leave, back to her room to rest. Blade sat on his bunk, eyes closed, resting. Ouch! Delane's scream startled Anna. The little girl jumped behind her and stomped her feet. He. Wasn't he dead just now? Mr. Blade had a strange obsession with death. Anna interrupted him before he could say anything. You're mistaken. He's just timid and introverted. The loud noise of the gunfire frightened him. Don't say incomprehensible things that will cause you to be misunderstood and scare the children. Blad, Would you mind listening to what you said? Chapter 119. A group of pirates attacked and hijacked the Interstellar Peace Company's large passenger starship, a significant number of whom were graduating students enrolled at the First Truth University. The combination of these two pieces of news sent half the universe into a frenzy. Even the Immortal Ship Alliance, upon hearing the news, stated they could immediately send their battleships there if needed. The immortal ship closest to the shipping channel was called Yaoqing. It was either victorious or on its way to victory. Destroying the pirate gang wouldn't require sending a full-scale cloud cavalry. A few squads would suffice. The Interstellar Peace Company certainly didn't want to lose this person, but it had no other options. First, the pirates' timing and location of their attack were puzzling to Pierpoint. It was off-duty time, and they were stuck in the middle of the channel, with no starports for transit, not even a planet suitable for human settlement. Second, the Immortal Ship Alliance acted with remarkable speed. As the largest civilization within the hunting faction, the Immortal Ship people could proudly claim that no one in the universe knew how to accelerate better than them. As the saying goes, speed is of the essence in war. Naturally, when the business students called for help, they didn't consider conflict or cooperation between civilizations. They didn't care who the caller was, as long as they could rescue them and get them back to school on time. The Yaoqing immortal ship was even faster. Anna had originally calculated that rescue would take at least a dozen system hours to arrive, but the furry, kind-hearted person appeared outside the remote passenger starship in just 2 system hours. The Yaoqing immortal ship's battleship team sent a docking request 1 second, and the next, Mr. Blade, who had been invited out by the students to sit in the cockpit and admire the pirate pyramid, handed control of the starship to the eager students and returned to his seat to rest. As he passed through the common area, he exchanged a glance with Anna, who was tending to the wounded. Anna nodded gently. Mr. Blade undoubtedly came from the Immortal Ship Alliance, but he was now a Star Corps hunter, worth 8.13 billion. Facing the rescue team sent by the Yaoqing immortal ship, if he didn't want to clash with those from his hometown, leaving first was the best option. Anna took over and cleaned up the rest of the matter. With her quick wit, she always found a way to solve problems. The students stumbled through the operation, and once the 2 starships were docked, armored Cloud Knights entered. We don't know who did it. The lighting was down for about 5 minutes, and when it came back on, the bad guys were all gone. The elected student representatives answered each question honestly. The person in charge was a squint-eyed fox with pink fur. Anna mingled with the medical students, observing secretly. It turned out there really were humans with large, flaky ears and a large, furry tail. The ears moved. Soft and springy. The tail moved too. It was real. So what are these? Jiaqiu smiled, fanning himself gently, admiring the new look of the star pirate Jingwan. These honest, innocent kids confessed everything in a matter of seconds. A senior from the philosophy department helped clean up. She said the scattered bodies looked unsightly and blocked the way. That was a very philosophical answer. The fox strategist remembered that the last time he saw something similar was not long ago, when Yaoqing wiped out a group of sneaky bully people. The soldiers used the severed heads of the Fengchao people to pile up a similar building and took a group photo. He didn't expect that there were such talented people with such aesthetic taste in other star regions far away from the immortal boat. Snap! He snapped several pictures with his jade divination and faithfully recorded every inch of the damaged starship. This was all caused by the pirates. Don't let it get back on the Yaoqing immortal boat. The pirates have been killed, that's a good thing. From now on, the Chengxianzu Cloud Cavalry will escort you. Jiaqiu smiled and changed the subject. I noticed you seem to be concentrating the wounded in one place. I happen to be a doctor myself, so is there anything I can do to help? He spoke elegantly, his demeanor endearing, and the students rushed to answer. The one who led the medical students to emergency treatment is also that senior from the philosophy department. She's over there. Wow! This truly is a case of ruthless action and compassionate heart. Jiaqiu tilted his head to peer through the bloodstained decorative glass partition. The tall, sharp-eyed woman had the air of an old acquaintance. If it weren't for the bright, wide eyes of most fox people, he might have mistaken her for a refugee from the Yaoqing immortal boat. Thank you for the directions, students. I go check it out. He quietly walked over, waving his feather fan to observe. The Cloud Riders, who had arrived earlier, had already carried several seriously injured patients from the treatment bay to the battleship. The specially hired chiming from Luofu used cloud chanting on the less seriously injured one by one, leaving all the students, including Anna, staring in bewilderment. No, this even involves magic? Are our worldviews different? The Immortal Ship Alliance is truly dangerous, mysterious, and captivating. Delane had always stayed by Anna's side. After experiencing the dangers brought by the space pirates, only her new friend, who stepped forward with a piece of dry bread in a critical moment, could provide her with a sense of security. No matter what Anna did, she followed closely. She felt much better now. Compared to someone with missing limbs, she was simply startled by Mr. Blade's sudden collapse and reawakening. After realizing it was her own fault and a misunderstanding, she quickly recovered. Young people simply recover quickly. Within a few years, they were already helping out in completely unfamiliar areas. She looked at the spellcaster with such intense eagerness that even Anna noticed something was amiss. You know him? Why stare at him if you don't know him? The young mage blushed and had to turn around, facing them with his back. Delaney sighed wistfully, her hands clasped over her chest. Don't you think he's handsome? Handsome? Anna craned her neck like a Maine Coon cat, peering up and down at the Vidra's back. So? She's pretty, so you can just look at her for a few moments. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up if you keep staring? So I decided. Delane pounded her fist on the palm of her other hand. I'm going to become the most powerful snack king in the universe, and then pursue that little guy. This place is too crowded. She couldn't bring herself to say the word sponsor. Ugh! Anna shook the goosebumps off her arms. The Yaoqing Xianzhou's coordinates are floating, and you're at First Truth University. You rarely see her in a year. Besides, he might already have a family with children. The people of the Xianzhou are immortal, so your age can't be determined. You better think ahead. Mr. Blade's age is a mystery. He looks young, but he's actually older. Anyway, I just heard it. It is said that the people of Xianzhou are old-fashioned and conservative, and the bold girls from other star fields may not be able to adapt. Don't let them end up as a pair of resentful couples. What's the big deal? He and I aren't meant to be together, but I'd be rich someday. I'm willing to support him. The fire in Delaney's eyes nearly set the young man's clothes on fire. Money can solve 99% of the world's problems. I've done everything I can for the remaining 1%. If he still doesn't like me, it's his loss, not mine. It's best if you can have this mindset. Anna looked away, not trying to persuade him. Talking too much is annoying, so why bother? Jiaqiu almost fainted from laughter. This freshman at First Truth University was adorable. Yaoqing Xianzhou had no problem with such a smart, cute, and ambitious girl. But she was a Qiming, so let's wish her good luck. Ahem, sorry. He chuckled so hard that he coughed, successfully catching the attention of Delaney and Anna. What are you laughing at? Delane's gaze lit up as it passed over his pink furry ears, but she quickly and politely retracted it. Ahem, hello. I'm Delaney, a prospective freshman in the Faculty of Philosophy at First Truth University. May I ask who you are? The Foxman smiled and nodded at her, then looked at Anna with a questioning gaze. ? Anna, Faculty of Philosophy. The tall, stern-faced woman nodded. What's the matter? I'm an advisor to General Tianji of the Yaoqing immortal boat. Could you both describe the recent robbery again? Jiaqiu had also arrived. He was supposed to write a report to submit to General Feixiao, so he asked anyone. Testimony requires widespread collection, even from innocent students. It's not a question of trust or distrust. People tend to think from their own perspectives. Recounting an event inevitably involves personal opinions. Only by asking multiple people and verifying each other's perspectives can we truly reconstruct the true events. Coming to take a statement, Anna waited for Delaney to speak first. She stood by and supplemented the conversation. For example, the lights went out and didn't come back on until a while later. It's impossible to say how long they were out, or even estimate. I see that the first aid for these wounded is very thorough. I'm surprised you two are from the Faculty of Philosophy, not the Faculty of Medicine. After asking several times, he was ultimately defeated by the talkative young lady, Delaney, and had to change the subject. All these wounded on the ground have survived. In our Xianzhou parlance, this is called immeasurable merit. Delaney was eager to try. Then can I go talk to that pointy-eared boy? Jiaoqiu, Sorry, the Volpera is not under the control of the Fox people. Not only me, a counselor, but even Yaoqing's generals might not be able to control him. You have to ask Luofu's generals about that matter. Ahem. Anna nudged the audacious girl with her elbow and said to the Foxman, whose smile was frozen, with a hint of apology, she's just lively. She's kind-hearted. Well, this is the first time we met anyone from the Immortal Boat Alliance. Curious. Ha ha. Jiaoqiu raised an eyebrow. This girl's protectiveness was quite scout-like. It's okay. Jin Yu is over 220 years old. He won't bother with children like you, who are a fraction of his age. His smile, hidden behind his feather fan, grew increasingly sinister. Anna, Delane, Sorry, my lifespan limits my imagination. Chapter 120. Excuse me, how did you come up with the idea of using bread to attack the pirates? After collecting the testimony, Jiaoqiu was extremely curious about Anna's behavior. Fox people are a particularly curious race. Any other race on the Immortal Boat might not ask this question, but he did. Anna, with a face that looked cool but actually honest, said blankly, what else? I couldn't just take out the piano wire, or I'd be exposed. I only had bread and nothing else. These damn fellows reached for a little girl's collar in front of everyone. Shouldn't they be punished? They deserved a beating, extremely, exceptionally. Jiaoqiu coughed tactically. You're a child of outstanding character, standing up to protect your friends in times of danger. But from now on, you must protect yourself first. You only have one life, so take care of it. Coming from a stranger, these words were well-intentioned for an ordinary girl, but the age difference was too great, so they might not be accepted. But Anna wasn't just any little girl, she gladly accepted the offer. Okay, I understand. She knew, but she still dared to do it next time. There were a ton of these clueless brats on the Immortal Boat. She didn't even need to raise her head to guess who they were. Think about it, this short-lived girl couldn't be more than 20, which would have been kindergarten age on Yaoqing. Okay, you worked so hard for so long. I leave the rest to Yao Qingyun. He definitely live up to your trust. Children are easily coaxed and pampered, and they behave well if they're coaxed. Anna pulled Delaney over, dragged a stool over, and sat down. Turning around, she saw her holding up her laptop and filming endlessly. Who's been secretly saying the Xianzhou people are feudal and conservative? How can they be feudal and conservative? I don't think these Xianzhou people are feudal and conservative at all. Noticing Anna's disapproving look, Delaney shook her head. Don't worry, I take the initiative to report to that pink-haired foxman later. If he says it can't be shared, I delete it immediately. If it can be shared, I definitely censor it. Are these Xianzhou people always suspected because they do good things without leaving their names? Then I have to help spread the word. After all, the father of my future child is from Xianzhou. Anna moved her lips, but ultimately maintained a precious silence. The entire starship was filled with wounded and deceased, as well as passengers whose inexplicable excitement hadn't yet subsided. Everyone was being well cared for. The rescue team from Xianzhou were military personnel, but they were different from the soldiers of other star regions. How should I put it? If it were a rescue team sent by Pierpoint, there might already be a few bad apples chasing after female students, asking for their Star Network community IDs to make friends. The Xianzhou people are reliable, considerate, and tactful. Even in the area where the surveillance cameras were damaged, they were polite enough to let girls chase them and ask for their Star Network community IDs. Just know the difference between the important and the unimportant. If they respect us, we should respect them back. Anna had to admit that from Avel to Pierpoint, and then to Boys 3 and the Interstellar Peace Company's starship, only the Xianzhou Alliance's rescue team best met her definition of human. Wait, it seems the Interstellar Peace Company is constantly gossiping about the Xianzhou Alliance behind their backs. There are both conflicts and cooperation between the two civilizations. The Immortal Ship Alliance isn't afraid of the Interstellar Peace Company. If a brawl breaks out, they could indeed call upon the hunting star god Lon for assistance. It all depends on whether the protecting star god Clipper will pay any attention to the company's executives. Even more interesting is that the Immortal Ship is a ship. Think of it as a large vessel with its own ecosystem and the capacity to accommodate a large population. Resources on board are usually scarce. So should we buy food? Meat? Eggs? After about 3 system hours, the starship's route returned to normal. The Yaoqing Immortal Ship's battle fleet surrounded the passenger starship and trudged towards the First University of Truth. The school had already received the students' distress signal and was anxiously urging Pierpoint to respond quickly. Suddenly, half the teachers were stunned by the news from Xianzhou Yaoqing. It's over, it's over. Is the starship full of corpses? My little apprentices, who never got to meet me. This is a disaster. The company is a bunch of idiots. They still haven't come up with an emergency plan. Where's the contingency plan? No plan? What do you usually do? It's not like we haven't given you similar training before. After opening the folded portion and reading the message in detail, the scholars of the Boiji Society finally felt relieved. At this critical moment, we still have to. The Xianzhou Alliance is reliable. While Clipper's followers are generous with their money, when it comes to truly important matters, the patrol hunters are truly formidable. All right, the rebels' lives have been saved. As for who killed the pirates, does it really matter? Can those professors at our law school who participated in the drafting of the code think carefully before speaking? Jiao Qiu also mentioned this in the report he submitted to General Tianji. The Xianzhou Alliance has always meddled in other people's private affairs. As the saying goes, estrangement doesn't separate family. No matter how unbearable the situation is, one can only speak out against injustice and then keep moving forward. Yao Qing's deployment of the Cloud Cavalry team to rescue the company's passenger starship could be seen as a gesture of kindness based on their mutual cooperation. To avoid a potential overreaction from the company in the future, this matter should be handled in a low-key manner. Also, the new students awaiting admission aboard the hijacked starship, though of short-lived origin, are exceptionally talented, especially XX, XX, and XXXX. Consider cultivating some good relationships. In the vast sea of stars, who would begrudge having more friends than enemies? For example, that girl buzzing around Luofu chiming. A gentleman judges actions, not intentions. Regardless of her motives, she's such a sweet talker. Anyone in the Starnet community who dares to say a word about the Xianzhou Alliance in the comments section of her post would be met with a barrage of criticism. Isn't that a good friend? This is wonderful. Can I really post this? I just want to thank you. I want everyone in the universe to know that the Xianzhou Alliance isn't the weirdo group they imagine. You're all good people. Delane chased Jiao Qiu, with Anna observing from behind. The Fox strategist knew she was filming with an external computer. Yunqi was open and honest about her actions, with nothing to hide. The only concern was this girl's lack of self-protection. Don't post it for now. The content is fine, but there might still be remnants of this pirate group at large. If you post something like this, they'd likely target you for retaliation. We finish this pirate group after a while. Then you can post as many ideas as you want. As they say, children need to be coaxed. Alien children are much easier to coax than Yuqing's fox cubs. Hee hee. The little girl proudly raised her head and glanced at Chiming, who was walking by. The Qiming healer named Jinyu. Don't look at me, girl. You're giving me goosebumps. I'm going back to rest for a bit. I'm exhausted. Delane loudly announced her whereabouts to everyone around her, her eyes fixed on Jinyu's back with anticipation. Anna glanced at her sympathetically. She doesn't seem to have that intention. You're forcing this. Oh, I hope it turns out well. The Qiming boy walked away without a response. Delaney walked briskly back to her cabin to rest. Anna had told her she had things to do, so the two girls went about their business. In the star region controlled by Pierpoint, many citizens are bold, open-minded, and uninhibited. While they may lack a sense of boundaries, that doesn't mean they lack respect. Anna wanted to defend Delaney. She didn't want her to be misunderstood. Jiao Qiu smiled and waved her red feather fan. I already said Jinyu doesn't get angry with children. Qiming loves young cubs and is just as tolerant of cubs from other races. I certainly wouldn't. Our fox children are much more mischievous than yours. But for us short-lived creatures, 20 years is a quarter, a fifth, or even a sixth of a lifetime. She's not a child. She knows what she wants. Anna didn't believe that those who could survive were necessarily more mature, stable, and sensible than those who couldn't. Turtles in Avel's ocean might survive, but they still be eaten by other creatures. You have a point. Jiao Qiu agreed. Many exceptional short-lived creatures were far more talented than the useless creatures on the immortal ship, who lived longer and ate more. Let's not even talk about the distant past. Let's just take the Zhu Ming specialty, who already escaped alone. Their crews were inadequate, their starships were shabby, and they still treated the pirates like dogs. With the Luofu general's respect, as long as he didn't do anything harmful to the Immortal Boat Alliance, everyone would turn a blind eye and work together to cover up the situation. 8.13 billion. This price wasn't so much a purchase for Ying Xing's head, as it was a warning to the major powers ready to make a move. Stay away from him, or they incur retaliation far beyond Luofu's ship. Speaking of which, this girl named Anna had a rather suspicious background. Her bandaging and first aid techniques were clearly those of a military doctor, swift and efficient. While the photo on the wanted poster might be derogatory to the fugitive's image, this Fox man wasn't blind. And yet, a student on the starship claimed that she and Ing Xing were old acquaintances they just met by chance. That was hilarious. What kind of old acquaintances were they? Did General Shinsu and General Zhu Yuan know about this? In short, she couldn't be recognized by the forces of the Interstellar Peace Company, or else by Yi, the fugitive from Luofu, might also be dragged into the muddy waters. The pink-haired fox's smile gradually deepened, as if she had seen cabbages from other people's gardens take root in her own yard. Yao Qing did have extensive financial dealings with the Interstellar Peace Company, but he had never considered siding with the company. After taking the benefits, they also go after the company's corners. They only take the sugar coating, not the bullet. If you have the chance, you and your friends are welcome to visit the Xianzhou Alliance. We always open our doors and offer a warm welcome to our friends. This is true at all times. His eyes flashed, and he took out the jade omen and waved it in front of Anna. How about adding me as a friend? I'm also curious about our alien friends. First, I'm curious about how their reactions to medicine differ from those of the Xianzhou people, and second, I'm curious about how the Luofu general would react. Old acquaintances, haha, it's hilarious just thinking about it. Who exactly is the old acquaintance? General Jing Yuan, someone's poached you. Chapter 121. The rest of the journey was accompanied by a small escort from the immortal ship Yao Qing, making the journey much easier. The fighting ships surrounded the damaged passenger starship. The immortal ship crew complained about their slow progress, but they didn't rush them. The Foxman fighting ship pilots, impatient to wait, simply pushed the shattered pirate aircraft scattered throughout the corridor out of the way, leaving them for the incoming company to handle. There was more than one starship on this route. Shortly after the students were rescued, the corridor returned to normal operation, and occasionally a shadow would flash by. Order was restored within the passenger starship. The dead were stored in cold storage, and the seriously injured who could not wait were sent to the fighting ships for urgent transport to the nearest planet with adequate medical facilities. The others decided for themselves whether to continue the slow flight or go to the hospital first. After the initial excitement wore off, these gifted students admitted to the First Truth University quickly turned their attention to the long journey of studying that was about to begin. Even Anna, an illiterate woman with no idea what natural theology was, quickly switched on her computer and forced herself to fill her head with knowledge. Just try to keep up the disguise for as long as possible. Don't let it get caught the first time you meet her. It would be so embarrassing. Elliot's script required her to have a student identity, and there was no deadline, so she had to stay in school for at least a year or two. And she had a potentially fatal chip in her head, which she had to secretly find a doctor to remove. Oh! You're reading. So hard-working. As the lead physician coordinating this rescue mission, Jiaqiu didn't do much medical work, but he was in the kitchen quite often. He had already discovered several children worth befriending among these young cabbages, so naturally he made a point of showing up every day to check in and keep in touch. The Xianzhou has no shortage of talent, but no one complains about having too many. It could even be said that in certain fields, it's better to keep talented individuals in use than to have them serve others. We are all civilized people. Assassinations are too degrading and disrespectful. It's better to make friends. Anna has been secretly observing the Xianzhou people, led by this fox. Their skills are no less than those of the Interstellar Peace Company. Whether they are currently incubating or in reserve, it's clear that the Xianzhou Alliance has great potential. They are brave, have self-respect and a sense of honor, and understand the meaning and purpose of their actions. Aside from their homelessness, they have no problems. Try it? Jiaqiu held the plate out to her. I made this myself. Every household on Yaoqing Xianzhou prepares it for their children. Carbohydrates, oil, sugar, the sweet and fragrant aroma tells humans, you have no reason to refuse me. The Xianzhou people believe in the power of food. No matter how fierce a kitten, if you feed it consistently, its eyes will eventually become clear and transparent. Thank you. Anna wasn't that Sundara type who needed constant persuasion. Why not eat if there was food available? After so long on nutritional paste, any fresh food was a wonderful experience for her. She reached out, pinched a cylindrical piece of deep yellow fried food, and held it before her eyes for closer inspection. Deep fried? What is this? I just love seeing these aliens' clueless expressions. Jiaqiu's already narrowed eyes curved into two crescents. The main ingredients are staple foods common to a Xianzhou people. There was once a famine on Xianzhou, and since then, Everyone has placed great importance on food storage. In our view, poor cooking is tantamount to waste and is unacceptable. The young woman shoveled something fried into her mouth, making a creaking sound. She didn't mean to, but it was so crispy and crunchy that the chances of it not making a sound were slim to none. Delicious. That wasn't a compliment. It was truly delicious, sweet but not cloying. It was the kind of food you keep stuffing in until you devoured it. Ha! Delicious, right? The sugar oil mixture will spike your blood sugar, but from another perspective, it can also be the most comfortable way to quickly relax and feel good. He squinted at the girl before him. From a doctor's perspective, he suspected she was underweight. Bring your friends over for hot pot at noon. The highest etiquette among us Yaoqing foxes, when entertaining friends, is to sit at the same table and eat from the same pot. I think your friends might have acted even earlier than you, haha. This was the first time, Jean, you had been chased by a powerless young woman to the point of practically hiding in the sea. There's no sea on a battleship, poor Chi Ming. Is it? Trust? Anna glanced sideways at him. You trust others so easily, aren't you afraid of being deceived? Jiaqiu nearly burst out laughing. This little alien was quite adorable. The prerequisite for trusting new friends is trust in ourselves. Trust in our own judgment and our ability to handle crises. Anna retreated to eat her sweets, her ears reddening. We agreed to come visit at noon. I'm leaving now, so I don't disturb you from studying. Jiaqiu decided to come here in the morning. Everything has its limits. Overdoing it is bad. Anna poured the fried sweets into the designated bowl on the table, wiped the plate clean in front of Jiaqiu, and returned it to him. Thank you. I have a question. The foxman raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He knew this girl had been carefully observing every immortal boat soldier. Based on the information the intelligence department had uncovered in recent days, it seemed she was most likely a hunter-wanderer. That was quite close. Feel free to ask anything that wasn't unanswerable due to undue principles. Anna hesitated for 2 seconds. There are few, but not none, unowned, habitable star regions in the universe. Why doesn't the Immortal Boat Alliance find one to settle down in? Drifting through the galaxy, wouldn't you be lonely and afraid? Wandering around is a tricky proposition. If you encounter danger, you can still escape if you live on a planet, but where can you escape if you live on a ship? It's also more inconvenient to conduct business. How will Ms. Maya deliver goods to a constantly shifting coordinate system? That's a question. Jiaqiu pondered. For a foxman like me with limited experience, I probably can't give you a convincing answer. However, I do know quite a few immortal boat scholars. Perhaps you like to chat with them in your free time. The philosophy students were indeed more thoughtful. The debate within the Alliance about whether the immortal boat should continue its wanderings was a constant. With the means of the construction and alchemy department, not only could they find a habitable star region, they could even transform an uninhabitable one into one. Without any technical obstacles, why would they choose to wander alone across the vast sea of stars? This difficult question, concerning a sense of identity, can probably only be satisfactorily answered by the generals of the immortal boat. Anna nodded, pursing her lips into a faint smile. Thank you. This fox person doesn't give the aliens a once-in-a-lifetime lip service. If he knows, he knows, and if he doesn't, he doesn't. Crucially, he even helped them find someone who's trustworthy and reliable. What a good fox. Jiaqiu left with a clean plate, sighing inwardly that the Interstellar Peace Company didn't give good people a break. Is this child cruel? Is she really cruel? She's not cruel at all. In her pursuit of fairness and justice, she's gone beyond the narrow confines of mere revenge. She's not just an avenger, she's a challenger of an illogical order. It's not the gentleman's fault that he was born in a country of villains. The problem lies in Pierpoint's many bizarre and irreverent laws. Not long after he left, 3 scholars appeared on the Star Network community's social media accounts. Anna dutifully sent them friend requests, but they weren't accepted until after lunch. Clicking on the profiles of these 3 scholars, the people of Xianzhou all have a youthful mentality. Some love pets, some enjoy crafts, and some enjoy fitness. They don't look 200 or 300 years old at all. Looking at the photo of a white cat on one scholar's profile picture, she suddenly thought of the large gray cat in the rooftop garden. She hadn't thought about it in a long time, and now she suddenly regretted not picking it up. It must have been warm, its smooth, flowing fur felt wonderful, and its soft body could easily be rolled into a perfect circle, easily mistaken for a meowing cushion or hat. Life is so fleeting, and no one knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. One shouldn't refuse it. Aboard Yaqing's battleship, Jiaqiu was discussing rationally with his superiors in the chat room why they had told Zhu Ming and the Luofu people about Yaqing's cabbage. Yaqing's talent pool and economic development needed support more than those two families. What can I do? It's all because of that bay from Luofu. You mentioned it all in your report, but you didn't allow Jingyuan to ask? If that person asked, do you think I could keep it a secret? If he knew, wouldn't Elder Yin know too? There are only 5 people in the entire universe who can get close to Yingxing. How could they let one go after finally catching him? Beixia's barrage of questions left Jiachio speechless. So you're blaming me for writing too much detail in the report? Can't you just say you don't know? It's not a big deal. Why are you being so honest? The company's support fleet will rendezvous with the stricken passenger starship tomorrow. When will you return to Yaoqing? Yaoqing's generals were still young and more direct. Jiachio calculated the time and decided to return after handing over to the company's support ship. Well, comparison is the key to judgment. With the immortal ship being such a shining example, the company has already lost in terms of social etiquette, and the difference will become more obvious as time goes on. Don't underestimate the abilities of short-lived beings. Their brief lives often shine brighter than a blazing meteor streaking across the sky. The thoughts they leave behind often transcend the constraints of time and space, radiating their influence for generations to come. Their lives may have ended prematurely, but their influence is never constrained by dimension. For example, before the immortal boat set sail, the ancient emperors, still short-lived, left behind countless texts. These texts still serve as a benchmark for the conduct of those on the immortal boat. The immortal boat never lacks branches for the phoenix, nor does it worry about attracting phoenixes. Chapter 122. The damaged passenger starship was only a day's journey from the Star region, where the First Truth University was located, when the Interstellar Peace Company's support ship hurriedly arrived. If the Immortal Ship Alliance hadn't sent personnel, they might have arrived even later. The insurance company would only need to compensate the deceased, but rescuing the living would likely involve many complicated operations that violate current laws. However, the Immortal Ship crew had already completed the most difficult part. Now they only needed to escort the passenger starship to dock at the starport. The insurance company would handle the rest of the damage assessment, which had nothing to do with the support team. The familiar black suits replaced the blue and white uniforms of the Cloud Cavalry. Jiachio led the team, smilingly bidding farewell to the students and other passengers, and then returned to Yaoqing with his already maxed out favorability rating. 10 system hours later, his community friend account had received more than 20 or 30 trade inquiries. This trip had yielded greater rewards than he had imagined. Delane and Anna discussed it and gritted their teeth, opening an additional logistics route that could cover most of the Immortal Ship Alliance's ships. First, let's test whether the Xianzhou people like the produce produced by Boyce Number 3. Only after confirming that both sides can share the same ideals can we discuss subsequent bulk commodity purchase agreements. For a small, fledgling shop like theirs, if they hadn't already interacted with Xianzhou people like Jiachio, they wouldn't have spent the extra money. The logistics between the Interstellar Peace Company and the Xianzhou Alliance are truly awkward. Even if one were to step aside and ignore the expense, the complex and cumbersome procedures, and the endless supply of test reports and permits alone demonstrate the company's reluctance. Thankfully, the power of love and the allure of money allowed Delaney to forge ahead and overcome all obstacles. By the time the passenger starship arrived at the starport in the starfield where First Truth University was located, she and Anna had finally submitted all the information in the correct format, and importantly the key. All they had to do now was wait for approval before they could launch their store online. The students left the starship and waited for their respective schools to pick them up. Other passengers would transfer to other ships and continue their journey. The bonds forged overcoming difficulties together in just a few days had made many people close friends, and the farewells were particularly poignant. Even more poignant were the victims' families, who rushed to identify their loved ones' bodies. Throughout her tears, Anna retrieved her admission letter and found the graduate school. After a brief conversation with Delaney, she separated from her and joined the sparse waiting line. The ratio of undergraduate to graduate students admitted in previous years has been nearly 10,000 to 1, and this being the last starship to arrive at the school, the number of people was even smaller. Are all the freshmen here this year? The bespectacled administrator raised his voice, reminding, please prepare your acceptance letters and application materials. You already missed several classes, and time is running out, so we need to complete the formalities quickly. Missing classes is good. You can brazenly say, I don't know, I haven't heard of it, I don't know. That makes perfect sense. Anna quietly blended in with the students until the last person emerged from the passenger starship. The administrator in charge rolled up his sign and waved the freshmen to follow him. The graduate school is located in the central area. Unless you're taking a niche course, we won't use the undergraduate classrooms. You can choose to attend classes remotely via projection or sit in the classroom and listen to the lectures from scholars. You learn more about the details after completing the admissions procedures. Have you ever seen a university occupying an entire galaxy? No. No problem, you see it now. A medium-sized starship carrying more than a dozen people flew to the graduate school. The administrative staff took this opportunity to remind the students to upload their information using their personal computers as soon as possible to complete the electronic procedures, and that they would not handle on-site inquiries or solutions. This kind of thing didn't really require a specific explanation, but the circumstances of the last group to arrive were truly exceptional, and the corresponding administrative process should have been closed. It was only due to force majeure that the extension was granted for their sake. Have you all clicked submit? I'm closing the process. The staff member shouted several times, rushing to complete the process before the start of the fee collection period. Yes, you have to pay a fee for attending school outside of normal times, and every step is strictly enforced. This rule is primarily intended to facilitate the children of wealthy and powerful individuals from various star systems, who come to enroll with funds to gild their fortunes. For them, money is the least of their worries, and any effort that can be solved with money is worthwhile. But for ordinary students, this fee can be completely omitted. Wouldn't the money saved be used to download more papers and materials from the Star Network? Anna followed the instructions step by step, learning to type on the fly. She stumbled and dragged her feet until she finally completed the process. When the page refreshed, she saw a new educational entry added to her personal information on the computer. First Truth University, Graduate School, Philosophy and History and Culture Section, Philosophy Major, Natural Theology Concentration. Something's a little awkward. Let's take another look. She fiddled with the virtual screen, examining it, and sure enough, she discovered a new problem. A vegetarian with pica, born male and later female, but with homosexuality. When she first obtained this identity in Peerpoint, she made the gender field quite abstract out of a desire to take advantage. It truly was like a fluid, constantly shifting back and forth. Anna hadn't imagined she'd ever be able to get into school again. At the time, she simply considered it a blessing to have a quiet place to feed chickens and sheep and live a peaceful life. Being a fugitive and being a student certainly can't be held to the same standards. Anna raised her hand. The on-site staff member walked over, glanced at her screen, and gasped. Miss Favorite. She glanced obliquely at the magical creature, who truly possessed both sexual and physical beauty. What's your question? I'm sorry, Anna said honestly now. I was young and ignorant before, and I was so smart, I filled in some stupid information. I wonder if I can correct it now. The staff member immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's normal. It would be strange if there weren't some strange people in the philosophy and history district every year. Other people's middle school years are from 13 to 18, but theirs could span half their lives, from 13 to 183. You can modify it, but it won't happen again. I hope you learn to understand yourself correctly through this. She suppressed a smile while waiting for the student to finish modifying her personal computer, intending to sync her data with the school database after returning to the office. After confirming that everyone had no problems, the process moved on to the next step. Mentor. You are graduate students, not undergraduates, so choosing a mentor who shares your research interests is crucial. The existence of mentorship in higher education is not surprising. This method of inheritance has survived for thousands of years in human history and must have its rationale. You can choose your own mentor or wait for the school to randomly assign one. To others, this was pure time-wasting nonsense, but Anna listened perfectly. Whether in her former life as a Popok slave or now with amnesia, her educational level could be considered as a postnatal education dropout. School was a bit too sacred for them. If they weren't completely ignorant, they knew very little about it. This kind of common sense is naturally understood by those applying for the exam. Those not taking the exam don't need to know. It only hinders those who try to take advantage of the situation. To avoid revealing her identity, she had to pretend to understand. So she listened attentively even to what others might consider nonsense. The kind of attentiveness that endears her. The school's StarNet community provides information on instructor selection times, website addresses, and so on. Students can search and choose their own. The final thing to pay attention to is course selection. Courses are also selected online. To apply for a degree within 3 years, students must complete an average of at least 12 credits per year. The credit ratio for professional courses differs from that for non-professional courses. In addition to completing courses, students must also complete research projects and write papers under the guidance of their instructors. Anyway, Anna was already confused by this point. She silently copied whatever the person sitting next to her chose. Fortunately, this student was very financially savvy, and most of the courses she chose were free. The staff member paused as they passed them, wanting to speak but hesitant. Never mind. It's good for young people to have dreams. Once they realize Professor Lachaud is relentless in his pursuit of victims, they naturally learn to adapt. A year isn't a waste. At least they learn the lesson that cheap things aren't good, and good things aren't cheap. Respect. Blessings. After completing course selection, the students were told that choosing their own dormitories was no longer possible. They arrived too late, so they could either accept the school's random assignment or find roommates elsewhere in the star field. If they had the money, buying a place would be a good investment. Anna decisively chose the cheapest random option. Randomness was great. To her, her roommate didn't matter. If she couldn't reason, she talked physics. She definitely wouldn't beat a roommate to death, a complete stranger. Probably not. By the time they arrived at the central star field, all students had completed the admissions process. A specialized machine was responsible for receiving and filing paper documents. Students could simply walk over and place their documents in the correct location before leaving the starship. Logically, even a fool wouldn't make a mistake. Nerd students applying to First Truth University were already familiar with these procedures, but those who were just filling in the gaps were incredibly nervous. She hadn't been this nervous even when she was escaping prison with all her baggage. She went back and forth for a while, checking everything before, urged by someone behind her, submitting her documents. Is it necessary to be so cautious? It's not like she's never been to school. The student behind her grumbled quietly, and Anna mentally replied loudly, Yes, that's right, she hasn't been to school. After submitting their documents, the starship door opened, and the shuttles crisscrossed the sky nearby, a dazzling sight. For those who agree to the school's random dormitory assignment, your application has been accepted, and you may leave. For textbook pickup and class times and locations, please check the notifications on the computer. For those who choose to pay extra for projection classes, please confirm in advance that the time you are using is consistent with the school system. Anna opened the external device and took a look. Luckily, today's classes were over, so she didn't have to rush around looking for a classroom. Chapter 123. Graduate student dormitories and faculty dormitories are combined into one area, and Interstellar Peace Corporation has always been generous in its funding and sponsorship. Only when people are accustomed to a comfortable life will they choose money over faith. After all, it's easier to go from luxury to frugality than from frugality to luxury. Anna didn't have classes that afternoon, and the registration process had been hurriedly completed. She decided to first check out the quality of her single-choice roommate. The on-campus flying cars and starships are free for enrolled students. Simply swipe the corresponding page on your personal computer's external device. Thankfully, she had learned from Mr. Blade how to properly operate the various driving modes, so she managed not to attract any special attention. She lined up to board the car, swiped her ID, and the flying car automatically popped up with the following options: go to the dorms, or go to the classroom. There was no need to go to the classroom, which was about to end in 10 minutes, so Anna decisively chose the dorms. TSK, the architectural style of the Philosophy and History and Culture District is truly dazzling. Super high ceilings, super large domes, super thick columns, super white exteriors, and a supermodel-sized circular plaza. A circle of people gathered in the square, with two men in the middle, poised for a fight. Is campus life really this wild? If they can't reach a consensus, they force it? That's good, and she's more confident when it comes to physics. The speeder car quickly made a short point-to-point jump, and the white island-style building was replaced by the two-story buildings popular in Pierpoint. The Interstellar Peace Company specializes in plane folding. The dormitories appear small because the space is folded, reportedly using technology shared from the Genius Club. The dormitories are also pure white, square and sleek, creating a sense of uniformity. In short, aside from being prone to getting lost, it's also very resilient to any obsessive-compulsive disorder-related mental disorders. Anna messaged Blade on the speeder, telling him she successfully infiltrated the target area and to message him anytime she needed help. Mr. Blade, of course, never replied. His hands weren't very handy, and he didn't like voice interaction, so messages to him had to wait a while, until the message has been read message appeared. It was time to get off the speeder. I checked back in half an hour. The dorms randomly assigned by the school looked comfortable, at least from the outside. Carrying my prop box, I swiped my card to open the door, and was greeted by a few humans? Probably humans. The colorful long and short skirts on the average adult male, who was definitely over 1.8 meters tall, were undeniably eye-catching. The buttons on his chest were about to burst. Are you really Homo sapiens, and not apes? Anna calmly closed the door to block her view, and lowered her head to check the information on her personal computer's virtual screen. Why are there so many fluids in the dorms? Oh. Turns out I was just being careless. I received an application for accommodation before the school database was updated, so the academic affairs system randomly assigned me to a dorm with a fellow fluid student based on the male in my basic attributes. How interesting, gritting my teeth. Or maybe I should just live out there. It's okay to spend a little money. She picked up her suitcase and turned to leave when the door to the dorm, shielded from the visual pollution of the fluids, was flung open. What do you mean? A young man with soft pink hair and a small braid glared. Half an hour ago, the school's academic affairs system suddenly sent a message informing them that a new student had been assigned. It was a very special congenitally male, acquired female, vegetarian pica with homosexuality. After reading such a long buff, the only word that came to mind was outrageous. You know, the universe is vast and full of wonders. The existence of a very small minority who can change genders effortlessly is not a fantasy. Considering that the students being shoved in now were most likely the unfortunate ones kidnapped by space pirates in the news, everyone borrowed skirts and lined up to welcome him within half an hour to put him at ease. But not only did he not appreciate it, he even gave them the look of a slime-like alien brother and walked off. This concerns the male dignity of the brothers. If this newcomer can't explain himself, there's no end in sight. Anna, I'm sorry. She lowered her head decisively, her vision a sea of orange, yellow, green, dark purple, and crimson. She felt like she was going blind. You? His anger seemed to swell, and despite his strength, he was no less swift. He dodged, blocking Anna's path. Explain yourself. Why are you looking at me like that? If you insist, I just have to listen to some unpleasant things. It's not so bad. Anna really thought the guys in the room liked to dress like women. There's no school law prohibiting men from wearing skirts or women from wearing pants. Perhaps the new roommate just isn't as good with color matching, or perhaps they simply prefer a more dramatic contrast. Both are possible. After all, the academic system randomly assigns students based on the gender she previously entered, so there's a high chance they encounter someone with genuine gender identity disorder. In short, casually criticizing someone's aesthetic taste is extremely rude. This is First Truth University, not either prison. You wouldn't hang your roommate from the rafters just for a few words. The honest man racked his brains to come up with an excuse. My hometown is far from home, and on the way to school, I notice my grades aren't very good. If I hire tutoring, it might disturb you. So, I think it's better to move to a more secluded place. To be fair, if he hadn't had that initial look of bewilderment, confusion, and shock, he might have believed it. Hey, you saw me wearing a skirt, and you still want to run? Bad grades and need extra lessons? Fine. It's easy. He snatched the suitcase from Anna's hands without a word, crossed the threshold in a few steps, and when he noticed the person behind him hadn't caught up, he immediately turned and yelled, still standing there like an idiot. Afraid of embarrassing me, huh? Anna, Free tutor equals free homework auto-completer. Her footsteps were moving at a speed infinitely close to zero. Are all college students so easy to fool, or do scholars just not have very good eyesight? As she entered the common living room, she glanced in the wall mirror. Her hair had grown a bit longer, and she didn't look that manly after all. There are 4 people living in a dorm, each with their own room and bathroom. The only shared space is the living room. Your room is there. He angrily carried the suitcase to the door closest to the southeast corner. Sure enough, except for this one, all the other doors had students' names on them. The other 2 guys, dressed in bright colors, hung around curiously like dogs seeing a cat. Anna Faber Richter. She nodded at her 3 roommates, confirming that even the 3 of them combined were no match for her. It didn't matter if it was ugly. Her roommate had a good personality, which effectively made up for his lack of aesthetic taste. A white-haired young man in a khaki short-sleeved shirt and eggplant purple skirt smiled and extended his right hand. Phaeton, Faculty of Law, hello newbie. Anna also extended her right hand and briefly shook his. As usual, while her aesthetic was heartbreakingly appalling, her roommate had a good temper, and most importantly she couldn't beat her. His name is Damon's, Modern Galactic History. The one at the back is Sid, Natural Theology. What about you? Phaeton blinked his bright blue eyes, like a long-eyed dog, and the newbie's gaze cleverly missed his color scheme, natural theology. The student named Sid raised his hand and waved, disappearing quickly. I already exceeded my socializing quota for today, so that's all. Sid is introverted, but he was the first to respond to my suggestion. That's right. Can we dress differently on a regular basis? Would it offend you? The newbie was truly twisted. No matter how he looked like a handsome young woman, but his real gender was actually male. People with random genders tended to pay attention to details. For the sake of the overall harmony of the dormitory, they could make some concessions when greeting him, but they couldn't do so all the time, at least not during class, or Professor Laisho would call on them to answer questions. That would be fatal. Huh? Anna didn't understand why they thought dressing like soda bottles was the only way to avoid being offensive. If you were truly trying to offend me with your aesthetics, I dreaded the chaos in the dorm, but since my roommate had asked so politely, it seemed inappropriate to ignore her response. Everyone, just be yourself. Don't mind me. She looked away guiltily, too embarrassed to tell these truly fluid students that she just randomly filled in her buff gender as a joke. Saying it out loud always felt like stepping on someone's nerves. I don't mean to mock anyone's gender fluidity. I guess I'm really not cut out for socializing. Can I just go into the bedroom now? Phaeton forced a smile. Thank you. The newcomer was so embarrassed he barely dared look at anyone. Did he think he was being ostracized or bullied? They really didn't mean to mock someone with gender identity disorder. Then I won't disturb your rest. Uh-huh. Do you need us to wake you up tomorrow morning? Your 8 a.m. class. Do you want the projection or the classroom? He quickly ended the conversation. Anna tried not to be narrow-minded. Okay, thank you. Just knock on the door. I haven't checked the schedule yet. Books. A drone will deliver them. If you don't mind, we can pick them up and leave them at your door. Phaeton had already begun to retreat, but Damon's had retreated even earlier. Anna immediately grabbed her own dorm door. All three wanted to run, but they forced themselves to stay where they were. Wouldn't running too fast be rude? Phaeton decided to leave once Damon's did, and Damon's agreed. Anna mentally urged them both to leave quickly. The three of them looked at each other for a while, and then someone's personal computer suddenly beeped. Thank God. Finally saved, she flung open her bedroom door in one breath, as if she had been granted amnesty. Thank you so much for your help. Thank you, good night and goodbye. She used every polite word she knew. One more word would reveal her illiteracy. Whoever had sent her this message, it was her benefactor. Chapter 124. The compassionate and life-saving message came neither from Mr. Blade's unprecedented apparition nor from Delaney's concern for her money-making partner, but from one of the three scholars from the Xianzhou Alliance. The other party introduced himself elegantly, and sent a photo of a cute kitten to lighten the mood. I heard that there's a cat tax to join the Xianzhou Star Network community. Perhaps this was their special way of expressing their friendliness. But there were no other living creatures in this space right now, and Anna figured she couldn't just send out a message like tax. I get back to you later. I get back to you later. Dr. Jiaoqiu said you're interested in the culture of the Xianzhou Alliance? The other party's kind yet gentle manner saved the conversation from its demise. Anna pondered for a minute, not believing an academic discussion would expose her. Asking questions is also a form of communication. She simply asked. Who knows if the other party's answer will coincide with the assignment assigned by the professor at First Truth University? Scholars, after all. Aren't the scholars of the Xianzhou Alliance also scholars? It's definitely more reliable than my own homework anyway. Perhaps in the realm of deep thinking, the dimensions of intelligent species aren't fundamentally different. Yes, I'm interested. Of course, I'm even more interested in whether we can sell agricultural products there. It's just that it's not a good topic to start with. What if you don't like the local flavors of Boyce? As long as you're human, your standards for judging things shouldn't be too different. Anyway, I personally like the Xianzhou Alliance. Anna racked her brains to create a concise and obscure message that she herself could barely understand. Whether it's strange or not is not up for discussion. She really couldn't let the topic slip. Illiterate people are afraid of showing their weakness. She clicked on her friend's profile and confirmed that the IP address was in Luofu, Xianzhou. Their occupation was listed as the director of the library of the Dihing Division. She then opened a search engine and entered the job title. It turned out the director of the library meant a think tank administrator, equivalent to working in a library. He was indeed quite scholarly. This person didn't talk much. He became silent the moment he was online. Come to think of it, it didn't matter where he was at this hour. A little fishing was fine, but constant fishing was a stretch. It seemed scholars generally didn't talk much, and illiterate people pretending to be scholars were even less talkative. There's always the risk of saying something wrong. What if they accidentally said something illogical and foolish? Embarrassment for themselves was a minor issue, but having everyone's admission qualifications re-examined would be a major issue. After doing their best to improve her image, Anna stood up exhausted and headed for the bathroom. There was a shower installed for convenience. She caught sight of herself in the mirror, and suddenly realized she needed to trim her hair. If this length gets caught in the rain one day, wouldn't it look like a wanted poster? A system time later, a drone delivering textbooks and supplies landed outside the main gate. Phaeton watched through the window as it dropped a large package onto the doorstep. Thinking of his new roommate's lower-than-average height and build, he finally opened the door, carried the items in, and placed them outside his dorm. He's a man with a disability, but a strong will, who never forgets to study. Let him go, knock knock. Fabriquette, your textbooks and uniforms have arrived. Textbooks are mostly printed paper materials by the professors. In addition, each class includes an appendix with a list of supplementary reading materials. It's up to you whether to read them or not. Reading them doesn't guarantee a good grade, but not reading them will definitely result in a bad one. As for the school uniform, it's usually worn at important ceremonies, sponsored by the Interstellar Peace Company, and bears a resemblance to their employee uniforms. Thank you. The new roommate opened the door, wiping his wet hair. His black hair had once flowed down his shoulders, but a moment later, it had been trimmed even shorter. He was very handsome, a sharp, cold, and austere handsomeness, with a faint hint of rust. The new roommate had sharp gray-blue eyes. Phaeton lifted the package and showed it to Anna. Can I help you carry it in? She stepped back to make way. The desk by the window was spotless, with a chubby sheep-stuffed animal on it. Its presence made the room feel less like a simple, empty container. We arrived early, and thanks to Sid's uncle's help, we gotten a good overview of the school. If you need anything, just ask. Don't keep it to yourself. Yes. Compared to the chaotic acquaintance just now, the newcomer's words were now sparse and condensed. He seemed the type who was very frugal with words, perfectly fitting the stereotype of a philosophy scholar. Actually, it was quite good that he didn't talk. It made the interaction much easier. It looks like a new update has been applied to his character. Anna waited for her roommate to put down the package, then retrieved the thank you gift she had just prepared from her space button and slipped it to him. Thank you. Please help me distribute it. This guy is so friendly with everyone, so handing out snacks shouldn't be a problem. Wow. Phaeton was surprised to see the bag overflowing with all kinds of dried meat and dairy products. What did these starving young men call this? It was disaster relief food. Calling him Godfather wouldn't be an exaggeration. Damon's is a great cook. These past few days since school started, the three of us have secretly built a pot and hidden it in the dorm. Hey, if you're planning on sharing, just order some ingredients online from time to time, and don't worry about anything else. It feels like this is a bit of a violation, but, well, as long as it doesn't explode, and as long as the explosion goes unnoticed, it should be fine. Right? Got it. Anna nodded, agreeing to join the group. Very politely, she immediately pulled out a 3-year-old ham from her space button. Please. Phaeton, is this supposed to be in a student dormitory? What on earth is in the newcomer's space button? He took the ham, the weight of the precious ingredient making its presence felt. I call you at dinner time. Get some rest. The newcomer's bedroom door opened and closed again. White-haired girl knocked on the pink-haired door, carrying a pig's leg. Fabriquette asked me to pass on these ingredients and snacks to you. He subconsciously ignored Anna's obviously feminine name and addressed it only with her made-up surname. He divided the bag of dried meat curds, milk curds, and cheese into 3 equal portions, and shoved one portion along with the ham into Damon's pocket. It's my godfather. Yes. I go find Sid. He should still be awake. Hee. In the room, Anna, having received her textbooks, nervously opened the package to explore. The school uniform was on top. She tossed her shirt and pants, along with the packaging, onto the bed, revealing the despairingly thick paper material underneath. These were just for students to take to class. The school gave her a separate list telling her the names of the textbooks. She found that she couldn't understand some of the book titles even with the synesthesia beacon. The desperate illiterate scratched her freshly trimmed hair into a bird's nest, and seriously considered calling in sick tomorrow morning. That was definitely not an option. The aftermath of the Starship heist hadn't yet subsided. If she called in sick now, she'd be cordially escorted to the medical center by the school. But would she dare undergo that test? That lousy chip in her head was a disgrace. She'd better read at least a couple of pages. At least she learned. Whether she learned it or not was another matter. She checked her schedule on her computer. The first period tomorrow morning was her professional course, taught by none other than Professor Lachaud, who offered free classes. Anna laid out all her materials on the desk, tore off the name and address labels from the packages, and threw the trash to the dorm's standard round housekeeping robot. If there was trash in your room, it would be noisy, constantly repeating the Interstellar Peace Company appliance store advertisement until you gave it to it or put it away. She put her shirt, trousers, and the few remaining items of clothing in the closet and hung them up. The appliance store advertisement finally stopped. Tomorrow morning's textbook. She dug out an exceptionally thick, photocopied bound volume from a pile of varying thicknesses, opened the first page, and closed it. I'm sleepy. At this point, I might as well go to sleep. Phaeton knocked on the newlyweds' bedroom door, just as dinner was about to begin. A moment later, the door opened, and the newlyweds, shrouded in a sinister black aura, emerged with vacant eyes. Like a walking corpse, they tucked themselves into a round soft chair in the communal living room, uttering no words. 5 minutes later, Sid lay slumped beside him in a similar state. Do you have any complaints about my cooking? Damons, the chef, was extremely dissatisfied with this half-hearted eating situation. Phaeton looked sympathetically at the two unfortunate individuals, who had chosen the wrong profession and might never graduate. Please believe they have no complaints about your cooking. I checked the class schedule on the laptop, and their first period tomorrow morning is Professor Lachaud's professional course. His. The chef gasped. I leave 2 desserts in the fridge for lunch tomorrow. Sid's voice, as if from another world, thanked him. Thank you. Each class with Professor Lachaud was a life-or-death adventure. Life was impossible without something sweet. We both have Professor Anaxis's public class tomorrow afternoon. Phaeton didn't spare Damons either. For puddles of indescribable matter suddenly appeared next to the coffee table, which was being used as a dining table. Anna suddenly felt much better. It turned out that even these students, who had earned their place through the exams, found the course difficult. That was all right. Starting from the same point, those who are behind aren't necessarily behind those who have achieved it. Compared to these innocent, high-achieving students, she has her own advantages. After all, First Truth University wouldn't beat anyone to death if they failed their exams. She only needs to devote half the energy she put into jailbreaking to remedial work, and it shouldn't be a problem. It doesn't matter if the problem is big. The Xianzhou Alliance and the Interstellar Peace Company don't have much academic exchange like this. She can just hand the homework to the cat lover who goes by real name Internet Access. I'm not asking for a complete explanation, just a guide. Later, I take more pictures of the animals on campus and send him some snacks. That should be fine. Chapter 125. At 7:30 in the morning, Phaeton knocked on his roommates' doors, just as he promised. The 4 of them were in close proximity, so they could share a car and avoid competing with others. No one wanted to be late for class because they couldn't get one. Damons brought breakfast to distribute, and Anna used the Silver Alliance app to snag a free car, beating everyone else. Sid, barely breathing, climbed into the last seat and closed the door. Sid, is your uncle in a good mood today? The white-haired and pink-haired girls were deeply concerned about this question. Sid shoveled his breakfast into his mouth, replying, not bad. No obvious anger or joy. Eating in a car was certainly unethical, but carrying food into the classroom would likely expose him to more than just the shrill roar of a housework robot. It was more likely to be met with a deathly digital pen or a soul-searching question from the professor. Anna chewed with a puzzled expression. Damons, sitting next to her, choked up. Professor Anaxis is Sid's uncle. He's known as the credit killer at First Truth University, along with Professor Lachaud. He has the highest failure rate in the school, and the highest venom in the school. He's the type who could poison himself to death with just a lick of his lips. How could there be 2 such geniuses in the philosophy and history department? The students are truly lucky, haha. The thought of taking classes with these 2 makes me want to die. He looked truly ravaged. Anna immediately etched the words talk less, move less into her mind. Talk less so you don't seem too stupid, and move less so you don't attract the professor's attention. No matter how reluctant they were, the speeding car still stably and reliably carried them outside the classroom. Phaeton and Damons each headed off to their own destinations, while Sid and Anna trotted into the classroom, securing a front row seat. Since Professor Lachaud was so strict, why didn't they just take a less conspicuous spot in the corner? Anna, adhering to her try not to talk if possible personality ethos, observed for a week and immediately realized that Sid was right. Given the distance and height difference between the podium and the seats in the lecture hall, even sitting in the back corner wouldn't escape the professor's line of sight, making it more likely they'd be called upon to answer questions. Under the professor's watchful eye, as long as you behaved well and didn't cause any trouble, you generally wouldn't become a target. It's like the cubs of some large cats, who, from birth, learn to curl up flat to avoid predators from the sky. The point is the same. A textbook so thick it could kill you, plus a pencil, or maybe even a pencil, is the standard for philosophy classes. Those with photographic memories can even go without a textbook, as long as they're not afraid of being called on by the professor to answer questions. What kind of people study philosophy and history these days? To put it bluntly, most students are just checking out First Truth University to gild themselves so they can inherit the family business. The stratification between the front, middle, and back rows in the lecture hall is striking. The front row is either filled with genuinely interested individuals, or, like Delaney, unlucky individuals who were transferred here because their grades were a bit low but refused to give up and drop out, working hard to earn their diplomas. The middle row is filled with those who are a bit of a slacker, but not too slacker, future successful people dedicated to connecting with like-minded individuals. The students hiding in the corners and back rows look neither bright nor shrewd, simply half-hearted moneymakers. Professor Lachaux's classes were free, but living in the Star region, where the First Truth University was located, did come with its own costs. Remember to mute any external devices on your computer. Professor Lachaux is a hunter, and holding grudges is his nature. Sid weakly addressed the newcomer. The thought of meeting up with Phaeton and the others for his uncle's open class that afternoon made him feel like a star was about to explode. Anna suppressed her flustered nervousness and operated slowly. From another angle, she saw his expressionless, steady face. "Are you okay? Hurry up. That way I can use the excuse of taking a classmate to the doctor to escape the classroom." It's a shame that Sid only acted close to death, when in reality he was far from it. "I'm fine," he uttered a loud, almost pathetic groan. "Have you chosen your advisor yet?" "The only ones with open spots are Professor Lachaux and my uncle. Those arriving earlier tried their best to avoid them, leaving those coming later with a choice between the two. Either way they chose was the abyss. Random. Anna decided to leave everything to fate. After all, she wasn't sitting here for her diploma. The thought suddenly brightened and relaxed her. Sid's eyes were dull. "You have a really good attitude." As expected of someone who had escaped the clutches of space pirates, he recovered in just one night and was actively engaged in class. Anyone else would have had to take at least 2 weeks off. It wasn't a question of a good attitude. Anyone could have learned the ropes after spending half a year in Yver prison. Those who couldn't would have been shattered. The bell rang, and Sid immediately sat up straight, trying to appear more alert. He stopped talking and quietly waited for the professor to arrive. Philosophy of history. The moment these words appeared on the projection board, Anna felt a mysterious force pull her eyelids together. A cold voice came from behind. "Whether projected or in person, everyone in the last row will have 5 points deducted from their final score. Out of a full 100, this is only 95, less than a week into the semester." There were empty seats at the front of the classroom, but Sid was forcing his way back. It's hard to say whether the professor's indulgence in the previous classes was intentional. Anna swallowed, and Sid shuddered. A man with a plaster head strode up to the podium, holding a computer peripheral disguised as a slate. "I see a new face in the audience." The pale plaster head gleamed eerily under the daylight of the stars. "If you're here in time, because you realized your own stupidity, I'm happy for you." Perhaps he was trying to comfort the absent students and assure them that his absence, forced by force of nature, wouldn't count. The plaster head had no holes for eyes, so how exactly did this professor see? Under the plaster head's blank yet seemingly solid vision, Anna remained motionless, her gaze fixed on the slate in the other person's hand. "But I'm not afraid. He can't kill me anyway." Class begins now. After spending a precious 15 seconds observing the only student who hadn't chosen to flee, the professor drew out the digital pen, a weapon feared by all students, and wrote a word on the retro teaching aids behind him. Anna squinted hard. Her synesthesia beacon told her the word was logos, and her brain told her it wasn't something an illiterate person should consider. She had come across this word last night while studying late. It means everything is constantly changing, and this change occurs according to certain scales and laws. According to her own understanding, under the laws of nature, nothing remains static, just like fish in the water and birds in the sky, changing every day, every planetary hour, every second. "Let me test you." The professor finished his lecture in a swift 15 minutes, His plaster head tilted back slightly. The student whose name he called stood up tremblingly. It was a projection sitting in the back row. Professor Lachaud hadn't touched the book on the podium, but that didn't stop him from memorizing the contents by heart. Based on the Parmenides, explain your thoughts on the question of whether things are wholes or parts of shared ideas. Anna, ? Parmenides? Parmenides? Who is this? What is a shared idea? She looked helplessly at Sid, hoping his face would reveal the answer. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen. Sid's only advantage over her was that he had a vague idea of who Parmenides was. Rather than waiting, she might as well search the computer for clues. Hey! Thankfully, the external device had been muted. The unfortunate martyr stood in his seat and stammered his answers. Anna opened the textbook on the first page, found a clear spot to write Parmenides, and then selected a few key words from the vast sea of notes on the computer and marked them below. It wasn't that she didn't want to write more to appear diligent, but there were simply too many words and not enough time. Well, that's how it is with thinking-related subjects. Even if you see the answer, you won't want to copy it. In Anna's opinion, although the young man's answer wasn't fluent, his long answer was roughly in line with the high score recommended by the computer. So, it should be okay, right? The next second, the digital pen scraped against the air, piercing the answerer's forehead. I don't need a tape recorder that even jams in my class. Negative points, get out. The projector was smashed to pieces by the digital pen, and it took about 5 minutes before it could be reconnected and back to class. He really got out of the classroom. No, at least he put in the effort to find the answer. At least he showed his attitude. Was there any need to kick him out? Pay attention to my question, my dears. The professor left a word blank for the students to imagine. It's based on your thinking, not a search on the Star Network. I know the First Truth University has excellent internet access, so I don't need you to remind me. Next you. Stand up and answer my question. The plaster head looked intently at the two people sitting right under his nose, one of whom was Anaxer's nephew. Sid looked almost breathless. In previous classes, Professor Lachaud had never questioned students in the front row, but today he caught him by surprise. He looked truly grim. For such an introvert, public execution would be worse than his actual death. Anna sighed, foreseeing handing Elio her report card with a negative average as a task report. Okay, Professor. My thoughts are. It wasn't Sid Anaxer's nephew who stood up to answer the question, but Anna Febricht, the late freshman, who had arrived with him. Chapter 126. My thinking is that things are neither wholes nor parts of the idea that participates in them. Based on the debate between the two philosophers in the Parmenides, their conflict can be attributed to the question of whether concepts should exist independently of objects. However, concepts separated from the existence of things themselves are meaningless. Just as I consider something beautiful or ugly, just or unjust, I must be a living person with normal physiological functions to support my thinking. We cannot imagine how a non-existent person could define existing things. Their definitions have no practical significance. If the professor doesn't want students to read according to the answers provided by the Star Network, then his request is not difficult to understand. Put forward your own opinions, and then make them plausible and sound reasonable. This semester has just started, and the students are just beginners in research. Even if their answers don't meet the professor's expectations, they won't be smacked with a digital pen. Blatantly changing concepts? Is it audacious or a deliberate strategy? Professor Lachaud's plaster head moved. This student recruited from a remote galaxy is quite interesting. Am I to understand that you believe in the primacy of matter, not consciousness? Then, my next question is, how do you explain the revelationists' invocation of the star gods? It's well known that the star gods are concepts, not individuals. Their response, as a projection of consciousness, truly impacts material existence. The professor's voice sounded stern. Any unfortunate individual who hadn't studied well would undoubtedly doubt their position and change their words in an attempt to curry favor with the professor. This tactic of extreme pressure won't work on an illiterate person. Their knowledge base is too limited to allow them to go astray. Professor, I can't explain it. I'm sorry. Anna had no idea what he meant, so she honestly admitted her mistake. But I think the star gods aren't unknowable. Perhaps we see them as a collection of concepts now, but from a higher dimension, they're just perfectly normal creatures. Buzz? Vritas Ladio's eyebrows arched slightly beneath his plaster head. Anna Febricht stood still amid the uproar. What a brazen and blasphemous statement. Was she really studying natural theology, not how to eliminate higher dimensional creatures living in nature? Never mind. At least, it was a thoughtful answer. Let's not discuss its right or wrong. Philosophy doesn't have right or wrong. The key is how to achieve a logically consistent and closed-loop thinking process. Sit down, he said, quelling the clamor in the classroom. Let's move on to the next question. Anna sank back into her chair, relieved. Heather silently extended a hand from under her arm and gave a thumbs up. Keep up the momentum, buddy. We're counting on you this afternoon. Professor Laisha wouldn't repeatedly hound a single student for questions in the same class. That would be unfair, both to the student being questioned and to those who lost the chance to answer. He already had a rough idea of Fiberwick's abilities. Whether she was intelligent or not was uncertain, but she certainly had a functioning brain. Looking at a classroom full of students who looked like plants like potatoes, winter melons, and mushrooms, the sudden appearance of a brain, even if its shape was slightly odd, was quite refreshing. After the course ended, the young, novice scholars celebrated their survival for another day and scrambled back to their dormitories. Sid followed Anna like a mother hen, following her every step. Although the Fiberixian looked thin and small, his back was truly tall and strong. In a moment of crisis, he stepped forward to protect his unfamiliar roommate, whose brain would freeze in the face of crowds. What a noble moral integrity. By the time they returned to the dormitories, Phaeton and Damon's had already returned. In the refrigerator, a dessert made with Boyce's specialty milk was chilling. Anna and Sid each enjoyed a piece. I heard you openly declared in Professor Laisha's class that Tan are a living being. Oh my goodness, don't be alone from now on. Some religious fanatics are particularly annoying, so be careful not to be bullied by them. Phaeton was quite talkative, waving his laptop computer around in front of Anna. The people who are cursing you are lining up all the way from the classroom door to the dorm. It's a good thing we're having the same open class this afternoon. Anna glanced indifferently at his laptop computer, housed in a sky blue chimera shell. She paid less attention to online comments than a sweet milk pudding under a spoon. Oh! Let them curse. What's the big deal? A true warrior is the one who dares to challenge her. I promise I won't be the first to use piano wire. Don't be afraid, Damon said, sitting nearby with his arms folded. We won't stand by and watch you get bullied just because you're helping Sid out of good intentions. Although Fabric was thin and slender, most of those fanatics weren't much stronger than he was. Professors might get physical when their debates got heated, so wasn't it normal for hot-blooded students to fight? As long as they weren't caught, it wasn't against school rules. Presumably, everyone shared the same sentiment, and conflicts would only occur in secluded corners. So what was there to worry about? Just unleash your fists and kicks. Anna, inexplicably given the weak and timid persona, ate her portion of pudding, her eyes instinctively glancing at Sid's plate. As we say, even brothers have to settle accounts. Sid, clutching his plate, turned his back on her. Damon's dessert was incredibly delicious, but he'd already eaten half. There was no way he could pass the leftovers to his friend. Wouldn't that be humiliating? He'd rather buy more snacks to thank Fabric for saving him from danger. Before class that afternoon, Anna received a call from Delaney. She excitedly informed her partner that her online store had finally passed review, then offered the address of her rental. I rented a place a little way out. It's nice, with its own storage. Would you like to come take a look? Of course I would, and I also like to take over any goods that could be stored and sold. The space button had to be freed up, so she could stuff her textbooks in. Anna had been walking around in class today, carrying a textbook that doubled as a pillow. It was really heavy. I'd be there tonight. Making money, primarily for yourself? If she wasn't proactive about something so important, was there something wrong with her? Anna opened the virtual screen on her personal computer to check the date, confirming that her 5-day-a-week schedule was a regular schedule. The goods Ms. Maya had shipped wouldn't arrive in the Star region, where First Truth University was located until next weekend. Oh! Do you have a date tonight? Is it a junior from undergraduate school? What major? As the bell was about to ring, Phaeton couldn't contain his curiosity about the newcomer. As a male student in his mid-20s, he had too much energy and nowhere to use it. Not destroying the house was a good thing. We met on the Starship, and we teamed up to open an online store. Snacks don't matter who you sell them to, so why not give them free advertising? Phaeton snapped his fingers. Is that what you treated everyone to yesterday? So good. Delicious. I was just worried I'd run out of places to buy them. Send me the link later. The professor walked past the back of the room, lecture notes in hand. The white-haired young man, who had been silent for less than 5 seconds, approached again. Would you like me to go out with you tonight? Don't get me wrong, you're easy to spot if you're on your own right now. He gestured toward the back of the room. Anna turned her head to look back. A row of weaklings were trying to act menacing, but their efforts were so harmless that they seemed ridiculous. Heh! The newcomer's sneer was sharper than her gaze. Phaeton felt a chill on the back of her neck as she saw Febertek raise his middle finger, a universal sign of friendship, toward the fanatics holding up sacred objects as if to exorcise them. Is this guy a protector? He's such a hater. Feberket moved quickly, provoking him before quickly returning to his seat. Professor Anaxis, standing still on the podium, glanced around and saw a row of middle fingers. TSK, when did the concentration of idiots at First Truth University become this high? All you foolish losers clutching religious relics, you can leave my class. I guarantee every one of you will get a standard 59 at the end of the semester. Phaeton, Damons, Anna, Is Professor Anaxis the type to explode at the slightest disagreement? This is incredibly despicable. Sid covered his face with his hands, hoping he wouldn't be recognized and end up getting beaten up for his careless elder. According to the custom of most ethnic groups in the universe, Professor Anaxis was actually his mother's younger brother, making him his uncle. However, he took his mother's surname, and during school registration, those unaware simply saw the shared surname and assumed they were uncle and nephew. Professor Anaxa found those people's foolishness amusing and allowed this misunderstanding to continue, thus turning his uncle into his uncle. With someone like that, how could you expect him to behave and stay out of trouble? Glancing at his useless nephew, Professor Anax's gaze settled on Fiber Richter, who was beside him. A vegetarian pica sufferer who was born male and later female, but also has homosexuality. While he might be a bit of a smartass, he pulled away in time to confess his folly to the staff and offered to correct it. He could still be given another chance. But considering the trouble she'd gotten him into, I'm sure she'd never be so easily clever again. Anna steeled herself and remained motionless after being stared at meaningfully by Professor Anaxis for a moment. Humph. He averted his gaze and tapped the blackboard. In my class, silence is golden. I hope you will remember this iron rule. Please conduct any discussions outside of the classroom. The circular lecture plaza sponsored by the Interstellar Peace Company is not just for show. Some professors hounded students with questions like they were interrogating a criminal, while others tried to stop them from even breathing. The difference between people was truly enormous. Chapter 127. After class, Phaeton told Damons and Sid that he and Febrick were going to the undergraduate college to visit their junior. 3 boys, primarily the white-haired and pink-haired, engaged in a rather childish competition between males. In the end, modern galactic history won because it had more characters than law. So, there were 2 more humans in the car heading to their destination than expected. These young people are so lively that anything can become a subject of competition. I'm glad they didn't at least find a bathhouse and compete to see who can soak in the hot water the longest. On the way, Anna messaged Delaney, asking if she couldn't accept 3 strange men in her area, then she would reason them out and send them back to their homework. After confirming that they were 3 free laborers, Delaney enthusiastically said that the undergraduate cafeteria was delicious, and that she was welcome to help her with her work and treat her to a meal. She even suggested inviting a few more female students to make the seniors look good. That's completely unnecessary. Anna doesn't consider herself that close to her roommates, and the idea of matchmaking is bizarre. She's clearly better at tying people up or hanging them from piano wire than just blindly putting them together. While there's a suspicion of her roommates being the ones to rip them off, the student cafeteria charges aren't high. Delaney cheerfully stated that there's no rush, saying they discuss it after the loading and unloading workers are in place. Most of the residential buildings within the First Truth University star system look identical. Sid explained that this is because the person in charge of the construction company has obsessive-compulsive disorder and mysophobia. The uniform, all-white buildings bring him back to his senses. Plus, the money is spent, and that's how things turn out. The car stopped outside a 2-story building that looked identical to the graduate student dormitories. Delaney stood at the doorway, welcoming the guests warmly. Sister Anna. The young woman swooped over and clung to her. Phaeton, standing beside her, cast an envious glance. He considered himself just as handsome as his roommate, but the junior student didn't even glance at him. I'm taller than Fiberricht. Damon snorted in mockery. Sid ducked his head and leaned sideways, his shoulders shaking violently. Just stand still. Anna spoke in a distressed voice and reached out to pat Delaney's shoulder. After expressing intimacy and friendship, Delaney finally let go of her money-making partner. You seem to be doing well, that's great. I'm doing well too. Who are these people? My roommates, random ones, Anna gave up on explaining the chaotic backstory and pointed to 3 pillars and introduced them. Phaeton, Damons, and Sid, from the philosophy and history section of the graduate school. The three men quickly returned to their human form and greeted the undergraduate students with a humble and unpretentious manner, not making a single offensive joke and remaining extremely restrained and polite. Anna, why are these people so two-faced? Where are all those silly little jokes you're using to skewer each other? This is a friend I met on the passenger starship. We opened an online snack shop together, specializing in agricultural and sideline products from the Lyra constellation. Anna, believing she finished her introductions, turned to Delaney and said bluntly, "Where's the warehouse? I deliver the goods you need." Hey! Follow me." Delaney ushered the guest inside. The identical public living room was empty. "Seniors, just grab your drinks from the fridge. I won't bother with anything." She hugged Anna's arm and recounted her rental experience. "There aren't enough student dorms in the undergraduate area. When we arrived, the school provided us with housing information. I chose a place a little further away than right next to the classroom, similar to the graduate school dorms. Haha, it's a bit more expensive, but it means fewer roommates and less hassle. I even rented the second floor for storage. Just because the exterior looks the same doesn't mean the interior is the same. This place is actually closer to the graduate school, so Delaney was able to get it right the first time. What are you doing in class? Projecting?" Anna followed her upstairs. Phaeton opened the fridge and pulled out 5 bottles of drinks. "What can I do for you?" "Just put the goods on the designated warehouse shelves. After the initial sorting, the engineering robots will handle loading and unloading. I'm not very good at setting them up, so please excuse me, seniors." Delaney turned to look at the white-haired young man with a friendly and welcoming attitude. Free labor. Everyone was emotionally intelligent, so no one questioned Anna directly about her assignment to the men's dormitory. Phaeton, a classmate, even imagined a tragic drama of a man's body, a woman's heart. A woman's soul residing in a man's body was truly uncomfortable. As they spoke, they reached the second floor. Delaney had extensively installed shelves and temperature control systems, demonstrating her dedication to this online store and her strict adherence to food hygiene. These shelves store pork, beef, chicken, duck, and other dried meats. Less dry dairy products are also stored in this room, where the temperature is lower. The household cleaning robot rolled around at everyone's feet. Sid bent down and grabbed it to check the program. Why isn't it in disinfection mode, but instead in pest control and cleaning mode? He scratched his mint green hair, puzzled. Delaney spread her hands. I always said I'm really not good with machines. The floor was clean, so he simply sat on it, holding the household cleaning robot and poking and prodding it. Leave it to Sid. He also be in charge of our dormitory's cleaning robot. Phaeton nudged Damons with his elbow. Get to work? Humph. Damons had already rolled up his sleeves, his muscular tones defined and beautiful. Anna pulled out the space button, and a small mountain of goods quickly formed on the ground. This is half of Ms. Maya's warehouse, and the other half will arrive this weekend. She brought the price back up to the higher price she had offered the second time, never specifying how much she had paid for the warehouse's worth of snack jerky. She could be perceived as greedy, but Ms. Maya couldn't be mistaken for fickle. The trust between suppliers and sellers is fragile, especially at first. I brought these directly from the Lyra constellation, so there's no shipping cost this time. You just need to pay the agreed-upon purchase price. Sell them now, and settle at the end of the month. Typically, the buyer pays 50% up front, with the remaining 50% settled upon delivery, but Anna didn't bother calculating that. She wasn't an Interstellar merchant. Sister, you're so kind. Delaney practically clings to her. Not only does she not hold back on the payment, she even gives a discount. Such a generous senior. Phaeton and Damons, busy moving things and sorting inventory, found a moment in their busy schedule to join the conversation. Have you got the link ready? Need help with the store page design? Don't bring out your awful aesthetic sense. It's not easy for a junior to run a small business. Damons frowned at his friend's color combination of earthy yellow and purple. All those dresses and clothes he borrowed were all brightly colored. Was this guy cursed by the pure beauty star god? Delaney smiled and said, I send the link to Sister Anna right away. Seniors, please take a look. Anna silently freed her arm to operate the external computer device. The first thing she saw was a notification that the information in the academic affairs system had been successfully modified. Great. She had finally returned from congenitally male, acquired female, and homosexual vegetarian Pika to a normal human woman. Then came the message from Cheong. This guy was particularly curious about how Anna had managed to hide her illiteracy among a group of galactic elites. She skipped over the guy's rather gloating sarcasm and continued reading. Lu Ying was worried about her two colleagues, who were away on missions, especially the newcomer. So, she sent an emergency signal to Anna, urging her to remember that if Mr. Blade issued the signal, she must remain silent or evacuate immediately. Observe the details of the situation. The king's orders are unwavering. Borrow a city to borrow a city. Another piece of stuff the illiterate can't understand. I open it up and ask what real name internet access means. The latest news was indeed a link to the online store from Delaney. Anna was startled and, without further thought, sent it to her friends. At the same moment, everyone in every corner of the universe who had added her as a friend received the same message. A beautiful red-haired professional woman hesitated for a moment as she looked at the online store link. After clicking it, she carefully considered the product list and immediately placed an order. She had 2 children, so naturally, the more snacks the better. The black-haired capitalist had long since shut down his old communicator and shoved it into the back of a drawer. The blonde youth, upon seeing the link, assumed it was a scam message. He was busy luring pigs into the cage for slaughter. Only by rising to a higher position could he wield more power, and only then would he be able to change the board's decision before the 3 billion plus bounty was claimed by the bounty hunters. Several Foxmen on the Yaoqing immortal boat also received the message. Juqiu picked out some snacks specially marked spicy. Junyu hesitantly replied, "Do you need help optimizing the store's website? Please don't let Miss Delaney know about this, thank you." Another white-haired scholar from far away in Luofu bought some dairy products. The elderly preferred small sweets to the difficult-to-digest dried meat and jerky. The little girl on Zhu Mingxianzhou had no idea her doting grandfather had bought her a bunch of all sorts of snacks from a distant alien galaxy. "Wow! Sister Anna, you're amazing." Delane leaped from her seat. Sales were already taking off just after she sent out the link. "And you said you didn't have many connections. As long as people bought them, she had the confidence to sell all these delicious snacks. Credit points, credit points, credit points coming in from all directions. Let's join in the fun." Phaeton looked at the online store page and bought one of each snack. Damons and Sid did the same, and Sid even bought an extra one. Without looking up, he explained, "I give them to my uncle. He might laugh at me, but if I don't tell him about something interesting, he's not going to laugh at me." Delane, shock. This time, we had to strike hard. Order takeout. Treat the seniors. Chapter 128. I was so scared. As soon as the lights went out, my heart sank. I thought I was doomed. Those pirates were truly ruthless, and I hadn't even finished writing my suicide note. But guess what? The backup lighting system activated within 10 minutes. A whole pile of pirates fell, and Anna even chased one away with a dry bread stick. Anna had never mentioned the passenger ship hijacking to her roommates, and Phaeton and the others hadn't bothered to ask. Only someone as socially inclined and thick-skinned as Delaney could have spoken so openly about her narrow escape. Sid stared at Anna with starry eyes. Despite his delicate appearance, he was truly a man of action, eager to help others. Damon's was more focused on the details of the scene. "You're saying that the ship's lighting failed, and within less than 10 minutes of everyone losing sight, dozens of pirates were killed by unknown individuals, and no organization later claimed responsibility? That defies common sense. There must be a special reason." The Immortal Boat Alliance arrived soon after. The specific results of the investigation haven't been released yet, so I don't know. A drone delivered takeout, and the table was covered with takeout boxes. A group of people sat in the living room. Phaeton rubbed his chin and smirked at Anna. "What were you thinking, Febrit? Hitting the pirates with breadsticks?" "Ha ha. As expected, my new friend wasn't good at fighting, but he didn't resign himself to fate in a life-or-death situation. He fought back. Even if his method of resistance was a little cute, it was still commendable. Dry breadsticks are hard and strong." Delane clenched her fists and argued, her eyes wide. "Bang, bang, bang, it works." "Ha ha." Phaeton laughed and nodded. If her junior schoolmate said it worked, then so be it. After all, there wouldn't be any vicious thugs infiltrating First Truth University. As long as she stayed on campus, she'd be safe. "Anna, ha! Ha! Huh? Are you cold, sister?" Delane put down her cutlery. Anna waved her hand. "No, it's fine." She wasn't allergic to any major human food. The school dorms, thanks to the company-sponsored cleaning robots, were free of high concentrations of inhalable particulate matter. And it wasn't the season for allergens. Even the dreadful conditions of a Velt prison hadn't caused her to catch a cold. She had no idea why she was sneezing now. Maybe someone's missing you, Sid said softly. He was happy to listen, but speaking to more than 3 people was difficult. His mouth felt like it was covered in lard, and he couldn't open it. Perhaps, Anna smiled, but she didn't say anything. After dinner, the 4 graduate students promptly departed. Delaney's roommates also returned. Judging by their faces, they were either math or physics gurus. A group of liberal arts students, trembling in the shadow of the mathematical and scientific masters, fled in a group. Are those from graduate school? The roommates gazed curiously at the tall figures. Delaney nodded and smiled. Yes, they're all my sister's friends in philosophy, history, and law. Getting into First Truth University's undergraduate program was difficult enough, and the graduate program acceptance rate was a shockingly low 1 in 10,000. Wow! The girls were incredibly curious, but it was a shame the mysterious seniors ran away so quickly. Philosophy, history, and law, these 3 disciplines gave rise to the nascent sciences of humanity in the ancient past, and many of these methods of thinking are still common in various scientific researches even in the interstellar age. It can be said that those great sages were often masters of philosophy, law, and history, as well as mathematicians, physicists, chemists, and even educators. Disciplines that exhaust human wisdom and thinking always connect at a higher level, just as scholars' paths to truth vary widely, yet their pursuit remains the same. So next time, I must catch one and observe him carefully. Huh, I finally escaped. Phaeton wiped away the non-existent sweat and let out a long sigh. One schoolgirl is cute, but a whole group is not, especially one with those gleaming eyes. I always feel like I'd be lying on the lab table and being divided up by the pound any second. Humph, you didn't even take this opportunity to show off your gift for smooth talk? Damons tried to shame him with a sneer, but Sid quietly debunked his pretense. He whispered to Anna, Damon's math, well, he almost failed in undergraduate school. If his teacher hadn't known he'd given it his all and given him a break, he probably wouldn't have gotten into First Truth University's graduate school. Anna, guilty. She knew every word in the textbook, but putting them together made for an incomprehensible sentence. And math. Let alone math. From the very beginning, First Truth University would never approve any student who failed a course during undergraduate studies, no matter what it was. It seemed like Damon's had a very close call, and was almost rejected. The burly young man with soft pink hair rolled his eyes, and muttered a silent curse. It was probably slang from his hometown, but it wasn't a pleasant word. A few days later, the academic system finally assigned each student their major's instructor to their personal laptop. Anna, dazed, half slumped in a soft chair in the communal living room, motionless. The others were in a similar state. Professor Lachaud's classes were free, but he was a lifesaver. You have to watch them, at least for my future thesis. Phaeton's beautiful blue eyes dimmed, and his lush white fur grew limp. Sid was already a dead cat. Damon snorted in agreement, letting everyone know he was still alive. Anna didn't want to move. It didn't matter who her instructor was. She could just pick any professor the system randomly assigned. Meeting an illiterate person like her was her karmic retribution. Let's watch it together. Anyway, Damons didn't finish his words when Sid sighed. My uncle won't let me off. Other relatives would give their children free rein, but his mother's brother would be even stricter with his only nephew. Ah. 4 weak sighs echoed simultaneously, as if prearranged. Anna opened the external device on her personal computer and glanced at it. Great, then blacked out. Ah. Heather tangled her green hair into a tangle of straw. I knew it would be like this. Phaeton and Damons were like him. Professor Anaxa. Me too. The 3 of them looked at the only brave enough to answer a question in class. Anna showed them the page on the external device, Vrida's Ladio. The other 3 stood in awe. Professor Anaxa, by comparison, at least wouldn't murder someone in public with a digital pen. She put away her external device, and casually asked another question. The headquarters of the Polymath Society seems to be on campus. Has anyone been there? No. Phaeton and Davis shook their heads. Sid whispered, I've been there. I've been there to help Uncle submit the reports he didn't bother to submit. It's right next to the teaching area where we take classes. Graduate students are divided into master's and doctoral programs, divided by degree. Since everyone was already in the center of the galaxy, any direction closer to the center wasn't far. Oh, an old acquaintance of mine just transferred to the society. I haven't been able to visit him these past few days, so I'm planning to go over this weekend. Knowing it wasn't far, Anna felt relieved. Mr. Blade seemed lost when he left, not replying to messages or calls. Kafka had taken Cheong on another mission, and it was only during a break from work that Firefly told her that he hadn't returned to the base. If you don't return to the base, the mission isn't completed. Do you have any old acquaintances? At this point, Phaeton perked up. Feverket's friends were all sweet, soft-spoken women, so his old acquaintance must be a remarkable woman. Anna looked at her suddenly perky, her cheap roommate puzzled, completely bewildered by his excitement. Why can't I have old acquaintances? I wasn't created from stone. Nothing, you mean a transfer. To a professor? Phaeton's curiosity was piqued. Not all professors were like Leisho, and Axis, and the others. Many scholars in the Society of Knowledge possessed approachable and good personalities. What fake identity had Silver Wolf created for Mr. Blade? An engineer or a mechanical designer? Anna thought for a moment. I don't know if he teaches classes, their majors are quite different. Mr. Blade was a master swordsman, something she had absolutely no experience with. Then you have to go to the starport to pick up the goods and visit old friends this weekend. How can you handle it? Damons formed the drink bottle into a small metal ball and accurately shot it diagonally at the household cleaning robot across the communal living room. Maybe your instructor will ask you to clear your weekends and not schedule so tightly. Stop smashing it. It's hard to find parts if you break it. Sid complained softly. I'm not some expert who can repair a mecha with my bare hands. The first household cleaning robot was provided free of charge by the company, but students would have to pay for repairs or replacements themselves. They're not cheap. Damons raised his hand to apologize. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. If it breaks down again, I pay for it. These were bad habits he picked up back home. Luckily, it was just a small metal ball squeezed from a soda can. At most, it cracked the robot's exterior. But it's not appropriate to constantly burden roommates with maintenance on shared machinery. Other people's time is equally valuable and shouldn't be wasted. Yes. Sid accepted his apology and opened the virtual screen on his personal computer to show Anna. We're here. The Institute's headquarters is here. As the crow flies, it only takes half an hour by airspeed. Of course, in a straight line. Airspeeders fly through the air, so there's no need to worry about traffic. Thank you, Anna wrote down the map. If Professor Leisho doesn't notify me today or tomorrow, I go back to my work this weekend. She had already made all the necessary preparations for dropping out, so she wasn't worried about the supervisory committee. After all, Veritas Leisho couldn't beat me to death. Chapter 129. The next morning, Anna received a meeting notification from the Academic Affairs system, declaring her weekend plans completely ruined. The best she could do was help Delaney pick up some goods. Forget about exploring the Polymath Society headquarters. The starport was located on the edge of the system, and getting there from the graduate school required a small starship, a trip that almost took up a whole day. She had no memory of attending school before this, and had no idea how long a meeting with a professor would take. Maybe a few hours, maybe more than 10. She couldn't just abandon her teacher and walk away without a word. She would definitely keep her mouth shut and do whatever she was told. So what happened to Mr. Blade? 30 minutes later, the Star Corps hunter slacking off in the front row and the Star Corps hunter standing on the podium exchanged bewilderment, each finding this unexpected reunion absurd. Anna, I never expected Mr. Blade to actually become Mr. Blade. How can I put it? The limitations of illiteracy were fully demonstrated at this moment. We copied whatever class our neighbor took, and the result was despair upon despair. Those pretending to be students were desperate, and those pretending to be lecturers were even more desperate. Ren couldn't understand why Anna was here. How could she have the nerve to take this class? Didn't she even know addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division? And yet, she took a general mechanics course? First Truth University's general mechanics course was definitely not a general mechanics course in the ordinary sense. Anna, for the sake of being in this together, could you give me a credit? Ren, Look at me. No, Anna, Can't I even promise not to cause trouble in your class? Ren, Bad memories loomed. No way, Anna, Please. Help, Ren, Ahem, kids, I'm so sorry. The projected white-haired professor looked pale and breathless. She apologized to everyone who had chosen this course. Due to the inevitable effects of aging and an unexpected illness, the instructor has been temporarily replaced by a researcher recently transferred from another star field. He's a very talented scholar, only less well-known due to his youth. With time, his achievements will surely surpass mine. After the uproar, the classroom returned to silence. Most of the students who chose this general education course were there for the 2 points. There was no need to delve into who gave them the points. Just having them was enough. Anna, what a surprise. So how old is Mr. Blade this year? Would he really not be driven to a killing spree by his students? If I killed the lecturer right then and there, would I be expelled? Ben stood on the stage, silently flipping through his notes, occasionally looking up to exchange glances with Anna, but more often than not, he ignored the students below. A long-forgotten memory seemed to resurface, a similar fragment flashing through his mind, and someone beside him chuckled and sighed. Just a bunch of potatoes with human faces, their cerebral cortexes are 99% pristine. Snap. The lecturer closed his notes and raised his hand to turn on another projector. Is it still necessary to read notes for something so basic? Someone in the first row, an illiterate man, shuddered, quickly opened his notebook, and with the speed of a hand that could kill dozens of pirates in 5 minutes and give a colleague a stab to restart him, he became a typewriter and frantically recorded the lecture. I couldn't understand, let alone hear, but that didn't matter. I could memorize it. I simply imprinted the various projected numerical combinations into my brain as patterns and designs. It didn't matter if others dismantled Mr. Blade's work, but I couldn't. This was the bond between us, fellow Star Corps hunters. Blade, Is there something wrong with the Areola people's admission criteria? The Star Corps hunters were all flawed here and there, and the new guy was a clueless, stubborn, and inexplicably scribbled away with a sense of responsibility, as if he didn't know his laptop had a screen recorder. After an hour and a half, the students left the classroom either completely captivated by the new instructor's brilliant thinking, or completely obsessed with his looks. Anna, who had been lingering at the back, put away her notes and stood up, quickly walking towards Blade. Blade, with the utmost respect for the teacher, took a few steps back, keeping his distance from the female student. Follow me. The two of them, one in front of the other, left the classroom, like strangers, and walked into the corridor. A blue-robed scholar, wearing an olive branch on his head, walked in the other direction. Seeing Anna, he slowed his pace slightly and looked at her. She was very sensitive to the lingering gaze, and immediately turned her head to meet the other person's eyes. After confirming that the person had no ill intentions or potential for attack, she retracted her gaze, lowered her eyelids, and quickly walked away. Vrida's Lad Island, 5 points deducted for disrespecting the teacher. Exiting the Ionian-style colonnade, Blade wandered around and chose the garden shrub maze as the place to talk. No students hid there during the day to feed the mosquitoes, and couples only dared to sneak in for dates at night. At the center of the maze stood a pavilion entwined with carved roses, large enough for the two of them to sit and talk without worrying about being overheard. He sat down and waited for less than 3 minutes before Anna suddenly appeared before him. Mr. Wren, how have you been these past few days? Are you feeling well physically? Mentally? Do you need a refresher? Give me your notebook. This was definitely Wren's most visceral moment, like a silhouette from the past projected onto the present. In a land he could never return to, he had once been driven speechless by empty-headed students, just as he was today. Anna shut up and obediently handed over her notebook. It didn't matter if she couldn't learn, but she had to show a learning attitude. This was the lesson she had learned from Damon's. The pavilion was surrounded by the chirping of birds and insects, and now the soft rustling of pages was added. A gentle breeze blew, and under the warm sunlight, the illiterate, sniffing the scent of knowledge, dreamed of struggling in the ocean of learning. Encountering a sea monster, and despite her best efforts failing to defeat it, she gripped the stone table in the pavilion with one hand to prevent herself from slipping. She finally managed to sit back up, only then rubbing her eyes with her other hand. Sorry. It took all her professional ethics to keep from falling asleep in the classroom, and now it was only natural that she couldn't help herself. I hope you won't be as relaxed as you are now when your own play begins. The man sitting opposite her tossed her densely packed notebook back at her. Keep your notes like this for every class, and I give you a passing grade based on the word count. What more could you ask of an illiterate woman with no knowledge of science or engineering? She shouldn't sleep in class, she shouldn't play with her laptop or external devices, and she should listen carefully and take notes. That was all she needed. If those idiots at the Industrial and Commercial Division had been even half as capable as she was, he wouldn't have had his hair turn gray so early. Yeah, Anna clenched her fist. 2 credits. Got it. Now, to answer your initial question, I'm fine and ready to begin. He briefly explained what Anna's cooperation would be. You don't have much to do. Her undercover work would come in handy later. There was no need to expose her so early. A few undetectable assistive and cleanup tasks would suffice. Also, before you leave, Elio asked me to remind you not to forget to take care of that dead chip in your head. Death from a brain infection, while painful, carried little risk of resurrection. He envied her. How about, I kidnap a doctor from the medical school? Anna saw the word fantastic on Ren's expressionless face. Okay, I seriously consider it. Perhaps the chip is the cause of my memory loss? Mr. Ren, can't you just treat me like a machine? Sorry, just pretend I didn't say anything. This guy gets angry when he says he's angry, and when he gets angry, he crosses his arms and closes his eyes. Is that what he means by out of sight, out of mind? Humph. The man snorted coolly, briefly and forcefully, his words concisely to the point. With your brain, how can you compare to the Golden Man? The circuitry in the Golden Man's brain is far more complex than yours. Anna couldn't find a suitable way to retaliate, and she couldn't reach a consensus with her colleagues at work. So she pulled out her external optical computing device and started prodding it. The first person to laugh out loud was Cheong. They're both Star Corps hunters, but one stands on the podium and the other sits down. What a huge difference. Silver Wolf, are you doing this on purpose? The super hacker sent a smug emoji that said it all. She didn't dare to dance around under the lecturer's nose during class, but after class, she didn't mind in front of her colleagues. She briefly reported on her progress, contacted Luing for Ren's help, and then had a few words about the credit issue. He often forgot to arrange his own retreat, always possessing a strong sense of self-destructiveness. However, he always just restarted and couldn't shut down. After a while, Luing appeared to claim her colleague's request for help. Anna said she would ask Mr. Ren to bring back some special products from the Boshi Society. The message group suddenly became extremely lively. Blade, I just don't like typing, not reading messages. Isn't it a bit offensive to openly discuss the delivery issue? I'm going back first, Mr. Blade. Message me if you need support. After expressing all her dissatisfaction, Anna put away her external device. As if completely forgetting what she had just done, she was about to ask what the three strange 3-2-1 phrases meant. But seeing his increasingly gloomy expression, she decisively ended the meeting. See you at the base. I hope to see you again. Yes. Blank nodded slightly. A sound softer than falling leaves echoed beside him. When he opened his eyes again, the figure was gone. The newcomer's energy was perfectly suited to her age, and perhaps that was why she quickly bonded with the gray-haired boy and the others. Unfortunately, in their line of work, it's best to avoid forming ties with others, so as to avoid being hurt in the face of life and death. He coldly watched Kafka focus so much attention on the gray-haired boy. He didn't know what the future held. I hope the newcomers will be spared such suffering in the future. Chapter 130. Ren's mission to infiltrate the Boiji Academy was to find someone designated by Elio, and smuggle a confidential document from him. Apparently, he had already identified his target within a few days of the start of school, but to avoid alerting them, he had allowed him to continue roaming freely within the academy and on campus. After returning to the dormitory, Anna used her personal computer to access the StarNet community, and quickly found her colleague's target. A researcher she didn't recognize at all. Perhaps he also taught at the school, but he was clearly not a faculty member in the philosophy and history department. She quickly scanned his profile. Oh, he teaches engineering machinery. No wonder Mr. Ren had assumed a new role, standing at the podium. She exited the community, contacted the cargo ship to confirm the exact arrival time and location, and then opened the group meeting notice sent by the Academic Affairs system and read it carefully again. Professor Veritas Lacho, why does he always wear a plaster head? Since the light computer is already open, why not check it out? Wait! Why does this guy have an average pass rate of only 3% for 58 courses? Even if you don't pursue grades, you can't fail every one. And why does my natural theology advisor have a list of medical research achievements? Doctor of Truth? That's great, he's a doctor. The double brain problem has been cured. Anna closed the virtual screen of her personal light computer, picked up the external device, opened it, found star gods as a natural phenomenon, and began to read. Being aware of an advisor's works and achievements in advance is both a sign of respect and a form of learning, preparation and supplementary study. She was already illiterate, her knowledge level already far below that of those around her. If she didn't work hard to improve, wouldn't she be exposed and laughed at? Are you reading your professor's thesis? Phaeton and Damons walked in, sweating profusely, and it was unclear what class they were attending. Facing his roommate's disdainful look, he raised his arm and sniffed around, bewildered and puzzled. It doesn't stink, does it? Why are you so confident? It couldn't be said to stink, but it wasn't pleasant either. In short, human smell. Anna shifted her seat, trying to get further away from the two young male humans, who exuded a biological aura. Phaeton was furious. Damn it! If you took combat classes, you'd be like us. Why, then, was there a combat class on the First Truth University's curriculum? Was it so scholars could reach a consensus when they couldn't? I didn't choose it, but it won't stop me from squatting on the ground, holding my head, and yelling for mercy when I need it. Why bother getting into a fight with the students at school? Even if they were a little annoying, they weren't utterly evil, and they were nowhere near Ever prison. It wouldn't be that serious. It really wouldn't be that serious. Squatting on the ground, holding your head, is fine, but begging for mercy. Damon shook his head disapprovingly. At least get some exercise and run. You and Sid together. If we get into trouble in the future, and we're not here, at least we can escape. I'd rather lie here, jump out the window, than exercise. Sid, the last one to enter, protested loudly. He was indeed speaking louder than usual. Look, I'm not rejecting you. Anna turned her back to Damon's, and continued reading Professor Lachaud's work while consulting the dictionary. Half an hour later, the two men, clearly scholars, but with well-toned muscles, reappeared in the common living room. Phaeton, wiping his white fur, peered over to the screen Anna had brought up. This guy was too serious, actually reading from an encyclopedia? He learned how to be lazy and pretend dictionaries didn't exist in 3rd grade, but he hadn't expected to encounter what his professors called other people's disciples after becoming a graduate student. He retreated quietly, trying not to make any noise, and settled into a nearby, soft, round chair to flip through Professor Anax's paper. Sid soon joined in, choosing a spot to sit and read. Only Damon's wasn't there. He was in the kitchen. Damon's, I remember you had a paper due this month on the global locust plague, Anna asked from across the living room, looking into the kitchen. The pink-haired girl, holding a frying pan, peered in. Yes, have you found any suitable references? Send them to me, thank you. 2 more voices reached out, and Phaeton and Sid looked over eagerly. Godfather. Send them to me. Thank you. Yes. Downloading references from the company's network requires a fee, and the university has very strict requirements for reference formatting. Even a novice scholar's investment in this area would undoubtedly leave them broke by the end of the month. The ability to exchange materials was the true test of friendship. Anna agreed without hesitation. Honestly, philosophy, history, and law all share a lot of resources, so why not help out a little while living in the same dorm? Sid let out a loud sob. During my 4th year of undergraduate studies, I worried every day about whether I end up in my roommate's cooking pot and be picked off piece by the police. That's too much, Anna said, refusing to believe it. And it's completely unnecessary. Humans shouldn't be in a pot as human food. Few prisoners in a Vel prison would do such things, so why would students outside do such things? Sid, Is that the point? The less you expect something to happen, the faster it often arrives. The weekend lasted 2 days. On the first day, Anna went to the starport to pick up the goods, then went to the warehouse to settle the payment with Delaney and forward it to Ms. Maya. It felt like she hadn't done anything, and then the next day, she was right here in front of me. The next morning, the academic affairs system simultaneously sent a to-do reminder to every student's personal computer, fearing that someone might cheat and pretend the mentor group didn't exist. We repeatedly warned you. Anyone who claims they didn't know can come up with an excuse. Anna packed her documents and stationery early, took out her school-issued uniform, and changed into it. She double-checked her shoes as she passed the mirror, even making sure they were spotless. Only then did she leave the dormitory, as the remaining 3 watched the martyrs. The car had already arrived. Silver Wolf's car-grabbing app never failed, eliminating the root cause of failure due to lack of transportation. We wait for you. Phaeton waved a handkerchief he'd torn from nowhere. Damon's looked at him, with the same disdain he'd given Woabo. That's enough. It's just a mentor group meeting. Professor Lachaud wouldn't use the succinct term waste to describe his students. You should worry about yourself. The 3 of them were about to go out to meet Professor Anaxis, and it was hard to say which side was in greater trouble. Anna waved, opened the door, and got into the car. She swiped her device's destination and automatically connected to a building housing an office at the Polytechnic Institute's headquarters. The most noticeable difference from entering the research area from the teaching area was the increasingly fewer pedestrians on the road, until finally, only drones were seen swarming around. The car landed smoothly, and after exiting, Anna habitually surveyed the terrain. Sorry, the after effects of the jailbreak are still there. I can't rest easy without finding an escape route. Dense green flowering bushes clung to the path, rustling a few times before a plump cat's head popped up and met her gaze. Meow. The pale gray cat opened its round eyes wide, questioning the naive newcomer's reason for disturbing a senior's sound sleep. Anna, and there are those who just showed up? She squatted down and tapped the ground with her hand. The innocent little cat, thinking it was a prelude to a bipedal offering, immediately pushed aside the bushes to reveal the back half of its body. Meow. The fat gray cat walked up to her hand and sniffed. There was no food. Destiny had been grabbed by the scruff of his neck. The computer's external device, already prepared, clicked and took pictures, the camera almost touching Senior's face. Next time. Next time. Next time. I definitely bring you cat food. The herders at Boys 3 use ground livestock to make pet food. Elio said the canned cat food is quite high quality, and the stray cats near the base are all craving it. Wait, why would a black cat feed other stray cats? Doesn't that sound a little strange? Meow. Meow. Anna was filming the cat tax while trying to reach a dead agreement with the fat gray cat. The cat flipped over its belly and bared its paws, expressing its displeasure at being taken advantage of. Its paws were black and fierce, and she let go just in time to avoid a tetanus attack. Why are you so angry? The young woman quickly stroked the cat's fur. The senior, meowing and cursing, darted into the bushes to observe. Not far away stood several distinct groups of people, likely students attending group meetings. Professor Veritas Ladio's vast knowledge has enabled him to achieve results in many fields that would be unmatched by ordinary people in their lifetimes. Having so many students is perfectly normal. Right? Anna noticed that some of them were clutching documents, their faces looking as devastated as those of someone who had failed a course. She stood up and walked toward the gathering crowd, stopping by a towering pillar and pricking up her ears. Surprisingly, quite a few of them had come to request a suspension of their research, intending to seek a new master. A 3% pass rate, well, it lived up to its reputation. Some complained that Professor Lachaud was too strict, some complained that he didn't consider everyone's urgent need for employment, and some simply ran away after being randomly assigned by the system. An illiterate student, similarly assigned to the professor's position, swallowed and turned from one pillar to the other. The white island and stone pillars easily obscured a person's form. On the other side, she encountered a familiar-looking man. He wore traditional dark blue clothing, and a metal olive branch ornament on his head. This symbolizes wisdom in some civilizations, similar to the owl pattern on his shoulder. It was the strange man staring at her. The question was asked. The strange man not only looked familiar, but his voice was familiar too. When you stare closely at someone of the opposite sex, do you need to consider your position? Anna, Case solved? Which teacher from a good family was hiding behind a pillar and spying on the screen? So it's from my family. That's all right then.